Well, hello everybody and welcome back to Nottingham. It's day 5 and that means, boys, it's finals day, doesn't it?
Finals footy. I'm very excited.
And as you can see, I'm joined by the Blues brothers for this. We're looking very dapper here, chaps. Now, let's just give it a couple of stats before we go too far. I'm not going to steal your thunder here, Jordan, don't worry. But in this studio, we have had, did you know, 62 interviews we've done in this studio.
Amazing, well done, Ian.
So far. We have had representatives from the Netherlands, Singapore, Ireland, England, Portugal, Spain, France, Scotland, Switzerland, Luxembourg, Wales, Jersey, Sweden, Italy, Bulgaria, Germany. That's every single team. But we've also gone across the world as well and had the USA, South Africa, New Zealand and the Seychelles. So I personally want to say a big thank you to you guys because you have arranged a lot of those interviews as well. So thank you very much for all of your help with all of that, guys. So thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you for interviewing them. It's been a great week so far, and hopefully it'll be a great final day.
It's going to be a great final day, of course. Up first, so we do have the small matter of the round robin match for the Men's Open, England and Ireland. We saw a cracker the other day, didn't we, Jordan? Let me give that to you.
We did, yeah. And we're talking then, it's probably going to be a preview for the final. We saw a really quick game, and it's a shame that, you know, this game, I'll say it doesn't mean anything, because I think these two teams will just kind of feel each other out to begin with. They're not going to show each other too much. I wouldn't say they're going to run massively hard, but the skills that we'll see on show, the top level. So that's what you want to see on day one. Sorry, on game one.
Game one, absolutely. And Ben, you said something quite interesting, didn't you? What do England need to lose by?
Don't hold me to this, but I think it was 11. If Ireland beat England by 11, then they'll top the group. But I think Jordan's right. I think it's just going to be a game of, you know, go at 80%, complete some processes, don't show each other too much, and then hopefully they'll play each other in the final, and then they'll be full out, and that'll be a great game to watch.
Yeah, we saw a feisty affair, didn't we, a little
Absolutely.
bit earlier in the week. But let's have a little look to later on today, because the final 3 games here on Field 1 are your men's and women's open, and of course the mixed as
open,
well.
yeah.
The atmosphere is going to be electric, isn't it?
Yeah, we touched on it yesterday, and like you said, I think just as the day kind of progresses, you're just going to see more and more people congregate around here, and especially when their divisions wrap up after their finals are done. A lot of these athletes will have trained hard, and they'll have stayed off the beer for a good few weeks, and I think you'll see a good noisy crowd for the last 3 games, and especially the men's opens, because that will literally be everybody who's been here congregated around this field, and the atmosphere come 4, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, it's going to be awesome.
Now, let me ask you a question. Do you think we're seeing the final set of men's open round robin matches? Is it actually an advantage to play this morning? Because we spoke about it a few times this week. We spoke about fatigue, but it's such a big day. Imagine adrenaline. Fatigue might not come into it, because I think adrenaline will probably kick in. They're going out early doors to get a game. Is that like the perfect warm-up for the afternoon?
Yes, it is, absolutely. Obviously, they want to get that. Your body's going to be sore. It's day 5, so many of these players won't have played 5 days of touch. Yeah. So you want to get your body moving as quick as possible. So just getting those legs ticking over. They probably would have liked an easier game in this morning game, but yeah, absolutely. The one team it might advantage, every other team apart from France in the men's open division, obviously this is what we're talking about, is playing this morning. France actually get a game off. So we'll find out in the semi-finals whether that's a benefit to England, Ireland, Scotland, or it's the benefit to France to getting that game off this morning.
Now, Jordan, I'm going to hand over to you, because you've been stat collecting as well, haven't you, this morning? You've got some great stats. Take it away.
Is it? Are we going over to Jono after this, or we can build into it?
Then we'll throw over to Jordan.
Cool. So
don't worry,
I don't want to do that. You can't do that to me. So yeah, we've done a little bit of digging, and I think it just shows you the kind of magnitude of the tournament really. And we've got 16 countries. We've obviously 61 teams across all the divisions, 950 players, and to this point we've played 324 games. So it just shows you like the scale of the tournament. And
well remembered.
That was straight off the dome.
We don't have it written down right there.
The camera's far away enough. But yeah, it just shows you the scale of the tournament, and yeah, it's just awesome, great event.
Well, I think we must say a big thank you to all the teams for coming over, of course, to the UK and Nottingham for the 2022 European Championships. It has been a fantastic event, and to all the organising staff and the referees as well. What a job they've done.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done amazing. What they've having to do, a lot of the referees this year, since COVID, haven't done 3, 4, 5 day tournaments, and they're now having to push their bodies to the limits to make sure that they're putting themselves in the best position to make those finals. Yesterday we saw the referee coaches having a meeting, because they rank the referees to 1 to however many, and then that's how they pick their finals. So the referees will already know what finals that they've got today, and they'll be wanting to make sure that they're running and be primed for those final games that they've got.
Yeah, we must say a big thank you to the referees.
Yeah, absolutely.
And of course Nottingham University.
It's a great venue.
Great host of it, mate.
Yeah.
Right, it's almost time to get underway and to take us over to Jono. I've got to hand over to Jordan.
I'm putting the mic down.
Take it away, please.
It's my favourite moment of the week.
I'm stepping back.
Thank you.
Me too.
Finals footy, Super Saturday, for the final time. 10 hours of commercial-free touch start now.
Commercial-free touch does indeed start right now for the final time this week. Welcome along to the Highfields Sports Complex here at the University of Nottingham. We are bathed in sunshine this morning. There's not a cloud in the sky, and it is going to be a fantastic day. And what a fantastic game to start us off. It is the final men's round robin match, and we've got a swap. It was originally going to be Belgium and Scotland, but now we've got England against Ireland. And Jordan, there's a lot riding on this one.
Yeah, there is. it's a little bit of a weird one, really, because obviously, like, we had that build up to the game they played earlier, and that was obviously we built it up quite a bit, and it was a huge game, it was a great game, we had a big crowd on. This one's a little bit different because, like Mick's touched on, Ireland have got to win by a big score for this to affect the table. But at the same time, if you're looking for a game that's going to deliver high level touch, like don't look, you can't look any further really, because you're going to see two of the best men's opens team. It's still going to be quick. I don't think it'll be 100 miles an hour, and I don't think they're going to delve into their playbook too much. I think this will be a lot about feeling your opponent out, maybe putting a little marker down, because even though they've both got semi-finals to get through, and England especially, to be fair, both of them, I think Ireland-France is going to be an unbelievable semi-final. They played each other twice and they've both been cracking games. And then on the other hand, England-Scotland, they played each other yesterday on field 2. England only scraped them by 2, and it was a cracking game, and I cannot, if those are the two semis, strap yourselves in for those two. And because you can just sit back on the live stream later and watch those two, or get down here and watch it, because it's going to be awesome.
Because as we go into this, France are currently top, but France are playing in this last round. Does that give them a bit of an advantage because they've got to rest this morning? Or do you think it would be better for these teams to get this game in, get the legs going first half, and then they've probably got something for that semi-final?
Speaking as a player who's played 6 Euros and 31 years old, yeah, I'd have the game off all day. I'd take that game off. You could probably have a little bit of thought behind it, and I think they're having a bit of a walkthrough for Sam Jones. He might have hit his 50th cap with that one, so that was a bit of a surprise for me. Really good friend of mine, Sam, and huge congratulations to him. He's rightly getting a few hugs from his teammates. He's played for the men's opens for quite a while now, and 50 caps, that's no mean feat. And I think just going back to having the game off, once you hit 50 caps, I think you wouldn't mind the game off. But I think this will be a good game. I think it'll be a lot about conserving yourself a little bit for later on. Just touching on France a little bit, I think obviously they've played all their round robin games now, so they're just going to have to sit and wait for the semi-final. I think they'll probably know that they're going to be preparing for Ireland. They've had 2 games against them already, so yeah, they can kind of sit back and review this. I won't be surprised if there is someone from France watching this.
Yeah, and if it does come to that, Ireland-France will be on this pitch later on.
Yeah, and like I said, I think you could pick both of those games. I think looking at the table 1v4, I would probably, you normally put that on the second field and have the closer game 2 versus 3 on here. I think they're both going to be as good as each other, those games. I think every time I've watched France-Ireland, it's just been, they're just both so relentless in midfield, and it's kind of that back and forth. It's like just a war of attrition, just going back and forth against each other and trying to knock each other off. So yeah, that'll be a cracking game.
So we're not far away from the start of this one, a couple of minutes away. Both teams in a white strip, but England with the red trim and Ireland with the green trim, so they should be quite easy to tell apart.
Yeah, I think you'll be fine. Not as hard as France-Scotland.
France-Scotland, that was good fun, wasn't it?
They give me nightmares then.
So it's Ireland who are going to have the tap off. They are going to have the advantage of a set of 6 from halfway, and if they can get a score from this opening set, it makes it puts a marker down, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And again, already, it'll be interesting to see what Ireland run here. But are they gonna go into their tap off move that they're gonna run in potentially in the final later or in the semi-final later? Are they gonna practice that tap off move? They need to perfect it a little bit more, or are they gonna save it for later? Are they confident running it? This will be interesting.
So still waiting for the start. I think just a few seconds away now, and there's a crowd building up around this.
There is,
field.
yeah. I think obviously people know this is going to just be high level, and I think just something to note already how relaxed both boxes are. I think normally a game of this magnitude and these two playing each other, you'd all be on your feet, you'd be clapping, you'd be shouting, you'd be raring, rallying each other up for the opening touch, just to get a little bit of contact in there. But both teams are quite relaxed at the minute.
I think it's the first time I've seen chairs in the box.
Yeah, and I don't know. To be fair, I think I've not really seen that before. I saw one or two the other day. Whether it's day 5 or Adam Brimlow and Camille Shabdeen just want to have a little sit down and a chill.
Well, it is Ireland who are underway.
Good D.
Grade up to the 7.
That's really good defence from England already. Ireland going into a 32 short. Josh Henderson making the touch just to put it off a little bit, and
he did well there to recover.
But they'll break back into 32 short and work their way over, and I think that's the turnover. So Ireland giving nothing away to begin with, nothing too crazy, and England will just work their way back towards the box. And a little bit of a different subbing move for England. I've noticed already that's a heavy touch, but it's giving it on Max Howard as a loss of control. Looked like Darwin came in from the side there, but already seeing a bit of contact, a bit of heavy collision.
Like I said, it is about setting down a marker, and these two could face each other in the final at 6 o'clock today. So in that respect, they're not going to want to give anything away, are they?
No, not at all. Then again, you might want to put a good marker down against your potential final opponent. But I think both teams are experienced enough, and maybe humble enough to. That's a great pill over the top. Good defence from England. Really well done. They forced him into that throw over the top, that big pill over the top, and England have just been able to turn and chase out and put the pressure on the wing, and quite a relaxed start from both teams. Good yards from the betrays.
Solid defence from England though, from those two Irish drives, and now England get the opportunity to drive at the line themselves. Good yards that they made here.
Got another touch in the bag as well. They've managed to get down to the 7. That's excellent midfield transition. Sam Jones on his 50th cap. Is he going to get a score? No, I think they're giving the touch.
Yeah, the touch has been given.
Sam's holding his hand a little bit there.
He's okay, he's carrying on.
I don't know what he's doing then.
So Ireland start again very deep in their own half.
That's great transition from England. What they do really well when they come on third touch is they have that little tip-on play, and it for a second it's like it seems like they've got an extra player on the field. They do that really well. They work so hard to get to the box and work hard to get on, and that's what kind of pushes them ahead of the pack at the minute.
So England have the ball again after the handling error. We might see a couple of handling errors early on. There's a bit of dew on the pitch.
Yeah.
It has been quite cool overnight. It was very cool this morning. We'll certainly be warming up in the sun now, but there is a bit of moisture out there.
England into that punish play with Josh Henderson. He's got a really good dive, but Ireland have locked that up. So something we saw, that was quite a feature of the England-Ireland game earlier in the week. Both teams like to run that 23 platform punish play, and it's just a link quickie. What both teams do well is the progressions off it. So they like to throw back in midfield, and it just opens up the play a little bit more, especially when you've got a tight defence. Ireland, some good little midfield transition of their own, just good little tip-ons, picking off those lone shooters. So it's good D from England.
Good dummy.
From a player who didn't play in that first game, Will Serracole, experienced England international. Also Max Howard didn't play in that game. I think they're resting two different players in this one. I believe Charlie Thompson and Horatio Price are the two players that England are resting in this one.
Yeah, it's the benefit of having a full squad of 16, isn't it? You get that opportunity to rest players, and being day 5 is probably imperative that players do get rested.
On the flip side of that, you know what something we saw last night around the camp, around the halls. You know, with teams like this, they're in finals, and you're going to have to drop 2 players. It's not resting players anymore, is it? I mean, maybe you are in the semi, depending on who your opponents are, but you know, saw a few hard decisions that had to be made last night, and that's part of the sport. And you know, it's a shame, but you know, you've got to make those decisions, especially as a coach. And I imagine a lot of them were really tough decisions.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where I suppose you have to take emotion out of it as well. Because at the end of the day, you're looking to win a European Championship, and it's about putting the best team out there and enable yourselves to do that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but like I said, especially when you work so hard for it. Sometimes you'll kind of know. Sometimes it's like we spoke to a couple of the coaches last night, and the decisions sometimes are based on the opposition. So it might be, listen, we're going to go with X player because they offer us, you know, this against France or whatever. Whereas if we were playing Wales in the final, you'd be playing because they're susceptible to this kind of play, and that's what you're strong at. And I wouldn't say it's easier to take, because if you're not playing in the final, then you know, it's tough to take anyway. But it's just part of the sport.
Ireland do drive through.
It's a nice
I
little
think
play.
we have our opening score.
We saw Ireland score off that earlier in the week against England, and it's a variation on a hammer. I believe they call it a taipan, which is might be corrected for that. But, yeah, it's a nice little play. It comes straight through the middle.
Here's the replay.
It's that link coming on that hammer play, and I think Matty Watt, former England international, was quite a favourite of his, that one.
Sean Balance, he put the ball over, sliding through. So Ireland with the lead in this one. First blood to them. Ireland take the win here. What does that do to their confidence?
I think, I mean, I don't know how much they can take from it. It depends on how England play for the rest of this game. Then England might just, if Ireland win and England, you know, aren't really offering anything, Ireland might look back on the tape and just think England were going at that too hard. But it's a really interesting one. I think at the minute England have just worked into the progressions a little bit. They're going away from that punish, and they're feeding it back in field. And I don't know, England's box isn't as noisy as it has been over the last couple of days, which tells me it's quite relaxed. Good dive.
Yeah, and that is going to be the equaliser.
He's so good at that. He's a tall lad, and he gets outside of his touching link. He steps off his left foot, and he gets to the ground so quickly. Gets that ball down, and it's like he pushes the ball along the floor. So down there, push it along. The Ireland middle was just half a second too late to his assignment there.
So Josh Henderson brings the scores level. As Ireland tap off again. We are 8 minutes into this game, all square at 1-1.
It does look like Sam Jones has picked up a little hand injury on that dive. He was just practicing his passing action then, and you were seeing England head physio carry on this sideline. So when he comes on here, it might be something to keep an eye on. He might have picked up a little knock when he was on that dive.
Jonathan Stanley on the board, he comes off. The good drive here.
Here is Sam Jones, ball in 2 hands. Camille will pick up and go back to him for that 33 strike dump, and Camille will fix him up and try to go to the outside. Good defence from Ireland.
Good possession by England though. They've not been touched and managed to keep the play alive.
They'll just kill it in that corner, yeah. So happy to just kill it in that corner and make Ireland come all the way over to their box.
Ireland are moving over to the right hand side so they can get some changes on. Do that successfully. Halfway now.
Just a double fly.
Now the clapping and encouragement is starting from
Yeah,
England,
picking
but
up a little bit. I think that might have been a play that kept an eye on. I don't know whether that was pre-planned from Ireland. It was a bit of a double fly play on 4th or 5th touch. Be interested to see if they run that later. But Josh Henderson back in the ball, he's looking really sharp. And they'll go back to Will Lupton on the other side. Ireland maybe dropping off there. Yeah, the referee's got it.
so fresh centre 6 for England on the 7 metres. So this is dangerous.
Yeah, hard to defend from Ireland as well. 2 big threats on either side. 2 young, gifted players. Will Lupton being one of them with the ball now. He'll go into that punish play, and Ireland have locked it up on that side now.
They are targeting the dangerous plays, but now there might be the long and touch is claimed.
Yeah, I think the winger had just made that, and what Will is really threatening on is when he's going down on his opposite link, you don't know whether he's going to step outside or inside. He goes inside this time, and now he's got a 4-on-3. Yeah, good touch.
Still there for England though, as they work it along.
It's, looking for the space. Oof.
Now I think did he get that down? Oh, did the touch come in? I think the touch came in.
Ben Grinter on his Euros debut. Really quick player, excellent defender, but now he's looking to get England a score, but Will's dropped it there.
So Ireland have the ball back. England just seem to be asserting a bit of dominance in the past couple of minutes or so.
Yeah, quarter away through this, I'm still trying to figure out what both teams are, how hard teams both are going. Sorry, it's definitely not as quick, nowhere near as quick as what we saw the other day. Both teams seem to be happy to kind of roll up and down the field and not offer too much. There's definitely not the level of Aggie that we had in that other game.
No, not at all, but I'm going through again. The touch is indicated.
Ireland coming back with a few quickies of their own as well, and there's a little bit of space in the middle, but England locked it up quite quickly. So it looks like they'll go back into those 32 shorts that they ran earlier. Early release, Pill to the left.
Oh, he's got a bit of space now.
That's ball down. Oh. Yeah, ball down.
Yeah, Ireland retake the lead.
Nice, really nice.
It was a great pass over.
Good left to right Pill.
It was Dara Foster who put that down.
So yeah, it's 32 short with an early release.
Claim the touch, but not given by the officials. They gave the try, so Ireland 2-1 ahead. Louis Treyas just looking for his options to go right. John Weston Stanley in there. Good defence by Ireland. They're just blocking up any holes. Now that one may appear this space on the
right hand Pill. Oh, that's forward. Might have been forward off the ruck. No, it's one of the last passes forward.
So England don't equalise. But that was really good defence, because Ireland know the threat that England pose here, and they just plugged up them holes really, really well.
Yeah, no, that's smart. I think it looked like Dom was trying to get on his opposite link for a punish play, and what Ireland did really well is move their middle across to make those touches and make the space for Dom really, really short for him to work with. England did well to come back the other way. Good ball from Louis, but yeah, the referee's giving us forward.
England have the ball back and are making good yards towards the Irish line. 7 metre now. Quick passing, but that's not come off. Irish ball again.
Something quite interesting here. I don't know whether you'll find it interesting. One of the resting Ireland players is quite near the England box at the minute, and I don't know. It's just something I was keeping an eye on. And it's not something you normally see. And
you reckon they might be trying a bit of eavesdropping? Do you reckon?
maybe, I don't know. Maybe just trying to get a vibe of what England are feeling.
To be honest, I'd say that's smart.
It is, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's
Do you say is it in the spirit? Yeah, there's a debate to be had there, isn't there? But it's. I just think if he's
something to it, yeah. Because I mean, Penguins is through.
Just need to find somebody open.
That's great D from Ireland.
It is fabulous D.
Really good D.
I don't think he was too happy.
Yeah, really good D. Good speed from Ben Grinton to get through. He keeps it in two hands so he can release quickly. Ireland did really well there.
Josh Henderson wasn't happy about something he went chasing after the official there. I don't know whether he felt he was impeded as the ball came to him.
He's flying in there. He uses that aggression to put the pressure on Dom.
Oh, interception! 2-2.
Dom is so. I tell you what, he does that every so often. He'll just kind of pick you off as you try to get off the field, and it's that lack of concentration from Ireland.
So Dom Tripp gives England the equalising try through the interception. You see it from behind there. Races onto it. So we are all square with 16 minutes played. England 2, Ireland 2. And it has been very, very close.
Yeah, strange game.
I mean, you say it is very different to the game from earlier in the week,
but the skills on show, they're still top level. And the exciting thing for us as spectators is this is only going to get improved tenfold when we get throughout the day. And for this to be kind of a feeling each other out game, we'll work through our stuff. You can work through your stuff. But I think we all know that this is going to just explode later.
Should they face each other again later, you're going to see a very, very different game.
Even in the semis, even in the semis, I think Ireland know that they've lost to France once and they've beaten them yesterday. So they know they're going to have to throw everything out on the table to beat them. And I think England, I get the sense there's a little bit of worry about Scotland. And I think that maybe not going to have to dig into their playbook in the first half an hour, but let's say it's level, or Scotland maybe go 1-up and we've got 10 minutes left. England are going to have to put all their cards out on the table, and I think both. It's just going to explode later.
Yes, we're working towards 4 finals at the end of the day, 4 semi-finals to come as well. We've got the men's 50s between England and Singapore. That's next here on Field 1. Then we go women's 27 semis, mixed open semis, women's semis, men's semis, then women's 27 final, mixed final, women's final, men's final.
Finals funny, baby. Can't beat it. Dom, speed, right hand pill.
He almost recovered it. It slipped out his hands, but poor Meredith almost recovering to pick it up on the line. He just couldn't quite get there.
What Dom does really well, and we saw it with that intercept, he's got such a good injection of speed. He uses it on both sides of the ball so well as well, and he just kicks at the outside of his opposite defender and creates that 2-on-1. And Vaughan will be pretty annoyed that he's not been able to finish that.
Ireland driving to halfway. Made some good yards here. Got a touch in hand.
Tom's going for that intercept again. Can't help himself.
Doesn't quite come off. That's sloppy from Ireland.
That
really sloppy.
And you know what? That to me is an indication of probably where both teams are at. I think you kind of want to. I think in the biggest games, I think the biggest players, they'll be razor focused, and that just seems to me that the focus might be turned down a tiny little bit in this one. because you're not going to make those errors. I think there'll be one of those errors in the final, and we've seen a couple of those so far. Ball, tip on.
Oh, it's really nice quick passing.
Yeah, Will Serracle's really good at that. Loves to pick up from half, loves to have those 4-on-3 options, and he's just not been able to pick the right one on that one.
So Ireland have the ball again. They're getting their head towards their sub box, get fresh legs on. We're into the final minute of this first half of what has been an absorbing encounter so far.
It has, yeah. It's been a good back and forth, and 20 seconds to go. It'll be interesting to see if Ireland can get anything from it, but they won't. So England, I think, will be more than happy to just sort of work the way to the box. There goes the hooter.
So that will do it for the first half. It's England 2, Ireland 2. Teams going back onto the field to get into their huddles.
The energy's just not where it was at the other day, or kind of what we've been used to with these games, and it's a strange one, this.
We've seen the tries again. This is the first one as Ireland took the lead.
So it's similar here as well, utilising that dive. Josh Henderson's so good at that. Gets nice and low, ball on the ground, pushes it along. Watch this, off his left foot here. There's your hole. Get it down as quick as you can, and the middle play's just not there quick enough. Early release from Ireland gives him that 3-on-2. Beautiful pill over the top. Great finish. First pull of the day, Jono.
You love your pills.
Can't you beat it? There you go. So off your left as well. No spin, bit of a rugby league pass. Very much appreciate that.
Touch was claimed but not given.
And here's Don Tripp doing what he's done a million times over the years, just picking you off and ripping your heart out while you're trying to get off the field.
And that made it 2-2. He took his time putting the ball down as well.
Yeah.
He knew that he was under no pressure.
They are in no rush.
So it is England 2, Ireland 2 at half time. As this is a game to
chill atmosphere, isn't
it is. I was expecting maybe it to be a little more intense, this one, but it is incredibly relaxed around it.
I quite like it.
And not just we're not talking just the players. There's a lot of spectators around here.
Yeah.
But even there, it's very relaxed, very calm. I mean, that could have something to do with the
cordial from both teams so far. Yeah.
That could have something to do with the fact that it is not quite 9:10 on Saturday
True,
morning.
but everyone's still crawling out of bed. Yeah.
But it's a beautiful day here, isn't it? And there's not a cloud in the sky.
Yeah, I think we keep building up like this afternoon, but I think as the day goes on, like, we've got a final straight after this. That's essentially in the men's 50s, and we're already just building towards like those finals, like you running through those fixtures before, and it's just so nice to hear the word semi and final in the fixture list, and not just on field one as well, like out on the backfield. We're just going to see finals and meaningful games like throughout the day now, and that's what you want. That's what we've been building towards for
exactly. And 5 days of action coming to a close today. So I'll just quickly run through the schedule as we have it. Obviously the finals are not decided yet, but we do have some of the semi lineup. So coming up next, the men's 50 final round game is England against Singapore. At 10:40 we have the women's 27 semi-final, that's Scotland against Switzerland. 11:40 the mixed open semi-final, Wales against Scotland. And at 12:50 the women's open semi-final, Scotland against France. At 1:50 we have the men's open semi-final. That, if things stay as they are, that is likely to be Ireland against France on this pitch. So that will probably be an absolutely belting game. And then we go into the final. So women's 27, Scotland or Switzerland against England or Spain. Mixed open final, Wales or Scotland against England or France. Women's open final, Scotland or France against England or Wales. And the men's open final, pick 2 from England, Ireland, France or Scotland.
It's going to be so good, isn't it? I can't wait for this afternoon. I really can't.
I think
Some of those fixtures there, they're just mouth-watering. Like, I think like the mixed open for me comes to mind straight away, because if we get England-Wales and we get that game we got the other day, tell you what.
Yeah, because what was that, 12,
Give me that,
12-11, wasn't it?
I'd be happy with that. I'd be happy just watching that and then cancel all the rest of the game.
Sure.
Well,
I'm sure those who make the women's and men's final won't be too chuffed with that decision, but
I will. I'll be fine. I'll be alright with it.
Yeah. How is the voice this morning?
It's alright actually. Yeah, I'm not that bad. I think people who know me know that I've got quite a gravelly voice anyway. So I'm alright this morning. How's yours?
Yeah, it's fine.
You're just a pro, aren't you? You are an absolute pro.
Maybe because I chugged a jar of honey when I got home last night.
Oh, I did that this morning, yeah. I just dumped it.
It's an interception.
Oh, and he's gone.
Now, John Weston Stanley
Big
sprinting.
He's going to chase him down. Will Lupton
gets him. Lupton and Weston Stanley really put on the burners to catch Cian Mollen. I can't even read me yet.
Your voice is alright, but your head's gone. I'll tell you what, that's probably the one thing you don't want to be doing at 9 o'clock in the morning on day 5 is chasing down or having to do a full length interception.
He was good, but the determination from Will Lupton and John Weston Stanley there, they was not going to let him get the full length of the field and put the ball down.
No, and that kind of relentless chase down, that's what this. Oh, that's good feet, but good D from Dom Tripp. He's not going to let somebody run around him there. But that's kind of what this England Men's Opens team has kind of been built on for the past 4 years. That kind of never give in, chase everything down kind of attitude, and it's awesome to see that.
Yeah, very much so.
Oh, Dom will just shut that down. It was a nice pick up from feeling that he's got a great pill over the top, and he's looking to pick up, throw right to left. He opened up that 4-on-3, and England have got the ball here, and I'm not sure, I might have just missed that, I'm not sure what happened there, but Ireland have kind of wasted that opportunity. Will Lupton with a mega swipe.
Have the ball again.
Really good. If you get a chance to watch that again, Will Lupton coming off the field, he kind of wins a penalty because Ireland are coming in quite hard on the touch, and what Will does is he swipes the Ireland defender's hands away and pretty much wins a penalty. Camille gets on the outside. He's got speed. Touch is called.
Touch given, but you see the danger that Camille Shabadine poses there. He's a very, very quick player. You see the replay here, he just puts the burners on.
Even with the ball in 2 hands, that's awesome. And you know what, we spoke about it, we touched upon it briefly the other day, kind of the transferable skills to league and union. And for anyone who watched Wigan v Warrington last night, probably one of the best players in Super League at the minute, Jay Field. Just watch this Ireland play. Oh, what a take. Probably one of the best players in Super League at the minute, Jay Field. The Wigan fullback was brought up on touch in Australia, and one of his tries towards the end, he has the ball in 2 hands and he's looking to just beat people left or right, but the speed he can generate with the ball in 2 hands, that's just from a touch background. So if you're a league or union player and you're looking to improve your ball playing ability, that touch is so good for that. Dom Tripp looking to get on the outside of his opposite number, but not able to do it. Good D from Ireland again.
Indeed it was. It's Ireland who go towards the sub box and look to make the change.
The boxes have just picked up a little bit here. There's a little bit of noise being generated. And back to one. Referee's got it, and that's happened a couple of times now. Where that's such a big. Oof, I'm not sure what's happened here.
See if we can see a replay of what's happened.
I don't remember. I was doing a little bit of play acting, but I think the referee's saying that he stepped over it, but the guy who stepped over it is actually injured. So that could have been half court there, but you know what? Ben Grunters, I've played with Ben Grunters a few times, and he can be quite ruthless at times. I don't think he's that bothered if somebody's injured. So yeah, he's just rushed in there and made the touch. But yeah, there, Ireland on the sweep, and that's ball down. Ireland back in the lead.
Yes, they are. Ireland 3-2 ahead. 25 minutes gone.
Ben Grunter just having a look behind to Clark Hobson, who is assisting defence coach Jeff Bimpson this week, and just looking for a few pointers on this. And good angle here. The sweep comes around, so Ireland are looking to exploit that little bit of a gap between Max Howard and Ben Grunter, and the dive's good enough. He's got low. Whether the ref called Max offside, I couldn't really tell, but it's a good start from Ireland. That. But still, like, I wouldn't say that both teams are going hell for leather at the minute. Good feed from Will Lupton. Tell you what, that must be so. I've done it a few times in training, but Louis Treyers and Will Lupton on one side of the field, that's just a nightmare. Josh Henderson back on that punish play that he loves so much, and that's what he scored off before. So we've spoken about it a few times this week. It's such is about learning and trying to not let those mistakes happen throughout the game, those same mistakes, and they conceded that score early in the game, and now they've locked it up.
Josh Henderson trying to slide through there, but hit the feet. It was good defence by Ireland as they come towards halfway on this latest drive. England defending high. Have to step back here though. Oh, this is good move.
Hands.
Great move. And it is Gian Mullen who puts the ball over, and Ireland are ahead by 2.
I tell you what, he tiptoed up the touchline there. I'd love to see that again. But that's great from Ireland. Good heads up footy. They create a little bit of a midfield 4-on-3, and that's a great left to right pill. Link, wing, skirts the touchline. Oof.
There it goes. A really, really good, well-worked try by Ireland.
Yeah, they kicked to it ahead here as well, and just puts a little bit of pressure on England.
Work for England to do. They won't have been behind that many times in this tournament. They lost that opening game to France, but since then, and it's not quite taken. Will Serakol just jumping into it, trying to take the ball out of mid-air. England still have the ball out. Shabdeen gets it out to the right-hand side. England just trying to be patient, and now the dive through, but that's good defence again by Ireland, I think. Yep, they have the ball.
Giving his hand a shake. Hopefully nothing too serious for Dom Tripp. That'd be a big blow for England, and something we've not really seen too much from Dom this tournament is that big pill over the top, and it is a big feature of his game. Sam Jones looking for that link hole. Good do from Ireland again. So yeah, I mean, that to me is a bit of an example of where England are at. Obviously their box is telling me that they are a little bit relaxed, but the fact that things like Dom not throwing or looking to throw 4-on-3, that tells me that England aren't going right into their playbook. They're keeping things quite simple, and I think they are 2 down. I think they'll be fine with this.
For those who aren't sure, even if you have a through, but
if we get to watch that back again, you'll see where the hole is. But let's let this set run out. Oh, we are going to watch it. Sorry. They're going to throw long, good hands.
Space
Oh,
out
what
on
a
the
flick
right-hand
pass,
side. Now can
Gumtree.
he get to the
Good D from
line?
Ireland. Great scrambling defence. And that's 5th touch.
England looking to start again quickly, and they do.
Looking down the
And
sideline.
Ireland have
Wow.
snuffed it out, and
Great
you can
ball
hear
from
the
Ireland.
cheers coming from their side of the pitch.
And they'll work their way up the box. So, quarter of this game to go, and Ireland looking quite comfortable here at the minute.
They certainly are.
Yeah, if we do get to watch that little play from Camille on this left-hand side later on, we'll just have a look at where the gaps are for England, and they're starting to open up a little bit. Might be something worth noting for if they do meet each other later.
Oh, interception again,
So,
zero touch.
Picking that off, good D from England.
So I want to make some yards here, but Ireland pushing up high. This is good defence by them. Recovered well. England working it out.
What a
go on.
pick up from Max Howard. Will Upton, they've got a 3-on-2. Oh, well recovered from Ireland.
Really is. They're going to go back
Good
to
hands.
6.
Good heads up footy from England. Will Upton will look to make something, pill over the top, but
Oh, he's there.
Vaughan Meredith decided to dive into the crowd in the corner.
Just ran out of space in the corner there. Ireland have it back. They'll probably breathe a bit of a sigh of relief there.
Yeah.
That was a really good drive by England, and this is a decent
That's
drive.
good for Ben Grint. He's just not been able to make the touch. There's a loss of control. England get it back.
So England can work their tap-off play here. They're at halfway. Fresh set of 6.
A few little words going on in the England box, just about what we can improve on, what we can fix up on. I think, so yeah, this is the play before we're talking about the punish. Once Camille steps back here, the hole is between middle and middle. That's what we want to be looking for, and that might be something that England want to look for later on. Now we've got the camera behind the in goal. Later on in the day, or throughout the day, once we see those replays, just keep an eye on kind of where the gaps are developing. You'll see, we talked about it yesterday, but when people are watching touch, especially in the afternoon, you're going to see more people behind the in goal, and it's a great view to have because you'll see where the gaps are developing. Obviously as a player it happens in a split second, and it's about decision making and being able to process each individual hole and being able to do it in a snap second, and that's why it's such an impressive sport. And we talk about those long balls over the top. That decision happens in half a second, but they do look nice.
They do indeed, and we've seen a few of them throughout the week as well, where you just see the hole opening up.
Yeah.
And then they're exploited just
Yeah.
really quick, just by a quick pass. Or
Yeah, me and Ian talked about it yesterday. So most moves in touch, let's play run out. Big pill.
I think that went forward.
Most moves in touch, they're looking to create 4v3. Most of them are anyway. And once you've created that 4-on-3, it's then about the ball player being able to make a decision between about 5 options in a split second, and that's why it's so amazing. And sometimes, that wing pass over the top, that is the right option, because as a defender you kind of want to give them that, because it's the hardest option in theory the hardest option to throw. So when you see those plays later, Louis come back for a 3-on-2 here, he'll go through. Good play from England. Louis having a little bit of a smile as he goes through there.
Matt Sandlin putting the ball down, but that was all made by Louis Treyes.
Yeah, and we might get a good little replay from this, and you'll see Louis quite relaxed as he's scooping through, and I think England are quite happy at the minute, even though they are down. Louis got great feet, comes off his right foot, shows the ball, gets through to the in goal, and then he's just looking for his options. And that's nice from England. Matt Sandlin making his Euros debut for England as well, and he's managed to just lose his mirror.
Louis Treyes, just nonchalantly jogging away after he'd made that pass.
I think I'm sure he was smiling as he ran through, as he picked up and went through. He was smiling.
So Ireland already at the 7 metre from the tap off. They're on final touch. Oh, and he's fumbled the ball. So good defence by England. They've got 5.5 minutes to try and find a leveller. At the same time, Ireland 5.5 minutes where they can probably try and put this game out of reach.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a draw, and I think both teams will be fine with that. I think there's another score in England. Ben Grint is quick. Ireland are quicker. Ooh, give him a little shove, and he's got a penalty. Might get a penalty for that.
Yeah, he apologised straight away.
Yeah. Just give him a little nudge. Ben Grint will be fine with that. He's a big lad now. Max Owen will sit to the side, look for the cut, but then
Good
England
defence
again. Just like happy to kill it in this corner.
Have to make Ireland work to get over to the sub box to make changes.
That's
so that's
the one.
what.
Yeah, and they're doing it really well. It's something that we noted them for last year, that their transition game's really strong, and obviously they're not going 100 miles an hour, but they're still able to generate good momentum. Fifth touch, a little bit far away, but Field's got a lovely long ball. Ireland have made a little bit of an overlap here, but I think that's touch pass. Yeah, referee's got it, and England will reply with their sub in transition now.
England go towards the sub box. Players poised to come on. Changes are made.
Willockson's really good at that, just kicking to the side of his defender, and John Weston-Sander does the exact same thing. Moves those hips, moves those shoulders, puts the defender on the back foot. Louis Treyer's dummy cut.
Oh,
then
great!
Throws the court. Woo!
That's
what a score!
Great try. And Louis Treyer's involved again, but that was all about the quick passing between John Weston-Stanley and Will Lupton earlier in the move.
Yeah, dummy cut, comes across, then link cut. Dom skips over the top. Nice, really nice. But yeah, going back to how Will and John managed to create those extra little bit of yards and a bit of momentum, literally just with movement at your hips and your shoulders. If you're able to watch that back later, watch those two on how they're able to skirt round their opposite defender and create those extra 2 yards. Not only yards, but it puts the Ireland defender way out of position, bends the line, and Louis is able to exploit it. Good D from Hanro on this side.
It's been a good comeback from England. It's almost as if you thought, right, well, we need to get back in this game. We'll turn it on for a couple of minutes.
I genuinely think both teams are going to be happy with this draw now. And Adam Brimlow off for a full lengther. And off he comes to the box for a sit down.
I think there's an injury to one of the Irish players.
This is kind of you don't want to see this on day 5. Me and Meeks talked about it this morning. Like, you really don't want to be picking up little niggly injuries on the morning of day 5, especially in a game that.
Yeah, he's okay actually. He's jogging back,
that's
so
that's good. Like we want, as spectators, we want both teams at full, full noise, semis and finals. We don't want, a couple of players to be missing or injured. Let's have both teams going full noise at each other come 5-6 o'clock.
I think what's interesting in looking at both of these teams is just watch this England attack here. Little bit of showboating.
Yeah, I don't know if Will's practiced that before. I think that might be the first time he's done that one.
One thing I noticed yesterday, we saw so many teams coming in. They're all patched up. It's strapping, and what is pretty obvious from both sides is the lack of strapping on a lot of players.
Yeah, that's a good point. They've obviously been managed well.
Interception!
Vaughan might finish this game off. He's not known for finishing interceptions, but he's going to finish that one. Good on you, Vaughan.
Vaughan Meredith puts it down, and England go into the lead as we get to the final throws of this game. So they've come back from 2 down, and they now lead by 1-5-4.
Yeah. Vaughan's actually finished an interception. Amazing.
See here.
Unbelievable. But Yeah, well read. He read the ball well, picked it off, and great finish from Vaughan. And Ireland have a minute to maybe finish this game on a positive note, which is what they'll want. Take this into the semi-final, take this into the afternoon, and
as long as that's forward.
That might do it. As I think England will be happy to just see this one out.
Yeah, it's 30 seconds remaining.
I think both teams will be fine with this. No injuries yet. Let's hope we don't see anything in the last 15 seconds. Going back to the strapping, what you were saying before, we touched on it on day one. This is a result of excellent preparation and well-managed teams and players throughout this tournament. You know, I mean, they're going to have to exert themselves in both those semis because they're going to be tough. So you never know it, but yeah, they've managed themselves well. They're not going to feel like fresh now, but you know, they've played 4.5 days, 4 and a bit days of touch now, and I think both teams to me look relatively fresh. And you know, we saw again there that wasn't 100 miles an hour, but I think this is going to be it's going to explode in the afternoon.
Yeah. Well, that does firm up the semi-finals for the men's open. England will take on Scotland, and France will take on Ireland. That will be on this pitch a little later. Coming up next, we've got the men's 50s clash between England and Singapore. That will tap off in 10 minutes' time.
Men's
So do stay with us for that.
round of matches with England versus Singapore on Field 1, 9:40.
Down now that at 1:50 PM it will be
Presented at 12:30.
France against Ireland on this pitch in the semi-final. So as the players take their handshakes and look forward to what's to come, these two may face each other in the final, of course. But a really good game to start this final day of the European Touch Rugby Championships. So England win 5-4. Great respect from both teams here.
Mr. Langford, can you come to control upstairs, please? We call for Mr. Langford.
So to summarise that game, let's head back over to the studio.
Please, we're ready, staff, please.
Ian, over to you.
Well, what a cracker that was. And Jordan, you've just been commentating on that great stuff. Do we think that's going to be the final later today?
If I was going to put money on it, yeah. That's who my final would be, and I think we're going to see a much quicker game later. Regardless of who's in the final, we're going to see a much quicker game. I think it's going to be a lot more physical, and we're going to see both teams go into their playbook way more. I don't think either team gave much away there, but I think we're not only going to see that in the final, I think we'll see it in both semis. Both semis are going to be brutal, they're going to be physical, they're going to be quick, and both teams are going to just have to put all their cards on the table, regardless of thinking, we've got to save this for the final. You can't think like that now. You've got to get your win no matter what.
If it is the final, we're going to see a completely different game, aren't we? I mean, that game there, Ireland got a 2-point lead and wouldn't necessarily say let it slip because there wasn't necessarily so much riding on it, but will England take heart from that? Will Ireland be down a bit, or
I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think
are we trying to read too much into it?
Maybe, yeah. Well, that's our job, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's read a load into it. Let's make some stuff up.
Let's make some stuff.
I don't know. I think from an Ireland point of view, yeah, they were 2 up, and they would have probably been thinking, we're chilled, we're cool, and we're not had to do too much, and we're up by 2 against England. On the other hand, it looked to me, I was a bit close to the England box, and obviously I know their coaches and players really well. To me, that was a relaxed box, but Ireland looked relaxed as well.
Yeah.
Neither team did anything on line attack or transition that was like, wow, I've not seen that before, or they've had to dig into their playbook a lot. It was very like won't say one-dimensional, but it was very quite relaxed.
I think it showed for me, doesn't it, that you can't take your foot off the gas, and if you, even in this game where let's be honest, it wasn't the most riding on it, was there? No team that ever wants to lose, do they? But it just shows that if you do take your eye off the ball, even for a moment at this level, you are really going to get hurt, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I think we'll see it later. Like John touched upon kind of like how much strapping he's seen, like compared to other teams, and it's 5 days of touch. But these two teams, they look relatively fresh. I think they've both thought then we can probably ease off a little bit here because we've got 80 minutes of touch this afternoon. That's gonna go mental. Like that's the way I'm going to describe it.
I'm hearing, I don't know how true it is, but I'm hearing we might have 2,000 people around pitch one later this afternoon. What a cracker that's going to be. We're rocking ourselves back to the 90s as well. We've got a bit of Let's Get Ready to Rumble. So let's get ready to rumble because it's time for the next game, the men's 50. It's England and Singapore. Let's hand over to commentators Jono and Ben to take you through the first half. Enjoy.
Welcome back to Field 1. We're ready for our second game. We'll be tapping off in about 5 minutes' time. Delighted to say Ben joins me for this one.
Good morning, Jono. Ready for this day?
Ready for this day. Well, we've already had a great start today with that match between England and Ireland, 5-4. Really good, close match.
Yeah, I was just watching that from up here, from behind the comms team, and it was a great game. England and Ireland both not showing a lot because they're going to be maybe playing each other in the final or other teams. So people, and I could see Scotland and Wales and France all watching that. So yeah, I think it was a great game, and it'll be interesting to see what happens later on in the day.
Let's look ahead to this one. Men's 50 final round, England against Singapore. Of course, you have
I've got
personal
a tie.
interest
I've got a tie
in this
here.
event.
Yes. I think he's number 13, Mark Hobson. Yeah, very excited to see that. I think if they get this win today, they win the gold. So they're very excited. I think it's already 1-0 from the coin toss. Singapore wanted the near side box, England won it, and they've got the near side box. So yeah, it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, and it's been a good battle in this men's 50s competition. Only 4 teams in it. Singapore being invited, of course. So I think we've explained it before that it won't be part of the European Championships overall because Singapore have been invited in, but all these games do have test match status.
Yes, they do. So everyone's getting caps for this, and yeah, this is going to be a good game. I think England have you looked back, John? I think England beat Singapore and Singapore beat England. So this is a third, and this is going to be the one that decides it.
Yes. So let's look back at the results. England beat Singapore 5-2 in their first game on the very first day of this competition. That seems a very long time ago now. And then Singapore beat England a couple of days later on Thursday 5-4. So yeah, it's all to play for in a best of 3 series.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a bit of boxing around the ground, and this is the best of the 3 bouts.
So as you said, if England win this, they do take the gold medal. So a lot to play for here. We've quickly got time to run through the teams here. So England with number 1 Simon Whitten, 2 Andy Verney, 3 Chris Davis, 4 Ian Moody, 5 Ian Grisewood, 6 John Banks, 7 Paul Ainscote, 8 James Barnett, 9 Mark Elliott, 10 Adrian Riggs, 11 John Tuitt, 12 Duncan Mascarenhas, 13 Mark Hobson,
Hooray!
14 Spencer Nye, 15 Ryan Anglem, and 16 Ian Spencer. For Singapore, they line up as number 1 James Layard, that's their captain, 2 Kevin Shaw, 3 Alex Hamley, 4 Chris McNamara, 5 David Wilson, 6 Jeffrey H, 9 Robert Coughlin, 8 Roy Moore, 9 Jamie Salmon, Number 10 is Huai Huang, who looked very good when we saw him earlier in the week.
He was great, so I think he's going to be a key player in this game.
Number 11, Matthew Toga. 12, Sean Donovan. 14, Chris Rogers. 15, Lee Sanders. 16, Alistair Wood. And number 18 is Will McCormack. So they are how both teams line up. We've had a lovely card sent to us from the Singapore team with information on all their players. I mean, they
most
really,
prepared team.
They really pushed the boat out with regards to information about the team, and a nice booklet of information on all the players here. So we'll leave that out. see if we can refer to that. I may need to quickly read over it to check that it is suitable for broadcast.
I'm sure they've vetted it.
So we're about to start. England in the white and red, Singapore in the black strips. England playing from left to right in this first half. Just awaiting the hooter. And there we go. So it's England who get us underway. Patient build-up from halfway.
England sends the sweep on. Does he get caught? No, he's got some footwork. Is he on the outside? Pass the ball! Oh, the winger was open.
And number 9, Mark Elliott, wide open there. But Ryan Anglin wanted to dodge through all himself.
Showing some good footwork there. So England are going to try and do the same setup. They're going to send the sweeper. Can he go down this time? They're going to go short side. They've got an overlap. Inside ball.
I think that was well defended.
I think
you're
right.
Indeed. So Singapore will have the chance for their first drive of the half. They're starting very deep. So I think a trip to the sub box is probably in order first. Indeed it is, and they do get fresh legs on.
So this is the final game for both teams today and the tournament, so they're going to put everything out of there because they know as soon as this game's finished, win, lose or draw, because we can actually have a draw in this game. It's a final, but there can be a draw because it's the round robin.
Yeah.
So whatever happens in this game, they can go. Oh, we've got number 10 that we spoke about there.
Huang.
Yeah,
he's got it in, but the touch was made.
The touch was made. Touch and pass. The referee.
Yeah, well, we saw Singapore against Wales earlier in the competition. A narrow 2-1 win for Singapore in that one, but they pretty much dominated the game. And Huang was absolutely superb. He drove everything for Singapore, and then he seemed to take a knock towards half time, and he was rested for the rest of the game.
If you look close, he's got a lot of strapping on both thighs. So one groin, one thigh actually, by the looks of it. So he's definitely feeling the effects of 5 days. Let's see if he can get on the outside. He can't. Oh, unlucky.
Just fumbled as England were looking to open the scoring here.
Yeah, I think it was a feature of the men's 50s that we've watched so far. They go very short side and don't look to go open side as much as the other teams, the other categories. So we'll see if they continue to do that.
So they start again. Once again, Singapore will make changes. They've had a couple of drives with this set. Going across to the left-hand side. Good high defence by England so far, but some good yards on.
They've got an overlap on the outside. Can they chase it down? They can. That's 6th touch.
So England will have the ball back, or will they?
So I know we're in the older age category here, but there is more complaining from these players that I've seen in any other category. Every time there's a call, excuse me, it looks like they're trying to argue every single call. Maybe it's down. I'm not going to guess what it's down to. I'll let them come and tell me after this. But they do complain a lot.
As someone who is nearing 50 in a couple of months, I can sort of see why.
They know better. And Mark Hobson was out in the corner, but he's flicked it back inside. Who was that did the flick? England's number 3, Christopher Davies, just flicked it inside. The ball went to ground.
It didn't used to be like this back in my day, you know. So Singapore go again. They use a sub box.
I think we've got a slight injury down in the England sub box. England's number 40, and Moody's swinging the legs. I think he's got a bit tight hamstrings.
He's
doing his groin now as well.
Stretching quite vigorously down there.
One game to go, Ian, and then you can have a beer, mate. I think they will be starting this early.
Wow Hong has the ball, gets it to Jim Layard. And again, just patient build up here from Singapore. They're just being driven back by the England defence.
Yeah, it's last play, so England will look to stay square. Oh, good tip on. Oh, it's an NFL pass.
Well, as this game continues, we're going to hand over to the studio. Ian is with England Open player Sam Jones.
Well, welcome down to the studio, everybody. We're here with very special guest Sam Jones. And Sam, we've got to say congratulations because you've just made your 50th international cap. How's it been out there this week?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been excellent. 5 days is bloody tough. I've never done that before.
Yeah.
Can't say the B word. We're live here.
Brother, tough, I said, yeah.
Don't worry about it. At least it wasn't a different word.
That's all right. Yeah. 5 days is tough. We put so much training and stuff into it. That it's kind of adrenaline kicks you through the last 2 days, I think, and various other coding and paracetamol and stuff. But no, I feel pretty good. Yeah, I feel better than I did when I was in my early 20s. So.
And hopefully 2 more games at least to come up for you guys. Now let's talk about how you got into touch, because you've just made your 50th cap. You only look about 18 to me. When did you get started and what was the route?
So I started at school. A shout out to my old coach, I guess, Nicholas Martenga, who's our first team coach at school. He's probably watching, to be fair, he loves touch. Kiwi guy, grew up playing in New Zealand and then got our school team, first team 15, playing in the summer and stuff. So just work on the skills. And then as I got older, I just enjoyed the pace of touch more. Yeah. Quite a small guy, so union was pretty tough. Just moved into touch full time, I suppose.
Jordan, I know you've got a couple of questions.
Yeah, we asked this to Dom yesterday, but I'd like to get your views on it as well. Obviously, the men's have maybe not had an easy ride over the last 10 years, but on Tuesday that was the first game you lost in 10 years in Europe. Has anything changed for you in terms of your preparation throughout the tournament? Because it is that a little bit more intense. There's a genuine top 4 this year. Has anything changed for you in terms of the build-up or during the tournament?
I don't think so. I suppose this year we're playing each teams twice, which my memory's a bit lack, but I don't think we've done that before. So it's kind of less emphasis on each game, more of an emphasis on building throughout the tournament and finishing at a good pace. It was good, to be honest. I quite liked that first game against France. It's the first game I've ever lost in Europe. Just kick up the backside that we needed, I think, to get us into shape, because we weren't mentally prepared at all on Tuesday.
Do you think that was anything down to, obviously there's quite a lot of debuts, is that anything to do with that, or do you think the guys needed that loss, or is that just day one nerves that you thought would have helped you through?
Bit of all of that, really.
Okay.
You're good. There was, I think there was a lot of new caps, and we've had a chat with our leadership group and stuff, and I take that quite personally as well. Like, I don't think that's part of my responsibility to get the team in that mindset to fire from the blocks at day one. So as long as we make that mistake in game 1, day 1, we can correct it and build throughout the rest of the 5 days.
Cool. Thank you very much, man.
Yeah, you're right.
Cheers.
Right, fantastic. Thanks, Sam. Great to see you, and at least 52 caps by the end of today, right?
Yeah, something like that. I've lost count.
Right, let's hand back to England, Singapore, and John Owen, Ben.
As is often the case when we hand over to these interviews, it's been the Tri-Fest.
Sam Jones being a real inconvenience having an interview while there's been 3 scores. So thanks for that, Sam. But there were 3 good scores, 2 by England, 1 by Singapore. Singapore going to hit back.
No, yeah, I think he's
good touch.
Yeah, he's calling the touch. The applause from the England sub-box in front of us suggests that was a good touch.
Absolutely was. It was a 32 scoop. Everyone hit holes, and the right England link, as we look at it, made the defending touch. That was number 8, James Barnett, that made that touch. Same setup play. They're going to go long instead this time.
Just balls in between the wing.
Yeah, that was
and the link.
That was Singapore's number 10, Hao Hong, that just couldn't get the ball to hand there.
England towards halfway, down it goes again. Down again. Oh, it's just not quite completed.
And here's one of those things where a referee's about to make a call and they're all deliberating again. It's the over 50s for you.
So Singapore have...
Yeah, they do.
They do have the ball. And it's that man Hua Hong again. So it's Singapore make changes on their sub-box. They're going up that right-hand side. Have to retreat back a little bit here. We're 10 minutes in. England lead 2-1.
Yeah, Singapore were just trying to get some substitutes off. I think the winger from Singapore thought the far side England winger was offside, but he wasn't, so he made the touch and had to retreat to go back to the halfway line. Singapore are going to set up their 5th touch play here. I think the referee lost the touch count there. He didn't put his hand up in the air, but he did briefly, and then that means it's 6th touch, and England's now got the ball to try and drive going forward.
So England have the ball again. Good drive towards halfway. Oh, this is a really good drive as they made good yards here towards the 7 metre.
I'll be looking for a scoop. Oh, there was a big hole there for England's number 8, James Barnett, but no one could give him the ball. Unfortunately, that was 6th touch, but good driving from England. They went all the way down to the Singapore try line. So a good finish. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the score.
And you say Singapore have the ball again. Okay. Towards the sub box. Singapore again. Over halfway, England come.
It's touch 2, third coming for England. They've got an overlap if they pass the ball. They should just get on this outside.
Now they've got space on the left. Space on the left. They've done it. Geez. And it is down.
Yes.
England 3-1 ahead. And they've enjoyed that in the box being in front of us. So England take a 2-try lead. And a really, really good drive here.
Yeah, the driving was great. And then they just got on the outside with the 3-on-2, didn't they there, Jono?
Yeah, space really did open up well for them. And there is the try scorer, Ian Spencer.
I think Singapore will feel a bit aggrieved here. Just watching them after that score, a lot of them went over to the referee and said, you miscounted, so you didn't get the 6th touch, you only counted 5. And they're feeling a bit aggrieved after that one, so they'll look to hit back here, and I think maybe that aggrievement will try try and spur them on to get that 6th touch. They've got an overlap. They're going to do it. They're going to do it.
Oh, Cole opened up and I think he's down.
Great touch by the England's winger number 9.
Yeah, touch
Mark
given.
Elliott, he has come a long way to make that touch.
Here's the replay.
This is such a good touch, all around really. Attack, defence.
It was. It was just in time on the back.
It was. Singapore created an overlap. They had 3-on-2, and England just managed to get that final touch.
Well, we're going to go back to the studio now. Ian has a father and son ref team. Over to you, Ian.
Right, I've got a couple more guests here, and yes, thank you to Jono there, father, son, duo, Julian and Theo, refereeing here this week. Let's start with you, Julian. A real family affair. Has it been nice having Theo here this week?
It has. It's been great. We've been supporting each other. We've been sparking off each other, giving each other tips. We're both at the same level, so it's really easy to kind of work together.
Theo, have you been in the same games as your dad at all?
No, we haven't yet. We've carried water for each other and stored for each other, but we haven't actually
been on the side for each other all the time, but we've not actually been appointed to one together yet.
Julian, let's start with you. How did you get involved in refereeing in touch?
So I started out as a union referee,
Right.
and then basically I found that I was spending a lot of time taxiing Theo and his sister to touch, and so I thought I'd better get involved whilst I was there rather than just being taxi driver.
And Theo, I suppose same question really. Is it just wanted to be like Dad, I guess?
To an extent. I mean, I was playing. I'm still kind of a player at heart.
Yeah.
I ref when I play, when I don't play, and play when I don't ref, basically. And I just saw that he could do it. We've all done the courses at the same times and just come through the system together. And so when I have a free game I'm not playing in, I'll ref it.
Well, we must say a big thank you to you guys and all the referees here, because what a job you've all done. It must be quite hard. The game's so quick, isn't it? And I don't know how you do it, because getting the touches right, it's so difficult, Julian.
It is. It's a real step up from anything that I've ref before in the UK. But you kind of get into a rhythm, and you get to spot things, and you get to know what happens regularly. So eventually you kind of get tuned in. It probably takes about 24 hours to get tuned in.
Now, am I right in thinking it's not just you two involved in touching the family? You say your daughter's involved as well?
Yeah, that's correct. She won't thank me for telling you, but she's... next weekend we're all off to France because she's playing for England Mixed 15s in the junior version of these Euro Championships. And Theo and I are both reffing. And their mum also is involved because she takes amazing photographs. So
are you allowed to ref a game with your daughter in? Is that allowed, or is it deemed conflict of interest?
Technically, I probably am. She probably wouldn't enjoy it very much. I have had occasion to ref Theo in the past, and that's been interesting, let's say. But yeah, we're on an even keel at the moment, so that's good.
Superb, Julian, Theo. Thanks so much for this week. We really do appreciate it. Superb job, wonderful story. Let's hand back to Jono and Ben.
And as you hand back, play coming back into the middle as England have just gone 4-1 ahead, and they're taking control of this game, Ben.
Yeah, I've been doing some dancing up here, celebrating. So England just do a traditional sweeper. They get on the wrong middle. Nice little scoop, step back into hole 1, and good dot down there. So England 4, Singapore 1. Singapore really need to hit back early.
James Barnett putting the ball down. Singapore just getting caught in a cul-de-sac. Great defence by England as they completely blocked out that right-hand side.
Yeah, they did. That's a really good defence by England. They allowed the Singapore players just to run that short that they do, and they ran into, like you say, a cul-de-sac, so there was no space for them there.
England just trying to gain some yards, but this has been a good high defence by Singapore, to be fair. And they're on final touch already. Well played by Singapore, but they almost got away down the right-hand side. They needed them extra yards with that final touch, though.
Yeah, I think when the pitch is big enough to, if you move the ball laterally enough. There's a bit more complaining here, like I've said before. This means that this means everything though. So they want that, and if that means they have to complain to try and get an extra call later on in the game that helps them, then so be it.
They get some fresh legs on. And you've got to really admire the commitment of this Singapore team. It's a long way to come here, and the fact that they've taken the invitation really is to be highly respected.
Yes, absolutely is. Like, they might have only had 1 week of holiday off work this year, and they've chosen to come to Nottingham and play in a touch tournament. So yeah, the commitment to the cause is great.
Certainly is. As England have the ball again, we're coming towards the final minute of this first half. England looking very comfortable, 4-1 ahead. They take the gold medal if they win this game. That'll be the first, if they do hold on, that'll be the first championship of this championship.
Yes, absolutely, and I think if England can win this one, then it will set the tone for the rest of the day, and hopefully England can take more medals. Yeah, I am being a little bit biased, but I'm allowed to be.
Well, considering you play for England,
exactly.
I think that's allowed. Here comes Singapore again, good driving as they come to the left-hand side, going to go back towards the middle now. Final touch. To go from a static start.
Yeah.
The England defence has been really good in this first half. Just the one score allowed from Singapore as the hooter goes to end the first half. We'll just have this one final play, and there goes the whistle. In fact, it's a penalty.
It's a penalty.
So Singapore will continue, and I think that... No, he's still continuing.
There's a lot of confusion here.
Out to the right hand side, and that will put a lid on the first half. A few whistles, a few penalties. Of course, if you are new to touch and wondering, you cannot finish the half or full time on a penalty, so play has to continue. But that's it. 4-1 after 20 minutes, and England looking very comfortable here, Ben.
Yeah, if we just look at some of the replays here, England have gone down the middle very well, and you can see by this first goal that they've just driven on them, and then big hole in the middle and it goes straight through.
So that was right now England putting England ahead. Singapore came right back, right?
They did. It's a great right of reply, wasn't it? You know, I think it was straight from the tap off, and they've gone straight through on the outside, and
really good speed by Chris McNamara there to put the ball over. So it was 1-1 there, but then England just slowly started to take control of the game. That hole opening up for Chris Davis.
Yeah, sweeper play here, and they just get on the outside. And what England have done well in this game actually is get on the outside, step back, and then try and cause havoc with their hole running, and they've actually done that quite well in this second game that I've watched between these two teams. And then they get on the outside with this one, and so what that first score does, when they create that step back, it causes defences to tighten up, so then there should be some space on the outside, which has caused this overlap, and it's an easy 3-on-2 which most teams should complete. So that was another good score for England.
Ian Spencer with that touchdown, and then it was 4.
Same thing really. They send a sweeper play, they actually dump on the incorrect middle this time. Instead of getting on the left middle as they look at it, they actually get on the right, so they pick up Scoop. It's a really good knowledge of the game. He steps back, hole one was open, and he went through,
and that was James Barnett. So England in control, and as we said, they will win the gold medal if they hold on and win this game. So looking good for the first bit of goal for England.
Yes, hopefully. We know that Singapore can score tries, so England won't be complacent at the moment. They'll be pushing for some more. They'll be pushing for the defence to just be as tight as it was last time. In the first half, and they won't be complacent yet. They won't be thinking about that gold medal just yet.
20 minutes to go, and we know that Singapore have the players who can certainly orchestrate a comeback, one we have picked out. Wow Huang, everything seems to go through him, especially when he's on the field, and he's coming back out now, so it looks like he's going to start this second half with Singapore.
Yeah, it's interesting watching that first half actually. England have done their homework, so from the first time I watched this game, they shot on Hwao Hang, who picks up out of half, so obviously as half you can't score. Whereas this time it looks like England have allowed him to run, and they're trying to go man on. Because he can't score, they're going man on, which doesn't create the overlap, which doesn't create as many holes. So I think England have done their homework on Hwao Hang, and it'll be interesting to see how they combat him in this second half. And looks like Singapore have got the tap off, have they?
I think they have, yeah. I think England started the game, so Singapore with a chance, and they need to get a good drive here, and they'll be wanting to reduce the arrears from this opening tap-off.
They've got to do it early. They've got to put the pressure on England early. If they don't, England will look to go over the top of them, so they've got to try and get this score as early as possible to just put that little bit of doubt in the England mind.
Oh, not too far away from starting again. Just a few seconds. Just waiting for the hooter to go. Singapore, they look anxious to get underway. They were out there a lot earlier than the England team. They really want to get on with it.
It's the football analogy. Send them out early, put the England defence on some pressure, so they know they're wanting to get out there and win.
So we are underway here with the second half. 20 minutes to go. Can Singapore mount a comeback, or can England hold on and take this gold medal? We will find out in 20 minutes time. And here is Hwao Hong with the ball.
They've not got the setup they want, so they're going to have to go off the cuff. They've got an overlap. The step back's on.
Good defence.
Oh, great defence by England's number 9, Mark Elliott. It's the one that we showed in the same defender as in the first half.
And again, they've just plugged up that hole on the right hand side. The defence has played so well for England in this game.
So far, yeah, absolutely. They're allowing big enough gaps to think Singapore can get through them, but then they're able to close them up. So good defensive policy. England are now going down the field. 15. Oh, what have we got? Oh, we got cramp. We've got.
No, they see.
I think it's cramp. It's nothing else. Number 1, James Layard. Number 7. Apologies, Robert Coughlin. He dived to make the touch. He got cramp. I'd be running at him right now.
He's moving a bit gingerly, isn't he?
It was a great touch though by Robert. So fair play. And he's going to go off and do some stretches on the sideline. He's got 18 more minutes to go. So keep going, Robert.
There is nothing worse than that intense pain of cramp, is there?
Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad, especially when you're on the field as well.
Oh, handling error, and that gives England the ball back, and they're just shy of halfway. So a good opportunity for them.
Go forward, England. Go forward.
They get subs on. Drive down the middle. Oh, there's an overlap here. Oh, he's just behind Ian Spencer.
Yeah, Ian Moody should have just took the ball on a bit closer and tried to draw that far Singapore winger in, and then it would have been a 2-on-1, but he passed a bit too early. So, again, more deliberation from the referees here, slowing the game up for the players. I think the players want to play a bit of quicker speed. So Singapore have got the ball. That's their first touch.
So Singapore building down the left-hand side again. Oh, and they've got a bit of speed. I think that may have been forward, and fair play, they stopped straight away. However, they do have the ball still, so there must have been an infringement. Hwang picks it up.
It's gone short side, so they've done what I've...
Oh, it's not taken. Unfortunate, Matthew Tucker. It was great play by Hwao Hong. He got into the end zone, got into space, was just looking for the open player to put the ball down, That was a great opportunity for Singapore.
It was. Mark Elliott did have the man-on situation and would have got the touch, I think. So good defence and good play all around.
And it goes. Final touch. England need to make something happen here. It was almost an interception by Christopher McNamara. Singapore have it again. It just seems to have picked up the pace.
It's got a lot quicker. These guys have only got, at the start of this half, it's 20 minutes for the rest of their day, the rest of the tournament, to have a gold run, you neck it by the end of the day. So I'd be giving my all. These players are definitely doing everything. The speed has definitely picked up.
It's really is quick from end to end at the moment. He's in touch. Jamie Salmon standing outside the line as he received the ball, but it looks like there was an advantage anyway.
Yeah, I think it was a not walking forward penalty, so Singapore will have a set of 6 here to try and set something up and hit back.
Just going back a bit now. Side, it comes back inside.
Singapore just going from right to left here, trying to just open up the space. Now they're going back to the right. Are they going back to the left? See where that space is? Nope, they're down the middle, and England's number 3, Christopher Davies, just got that touch in time, so no score there.
Just going to try again at the 7 metre. Coming to the right hand side, England have that blocked off, and that ends the play. Good pressure by Singapore, but equally well dealt with by the England defence. So England start again. They made some changes from their sub box. 5 minutes gone in the second half, and it's stepped over by Simon Whitten. I think Singapore are to get the ball back, are they?
No.
No.
England have got a penalty for Singapore being in the ruck there, so England will get a tap-off move. Essentially, they'll look to run their tap off if they've thought about it. That second touch.
It's pointing away. Comes back in the middle.
Good sweeper move. Have we got an overlap? We do. Oh,
just a little eye. Mark Elliott, he really tried hard to bring that down, but it was just on his fingertips.
He's tall, but he's not that tall.
See it again here from behind. It's just a little too high.
Yes.
Singapore starting very deep, and a high defence by England. They're not allowing them.
Great midfield press so far.
Get to their sub box, but they've used 4 touches and they're still not at halfway. And England managing to force the turnover.
And that's why the game's going to be won or lost this second half. We've got just under 15 minutes to go. England's midfield defence have just won out on Singapore there, so they've got a penalty, a new set of 6. And I'd like to see them get down the field and score this 5th touch, and I think I'd breathe a bit easier if England can get that 5th touch.
Yeah, they're very patient in the build-up. Drop down. Avoided the touch twice there. He's finally touched now. Just at the 7 metre. Again, England just looking for the holes. That's final touch.
It's a bit of a scrappy set from England here, isn't it? So they've created not a lot, and they've not really got towards the try line. They needed to get to that try line and really put the Singapore defenders under pressure, but they didn't do that time.
It was almost as if they just ran out of ideas and wasn't quite sure what to do.
I feel exactly the same. It was a confusing set from everyone, so I think people just need to calm down and settle down and just see if they can get through this next 12 minutes.
Singapore drive again. They're coming to the right hand side. This is a good drive, but finishes with 6 touches, and England have the ball back. Called back by the referee.
Are we clock management yet, Jono?
Yes. Good question. I think England ideally would probably like to try and get another one on the board before they start doing that.
I think so, but every stoppage would be great for England. We've got another one here, so just a couple more seconds of being eaten up. The referee's explaining what's happened.
And Jim Layardu is the Singapore captain. He's getting in the ear of the official. He knows that time's running out.
Yeah.
And they've got to get 3 scores just to get level without conceding. So England try to get it out to the right-hand side, but it's turned over to Singapore.
Yeah, you can see the pressure there. I don't think England should have gone to that side of the pitch with that last play. It was last play. They should always come back to their own sub-box, because that means Singapore can get substitutes on and off very easily, and they can now put the pressure on England. So, a bit of a disappointing last play, but they're going to have to work hard to just defend this set out, and Singapore are going to look to try and run towards the short side as we look at it.
Comes back into the middle,
Wow.
down at 7 metres. Wow,
short side,
he needs somebody open. He still needs somebody open, and he finds it. That's brilliant. Great ingenuity there from Wow Hang. He just popped it up into the air, and it dropped lovely for David Wilson to pop the ball down. But that was all about the play from Wow Hang.
England did pretty well defensively. It's the short side, so everyone should stay man on. You can see Mark Hobson slipping around. Wow Hang doesn't have anyone to pass, but he does. He pops it in the air, and he gets it to his winger, who cuts inside to dot it down. We've got a 4-2 score goal now.
Pressure coming back on England, and that will give Singapore momentum. They've got 10 minutes. They pull one back. They need another 2.
Sweeper play, got on the outside.
This space here.
Oh, they've hit straight back.
Incredible. And that is celebrated in the sub box. They know what that means.
Finals footy, you've got to keep calm in their head, and they step back and dive between the posts.
Adrian Riggs.
Oh, he's put it up
try.
his jumper, and he has scored.
And there's a lot of backslapping hugging in the sub box. They know how important that try was.
That was huge.
So Singapore work to do again, and they've got 9 minutes left.
One wise old head once said to me, if you concede and if you score and then concede, it means nothing. But then Singapore hit back, dude. He made the touch. The referee's pointing to the air. She's looked at her sideline referee. She's blown a whistle for the score.
It's that man Hua Huang. He does it himself this time as he bursts through and puts it down. And he's congratulated as he goes off. Watch it here. He uses the foot. Great dummy.
Does he get there? Definitely
provides the hole. Gets the ball down. 5-3.
Oh, we were breathing easy 2 minutes ago, and now it is all to play for. England need to go forward. They've used 2 touches. You've gone 2 metres forward. Now they get to their own 10-metre line.
He comes back. Now there's a bit of space to run into. Good yards on that drive. At the 7-metre. Touch made.
Just should have looked up. He had an overlap to the right. Last touch.
So
just kill the ball over here, John. Just kill the ball over here. Make Singapore do all the hard work now. You've got just over 7 minutes to defend out.
Singapore start again. They are very, very deep though. They'll go over to their sub box. Fresh plays coming on.
Good driving by Singapore. 5th touch coming. England will be happy with this. It's static. And that is a turnover. No, referee, you put your hand up twice!
Oh, and there's the opportunity, but it goes out on the left-hand side. And You feel it was already fifth touch?
I feel like that was 7 touches because the referee put his hand in the air twice. But no harm, no foul, no foul, no harm.
As England start again.
Oh, good handling there from England. Good driving forward. That's from the far winger, who was at number 16, Ian Spencer. Great driving. He then jogs out to the wing and look forward, but England have got away with it. They've got an overlap. Can he get on the outside? Give the ball to...
And he comes back into the middle. Oh, great dodging. He's through again. Oh, but the touch is made. Adrian Riggs.
For a big man, he moves well, doesn't he there? And England score!
Ryan Anglem finding the hole from the quick pass. And England go 6-3 ahead. And once again, celebrations in the box. There's a lot of high-fiving, a lot of celebrating. Let's watch this again as it was Adrian Riggs who went back, popped it down. Great pass, great quick pass. It just created the hole. Singapore stopped. Ball goes over, and England 6-3 ahead with 5 minutes and 40 seconds to play.
That was great. England moved the ball to the right. They tired the Singapore defence out. They then picked up. There was no one in the open side, and England just went through. Great finish.
Wang has the ball again. He's 7 metres out.
Referee's just pinged England for a penalty for not walking forward, so I think Singapore have to score here.
Yeah. Yes, you feel they do.
They do! Oh no, made a touch. I was getting a bit worried then. Oh, they have scored!
No, he has given it.
Oh no!
Jeffrey Anish. Oh, his arms aloft. I don't think he was expecting that
I
one.
don't think anyone expected that one.
There's smiles as he jogs off. I'm guessing Jeffrey Anish doesn't score many from that.
Wow, clearly that celebration, yeah. The nerves are jangling here, Jono. I don't want to be around Mark Hobson if he loses, that's all.
Well, they've still got 2 in hand. I think okay at the moment.
England send the sweeper here. Mark Hobson gives it to number 3, Christopher Davies, who got on the outside. Can he make the score? Good defensive read from 11, Singapore, Matthew Togger.
Yeah, it was a really good touch because the overlap was there. You see it here.
The overlap was there. It's a great defensive read. He just gets across in time. Well done. What's the referee going to do here? Does he? No, it's a new set of 6 to Singapore, so it's just a turnover. Great place for England to turn over the ball, though. If you're going to turn over in anywhere, that space there is the perfect spot to be in.
And down it goes as Singapore look to build along the left-hand side. Changes from their sub-box. 3.5 minutes for them to
Singapore
pull
score
back.
now.
That's going to put real pressure on England. The England defence need to hold
It's
firm.
last
touch. But it's that man Hua Huang. He's made things happen, but not
well
this
done.
time.
Well done. You can see all the England box clapping away.
There'll be some celebrations if they manage to hold on to the victory here.
Just over 3 minutes to go, Jono.
Yeah. You've got to give massive credit to Singapore. They've made a great game of this.
They've made this a real good ball game. The referee walks the opposite way to everyone else. He's called an over the mark. So Singapore have got the ball. They've got 40 metres to go to try and get another score. So it will be interesting to see how they construct this drive.
They start again.
First touch is they've only made 2 metres.
There's the helicopter with the trophy just hovering over.
We are that important.
Singapore haven't taken advantage of it, and England have the ball again. They just need to manage the game out now, but they.
No, that helps. That helps. Number 11, Matthew Togger, just got his hand to the ball. So a new set of 6 for England now. They just need to get down to the Singapore try line. That will really help them, whether they score or not. That's what their goal is here.
2 minutes to go. They're just going to want to manage the game, not to give away any errors or turnovers. Just slow it down and try and run down the clock as much as possible. Final touch.
That's okay. That's a good finish for England. That's where they want to finish the ball.
Yeah, Singapore very deep. They've got 90 seconds and they need to score 2.
Typically about 45 seconds to 60 seconds per set, depending on the age category, should we say, Jono? So I would say England are comfortable here.
They just need to see this one out defensively. Singapore will be giving everything to try and get over that try line.
Mark Hobson makes the touch, his 5th touch. The
space on the left-hand side, there's a player over if they use it. Oh, I think they're down.
They're down.
There's cheers from the Singapore supporters over on the far side. They are down. They've got it within 1. It's 6-5. But there are only 40 seconds remaining and England will have the tap off and they will not rush to take it.
Absolutely, you can tell they're not. You know, we watched some slow touch last night in the men's 45. The way they're trying to get to the ball was even slower. Look after the ball, they win the ball game. Let the ball go and ball to ground, they'll give Singapore an opportunity.
That's 2 touches. 3rd touch now. Again, they're driving very, very deep.
They're going to send the sweeper. Look after the ball. Oh, yes! Yes!
And there is the hooter. Arms aloft in the box in front. England have won the gold medal at men's 50s. A great game. What a comeback from Singapore, though. What a comeback.
What a game we had there.
4-1 that England led at half-time. 6-5 is the final score. England do take the gold medal, but they were really made to work for it.
Oh, that second half was brilliant. Singapore knew they had to put something on England. They really tried. They really, really tried. So, what a second half. I don't really know what to say about it. It was end-to-end. And yeah, so good. And England are now champions and they're so happy. You can see them celebrating on the pitch.
And great respect between the 2 sides there with the handshakes. And what a game that was. Well, as the teams celebrate down on the field below us, we're going to head back over to the studio. Ben has joined in.
Well, congratulations to the men's 50 team. They take the gold medal. It's our first trophy we're about to see. It is. But my word, what a game, Ben.
I mean, at half time it was 4-1 to England. I just didn't think Singapore had it in them to come back to like they did. And to come in within 1 score of that final, of winning the game or drawing the game, then yeah, it was such a good second half.
Well, they never give up, did they? I had Jason up from Singapore yesterday and they were buoyed because they'd actually beaten England already in this tournament.
It was a 3-match test series and England had won 1 and Singapore had won 1.
And it came down to this really, and they got the job done. That mental strength there for England to get it. I mean, Singapore came straight back into it, 4-1 down as we heard.
The nerves, for me, I'm not playing, the nerves were there. And they must have been nervous, and actually they kept conceding scores and it went from 4-1 to 6-5. Yeah, great game.
Why do you think that was? Was it just nerves, or could they just not stop that Singapore train coming?
There's only 1 game today for these guys, you know, so they're about to have a beer now, and they have got 1 game. Yeah, absolutely. Even at 10:27, they deserve a beer. 5 days of touch. We just see, we can't see it in the studio, but they've got a big huddle. Singapore, they had 20 minutes of touch to play. That's all they had to do for the rest of the day. You're going to put it all in, and they really did.
I can see you enjoyed that one.
Oh, it's a personal one for me. It was brilliant to watch. I'm very happy that England won.
Still so much to come up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to let you go because I know you're going to see if you can grab a couple of players for us as well. So I'm going to let you go. I'm going to bring our next guest in. Mel's going to join us as well. She's about to do the women's 27th semi-final game between Scotland and Switzerland. Mel, thanks for coming over.
Thank you.
You are the busiest woman here this week, aren't you? Not only have you been doing commentary duty, you've been refereeing as well. You've done 3 games.
Yeah.
Recently, you did 2 yesterday, didn't you? And 1 this morning already. How's it been going?
Been very, very busy. If only Ed Budgie give me a women's 35s jersey, it'd be nice to pop the playing onto the resume as well. But no, it was a great game this morning, the senior mixed, England-France, with England getting up before their clinch match later on today.
Now let's talk about your career then, because obviously a player as well. How did you get involved with touch?
I played in Australia quite a bit, just in after-work teams quite socially, and then I came over here and just to meet some new friends, meet some men. I thought I'd start playing touch.
I like the honesty.
That's Melissa Day for everyone playing at home, 075. But no, just to meet some new friends. And the social vibe of touch is amazing in London, where I live, but across the UK and in Europe as well. So many great tournaments. You meet so many good friends. It's a fantastic sport to play.
Nice little location drop there as well, London. Now look, we've got the women's 27 semi-final coming up with Scotland, Switzerland. What are you expecting from this one?
Expecting a really tight game. These two teams, in their first pool game, Scotland got over the top of Switzerland 6-2. But in their second pool game, Switzerland came back in a big way and they drew 5-all in their latest pool game. So there's another semi-final, England-Spain on one of the backfields, but I think we've got the best game in front of us on field 1.
Yeah, it is going to be a cracker. Now the pressure's starting to ramp up now. There's no second chances anymore. They'll be aware of that. But do the coaches, when you get to latter stages of a tournament, do the coaches change the message? Or is it that you've been doing a great job so far? Here we are, it's day 5. Just do what you do. You know what to do. Can you coach them now? Is it a case of you've been doing it all week, you know what to do, you know how to play, go do it?
You've got to feel for the coaches because there's going to be so much pressure on these teams, but I think the coaches are really just trying to keep the teams composed, get those learnings from all of their earlier games and have them demonstrate it in the matches that mean the most. And for these days right now, it's the game coming up on field 1.
A bit sad not to be reffing it.
I'm a bit sad not to be reffing it, but to be fair, really excited to have the view that we do of some fantastic players. Nicole Steiner from Switzerland, she's one of my favourite players, number 2. She's got 17 scores on the board for her team.
Wow.
And for Scotland, Tutu Osava-Dunran, she's on fire. She's got 20 scores. So they've got some real firepower in both teams.
So Mel, she's a referee, former player, she's a commentator and an ace researcher as well. Mel, let's go back to actually you again. Now we know you're obviously a player. Yeah, what a shame. Was it a natural transition to go into refereeing as well?
Yeah, I actually started refereeing when I got dropped from an England team for the Jersey 2018 Euros. But turning...
I didn't know that. Would have brought it up otherwise.
But, I mean, it's a great experience because I went into Euros as a level 1 and just had an amazing experience. And the referee teams, you'll see water carriers, you'll see scorecards. It's an incredible team of referees that we've got here at this tournament. And they've got their own goals, they've got upgrades, they want to facilitate really, really good games. So they've got their own internal pressures as well. But I love refereeing. I think you meet a lot of people, and when you get compliments after great games like you sometimes do, it makes it all worth it.
Nice compliments like you avoided saying probably best not, it's not after 9 o'clock yet, is it?
We've got to wait for the watershed.
We've got to wait. We'll be waiting a while for that one then. Right, I'm going to have to let you go in a bit.
No worries
Before you
at
go
all.
though, I just want to know your highlight of the week. So far, of course, so far.
Oh wow. Highlight for the week was, for me personally, I think commentating with Jordan Melling after the watershed.
That was the final game on Wednesday, I think, wasn't
Men's
it?
40s France with the Silver Fox. That was a personal highlight for me. In terms of what we've seen on the field, I think the Bulgarian team has been a real highlight for me. The absolute just guts, determination, positivity that they're showing. They're mixed open team. They haven't scored a lot, but they scored a great try against the England mixed open team, and the celebrations that I saw on one of the backfields for that, it was brilliant to see. So they're my team of the tournament.
Isn't it? That really is what it's about, because they knew they were coming here, small player pool. They only had 5 females in total. 2 of them unfortunately got injured and were out. And I mean, listen, that's hard, isn't it? That's hard going. But I've spoken to Stefan yesterday from Bulgaria, and it's about growing the game. You've got to play these tournaments. You're going to get beaten, and you're just going to have to accept that. But you've got to play them for 4 years' time, 2 years' time to progress. Otherwise, you just won't, will you?
Yeah, and you've got to play them to build the connections. I've seen Stefan, their coach, captain, organiser, he's going around, he's talking to different teams, talking to different clubs, like getting them interested in Bulgaria, in coming over, coaching. So what he is doing as an individual for his country's touch, it's amazing to see. Really
Fantastic.
good.
Look, I'm going to let you go. Thanks so much, Mel, for joining us during this break. Coming up very soon, we are going to have the women's 27 first semi-final, Scotland and Switzerland. We are still trying to get one of the men's 50 players. Mel, let's just have a little sing to the song that's going on behind. So I'm going to head over to the commentary box very shortly, go see if I can get one of the men's 50 and bring him up very soon. We'll be back for the women's 27 semi-final, Scotland and Switzerland, shortly.
yourselves, this is an announcement for supporters. There's a nice little red line dotted around the fields. This is the safety distance that regulations state we need to be from the pitches. So if all supporters can be behind the lovely red dotted line, that would be absolutely fantastic. Anyway, we carry on the party with a bit more Donna like a prayer.
Welcome back to the Highfields Sports Complex here at the University of Nottingham. And from now on in, the next 8 games are all knockout. Everything to play for. We should see a huge ramp up in the intensity. I'm delighted to say Mel Day joins me for the first time today after a hiatus on some refereeing missions. You was replaced by Robin Budd yesterday.
I was. We did a little swapsies, me and Rob.
Yeah, sub-box in the commentary box.
Yeah. I'm not sure what we're most ideally suited for. I heard some of Rob's commentary yesterday and I think he was talking me out of a job. I thought it was class commentary from Rob, and he's been everywhere today. He's the England referee, director, all-round organising talent, and yeah, a very, very decent commentator.
Well, let's look ahead to this one. It's the women's 27 semi-final, Scotland against Switzerland. England taking on Spain in the other semi-final on field 3. Final coming up later this afternoon. So how do you see this one going on?
Well, we previewed it in the commentary box just beforehand, but it's going to be an absolute cracking game. I mean, this is the game that people will want to watch this semi-final. These two teams in their last pool game, they drew 5-5 after Scotland won the first one 6-2. So Switzerland having an absolute resurgence, and they're the ones who are on a high. They're the ones who now have that self-belief that they can mix it with their Scotland 27s team. So
yeah,
it's as close as the last game.
They really took momentum from that Scotland draw as well. They beat Wales 8-5, beat Spain 3-1 in a game we saw last night. And now they are into the semi-final against Scotland, one game away from the final. And if we look at the overall table of the women's 27s from the round robin, Scotland finished second, 26 points. Switzerland third, 23 points. And look at tries scored and conceded, and this is where Scotland probably have the advantage. 76 tries they scored in their 10 games, Switzerland 48. But it's on the defence, Scotland only conceding 26 tries in their 10 games, Switzerland 46.
Yeah, which is something, you look at that going into a semi-final like this and you think, okay, you know, Scotland do have the upper hand, but Switzerland have the advantage that, you know, if they tighten up their D, it's a real controllable that they can do. But you're right in terms of the firepower across Scotland. They've got the top try scorer for these two teams with Tutu Osibadungren. She's on 20 scores for the tournament. She's just been absolutely outstanding. But across their team, most girls have, you know, 3, 4, 5 scores. Whereas for Switzerland, they really rely on that number 2, Nicole Steiner, who just has driven up the ball now. So look for that number 2 for Switzerland.
Switzerland with the tap off, and they have the first drive up the field, but good defence so far by Scotland. Scotland switch back, goes to the right hand side. Feature of this morning, and something that is very, very noticeable, is how many people are around field 1 now. This is the third game of the morning, and there's been big crowds around this field.
Amazing crowds. The supported bases of both of these fields. You'll see the camera pan across now, and all those Switzerland supporters in those grandstands. The team ran onto a tunnel that was 20 metres long, that was matched only by the Scotland supporters when they pulled out their tunnel. So a great atmosphere on field 1 today. As we see Scotland driving up the board. This is great momentum by Scotland. Going off by half, the defender judged to be onside, so touch made. And great to see end-to-end touch with these ladies in the first couple of minutes of this game.
Well, Switzerland start this new drive. We are going to head back over to the studio. Ian has a couple of guests from Singapore.
Hello everybody, welcome to the studio. I'm with, you're not going to believe this, my name's Ian. This is Ian. And this is Ian as well. The 3 Ians, you couldn't make it up, could you? And don't be fooled, they're not from Singapore, from the men's 50. England team just won the gold medal. Gentlemen, how are we feeling? Let's start with Ian.
Yeah, you got it right. Good job.
Congratulations, how are you feeling?
I'm ecstatic, I would say. We're just about clinging on now on the 5th day, but it's all been worthwhile. We've just finished with a great final against a great set of guys from Singapore, and we've just come out on top, you know, and it's a close game, but you couldn't ask for any more. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty happy about things.
White cap, Ian. We've seen it at Singapore. They've been great, haven't it? It's almost been like a tri-series between the pair of you. You know, you won one, they won one, and then you won the end one there. How's it been?
It's been very, very close. We're a top quality team, good set of lads. I just say we just squeaked it at the end. I think all 3 games have just had 2 or 1 try.
Yeah, it's been that close.
So really, really close games, right till the very last shooters you saw in that last game. So
now you probably don't care anymore because you've got the job done, but you were 4-1 up at half time, of course.
Don't remind me.
Was it a little bit of thinking, job might be done here, or that's never the case here?
No, they just kept coming, they kept bringing it, and you know, it's just the nature of touch, isn't it? You get a little bit of momentum, you get a couple of scores, and that's how it was in the other two games as well. So there was no complacency, it was just them bringing it, and we struggled to cope with them at times. They had some real talent out there, which at times we were just clinging on. So, but we managed to do it. So that's the most important thing, I think.
You certainly did. Ian, let's come to you again. What's the plan for the rest of the day? You're going to stick around, you're going to have a drink, you're going to watch the rest of the action?
Absolutely, we'll probably have one shandy today. That'll do.
That'll do, yeah.
But we'll definitely stop around supporting the rest of the
a little play on the scooters, we quite like the Nottingham scooters.
The electric scooters,
so a little play on those, and then just go to bed.
Bit of a party this evening, I think.
I think it's going to be a big party. Ian, congratulations to the England men's. And yes, please.
Just one thing from us, I mean, this has been a massive team effort from the 50s. I mean, we've had an incredible team behind us. Team England have done a great job. The coaching staff, Andy Sharps, Clive Lovering, Mark Holmes, Claire Knight, and also Will the physio, as well as the 16 players. It has been a massive team effort, and you guys up here have done a great job and really supported us. So from us, massive thank you to everyone. Really.
Well, no, thank you to you as well. Thanks for coming up, thanks for talking to us, thank you for representing England. What a great tournament it's been. It is Ian, men's 50, take the gold medal. Let's hand back to Jono and Mel for the resumption of Switzerland and Scotland.
Beautiful.
Welcome back. No scoring, and thank you to the three Ians. I think that's possibly a new sitcom we can get out of that.
Yeah, it's great to see those men's 50s, and watching them play, you could see Isabel Hobson down there with her little daughter with signs saying "Go Grandad." It's fantastic to see the men's 50s division, and they've brought their whole families through touch, which is great to see. Scotland on the attack.
Almost an interception there.
Ooh, got that.
Michelle Coco. And she would have had the whole field to run into.
It's great to commentate these teams when we have commentated them a few times over the course of the tournament. You get very familiar with certain players, and Michelle Coco, she's definitely one of my favourite players. I think in defence, she's just extraordinary. She just demonstrated there. Some great drives as well from her as well.
Well, the bagpipes are starting up, as you can probably hear in the background. Great support for both teams around the field, which is fantastic to see, and that's really what makes this finals day really special.
Yeah, the country support, bagpipes versus the cowbells of Switzerland. It's great to see. This is an arm wrestle between these two teams. This is where that 5-all draw nature of play comes in, where it's just great attack against great defence, and Switzerland are going to be very happy with their defence right now, but Scotland testing it on the outside. Scoop goes through, but touch is being claimed by Switzerland. Excellent touch.
Or is it? No, it is the touch, so it is still 0-0, and that's a couple of times we saw it while the interview was taking place, that Scotland have managed to get a half into the end zone, but just not quite found anyone open enough to get the ball down.
Yeah, Irene Valti with an absolute try saver for Switzerland there. They'll be very happy with that, because that was looking very dangerous. And they've backed it up with a superb drive. This is 5th touch.
And it turns over back to Scotland, so a real cat and mouse game to start this one. No quarter being given, and a lot of nervous energy down there. They know what's at stake, a place in the final. Scotland drive again down the right hand side.
Lovely, centering the ball with Frankie Alcock. She's got the ball now, passing off to number 14, Alexandra Watson.
Final touch. Good defence by Switzerland again, and look how eager they are to get on with it.
I love that. I love that aggression, that quickness in getting a really quick turnover. It's fantastic to see. That kind of attitude, that's going to be reflected in your attack all the way up the field here. Oh, great driving by Switzerland. They were looking a little bit static in those first couple, but they've gotten 10 metres.
Yeah, indeed. There it goes. Oh, it's a handling error, unfortunately, and Scotland will have the ball back.
Ooh.
Or will they? No, they won't.
No, and offside. We've got the current control ref. He's actually from America, and they do have a different style in America where sometimes they walk up to that penalty mark, and you can think the call is going the opposite way, but an offside as Switzerland going for the outside. Attempted dive going in.
Stephanie Cool with the touch there. Good close defence by Scotland, but still advantage Switzerland at the moment. Space out on the right hand side. Touch is claimed though, and touch is given.
Oh, another try saver there over on that far wing.
Scotland have the ball now.
Oh, this is fantastic touch. Oh,
Scotland working it towards their sub box. They're going to get fresh players on.
Oh, fabulous drives here by Scotland over the halfway mark. That's going to be fourth touch. They can set up for a strike dump here. Centering the ball, a 32 play. Short runner coming through, passing off, going to the outside, little step back.
And Claire Maxwell hands it off back into the centre. They can't take it, and Switzerland have the ball back, and that brings cheers from their mass supporters on the far side.
It's incredible the volume of noise that's coming from those Switzerland grandstands.
But they're giving it away again, and Scotland now have a really good opportunity. They're 10 metres into the Switzerland half, and they've got a fresh set of 6. Already at the 7 metre, 2 touches used. They'll just regroup.
Tutu Osfer-Dunran on the field, the number 13. You can see her right in the middle of the action here. Passing from half, wrapping around. Just a little bit flat-footed in that set of attack, but they've still got some touches up their sleeve. Great strike down, bang on
final
the 7.
touch. Oh, and it's just drops in front, and Switzerland have the ball back. It's 10 minutes gone. We've still not had a score. It's so close, so tense, so much at stake. Bagpipes start up again to try and boost the Scottish 27s team.
Oh, nice. Nicole Steiner, great drive by her through the middle of the field.
It's turned over again, and Scotland have it again, and they're so eager to get on with this, both teams, whenever they can start an attacking drive.
Yep, they're continuing here. Suzanne Brownie, number 2, with the ball now. She's been a great attacking option for Scotland. She passes from half. The Switzerland defence. We were talking about their defence. They've loaded in a few tries this tournament, but you wouldn't know it from this game.
No, they've really tightened up, and I reckon they've been watching video, because they seem to be shutting Scotland down at every single opportunity.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see, and they're really aggressive. They're getting up in their face, and you can see the Scottish attack. I think the Scottish attack, it almost needs to start from a little bit further out. When they are setting up those attacks like bang on the 7 metre lines, it feels like they're just lacking a little bit of momentum, and Switzerland are doing a good job at shutting them down as they race towards the Scottish line. This is that momentum when you're
it's
attacking.
The final touch, and unfortunately it's a roll ball, and Scotland will get it back.
But it's that kind of momentum coming into the line. Switzerland looks so dangerous, and I think that's what Scotland's got to recreate as they drive towards their own box.
Good drive themselves. They've got fresh legs on now, as well as they build down the right hand side. 4 touches. They'll be looking to set up here. Final touch. There's space out on the left hand side. Can they use it? Oh, it's a good defence by Switzerland again.
Fantastic defence. And a lot of scoring options there happening. Scotland just looked that little bit hesitant, don't you think? In terms of calling those plays and structuring their attack.
Yes, I think you're right. they just seem to. They realise that the Swiss defence is very, very tight, and I think they're just trying to work out ways they can draw them out and draw the gaps for them to exploit, but they've not been able to do it yet. They have got behind twice, but not been able to find anyone open. And they know they're in a game here, but with so much at stake, it's one of those games where you almost see that both teams are really frightened to make an error that could let the other team in.
I think so. Marie-Claire Maxwell jumping the ball and
saying, great play! And it was going to take something special to get the opening score and Scotland do it. That was a fantastic play.
They tried that on their last attacking set, one of their last attacking sets, and they have that whole hitter coming in. They pass around behind the back of her. They tried it once before and that ball landed just in front of Tutu Osipha-Dunran, but this time that pass absolutely on the money. Here we can see the 5 shooting through, the ball going back behind. Oh, what a score.
It was a great score. Tutu Osipha-Dunran put Scotland ahead. Now can Switzerland strike straight back from the tap off? They're at the 7 metre. Down again. There's space on the left hand side. They just hesitated a little bit, which stopped the flow of the move. I think if they'd not stopped and hesitated, the pass out to the left hand side was on.
Yeah, we've talked about number 2, Nicole Steiner, with that long ball, and she's just thrown it there. Hopefully by throwing those long balls, she's going to keep that Scottish defence spread nice and wide, and hopefully we'll start to see some holes on the inside, because she's scored plenty individually, so she's obviously getting through the middle of plenty of these 27's defences.
Scotland moving again as a great touch by Michelle Coco stops the move in its tracks for the moment. That is final touch, and Switzerland have the ball back. So a game of defences so far, and it was going to take something special to unlock the Swiss defence, and it was something special.
Yeah, we often call those plays like screen plays, where you've got that runner, that decoy runner going through. And you know what? That's the kind of play that, you know, you've seen in men's touch and mixed touch for years and years. And to see it executed so well at women's 27s level, it's just so exciting to see. And it's great that they had faith in that play. It didn't convert during one of their earlier plays, but they've kept at it, and it's paid dividends in a big way. What a great score. And here they go again.
Yeah, fantastic driving by Scotland, but equally good defence by Switzerland. Just probably a little hesitant getting players out of the box there, which held the move up slightly. Final touch.
Ooh.
Space out on the left hand side. It doesn't quite make it there though. 5 minutes to go in this first half, and it's been a great game. It's so close.
Yeah, fantastic to see, and I think that was the right option from Claire Hill to do that pick up and go the left hand side. Just a little bit more juice on that pass, and it would have looked good. And a shout out to the number 10 from Scotland, or the number 11, sorry, Marie-Claire Maxwell. She's just making the touch now. Her setup plays and her role in this Scotland attack, I think, has been exceptional. Her strike dumps, her direction. You need just those great setup players like her, and I think she's having an absolute perler.
She is indeed. And a lot seems to come through her as well. Scotland make some changes. It's a good drive along the right hand side, but again the Swiss defence holding firm. They're on 4 touches. This will be final touch. Can they get something happening at here? They're still alive. But once again, the Swiss defence just closing all the holes, giving Scotland absolutely nothing to aim for.
Yeah, number 10, Irene Valti, the defensive player for Switzerland, the white cap that you see. Great, you know, diving efforts in her touch. She's been exceptional in defence. She's already been a try saver in this half from shutting down a scooping player. Her commitment in that defensive role has just been, yeah, exemplary this game. Exemplary. I sound like a school teacher. I saw that word in a lot of my friends' report cards.
Suzanne Brownie diving through a couple of times, but she's touched as she goes through both times. She'll get another opportunity though as she strolls back to the 7 metre line.
And East Scotland links and wings, they're standing very, very wide from the middle, and this is why.
Here we
passing
go,
out.
open. Oh, it's well covered. Now it may open. Now, has that been given? No, the touch was made. Superb defence, desperate defending from Switzerland because it looked like the hole had opened up.
And this is where they've learnt that cover D, when these players step back inside, and here they go on the left-hand side. Again, little flick attempt.
I think that may be forward.
I don't think it was forward, unfortunately.
Okay, it's always nice when it happens behind the line, because you can confidently say that was forward. Anywhere else on the field, and it would have been a question: was that forward?
Exactly.
That was definitely forward.
But yeah, that Switzerland cover D, you'll often get players that step back in, and you need those defenders like running over and covering off those step backs. And Switzerland did it to perfection in that play. And I think that desperation, that support of each other, that's really what they've built on from some of their earlier games.
They have indeed. And they've kept it very, very tight. Scotland just ahead by the one as we have 90 seconds remaining in this first half. Still anybody's game with 20 minutes and a bit to play for a place in the final, but space opening up on the left hand side for Scotland here. Have they got the room?
I think touch was...
Oh no, it's not, it's been given. Touch wasn't made. Scotland go 2 ahead right at the end of the first half.
And we've seen them target that, pick up from half, targeting that far side of the field. Once again, just like that first couple of attacks, they try the same attack a couple of times, and it may not come off straight away, but they learn from those earlier plays, and there you've just seen a great step back and excellent score from Scotland. The way they're structuring these attacks is just so good at the moment. They're not losing heart if they're not coming off the first time. They're being really patient and converting on, the second or third go.
Switzerland got time for probably one drive at the line. They're on 5th touch now, and the touch made, so Scotland survive. And they look to start again. They've only got a few seconds, which is why they're starting very quickly, but there goes the hooter. And the touch is made, and that will be half-time. Scotland will be delighted with that. 2-0 ahead. It was such a close half of touch rugby as well.
So incredibly close, and I think just such a good game. Not many errors in the midfield. It's been end-to-end. We've seen both teams with real attacking opportunities on each other's line, but Scotland just seemed to have that composure and those really set plays that are definitely coming off for them.
And worthy of a semi-final, it took 2 moments of brilliance to open up the Switzerland defence and Scotland to get those 2 scores.
Yeah, we've seen so many holdouts from the Swiss defence that it really has taken incredible talent to cut through it. I think Switzerland is still going to feel very confident. They've demonstrated that they do have try-scoring ability in their team. As we said, their last game against Scotland was 5-5. It's 2-0 now. They just need to get across that line. I think they just need to get across, as we see the Scotland scores from earlier.
Yeah, this was the opening score. A piece of absolute brilliance. Some great passing there. And it just opened up Switzerland. And then this was the try number 2.
Yep. You'll see the player just pick up from half here, go in the opposite direction. Those Switzerland defenders just kind of getting caught with their back turned. Brilliant long ball out there by number 14, Alexandra Watson. And great score out there. And fingertip difference between that being a try or not a try. The commitment of that Switzerland defence has been great.
It has been absolutely superb. They've defended so well throughout that first half. And as we say, it took a couple of really special plays for Scotland to put the ball down.
Really special plays, and But yes, just so much to take from Switzerland. Their defence has just been outstanding, like dives all over the field. I really hope they can come back in the second half, and I genuinely think they can.
As we will see what happens. I think we're really anticipating this second half now. 20 minutes to go, and Switzerland, they possibly could only have 20 minutes left in this championship, so they've got to give everything.
They really do. They've got to make it hard. They would have come in knowing that they were a genuine shot at this gold medal game. And they really, the thing about this semi-final, it guarantees you a medal, and everyone wants to come away from the European Championships with a medal, so they're going to want that guarantee.
Wow.
My co-commentator Jordan Melling trying to distract me on the commentary with his slinky hips. Congratulations, Joe, if you're watching from home.
2 minutes ago until we start again. You see the Swiss team on the far side all sat down in a circle, just going through everything. I suppose, if anything, they've perhaps not been as much of an attacking force as they could be. They've had to defend a lot from Scotland, which they've done really, really well so far. But we perhaps need to see a little more of them as an attacking threat.
Yeah, I think so. They haven't had as many goes at the Scotland line. They have had a couple of repetitive repeat sets of 6, but they just don't seem to be playing that really expansive play. That said, the Scotland defence is just shutting everything down at the moment. But if they can just bring that desperation intensity and that execution level of their defence to the Scotland try line, I think they are in with a real chance. They're clapping each other's hands as they run onto the field. The Swiss cheer squad, we can hear the Swiss cowbells ringing.
Yeah, it's Scotland who have the tap off. This is an important set, a really important set.
So important. And the ultimate goal of both of these teams is a gold medal. They're going to want to just execute this second half with such precision and such success. I shouldn't ever say that phrase on the microphone. To take into the gold medal game, because that's what it's about. What's going to happen in a couple of hours' time.
And the crowd that was behind the right-hand goal has made its way to the left-hand goal now. And it is Scotland who start off this second half. A really important set of 6 for them. If they can get 3 ahead from this, Switzerland will have to do one hell of a comeback. But they've not quite got it down so far. They still have the ball though. Down it goes. Space opening up here, but it's another good defensive play by Switzerland. And they've seen out Scotland from the tap-off, and they have the ball back.
Yeah, great defensive effort once again. And you can see these wingers coming 20 metres off their wing to shut down some of these plays. Look at that. She is 25 metres infield to shut down that play. Fantastic defence. And Marie-Claire Maxwell, Scotland, once again, she was the one that got them set up, did the big drives, the go forward to give them that opportunity on that line. She's been outstanding.
She has indeed. This latest Switzerland drive comes to nothing as Scotland have the ball back. Again, they come forward. Some real pace in this Scotland squad. They make some good yards around the left-hand side. Comes back into the middle. Down again. There's space on the right now. But again, good defence, touch claimed and given.
That was their 5th touch, so they've just lost some momentum on that strike dump there. This is 6th touch. It's very hard to create something from this static play. Nice Switzerland defence. Getting their hand over, they just need to breathe. I think it's almost like they're driving now. It's like they're feeling the pressure to scoop from a fair distance out, and sometimes it's this driving. They're just not quite making the yards. That they just need to have that go forward, try some of those check-offs to get around this Scotland defence, because I think once again we're going to see the 5th touch just over the halfway line, and it's so hard to get through the defence. I think that's the second time now that they've just kind of gotten, 12 or 13 metres into the Scotland half, so they really need to work on their driving and try and get through that line.
So Scotland have the ball again. Not really panic stations for Switzerland yet. They're only 2 behind, but I think as time goes on, if it remains like this, they're going to have to start to take a few more risks, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think maybe taking risks in those drives. We talk about check-offs. They just need to take a really deep breath, make sure that Scotland defence is all on side, and then just try and get through them. This is good. Go forward here. So this is much better. It's going to be 3rd touch over the halfway line.
Switzerland.
So they're going to have a strike dump. Oh, she's taken off from half, passing through. This is play on here. She's racing to this far wing, but a much better drive. And the further they can drive, the further they can keep Scotland away from their O-line. And it's just going to take a Scotland error in their driving, an over the mark or a loss of control that, Switzerland just need that field position at the moment.
It's Scotland driving again. They're 10 metres away from halfway. Coming back into the middle.
Here we go, 2 tails for Donovan going on the outsides.
And she got it down.
And that touch was in again. That amazing defender, Irene Valti. She's been everywhere throwing her body around in defence. Without the commitment of Irene Valti on the field, I think the scoreline would be more like 5-0 to Scotland. So she's definitely earned her keep this game.
Switzerland come again, but again this move breaks down, and as it does, we're going to hand over to the studio. Ian is with Annika from Bulgaria.
Thank you, Jono. Yes, Annika from Bulgaria, and it's been your debut in the Euros this week. How's it been?
Amazing. To be very honest, there were some really tough days.
Oh, yeah.
It's a five-day tournament, which is the longest I've ever had.
Yeah.
But it's awesome. You have the best players, the best teams playing here. The level is really elite level. Never played this before, so awesome.
But it's good experience, isn't it? And you talk about a couple of tough days. I was watching your game, actually, the mixed game, when unfortunately 2 of your female players are injured, and you had no subs. You had to play the entire game with 5.
We played the entire game with 5. 2 girls on the pitch, no sub. It was really tough. That was the toughest day. It's tough not only physically but mentally as well, right? But we survived. We're here.
You've done amazing. You've done absolutely amazing.
We just had our last game against Switzerland.
Yeah.
Very good lads. But yeah, it was perfect. It was really good.
So kind of relieved it's over, but going to miss it a bit, I imagine.
Oh, definitely. The last day, at some point I was I want it to be finished, but now I'm can it be 1 more week or something? But definitely a lot of knowledge to take back home. We have a lot to develop. We have our juniors and kids, and we want to push there strongly. So yeah, we have a lot of learnings that we are taking back home with us.
Is that one of the reasons you've come over to compete as well? You mentioned the juniors there. They're going to be inspired by this, surely, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. First of all, we don't know if they are going to be inspired by our results.
I think they will. It's not been about winning this, has it, this week? It's been about the experience.
Exactly, but we cannot progress if we just stay on the same level, right? We have to be playing competitively. We have to get beaten. We have to get better, right? And that's the way to get better, to play with people that are better than you.
Well, Bulgaria, it's certainly been one of the big success stories this week of the European Championships. Annika, congratulations for the week.
Thank you so
for
much.
coming
It was
up.
a pleasure.
Thanks for coming
Thank
over.
everyone.
I'm going to hand back to Jono and
Thanks.
Mel.
Thank you very much to Ian and Annika. And as you probably saw, Switzerland have pulled it within 1, an absolutely fabulous try that they scored. It was Solange Seppi getting into the end zone and was really patient and found Lisa Luthi to put the ball down, and they really enjoyed that. But I think as we say that, no, it's a touch, so it still remains 2-1. Everything's happening. It always happens when we throw to these interviews.
I know. Always happens. And Solange Seppi, the Switzerland captain, scooping through, and she was just looking for a support player as Scotland go wide, but just putting the ball down. Solange, she's just a leader within this team, and as she was skipping through, the ground was erupting, and when she found Lisa Luthi on her inside, just absolutely incredible. And they've just got to take that exuberance and drive with it.
Yeah, we're going to have another look at the Swiss try in a moment, as Scotland have the ball back. Here we go. So this is from the behind, and we'll see it here. As Seppi runs in, and she doesn't panic. She knows she's got to find someone open, and Lisa Luthi gets open and puts the ball down. And you saw from the reaction and celebration, they really knew that brought them right back into this game.
It really did. Unfortunately, Switzerland, their drives have just broken down a little bit on the last couple, throwing a few errant passes. And as we saw, good little pass out.
Oh, this space out open here. And Scotland have opened Switzerland up again. Jessica Antes with space on the left-hand side. And Scotland breathe a sigh of relief. You can see by the way they celebrated that try, they really wanted that.
They love this play. You can see quick pass, throwing it behind that other attacker. Once again, a mirror image of almost one of their scores from the first half, but that just needed an extra pass out to the wing, which, yeah, Tutu did with perfection there.
So, 11 minutes to go. Again, Switzerland will not be panicking yet, and they'll see if they can maybe draw it within one again from this drive. Space opening up on the left-hand side. They decide to check back, and it's fifth touch, and again it's from a static start. Difficult to create anything, and it breaks down once again, and Scotland have the ball back.
Yeah, Nicole Steiner unlucky there. She did a really successful step back, and she was expecting her attacker to just be punching that hole on her inside. But the good thing about a tap-off, not so good that you've just been scored on, but the good thing with the tap-off, it just gets you up to the opposition line and puts some pressure on Scotland driving out. Because the one thing that you'll hear from coaches' boxes a lot is getting the 7 into play. Get the 7 into play. Drive really hard so that you are forcing that defensive team in their 7 minutes, because that's when the score's going to happen.
Scotland again. Final touch, so another good defensive set by Switzerland, but riddled away through Alexandra Watson, but just couldn't quite avoid the touches, and Switzerland have it back. But again, they're on their 7-metre line. They're very, very deep.
Yeah, they just need to get some pace on these drives. You can see these runners are almost right next to that half. They need to be coming from much deeper so that they're running onto that ball at full pace and really putting those defenders under pressure and catching those defenders offside, but they're just a little bit too flat in their attack at the moment. Running
through.
I think they're going to call it for a touch pass, unfortunately. Fortunately for Scotland, because they were through there.
It was Barbara Tout who went through.
Oh, nice little pass there from Lorraine Balti. You can see she was through here.
Yeah, I think the touch just came in, didn't it? Alexandra Watson, great defence from Scotland. They remain 2 ahead. We've got 8.5 minutes or so left in this game.
But again, huge positives. Switzerland were down on their line with the scoring attempt. That's exactly what they need.
They force the error, and again the cheers from the far side where their supporters are, giving their team fantastic backing from over there. just as the Scots are from behind the goal with the bagpipes. It's a great atmosphere around Field 1, as it has been all day, and we're only on game 3. We've still got another 7 to go.
I know, it's incredible, isn't it? Oh, great pass away. This is play on here. Unfortunately, 6 touch, but you know what? Great work again, getting down almost to that 7 metres. And we saw they were getting down to 7 metres, and their first 1 or 2 drives just weren't very good. So if they just early in their touch count, get those drives, you know, just have those runners coming from a lot deeper to create that momentum. They've got the potential to get down there.
Oh, that was a few more yards than they expected, and they're running through, but the touch is claimed. Suzanne Brownie goes down, but I think the touch has been called. Yes, and Switzerland have the ball. Quick replay here, we'll see this as it bursts through. I think, yes, the touch there, it was claimed. I mean, fair play, Scotland, they're going to play to the whistle, they played on.
Which is what you've got to do. Once you hesitate, you miss a scoring opportunity like that. It's not good. And here we go, so some much better drives right through the middle of the field. Pick up from half, pass off again. Unfortunately, I think that this is going to be a forward pass here. And you know what, this is where that depth comes into play. Their runners aren't coming from really deep, and they've had a couple of little suspicious passes that are just line ball, which if you're coming from on deep, you're going to avoid those.
Starting again, they bring fresh legs on. Oh. Another good drive by Scotland. Back into the middle there. Just holding up now. They've just really got to manage the game, Scotland, haven't they? They manage the time, not let Switzerland grab another one. It's 5th touch. Space opening up on the left-hand side, but it's well covered by Switzerland once again. Good defence.
Didn't look in question that they were going to hold them out there. Okay, let's see how Switzerland can dry the ball on this set. Take a touch and have these runners coming on deep. You can see Michelle Coco. That was much better from Michelle Coco.
They go towards the sub-box.
Much better. Keep on the go forward.
Still going over halfway now.
Here's some Switzerland appeals for a hard touch, but I think that was just a loss of balance. And that's 5th touch. Once again, they're just that little bit far out, but they're going to spread the ball here. A couple of quick passes off.
Just seem to get into each other's way there. They're going to have to start taking risks, I think, with 5 minutes to go. They're 2 behind. And that place in the final, it's still there for them. But they have to probably take some risks now.
Scotland just looks so strong, and their error rate, Scotland, it's. I don't think they've had a handling error this half. They've just been so good in their drives and holding this ball.
It's 5th touch. Oh, nice pass back onto the outside. The space opening up on the right. They come back in the middle. It's really good ball handling by Scotland. It's still alive for them. Oh, they've done it, have they not?
No, there was a pass while she was on the ground. Who is it? Irene Valti. She was on the ground full length, has reached out and made this touch from nothing. Look at that. Touch was in. Just incredible defensive effort. Irene Valti. Oh.
Well, it was desperate stuff and a desperate touch because Scotland were through there. I tell you what, if the touch hadn't been made, it would have been a fantastic try.
It would have been amazing from Scotland, and they almost deserved a try from that incredible setup.
Well, they have the ball again.
Keeping it close to their box to get some subs on. You can see the players coming on now, including Suzanne Brownie, who's created a lot of opportunities for them in this half. Centering that ball.
She gets it back, and now space opening up on the right hand side. She goes herself. Touch is claimed.
Oh, she was unlucky not to get that. Unfortunately, the Switzerland defender, we could just see her retreating behind this scoreline. On this replay, you'll see this Switzerland defender. Unfortunately, she's well behind that scoreline on the left, that number 6. But the touch coming in from the inside player.
It's Giving back over to Switzerland. We've got 3 minutes left. They're going to have to get desperate now.
They are. And it all comes from these drives. And they've gotten a penalty, which is definitely going to help them. It's going to give them 10 metres of space to hopefully drive hard and make some room. Here they go. Good passing. Oh, unfortunately, just another handling error from half.
Scotland just calming it down. They know they're in the box seat here. There'll be somebody communicating from the box.
Trying to burrow through there, but yeah, this Scotland 27 side, they're just class with attacking players just all through their team, and you just cannot give them the field possession that you are when you're turning over the ball before the halfway line. Unfortunately, Scotland are going to take advantage of it, which they have a couple of times as they target the outsides again. Great dive, and ball was down.
And
great
that
call by the ref.
has probably put Scotland into the women's 27 final. 4-1 they lead with 2 minutes to go. And you can see from the way they celebrate that.
Jennifer Wright, little quickie play. Oh, just a great dive. Jennifer Wright scoring at the right time. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the right stuff from Jennifer Wright.
Oh, incredible. What a dive. And yeah, that's clinched it for them, unfortunately, with less than 2 minutes on the clock.
And Switzerland, they'll try and take as much momentum as they can into the bronze medal playoff. And if they can get a score, that will give them a lot of confidence.
Oh, she's through.
She's down. They have made it 4-2. Unfortunately, a case of a little too late, but that will give them a lot of confidence going into their next game.
I thought she was, oh no, I thought she was half, but no, she's received
No,
that
she
from
received
half
it.
and just going on the outsides. What a score.
Just really used some great speed there. Marianne Paxot, who pops the ball down. They've brought it within 2. Scotland are still going to win this as we're into the final minute. So Scotland go to the final later today.
Nice. Good D. Michelle Coco, she was definitely onside there.
So we see Scotland back on field 1 at 1:50 p.m. in the final. England-Spain taking place on the other pitch. And we'll see if we can find out who Scotland will be facing.
And another score just to consolidate their win and bring some confidence into that gold medal match with England.
And there goes the hooter. 5-2. It finishes. A great defensive display at times by Switzerland, but Scotland in the end just having that little too much.
Yeah, they did have that little bit too much. Yeah, I think in that second half they're going to look at their game and just know that it did break down, unfortunately, with those drives off their line. A couple of mistakes, which the class of this Scotland team, any pod that was on, you knew they had a chance of scoring, and that's the difference in class. You know, with a team like Scotland. And Scotland, with that last score, they'll really be hoping to take it to this England 27's team in the gold medal, which I think I'll be joining you for later on today.
We will look forward to that. I'm going to release you so you can race over to the studio with Ian. So it finishes as Scotland 5, Switzerland 2, and Scotland will head over to the final, as I say, at 1:50 p.m. today. Next game is coming up at 11:40. That is the mixed open semi-final, Wales against Scotland. But right now we are going to head back over to the studio. Mel has raced over there and she's with Ian.
Yeah, hello, welcome over to the studio. Mel's made the long trip all the way back over here, haven't you, Mel? Breathe. We are literally 2 metres away, but we like to be a bit dramatic, don't we?
We do.
What do you make of that game, Mel? Scotland getting it done?
They got it done in a great way, and we can see Switzerland, despite going down in that game, and they'll be playing bronze later on.
Yeah.
But we can see all their teammates creating a tunnel for them to come off the field. The support within the Switzerland team, in particular, I think has just been so good. Switzerland, Belgium, Scotland, in terms of that whole country support, they've just been great.
Everybody just gets on, don't they? They just make it work. Now, I believe England did beat Spain. I believe it was quite a high-scoring game for England. I'm not totally sure. I saw it a few minutes ago. I think it was 13-1 to England. So that's going to be our final, England and Scotland. Who's going to win it?
Oh, it's so hard to tell. I thought Scotland played incredibly well. Tutu Osfer-Dunran, she was spectacular, and the plays that they've got going, and I think both teams are going to look at the footage from both games and look at these particular plays and how they can shut them down. But as I said, the Scotland team, every single pod, they've got so much attack. Suzanne Brownie, I thought, was exceptional that game. Maxwell, I thought, she doesn't score a lot of tries, but the setup plays that she does to enable the girls around her to get across the line, absolutely impeccable. In terms of versus England, England are a very classy team. Anna Wilson, who's one of my favourite players in the England team, when I've commentated her. I only met her for the first time yesterday and got to put a name to her face, but if she's on her game, I think it's going to be very hard for Scotland to run over them.
Absolutely. Now, I've got a bit of more of a technical question to ask you, because now we're getting to the latter stages. We have to have winners for the games, don't we? And that means they can go to traditionally what is known as extra time in other sports, but in touch it's known as drop-off, and it's really exciting, isn't it? For those who don't know, explain what happens if a game is tied at the end and we have to have a result, we go into drop-off.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and the procedure has changed a little bit from the last Euros. So what will happen is, if it's a draw at full time, then both teams will have 4 players on the pitch. They'll play 2 minutes of extra time. If there's a leading team at the end of that, they'll be declared the winner. And if it's a draw after that 2 minutes, they'll go down to 3-on-3, and then it'll be sudden death. And in the case of mixed, they'll have 2 men and 2 women on the field during that drop-off, and then they'll usually go down.
So how do you, it's difficult to plan, but you must have it in your head. The coaches will have it in their head, won't they? And I assume if you do drop 3-on-3, you just want your 3 strongest players out there, and you just got to suck it up and go for it, haven't you? Yeah,
coaches will definitely have drop-off teams that they know who those players are, who's going to go on, and it might vary depending on whether they've got the tap or whether they don't, because it's at this stage where even the toss at the start of the game is very important, because the team who defends the first tap-off, they'll have the tap-off in the drop-off. So you'll often see the toss happen, and for the teams who win that, they'll choose to defend in order to have that first attack in drop-off. But it's really exciting. Everyone loves the drop-off.
I haven't seen a drop-off game yet, but I really want to see one.
I almost gave you one with the mixed 30s quarter-final on field 1 yesterday, but unfortunately it didn't happen. But yeah, we've seen some classic drop-offs, but all the teams will be training for this as well. So they've all had their camps leading into this tournament, and they would have trained these different scenarios and taken it down to 4-on-4 and 3-on-3. So it's the most exciting touch around a good old drop-off.
Fantastic. Look, mate, I'm going to let you go have a little rest. Thanks so much for jumping in and commentating on that game. It's a real treat to have had you this weekend. If you're wondering why I'm wearing a jumper, it is absolutely freezing up here on the pavilion. Yes, it is sunny down there, but up here it's actually really quite cold. I was wearing a jumper all day yesterday. I look quite crazy when I go out for lunch up to the food vans, because it is baking hot down on ground level. But up here in the studio, it's like its own climate. Right, I'm going to, very shortly, we're going to hand over to Jono for the next game. Coming up, we have the Mixed Open semi-final 1. We've got Scotland and Wales. That is going to be an absolute cracker. We're going to have a short break. When we come back, we'll hand over to Jono for the Mixed Open semi-final 1. Enjoy.
Well, a couple of big announcements as well for this next game that's coming up. For Scotland on the men's 40, grade 7. Step it up to this, and that's the next one. You're Adams. Wales men's 45 to 5 at 11:40 Wales and Scotland. Goes on forward, Coventry, which is also won 10 €2 at age category. Conduct basis to John Ireland on the 150 back. Announcement from the referees. In the Class A, taking to field 2 is on his 102nd lap. So the referee taking to the field was in the second lap. Can you believe that? He said, I'm not blaming the car that I'm going to give it out of play very common. He said, this is in the second lap on field 2. Give me out of play. So we've got runner, we've got Nick Wood, and we've got Gerard, all celebrating big milestones on their caps. Nick Wood for Scotland, Phil Owens for Wales, and that's for the referees. So the next step off is 11:40. Let's see how a little bit of time for that kicks off. There is an official, this is your 5-minute warning. There is an official, this is your 5-minute warning. Men's 45, England versus Switzerland.
Yeah, welcome back to the studio, everybody. Just before we get underway for the first Mixed Open semi-final, I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Jay Austin, all the way from the States. And you have just got your black badge for refereeing. It's the elite level, isn't it? Congratulations, Jay.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Has it been a long road?
Yeah, it's been a very long road. I think we're from 1999 from playing until I started refereeing 2003. Here we are.
Now, the black badge is the elite level, level 5, isn't it?
Yes.
How do you go about getting to that level? What are the stages?
Well, you have to start off with your park rugby, and then you move on. You get to go to some international matches. That's your level 3, 4, and 5 from there. And it takes a jury of your peers to make sure you get it done.
So, of course, you get caps, don't you? You get international. So, just like players, the referees get international caps.
Yes.
Do you have to get a certain amount of caps before you move up to a certain level? Or, I mean, you said it's judged by a panel of your peers. Is it as simple as that?
It is, yeah.
So
yeah.
That is how it goes through each station, 1 through to 5.
Correct.
You think you're ready to go, or do they tell you you're going to get the next step?
No, you have to put in for it. If they ask you, you put in for it, and then they judge you. And if they see their product on the field, then they'll give it to you.
Fantastic. Well, huge congratulations.
Thank you.
You're from Chicago. You're from the Windy City, of course. How popular is the sport of touch in Chicago?
Well, there's only one team in Chicago. We're looking for some more teams to come in our general area. We're working on it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Any more games?
I have one more, yes.
One more. Which game is that?
Don't ask me because I don't know.
You don't know yet?
Yeah.
There will be another game.
Yeah.
Deservedly so as well. Jay,
Thank you.
huge congratulations. Black badge level 5, now joining the elite ranks. Jay Austin, thank you. Right,
Thanks,
almost
Ian.
time to get underway for the mixed open semi-final. Let's hand over to your commentators.
Cool. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it.
I have to say, Ben Meakin, my name's Chris Wimmer, by the way. Thanks to Ian for that chat between games. It's always good to hear of touch happening in all corners of the world, and we've certainly got representation here from the Americas, including North and South America here, as well as Scotland, as we can see with Eddie Sanwan, who serenaded the opening ceremony with his bagpipes and has continued to do that.
He loves
throughout the
it.
course.
He's
He does,
so
doesn't
good
he?
at it. This, I don't think he enjoys playing anymore because he gets to do this.
Yeah.
And this is something about touch. You get all your teams lined up and you run through the tunnel. It is such a special occasion on finals day.
But I have to say that, notwithstanding the bagpipes, this is turning into a bit of a disco already. The atmosphere's buzzing, and it's only 20-12.
You're dancing around, you are.
And I've got the Haribo. It's great. Other various jellied sweets are available, but it's only 20-12. So imagine what it's going to be like when we've got a couple of thousand people around this pitch for the men's open final in 6.5 hours' time. But in the meantime, we have got the mixed open semi-final between Scotland and Wales. Wales finished second with only one loss from their 9 games. That was a thriller against England on Thursday. Scotland finished third in the table. Their 2 losses coming in their round-robin campaign to England, who they lost to on Thursday as well as to Wales, which was on day 1, which they lost 5-8. So this is going to be one where, on paper, you'd have Wales as favourites, but you can't put anything past Scotland, who are, of course, the World Cup bronze medalists from 2019.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a great game. I think if Wales continue to do what they've done in the group games, then yes, you're right, Chris, that they should go on top, get out on top here. But then Scotland have got some great experience as Wales set up early to step back. They've got a hole in hole 1, and that is the first score for Wales.
We sort of wanted Scotland to put Wales under pressure, but with Daniel Roberts, the number 10, he's not the scorer, but he has been an absolutely crucial figure in Wales reaching these stages here.
Yeah, they run a sweeper back, so they give the ball back to the dummy half. Dan puts on the brakes, and Nottingham boy Owen Carroll gets over for the first score of this semi-final.
And here comes Scotland. They are the reigning champions as well in 2018. And that's been given as well. And all of a sudden, we are 51 seconds in.
Frantic stuff.
Shootout time.
Absolutely. What is defence? And I think that might be the nature of this game. And if we look at this replay here, so I think it's a sweeper. They gets it on the outside. No, there's no pass to the sweeper. The dummy half picks up, goes short side, and throws the ball to 4-on-3. So it's a great start. I think Wales here are going to try and do exactly the same setup they did last time. Owen on the sweeper, they give it to him, he's going to step back, he's going to belly flop to the floor.
It's Cameron Hart who gave that pass, must have been doing a massive amount of core work in the gym to be able to get that ball going 40 metres, even though it's perfectly dry conditions here in Nottingham. But Wales now, that's the key player.
Yeah, we've got a score! We've got the score!
Daniel Roberts, once again, he sends the ball out to the right, and it was the Welsh try scorer, Francis Campbell, who is unable to stop Wales from going in front once again.
So we do have the shootout. So if we just look at this replay here, Chris, they pretend that they're going to get the dump, they give it back to Dan Roberts. He throws probably the wrong pass, actually. He throws it out to the wing, but that makes the inside ball on, and that is 2-1 Wales.
Lovely handling there. Amberley Ruck with the finish. Great awareness there from the Welsh, and fantastic teamwork, as you say. It's not so much, it's choosing the wrong option is one thing. It's what you do about it. If that happens, is another. And hey, presto! Here comes the dive. No touch.
He's got a touch.
In his filth, there's touch just diving on the way through. Great one for the stills, not for the moving camera. And he's there running a dumb, and it comes right. So it comes left again. This time from Callum Streenan. But this time Wales have held out. The ball died a little bit as well.
Yeah, so Scotland tried to finish off with their last touch by going short side again on the, away from the sweeper. The far side Welsh winger doing really well to just chase that ball out and get the touch before the Scottish could get that ball down.
If you're watching on the quad box, you can see France against England in the other one as well. But we'll just let this game play out. This fifth touch play out from Wales. It's a scoop through. It's run. There's James Ainan. He's taken the scoop and he's fed the ball off on the inside. Kieran Evans is the man on the end as Scotland's defence melts away.
Yeah, so it's just a scoop. He goes short-sided, so he takes the Scottish number 14, Innes Phillip, just short-sided, and he gets to in goal because he can't get caught. And then Wales just escape their Scottish defenders. So we've now got a 3-1 score game here. And Scotland's just been caught at half. And just an update on that England-France game, it is 1-1. So the timings are exactly the same as what we've got here, so it's still 1-1. So we'll keep you updated with that scoreline as well.
That's if you're watching the Field 1 stream. If you're watching the quad box in the middle of 10 hours of uninterrupted touch live from the University of Nottingham, it's the only place where you can see the European Touch Championships. Or watch us back. If you're watching us back on Sunday, then happy hangovers to you.
Dan Roberts with a scoop. Oh, unlucky.
Ross Taylor just fails to grab the ball in, but this is already being played at a frantic pace, this game.
Yeah, absolutely. The driving from both teams are both looking to sub every time. Dan Roberts with a 32 counter steps back short side. He goes in for the score. Does the touch get in by number 4? Luke Bishop makes the touch short side. Good recovery defence there.
Daniel Roberts is the heart of this team, isn't he, in terms of the attacking?
Yeah, absolutely. He's calling everything. You can see him with the ball up to his mouth, trying to filter out what the Scottish can hear with Owen Carroll. Look at that ball. That has gone a long way with so much ease. And that is another score for the Welsh defence.
That was lethargically brilliant, wasn't it?
I think that's probably what you could call Owen Carroll in general life.
Rachel Thomas-Evans catches that pass. Catches that pass superbly to dot down. So many times at club level in particular, see those balls hitting the deck, but at international level, that's one thing this week. We've seen them stick like glue, and Thomas Evans increases Wales's lead as they start to take firm control with only 5 minutes gone, and we've got another 35 minutes left to play. As Scotland, ball comes inside. Lucy Preston.
Good defence by the Welsh.
She gets shut down. It comes back inside. Alan Clephane, and he's looks to be darting through. No, here comes the touch. Wales's defence holds firm. William Smith there on the touch in the middle, number 9. And Wales now drive up their own sideline, bringing fresh players on, keeping the momentum up, putting Scotland onto the back foot. They're over halfway already. Here come the Welsh. Alice Malcolm Wilkinson, and now it's inside. Sir Emilio Grattarola, He's darted around. Scotland unable to stop him, and he's over for try number 5 for the Welsh.
So that actually started from where the Wales were defending. They defended very well. They got the Scottish. The Scottish couldn't really get to the try line of the Welsh line, and they drove 70 metres and scooped on fifth touch. Everyone went short side, and as you can see, they just little switch back inside, and no one else was underneath. So good score, really good score. And already it's starting to look like hard work for Scotland. They've got to put in a lot of effort here.
They are the reigning champions, but they've got had a lot of changes to the team which won that title in 2018. But here they are, they're building up, continuing to play, spreading it right to Ruth Ferguson here on this near side wing.
Scotland are looking to try and get on the outside. They're trying to sweep on the links, and the middles are doing a lot of work to make sure that the dumps aren't on the links, so they're having to chase from left to right. I think if the Scottish could actually just take off on those touching middles. There's a lot of holes through the middle, so I'd like to see them exploit that instead of trying to get on the outside as much.
Douglas Johnson's pass inside just rebounded off a Welsh player, and it then counts as a turnover, not as a fresh set of 6. That's just one subtle rule change, or one subtle rule within touch, is that the ball's got to be played at for the attacking team to retain possession. But here comes the danger man, Daniel Roberts, dictating play once again for the Welsh. They look to go left, but instead they go right. He's got dancing feet, and that came very close to being absolute brilliance from Owen Carroll on the collect. But the ball just hits the deck, just can't control it.
Behind the try line view, Dan Roberts picks up, shimmies, he's in. Does this go down? Does he score it? Oh,
close.
It was interesting. I was talking to a few wingers recently. They were saying that if you've not actually got the ball in 2 hands, the referees aren't giving it, whereas we see in Union and Rugby League where there's downward pressure, we don't really get that in touch currently. So that's definitely a subtlety between the 2 different codes.
And no TMO here either. Here come Wales for the dive. For the dive, that's Reece Lynch going over, but Douglas Johnson's defence for Scotland, superb there, from working really hard to shut the Welsh out.
Had to pull a big corner there, so I'd expect the Welsh to do exactly the same thing, but try and counteract that. No, they go the opposite way. There's another sweeper. Hole 1's open.
Daniel Phillips this time. Daniel Roberts this time is shut down by the Scots, but he's created more than he's not at the moment, and here he comes again, the Welsh playmaker, back inside, blind pass. This time the Scottish defence is not fooled, and they can clear up their right hand wing, start to bring some fresh players on. We can see them lined up ready to go, and here comes one of them now. That's Catherine McHardy, and now Ross Taylor. And Taylor gets the ball back off the floor. Little interplay with Luke Bishop as Scotland are asking questions of the Welsh defence. Here it comes from Taylor. Outside to McHardy. She finds Ruth Ferguson, but the defender's there. Amy Rees. Fantastic work rate from the Welsh winger. Shuts it down. 6 touch, and that's the turnover for Wales. Wales hold out this time. Scotland are needing to score at least a couple of unanswered tries this side of half-time to keep themselves in contention, you feel. As we saw yesterday, especially, or certainly a couple of days ago when Wales played England, Wales were trailing by 4 at half-time and then came on strong in the second half. There's absolutely no doubting their stamina as they bring on some fresh players and they bring on some fresh intensity. Try scorer, Emilio Grotterola. He tries to put some pace on, but Scotland shut it down. 6 touch turnover. Taylor.
That was the first time that the Welsh have subbed on without really a plan, and you can see that they didn't go forward enough, and they should have got back into the middles, but they didn't, and they didn't get as many yards as they did when they were a bit more organised.
Scotland have created
the 3-on-2, pass the ball, should be in, and there's an unanswered score there, Chris.
That was when they brought. That's one thing when he said in terms of Wales sending on subs without a plan. Scotland automatically they sent on Lucy Preston, who we've seen on the far side link. She came on at the near side link, and then all of a sudden you had the overlap there. They're sweeping on further wide, the male players, and it just created that little bit of a mismatch and an overlap.
Male and female players, and that's how they got that overlap.
Meanwhile, over on field 2, England-France is turning into a shootout as well midway through the first half. It's 3-3. There's absolutely nothing to separate them. Those are the teams that finished first and fourth. Wales finished second. That's gone. Has that gone forward? No, that hasn't. Has that hit the deck? Yes, it has. Scotland will restart from the 7.
Wales are showing a lot here in attack. They've had a lot of success on sweepers. They didn't score on the last sweeper set, so they've now changed it up, which is something that I don't think they should have done. They should have stuck to sweepers to start to keep on this second half. They went to a 33 short, which is also known as a hammer, and instead of giving the short runner, they gave it back to the dumper, and they couldn't get on the outside. They did have the overlap, but the Scottish winger just shut in there, and the ball was ground. I'd like to see them keep on with those sweepers at the moment, because that's where they've had so much success. But Scotland look to scoot here. Link hole's open, and I think it was a touch and pass.
Yeah, they've given that as a touch and pass. Catherine McHardy just couldn't control the ball, but Scotland's just Ross Taylor And Luke Bishop again combining through the middle channel to ask questions of that Welsh defence. Scottish giving Scotland good momentum. But speaking of that, Wales are now rolling into the Scotland half. Couple of touches still to play. Here comes Grattarola. 5th touch. Wales have got one play to try and create something, and they created that? It's just fantastic defence coming in again from Scotland.
Yeah. The far side link, we'll get her number, I think it's number 12, Frances Campbell, was just channeling, so the ball had to go over her head to make that touch, and then that gave her enough time to just get cover over and make sure that she can make the touch. So it's good defensive there.
Here comes Scotland. They've looked to create that mismatch again on their left hand side. It's the experienced Alex Clefane. He's got the ball back into his hands. He's the half. He can't score. He's going to have to pass the ball to score, and he's done that. And that's a fantastic scoop and score from Scotland. They have scored 2 tries unanswered, and all of a sudden they are back in this at 5-3.
This game changes in a heartbeat, doesn't it? We had Wales on top. They've then changed their attacking move, which I don't think they should have done. Scotland have gone down twice because Wales haven't scored, and they've scored twice, so it's now 5-3, and there's only 2 in it. We have definitely got a ball game.
Ball games all over the University of Highfields. The University of Highfields Nottingham Sports Complex. It's been a long week. Day 5 of 5, and only midway through it. And Wales going for the dive is Owen Carroll. He's touched on the way to the ground.
Yeah, I was commentating on on Owen's dad's game yesterday in the Welsh 45s. There's also his uncles were both playing. He's got 2 of them, so it's a family affair here. His mum's, we've got to step back. Is Owen in? He is. This is superb footwork by Dan Roberts here, and he is casually walking off, knowing that he has done something quite special here. As he steps back, that was very quick replay, but as he stepped back, it created the hole, and he just went through.
It was a quick replay, but not as quick as his footwork.
No, absolutely not.
Roberts says,
"Here we go. Here's the replay." So Owen gives it back to Dan. Dan steps, bam. And then that creates a big hole. Owen walks through it. Good reply. Wales needed that reply. They're now up by 3, and that is ball down by Scotland. Unfortunate there.
Unfortunately, we've lost the score on field 2.
It's so quick out there as well.
It is. It's almost like we could commentate for the quad box on this, couldn't we? As England don't score on that side.
It's a Josh Ingram long ball. Yeah.
But here come Wales, though. We'll concentrate on what's actually in front of us as opposed to what's happening elsewhere. That's a 5th touch on Callum Richards. What's interesting is that Scotland is that...
No, did he make the touch?
No. Yes. Amazing defence there from the Welsh. The Scots aren't happy with the touch that then came in from Callum Richards. But what's quite interesting with Scotland are rotating really well between having their male links up against female links and defending. Just this time it just doesn't come off Frances Campbell. But it's interesting to note that Scotland, when they're defending, they're managing to get female link on female link, and in attack they're having male link on female link. So they're managing to swap that, and Wales aren't doing that.
No, maybe Wales think their women can get on top of their male link, the opposition there, whereas Scotland are really trying to put it. Wales have got the outside. It's just a bad ball there by Kieran Evans. Sorry, so just go back to your point. It's the nuance of mixed touch. Normally you're trying to get your male link on the opposition female link. Technically they should try and get around them, but if you've got an athletic link, female link, then they help so much, and you'd look to back them against anyone in this game.
And here come Scotland. They've got one strike play to come.
They had one strike play. They've just lost the count there, Scotland do. The referee put his hand in the air, which signals 5th touch coming. And coach killer Kieran Evans goes on the outside, who just missed this 2-on-1 near us here. He's just swept round, he's dropped the ball, so Scotland have got another opportunity now to try and get this 4th touch.
think England have just taken the lead 5-4 in the other semi-final. Both games tapped off at the same time, so there's 3 minutes to play until the hooter. And this
we've got a score.
We have got a score. Wales, even though Scotland were playing a metre or so outside of the Welsh line, Wales just weren't able to make that extra couple of inches back, and we are back to a 2-point ball game.
Yeah, we'll just analyse this replay when it comes up. It seemed they were frantic, and it didn't look like Scotland had much of a plan. But as they take this outside, number 6 there just drops. He stumbles, he throws the ball back, dumps the ball. Number 10, who is that? Douglas Johnson just gets the ball back, and he just dots the ball down between the 2 Welsh defenders.
Here come Wales, building once again, and the dive comes in on the left, and that's given. Is this given?
The referee's deliberating.
I think the call is that the touch was made, but potentially by an offside player, and that has been given to Owen Carroll once again.
Yeah, so as the touch was made here, he's gone short side, Owen Carroll, and he got caught just as the pulled corner. Oh, Wales have run this move twice already now, and it's absolutely lovely. So we'll just look at this replay.
Daniel Roberts is, as I say, he's just got that little bit more time and space that some of the,
so if you look at here,
completely.
So Reece Lynch and Dan Roberts actually went to university together. They know themselves inside out, and what they do is they check the ball back inside. They go down, go down. And as the defender starts going towards Reece Lynch, he then checks it back out on a quick play, and there's a 3-on-2, and Wales get in at the link hole.
It's a fantastically simple move that's difficult to execute, isn't it?
Oh, it's so difficult because you've got to have quick hands. You've then got to have the capabilities of stepping out and be thinking about it. Oh, wait, Scotland got an overlap ball down.
7-4 the current score to Wales. We've had a little bit of a technical glitch, but we're catching up with everything now. But more importantly, it's a technical glitch with the score, with the graphics. It's not technical glitch with being able to watch stuff, because you can't take your eyes off this game as Wales flood the attacking channels once again in the final few seconds of this first half. Scotland scramble and shut things down. James Ainan gets the ball back. One play for Wales before half-time. They're getting the ball wide. Dive comes in, and that's the score, and Wales are going to have a 4-try lead going into their break, and they have scored at exactly the right moment.
That was great heads-up footy there by the Welsh. They didn't get a really good last touch set-up, so they had to come from static. He steps in, he takes on short side, he flick out the back into hole 1, and the female link of Scotland couldn't get into that hole to cover it. So great score to finish that first half.
We have got a pair of ball games in the mixed open semi-finals here at the University of Nottingham Highfields Sports Complex. If you're driving past on University Boulevard, slam those brakes on, turn to your left, turn to your right, come and park at the Nottingham Hockey Centre, because we've got some outstanding sport. Wales and Scotland are going toe-to-toe here, with Wales having just scored that crucial extending try at the end of the first half. Meanwhile, on field 2, it's England 6, France 4 in the other one, and we can see on the pictures. If you're on the quad box, you can see this as well, but if you're watching field 1, we'll just describe that there's a nice... I think the England team will be a little bit frustrated because they will think they're further ahead, but there's certainly no panic as they're coming off.
No, absolutely not. Touch is a 40-minute game, so 20 minutes in and they're already 2 up. I think they'd be quite happy. I know, speaking to actually the Scottish team, the Welsh team and the English team, no one really wanted to play France in this semi-final. I know Dan Roberts was very happy about playing Scotland over France in this semi-final, so it looks like England's got the tougher one. They're doing okay at the moment, but they'll be looking to try and improve on that in the second half.
England trying to overturn more than a decade of history in terms of the mixed open, winning the European title, which has been dominated by Wales and Scotland, who are putting on a show, and the show in particular, and talking about no panic. Daniel Roberts, as we've just said in commentary, but I'm just going to reiterate now, he always just seems to have that half-second extra time, and it's like the game slows down around him. I think, has he been... Did he do a theoretical physics or something like that? And with Stephen Hawking's Brief History of Time, or Einsteinian theory of relativity, because everything slows down when it comes around him.
Good players make touch look so simple, and he actually does make it look so simple. When people are running around, sweating, Dan Roberts has got his hair slicked back still. He's looking good. He makes the right decision 95% of the time. He's calling the moves. Everyone's listening to him, and that's a real key point in what I was just said there. Everyone is listening to him. He's making the decision on what they're doing, and everyone actually moves off around him, and that means that everyone is in the right position at the right time.
What we're seeing as well from both teams is the ability to be able to the timing of the pass in terms of creating. We saw that previous one there from Frances Campbell, where the ball was given out, and she was perfectly well aware of what's going, but it was created by the timing of the pass, and we saw that on that previous switch play from Wales with Grattarola taking the ball off James Aynon. They're just dragging across, and the brain is working as fast as the hands, and vice versa, and everything just seems to be in sync.
Yeah, absolutely, and that takes hours and hours of practice. Where you talk about 10,000 hours to perfect things, and that's what the Welsh have been doing over the last 6 months to a year. That since we've come out of lockdown, essentially, they've been working together. They've been, hidden away in Welsh camps in probably the rain and the wind and the cold to make sure that they've come to this summer tournament in peak condition.
So you're captain, you're Mr. Coach now, Ben. One thing in attack, one thing in defence for each team.
Okay, so we'll start with Wales because they're ahead at the moment. I would like Wales to just continue doing what they're doing. They don't actually need, in attack especially, they don't need to change anything. They probably need to just shore up their fifth touch. They've got one pod that hasn't made the right decision on fifth touch currently. In defence, they need to stop chasing as much. I think they need to trust their links to make more touches and allow the middles to just be a bit more still in that middle, because that's where the scores are coming from. Scotland, I think they need to keep that movement. They need to keep the movement. They need to go left, and then as soon as that ball goes left, they get the dump, they get the sweeper. Then they need to exploit what the Welsh defence are actually doing at the moment, which they're not doing. And in defence, now this is a real tough one, because I think Wales have played a very, very good attacking game in that first half. I think if they can really take the time off Dan Roberts, that's what we said. Dan has got a lot of time. Go up, kill his time, let him make his decision making at a quicker speed. See if he can do that, and then they should be able to stop that.
Scotland conceded right at the end of the first half, and they're right in attacking mode at the start of the second. They do need to get another try on the board, and of course these teams, it's the stage where they're going to have a very tough final as well, whoever wins this game against either England or France. Just one, when we'll let this play out for Scotland.
Oh, it's long, it's loopy, it's not the greatest of passes, but good kept it, keeping alive by Scotland's number 12, Frances Campbell.
Yeah, the ball came out from Ross Taylor. Just a quick one. Wales seem to have a different attacking shape when Daniel Roberts is on the field compared to when he's off it. How difficult is that as a defence, because you have to adjust to what's coming at you as well?
And that's the nuances of touch. Wales are playing with 3 pods, so they'll have 3 different pods, and they'll all show something a bit different. So Scotland need to identify who's on the pitch and what their there's a bit of confusion on the pitch. I think there's been a bit of back chat. So Wales have got an extra 10 yards. They need to. The Scotland defence need to identify who's on the pitch and change their defensive policy. They should have 1, 2, 3, even 4 different defensive policies depending on who's on the pitch. Owen just goes short side. I promise you this is going to be a set-up play. So they're going to do exactly the same thing. I'm going to call this one. They're going to do exactly the same thing here, because they've gone right and now they're going to try and get the ball to go left.
And here it comes. Tony Romo to my right has just called that. And Wales have scored. Seren Carson, she's taken a boot to her foot for her trouble by accident.
It's so simple. It is so simple. And I'd like to see the Scottish defence just do a bit more here. You know, everyone's... Yeah, the Scotland defender just makes the touch. He doesn't really flick and get out. He stops. He allows the outside to be shown. And Reece just gets on the outside and gets in a simple 2-on-1 pass.
Yeah, the ball will always travel quicker than the runner can match, and that's what happened with Ruth Ferguson, who was just unable to get there for Scotland to shut things down. But the Scots are
Quickly
now...
short side scoop, he's through into in goal.
Scotland will not go away quietly into the night. I'm calling you Tony Romo.
Did anyone see that throwback? Jeez.
That's gone fully... I know, you know, play ends in American football when it hits the ground, but you know, that's gone fully 40 metres up the field.
All right, Tom
Brady. It's a fantastic throwback, but that was exactly what Scotland needed.
Yeah, absolutely. They've now shown something different. So they've gone quickie after quickie, 33 open side, short side, and this time they've gone for a scoop, and it's paid dividends.
As Wales go and build again, and it's that man, Daniel Roberts, is over again. I'm just going to say, here's one thing for both sets of defence. When the wingers can catch either long or short passes, how, in terms of, you know, we saw that now at both ends, where the defenders are having to cover them and creating space in the middle. How important is that as the game wears on, just for those spaces to be able to exploit?
Yeah, it's massive, because you've got to be able to exploit those spaces, otherwise you just won't get on top here. Just as Scotland go... Oh, great long ball.
We're talking about the importance of catching. That was a fizzing pass from Ross Taylor, and Alice Malcolm Wilkinson's catch. She had to dip down to catch it. She's on her knees. She stretches out. There is nobody there to stop Scotland.
So this is all about Ross Taylor. He actually open side quickies. He gets on the outside of his man. It's a 3-on-2. He's got the long ball. They snipe him, but not quick enough, the Welsh defence, and there's a 3-on-2. And he has got the pass. He's come from men's open to mixed open this year. He has got the pass to unlock this Welsh defence a bit more, and I would like to see that happening a few more times.
Owen Carroll and Daniel Roberts, the pair of lanky.
He is lanky. I know his dad very well and his mum. They're tall, but not that tall. His uncles aren't as tall, so I don't know where he gets it from. We'll have to find out. And short side scoop.
But they've got the talent very much, and we've seen that. And that's great honesty there from Lucy Preston. It's, you know, this is a semi-final, and it would be so easy to say, when the referee's saying to you, did you make the touch? To say, yes, I did. But no, this is a game of honesty, and if you're watching at home and are new to the sport, that's the sportsmanship that we like, and that's Reece Lynch, the beneficiary. And Wales are now back up to a 5-point margin, I think.
Yes, there we go. And just for people who are watching on the quad box, England 7, France 4, so only one score in that second half so far. But long ball from...
Just going back to that previous, just the England-Ireland game that we were watching away from the commentary, the men's open game, and Ireland have put a winger out to defend that long ball now, it seems.
Yeah, so it's interesting. We've not seen him on the wing in the games that we've watched. We've not watched every game, have we, though, Chris? And I think they put the tallest player on the right to left wing as England are attacking, because a lot of the England men's open players are right to left throw, so they're going to put their tallest player as Wales comes through short side. He gets it to in goal, and that's number 7, James Ainan, getting a free from his player to get another score there. So that's it, 12-6 Wales.
Yeah, Wales starting to pull away once again. But it's not clear who they're going to be playing just yet, because England are having a really stiff test against France. That's 7-4 to the English over on field 2. The feed we've got from there is about 20 seconds behind what we've got here on field 1. But both matches tapped off at the same time. One of the is Ross Taylor just gets touched. As one of the great things about touch tournaments is that everything's centrally timed, so you know when a match is starting and you know when one's finishing.
Yeah, absolutely. I just like Ross Telly there, just to use the ball rather than his feet there. He actually stepped back into a man on. I think I like him to get on the outside of the middles and let the ball do the work, because he has got such a good pill that he should do that.
Cameron Hart was on the scoop there for Scotland. Just it's something that we've not seen massively.
Run away? No, referee's in the way.
We've not seen that massively from Scotland in terms of that scooping play in the same way we have from Wales. But here they come and they're setting up, bringing fresh legs on. Owen Carroll, he's scored quite a few and he takes the touch on just 8 metres out, gets the ball back again, looking for a dive, but Scotland are there to shut the door in his face firmly. But Carroll, the youngster, gets the ball back inside to Rhys Lynch and then to Daniel Roberts. This Welsh pod is on once again. Roberts fizzing, we've seen him go through the middle, but this time he fizzes the ball out. Has he? Well, he has fizzed the ball out.
It's a touch. That was quite clever from Wales. So this time the far Scottish winger has no. So the winger didn't say she made the touch. So it's a score to Wales. This is very clever. So when we get this replay, we'll just talk through it. This time they look to send the sweeper, but the far link from Scotland just stands up the defender. So he can't give the ball because there's no real overlap. You see, he just steps in, he makes that touch. Dan Robert goes, yeah, I know what's happened. I'm going short side, and there's a 3-on-2, and it's a good finish. The far winger from Scotland,
Amy Rees.
Amy
Rees was the scorer. The thing that's impressed me most about the long passing like that is that there's no wind up to it. So you don't know, as a defender, if the ball's going to go short, if it's going to go medium, or if it's going to go long, because it's the same action all the way through. As Scotland, they needed a try, and they've just got it. Fantastic number 7 for Douglas Johnson, the Scottish number 10. But Scotland need to hold Wales out multiple times now, and you just can't see Scotland outscoring Wales by 7-0 or 6-0 to tie things up.
No. We're just seeing on the England versus France game, I think both teams have got a score since we last gave an update. It's now England 8, France 5, with England coming on the attack. And that's 6th touch, so back to the Welsh Scottish game.
This dangerous attacking pod.
It's so good, they're so good.
Owen Carroll number 8, Rhys Lynch number 13, Daniel Roberts number 10, and it's Roberts who so much has revolved around that 3, but particularly him. And Wales are now 14-7 up midway through this second half, and it's fair to say that I think this contest is pretty much over in terms of the final result, because like we say, Scotland are scoring, but they're scoring 1 to every Wales' 2. And you just can't do that at this stage.
No, and that was the first time we've seen that score from that set-up play from Wales. What they did there, they had Owen stepping on a short side quickie. He then steps back, throws a passive, and that gets Dan Roberts on the outside. But we've got one for one in the last 3 sets. That's a Scotland score on the scoop and short side.
Yeah, we've not seen Scotland do that too much in terms of the scoop play, but here it comes, a little dummy, quick pump at the ball, goes wide. Wales' wingers caught napping. Ruth Ferguson is over for the score. Lovely work score there by Scotland. It's back down to 6, but they're going to, as you say, they're going to have to stop Wales from scoring, and that is a significant challenge in itself. As Owen Carroll comes on.
Different playing partners this time, so I think Owen will look to organise this one now, try and give him a bit more responsibility.
And asking more questions at the Scottish defence. As we said, you'd need to be able to adjust, and Scotland are now going to have to adjust to different, as you say, Owen Carroll.
He's so chilled, isn't he? If you watch him, he's like his mum and dad. They are so chilled. He's just got the ball. He's looking at different options consistently. So, he's standing here. If they don't give him what he wants, he'll do something different. As he goes short side, he's got such a good pass as well. This one wasn't as his finest, and it just goes to ground. I just love watching him play, actually.
This time, Mr. Freeze's pass hits the deck.
Yeah.
The cool Owen Carroll, but
he is so calm and collected. His dad for years has said to me, Ben, calm down. And maybe he's been saying, maybe Owen's been watching me over the years when he was a youngster get upset, and he's taking that cool and calmness from his dad.
Wales and Carroll getting into the faces of the Scots, and it forces a fumble, and Wales now have a fantastic position to both launch a strike play but also to manage the clock a little bit. You know, it's now coming down to a bit of managing your resources. Maybe, you know, if you're the Welsh coach, do you look at the 6-point margin and go, okay, 8 minutes to play, should we save the likes of Daniel Roberts for the final?
Maybe they are. I think you said it's 6 points in it. Scotland won't come back here, I don't think, and they can just tick over, and now they'll be hoping for a really hard fought game on field 2, and it's still England 8, France 5, so it looks like it is a tough one, and they'll be loving that. That's a hard game.
But England are building slowly into the Welsh half. Meanwhile, Scotland are struggling to get out of theirs. Wales still getting into Scotland's faces, but here come the Scots. Ball comes off the ground to Ross Taylor, the near side winger and link combination of Catherine McHardy and Alice Malcolm Wilkinson have both done well to get Scotland onto the front foot. That's you can't overstate how important that interplay is between players when you're rotating the box on and everybody's really working to get off. If the ball goes down, you could be potentially at 6s and 7s. So you've got to keep hold of it.
I think I said to John on day one, the most frustrating, annoying situation is when you're about to come on, you think we're going to do this in the attack, and someone drops a ball. You're like, it's almost a panic state. You have to just start running towards your own try line. And
Toby Phillips is adding to his own personal highlights reel. We saw him spring over Scotland a couple of days ago. 10,000 or so views on Instagram.
That was against France, actually.
That was against, yeah. So pinged over, and this time he's gone for another dive.
Oh, he's doing it, and you know what? He's going to be celebrating all of those tonight.
He's going to be letting us know as well.
Unfortunately for us all.
Scotland. This is a repeat of the 2018 final, this semi-final. That occasion Scotland beat Wales, but this time it's the Welsh who are firmly on top.
Good diving touch from Reece Lynch there.
And Scotland are now in scramble mode. They know that they've got to put a lot of tries past Wales in quick succession. But really, you're looking at, it's 5 minutes to play. You're looking at maybe 5 attacks. Taking about 45 seconds to a minute per attack.
Something drastic has to change for Scotland to win this game. I think Wales have just looked to go as they go through here again. They're just so much quicker.
This time on the scoop, it's Callum Richards, and the ball's down on the ground. The arm is out, the whistle goes, and Wales have got 1.5 feet in the mixed open final, which you will see here on the live stream at 4 o'clock, whether it's the Field 1 live stream or the Quad Box. That's the third from last game in our 10 hours of uninterrupted touch here from the University of Nottingham. And again, that was a fantastic finish under pressure from the Welsh link.
Yeah, great scoop there.
So I couldn't quite catch the number.
A great scoop. The space in the middle of the park just opened up, parting of the waves, went straight through. And yeah, it was a good finish there by the far link for Wales.
Scotland build from close to their touchline, and here they come into midfield. As Catherine McHardy took the touch, and then now she's a spread play out to the left, and it's come from, though, Ewan Campbell out to Francis Campbell.
Good defence here, everyone stayed man on, there was no overlap.
And that Campbell's ball to McHardy just hits the ground. Scotland just running out of ideas in front of that structured Welsh defence. And Wales, who've got a very young team with them, and I think this is something that we said yesterday when we were watching the Ireland mixed open game against, it was against Bulgaria, to be fair, but when you see the age range of these mixed open teams now, is that this is going to be a very competitive division for years to come. Wales, this is one of their star players. He's back on again. He took a bit of a breather to Daniel Roberts, but he's back on.
Yeah, he's just scooped. He's gone short side. He's got really deep into goal. He found the pass, but they couldn't catch him. I think they were probably touched at the same time.
But Scotland traditionally have been very strong in this area. As I say, reigning European champions. That crown is going to be handed on this year. World Cup bronze medalist. in 2019, so they've got a great tradition in mixed open, as do Wales. And as you say, with Wales, Ireland and England, and now France as well, all building young squads, young promising squads, this is going to be a fantastic division in subsequent European Championships and potentially becoming World Cup medalists as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they're building to. We're going to have a new gold medalist in the mixed open division. I'm not sure when the last time Wales actually won a gold medal. Same for England. So we're going to have a cracking game for a new gold medalist in European touch. But
Roberts this time showing his defence. Cameron Hart on the dive.
But everything is building towards 2024. Wherever that World Cup is, we've got another European Championships next year and then the World Cup. So that's what everyone builds for.
Ross Taylor, the Scottish talisman, flicks it back inside to Cameron Hart. But Wales have shut that down again.
England go through. Ball down. It's still 10-5 to England. I think that might be the ball game as well there. So
2 minutes and change to play. Scotland have got a penalty, but this is now too little, too late. There's no way. There's unlike in rugby union where you get 5 points and potentially 7. There's only 1 point for a score here, and Scotland are 7 behind with a minute and a half to play. Half court, and that's a turnover play. So Wales will restart with a roll ball on the 7. No, they won't. They'll restart with a penalty for a forward pass. Doesn't matter really so much this late in the contest. Little inside step from Amberley Rook. Just gets pulled back and the play will restart. I don't think the referees were happy with where the tap was taken, and it comes back again and Wales will run their subbing move once again. Amberley Ruck, who scored superbly under pressure that previous Wales try. Daniel Roberts, he's been their talisman all the way through this competition, asking questions every time he comes onto the field. We thought that Wales might rest him for the end of the final few minutes of this contest once we knew it was safe, but it wasn't. They were just mixing and matching their attacking plays, trying things out, and this time it's Grattarola finding Ainan. That passing combination worked in the opposite direction in the first half, and this time it is the number 7, James Ainan, who scores.
Yeah, Scotland are just withering a little bit here now. They've got tiry legs, and Wales just pick up, go short side. Emilio Grattarola just goes short side and finds his number 4, was it?
So, I know you're going to have a full preview, but I'm going to kind of get one step ahead of Ian in this one now in terms of England-Wales. We saw that as we see Scotland.
Oh, great score! Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. Scotland will sign off with a fantastic move, fantastic finish there from Catherine McHardy, but it's too little, too late for the Scots. So Wales, England in the final. Who have you got?
I'm grimacing here. I can pick the winners in the men's and women's. I can't pick one at the moment. What I've just seen from Wales, they are so clinical in attack. They're so good. I'm saying drop off. I'm saying drop off. I would love England to win, obviously, but I'm saying drop off because England have got so many attacking players, so do Wales. I don't think it's going to be either a big defensive win or it's going to be a high scoring going into drop off.
Jonathan Bullard, just to our left, was the proper. He was relishing that. We've had some fantastic extra time play in the English National Touch Series this year, and if you're right, then this is going to be continuing here.
I hope I've Tony Romo'd that one as well.
What you did, you even inspired.
I'm 2 from 2 this year, actually.
You even inspired. You didn't just do a Tony Romo called Ben earlier, but you also inspired the Hail Mary long ball coming as well, straight after the next score. So congratulations for that. I'm sure CBS's check is in the post sometime soon.
I'll be dining out tonight like Toby will as well on these.
So thanks very much for the call on that, Ben. And I'm just going to hand over to Ian, who's with Jordan, and they have got Mark Croston, who is the chair of the Federation of International Touch, with them.
Hello everybody, welcome to the studio. What a game that is. So it looks like we are going to have England against Wales in the Mixed Open final, and it's going to be an absolute cracker. We'll touch on that shortly, but before we do that, we've got Mark Croston with us, the chair of the Federation of International Touch. Mark, what a treat it is to have you here. What have you made of the week so far?
Well, I think the treat is all mine, actually. I've seen some great touch on display this week and some great competition. So individual skills and some great matchups as well. Really looking forward to the finals.
As the chair yourself, it must be very pleasing to see, and you must be proud. This is about growing the game as well, isn't it?
It's great, and there's new teams from new nations this week, new athletes who are experiencing the Euros for the first time. So with the weather as it's been a great week.
Looks like its own climate up here, isn't it, Jordan?
Where do you see the sport going? How do you see? Obviously, we've got Euros again next year. We're not really sure of the venue just yet, but where do you see the next Euros going? Where do you see touch in Europe going?
Well, it's interesting times. The COVID situation and lockdown and everything we've been through means that everything's a little bit jumbled up at the minute with tournament dates and years and so on. So it's really quite difficult to plan in advance. But next year, the Euros, probably on the mainland, it would make sense, wouldn't it? And making it more accessible for people, and that's more athletes and more nations, is really important to think.
So your role then as chair, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, that's a really good question. Well, I mean, it's a voluntary role. I've got to fit in my other roles around it. Yeah. Nevertheless, there's never a dull moment, and the email inbox is full. The WhatsApp messages are constant.
Did about 38 WhatsApp groups and
yeah. But overall, it still feels like a privilege to get the opportunity to have an influence on the sport, and I'm constantly meeting new people. Yeah. Trying to work out different languages, of course, and understand different cultures. From Wigan to Wollongong, it's literally net.
You understand Wigan pretty well, though, don't you?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Right.
A little bit, yeah. So it's an absolute privilege. Yet, what myself and the new Fit Board are coping with and accepting is that there's a lot to do, but there's a lot of opportunities. And we're all keen on making sure that fit helps the sport to move forward.
It does, Mark. We've just heard you've been called actually. I think you've got to go do the. I think you've got to go do the medal ceremony.
Did you team up to do that in the middle of this?
That's how busy of a man you are.
Yeah.
So when we say day-to-day routine, it's handing out medals. Isn't it?
Yeah, and Chris' fee is higher than yours, so I will go now.
Yeah. Well, there you go, Mark. Thanks so much for joining us. We really do best of luck, and it's a pleasure. Please do. I'd love you. Jordan, if you stay with me for a little bit, we'll let Mark get himself off now. Mixed Open.
Yep.
We've got our final, and it is England-Wales. Now, if we look at the table, England in the round robin, 9 wins, obviously 0 defeats. Wales, 8 wins, 1 defeat. Obviously, that defeat was to England. However, that doesn't tell the story, because that game was Wales 11, England 12. We've got an absolute corker coming up at 4 o'clock, haven't we?
I've been saying it for the past few days now, and it's kind of been building up to it. I said it this morning again. If we can get a repeat of that game, we're in for a cracker. But the thing is with England, I feel like they've got a little bit more to give. Yeah. That would be my preview of that game, and I'm just watching them again against France. At times then, they were ruthless, and that's what the good teams are. Wales, they're a little bit, they are reliant on Dan Roberts quite a bit. Yeah. That's not a bad thing, and especially when you've got a player of his level, like if he can pull out a performance anywhere near that he was like the other day, Wales can match England. The thing that England were really good at, for especially the middle portion of that game, was their midfield D. They shut down Wales' transition. Wales can't get near the line then. As soon as England leave the door open a little bit, Wales can creep in, and Dan Roberts can open the door, step in, start throwing pills. And that's what we want to see. But, either way, I just can't wait for that game.
Dan Roberts is the man to watch for Wales. Give me a top 3 for England to keep an eye on.
Tommy Phillips, number 7. He, I would still say he scored the score of the tournament with that forward flip. I don't think it's been beaten yet. if anyone's going to beat it, it might be himself. He was box office in that semi-final. Then he looked ice cold. Like every score, he was either staring down his own fans behind the in goal, or he was staring down a French player who was in front of him, who was just stepped over. He's your main one. They've got two mega links, England. They've got Danielle Evans and they've got Anna Crossley. Two young links. I think they're both making the Euros debuts. I keep saying it, but the reason that mixed teams go from good to great is because they've got female links who are just as good as the lads. And if you've got that, it just nudges you over that little step. Especially on line attack. You watched England on that field too then. You noticed that Danielle Evans and Anna Crossley are being used in line attack. I wouldn't say that's unusual in mixed, but it's not the norm. If you're able to do that, it just gives you, as a defence, it just gives you a lot more to think about. And those would be my top three: Toby Phillips, Daniel Evans, Anna Crossley.
So if you're the coach, how do you prepare for this one then? Is it just a case of, look, you've come this far, we're in the final, we've chatted, we've spoken about it, just go out and play?
There's things that Wales can do that if they look back on France then, and they look back at their own game. So England's main attacking play, there's a few things that they do, but there are a lot of the things that is a little bit of a pet play, is when Josh Ingram and Toby Phillips' pod is on. What they like to do is run those link quickies with the female link, and then they'll throw back inside to Toby Phillips. And what France did really well is they shut that down from the link position, forcing Toby to come back inside. When France did that, it slows them down a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully Wales can do that for a little bit. Get Dan throwing those pills about.
Hello, well, welcome. Just right on cue, isn't it? We were just chatting about Wales and what you could do in the final. We saw it. Well, congratulations, by the way, for making it to the final. I know you probably just want to catch your breath a little bit.
A little bit.
But I want to talk about that final because you've already played England, because it was the tightest of games. What are you expecting from the final?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really tough game for us. You know, it's like I said, obviously last time, first half wasn't our best performance. Unfortunately, they got that lead. We did really well to come back. You know, we did lose by the 1 point, which was a bit gutting, but hopefully in the final we won't get those errors in the first half and we're a better shifting. And fingers crossed we're going to win. But yeah, a bit of Welsh and English rivalry is always on the cards.
We always like to see it, don't we? The final's not till 4 o'clock. So what's going to happen now? Are you going to have a bit of time, obviously, with the team? You're going to have a briefing session. We know all that. Then there's going to be a warm-up. Then, is there anything else that's going to happen in the next few hours or so? Is it just stick together as a team?
Yeah, I think we'll stick together as a team, stick to our process that we've been doing all week, you know, like just make sure that we cool down, you know, make sure that our bodies sort of recover, ready for the final. Same warm-up we've had all week, you know, we're not going to change anything because there's nothing that needs changing in our opinion. So yeah.
Everybody okay in the Wales camp? No injury concerns or anything?
Thankfully not, yeah, everyone's holding up well at the moment, so no serious injuries. Obviously everyone's tired from the 5 days of playing touch, but no, I think,
we've
you know,
just
we're all
dragged you up the stairs as well.
Sorry,
yeah.
so sorry.
Yeah, no, but I think
you can use the lift on the way down.
yeah, I think I will. But no, I think everybody's obviously in the same boat. We've all played 5 days of touch, all played the same amount of games, so I think we're doing well with, you know, injury management and things like that, so I think we'll be fine. So.
Jordan.
Not obviously, we don't want to give too much away for the final for your own game plan. Is there anything that you've noticed from England, maybe over the past few days, looking back on your game? I'm sure you would have reviewed it quite a few times. Is there anything that you're going to look out for that you want to try and shut down straight away?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything specific. I think, like I said, we want to focus more on our game than theirs, really, if I'm completely honest. Cool. Like, when we played them last time, like I said, it was more a case of our errors were the things that let us down, so we just need to make sure that we perform as we want to, and hopefully it'll be, you know, we do the job on the day, obviously, in the game. So yeah, I don't think there's anything specific that we want to look at them. It's just more focus on ourselves. We know what plays we want to run and just make sure we execute.
Should we set a little tradition for the afternoon, actually?
Yeah.
I'd like you to name one good thing about England. Can't be touch related. I know that's tough.
The best thing
that's
about
tough as a Welshie, I was going to say. Can I say the Queen? Am I allowed to say that?
Oh, yeah, go for it. You've said it.
She's the Queen. I'm happy with the Queen.
We will get an England player.
We'll do the same.
Make sure you do them. Yeah, I was going to say.
I'm hoping that they'll say Dan Roberts, because that's what I say.
Yeah. Drobs is great. Yeah.
Before we let you go, I've just noticed on your wrist straps there you've got Graham and Dan and their
family.
Family, obviously, clearly important. Have you got any family coming over?
Yeah, my fiance and his two children are here with my dog, so yeah, so it's really nice to have family around. Obviously we've got a lot of family of the players and things as well, and the supporters honestly have been brilliant, and like even support from other teams and things, as you know. And I think come finals is the one thing that really gets people going, is having everybody sat around the pitch watching, and is always a great atmosphere.
Couple of beers as well.
Oh, afterwards, 100%. I think it's going to be a messy night tonight, put it that way. So win or lose, I think it'll be a bit messy.
We're on the booze.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. I know you've got to get back to your team.
Yeah,
You've got to prepare for the final 4 o'clock for that one. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You go.
Thank you.
No worries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I was just wondering, actually, Jordan, if we could just grab Ben as well over there. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind grabbing. Well,
I'll go and get him.
Yeah, you go get him. Ben Meakin, of course, he was commentating on that game we've just watched, so he can maybe give us a bit more insight into the Wales-France game and see what he thinks, what his analysis is going to be of that game. Ben, here he comes. We just want to quickly talk to you, a little preview of the mixed Open Final. You were obviously watching that game there. What did you make of Wales?
Oh, they were incredibly good. Their nuances around every single move. They had 1, 2, 3, even 4 options after every move. And I've just said to Chris, I think it's going to go to drop off. I think it's going to be so tight in that final that I can't pick it. I really can't pick. I can pick women's open and men's open. I can't pick that one right now.
Where is the strength for England, and where is Wales' biggest strength?
Wales is easy. They can attack every hole on the pitch, whereas England should be defence. I think they can score at will. Their defence is better than Wales' defence. So that's where it's going to be won. Can Wales exploit the holes in the English defence? If they can, they might come out on top. England have probably got a better all-round game, but that Welsh attack is special.
England looked impressive in that second half against France.
Yeah, they did. And you know, when they get their driving and they go forward and they stay tight and compact in defence, then not a lot of teams will beat them. And we showed how close it is going to be when they played in that pool game.
Absolutely right, chaps. Thanks so much for joining us here in the studio.
I'm getting like all nervous.
Yeah, it is. The music's getting more upbeat. It is. Actually, we got another guest. I know that Shanghai wants to come in. Let's bring him in. Here he comes.
I'll go
now, this man over here, known as Shanghai, of course, and I have to applaud him. What a job you've done for me this week as well, lining up interviews, getting people involved as well to come up to the studio. What have you made of the week of the Euros so far?
Look, absolutely classic Euros. I mean, the weather's been really kind to us. The participants have been absolutely fantastic. The opportunity to meet some old friends and get back into the swing of touch around Europe is just such a brilliant opportunity for us, so can't complain whatsoever.
This might be a really stupid question. Shanghai.
Explain all.
Explain all. All right, I'll drop the whole story here. No, actually, I lived in Shanghai for about 5 years, and around Asia you tend to get a name just because, you know, it's part of the whole culture behind touch. So for a while there I was called Shanghai, and when I came over here the name kind of stuck. There's a bunch of secret stories behind it, but you know, we'll have to have that discussion later on.
Maybe over a beer. I think that we've got the finals coming up. I'm going to ask you, start with the mixed. Who's your pick? England, Wales?
Well, no, I'm sorry, I can't do that. The part of the refereeing background is we don't play favourites, of course. you know what we really hope for is we really hope for a good game, and I think you guys do as well.
Absolutely, that's what we all want.
You want a good contest, you want a nice clean setup, and I mean the objective of all those referees out there is to give the players the opportunity to play as best as they possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely.
To the highest standard, and we do that. For our top referees, we say, when you're on the field, you need to make that game better. You need to provide the players the opportunity to play at the absolute pinnacle of their game, and if they can do that, that's what we're really looking for, and I think that's right for you.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want the referees to be seen, and if they're not seen, then the game is playing at a high standard.
Yeah, absolutely right. So,
well, Shanghai, thanks for everything. The referees as well. We must say a big thank you to the
absolutely. Sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
The referees have been great. You know, we've had a lot of referees on field one, and it's been very impressive what the referee coaches have done. You know, you brought referee coaches over from all over the world, and yeah, it's been really impressive.
The organisation of it as well, by the way. I mean, that goes a bit of a miss too, doesn't it? As we said before, what was it? 950 players in total here. I mean, it's some organisation, and for you and for the referees to sort out not to, because it's a difficult game to ref, isn't it?
We've got, so the organisation here, you've got about 1,000 players. We've got 75 referees down there in a tent. So they're split into little groups of 10, and then you've got a panel over the top who's doing all the assessments and the coaching of the referees to try and make them better. You know, that's an enormous squad to deal with. And we've got some senior referees down there who've done this year on year on year, and they just add that flavour and control into things. So every time the referees come out, you know, ready for the shot, ready for it out there, and then they come back into the tent, and as often as not, they're pretty busted. So big shout out to Annie Cramp, who's been our physiotherapist for so long, and general medical practitioner. She keeps us in the game.
Yeah,
you know, it's at that point, it's a brotherhood and sisterhood of referees. Somebody's broken, I guarantee there'll be 4 backups saying, yeah, we'll come out, we'll help, we'll prod you along. That's what it's all about.
Superb stuff. Right, not too long to go now, as it's sort of 10 minutes or so before the next game. It is the Women's Open semi-final, Scotland and France. I'm not going to ask you, because we're not. You've got to sit on the fence, but Ben, Scotland and France, who's going to win it? Who's going to get to the final?
Oh, I think France. France will come out on top. Wait, I've gone dominant. They will come out on top here, and I think we'll see an England versus France final.
And Shanghai, we just want the sport to be the winner, don't we? That's what we wanted.
Well, there you go. That's a wonderful line, isn't it? But you know, I wouldn't be there to get to second at this man. So I think that prediction for the final's probably pretty good. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. We
It'll
don't
be
know.
exciting one. Stay under it.
We are going to see you very shortly. The atmosphere, the excitement is really building. It's final day. It's Super Saturday here at the 2022 European Touch Championship. It's almost time to get Scotland and France underway. So we are going to hand over to your commentary team very shortly. See you soon.
on for the next game.
Welcome back to pitch one here at the Highfields Sports Complex in the University of Nottingham. And it's coming thick and fast now. 6 games to go. And they are all going to be absolute crackers. And Jordan's with me for this one. We've just been talking beforehand. This should be something special.
Yeah, can't wait. Cannot wait for this. We've seen France Women's Opens a couple of times. We've had Scotland on as well. And you know what? They're both quite similar teams because they've both got 2 pods, and within those pods, each pod has like a strike player that will shoulder quite a bit of the attacking responsibility. On one side of the ball, you've got Hannah Crisp, that big strike player in one pod for Scotland. She's really experienced. She's so quick. You've also got Leah Gladden on the Scotland side as well. For France, you've got Cecile Mass, creative. She's like an on-field coach. I think it's Marie Henry as well, the number 10 for France.
Yeah, she scored a lot of tries.
I said it the other day. She's like a sevens player. She's like big stride, great step off the left foot. France play really good heads-up touch. That's always been the same across all their divisions. And France will look to play some, maybe not really structured touch, but I think you're going to see some really good touch from especially Scotland, especially on line attack.
Let's look at the head-to-head between these two teams from the round robin. So they first played each other on Wednesday, and Scotland winning that game 2-1. They then played each other again on Thursday, and France won that one 6-5. So there couldn't be anything between them, really.
That's what you want. That's what you want going into a semi-final. It's same on field too. Like, we'll probably update you on the scores from the other game as well. But you know, we're at crunch time now, and you know, you said it the other day. We're coming to the games now that mean everything, and the games that you've been training for 9, 12 months, and you know, those long weekends away, those late nights in the gym, those early mornings on the field. This is what the games are for now. It's touch weather. There's plenty of people at the fields. You're playing opposition that are, you know, nearly level to you, that you've got to prepare for, and you've got to watch footage of, and you've got to do every little thing you can to make sure at the end of 40 minutes you're up and you're going to get yourself in a final, and you're going to get yourself a medal. That's what we're all here for.
Wales England.
Cannot wait for this.
Yeah, Wales England is the other semi-final taking place on field 2. We will keep you in touch with that as much as we possibly can, as we await the start of this one. Of course, they're both playing in their navy blue kit. That's just there. Yeah. It's just the last dig at us on this final day. So France,
they've always got to get us.
So to stop confusion, France are tapping off. They're in the blue kit that has a slight red and white trim. Scotland in the blue kit with just white. They've got plenty of white on the chest of the Scotland kit, so that's how we can tell them apart. And it's France who start straight away, and they're diving through, but I think the touch was made.
Yeah, Cecile Mass again. She's the strike player in this pod. She's a lot of experience, and she calms the play down. She knows what she wants to run, and she runs them so well. This time she's going to get herself into half. She might pick up. She will. 4-on-3. What a pill! Ball down, the claiming touch. Ball down. We've got our first pill of the Women's Open semi-final.
An early pill there. But it's a bitter one for Scotland to swallow as they take the lead.
That was brilliant. You've done this before, Jono. What a pro.
Marie Nuri has opened the scoring there for France from the tap-off, and it's 1-0 France lead.
So if there's a player that's going to return and try and put a return back to to France here, it's Hannah Crisp, and she's in at half here, number 2. She's going to pick up and go short side, speed, left-hand pill. Good D from France. I think they've read that quite well there. I talked about it the other day. If Hannah's at half, she's so dangerous, but I think France might have known that's coming. She's going to a live play this time. Skip to the outside. That's ball gone, but
yeah,
it's a turnover. France have dealt with that quite well.
It's a good defence by France. They've picked off the first attacking threat by Scotland, so they'll have chance to drive again.
That's great pressure.
They're still
we keep
very
talking
deep.
about it. We keep talking about how big the midfield battle is, and Scotland already making themselves known. Marie Henry's quick though, and she's got a good left foot step. Lucy Green's dealt with that well. France have got a scoop from their own half. If there's a player you want doing it, it's Henry. She's dished over the top, but that's forward.
That's forward.
Woo, what a start.
Yeah, it certainly is. I did like the way that Eve Som shouted to Marie Nuri then, and just saying, no, don't waste your energy.
Yep.
It's a forward pass.
Yep. Got a special guest coming in the studio now.
We have indeed. We will hand over in a second as they're just getting ready. But it is Scotland who are using. Now.
So now Scotland have essentially got a tap off.
Yeah.
They're just in France's half. They've got quite a strong pod here. Leah Gladden's going to work her way down to the 7, and they can start running those plays that have been so successful for the past 4.5 days.
Yeah, so we are going to hand over to the studio. Ian and Ben are with a special guest. Over to you, Ian.
Hello everybody, welcome to the studio. Thank you, John O'Dea. Now we're joined by Danielle from the Mixed Open. Congratulations into the final. How was it against France?
I was so nervous, but yeah, I'm glad we got the win.
First half, well, it was quite tight, wasn't it? Second half, you really just opened up and just managed to get into the lead.
For the first 5 minutes, and the guys ran around me, and I was like, oh, this is going to be close. I need to stop moving a bit quicker, and then, yeah, we got... I think just before the second half we got into our groove a bit more.
So you've obviously played Wales before, you got them in the final. It was a tight game, wasn't it? 11-12 I think England in the first one.
Yeah, there was only one in it, so hopefully we can get the win again, but who knows.
So Ben,
I've called drop off. I called drop off in the final because I've just watched Wales play. Obviously, I've watched Mixed Open play quite a lot. I think there's a lot of nuances in there. It's going to be a battle of the probably England's defence, because they can score at will, and how you can stop the Welsh attack. I think that's the big key.
They have got some real good guys.
Yeah, they do, and they're females are chopping holes, putting players in the right position. So it is going to be a really close match. It's your first tournament here, first 5-day tournament. How have you found it?
Physically wise, I feel okay.
Good.
Like mentally and the stress, I'm like, I'm never doing this again.
It is tiring. It is tiring, isn't it?
Yeah.
5 days of touch.
Yeah.
You know, not sleeping well, you're not eating well,
Yeah.
you're running around obviously, so it's difficult.
No, it's just the nerves for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And how are you going to manage those going into the final then?
I don't know.
I think adrenaline will take over, won't it?
Started, I'm okay.
Yeah.
So what happens now, Danielle, with the coaches? Do you actually analyse the game you've just played, or is everything now centred on Wales?
I think that game's done. We don't analyse that. We'll probably have a debrief before we go out for Wales. The guys are really good at preparing us for their what they'll run against us and stuff like that. And then, get ourselves out there and hope for the best.
Well, Ben, I think we better let Danielle go, get that debrief done. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to hand back to Jono and Jordan in the comms box.
Wasn't that bad, was it?
Many thanks, guys. Great interview, and we've had some great action on the field here while you've been watching that interview. France 2-1 ahead, Scotland coming back level 1-1, but then it was Cecile Mass with a fabulous try, just finding the hole to put France back into the lead. So 2-1 France lead. On the other field, it is currently England 3, Wales 0.
Looking very sharp as well.
Very, very good start for the English over on field 2. But in this one, it is very, very, very close so far, and it's Scotland attacking again.
Yeah, I thought Scotland had let France off on that last set, but France losing it on transition, and they've given Scotland another chance here. Short side's open, they're going that way. Great ball back inside, good touch.
Yeah, he's A good touch there, and Scotland
Nice
still with the ball. They've
ball.
gone out to the right-hand side, come back inside, but that was final touch, and France have the ball back again.
Some nice little variations from Scotland's line attack, but the thing that I'm impressed with so far is Scotland's midfield here. Like, that's such good pressing. If they can get, and they've done it again, they've forced them. So what I'd look for, there's numbers here. There's numbers. France were subbing off. They've been caught napping.
Wide. Oh,
They've
great recovery.
so well.
Fantastic recovery there by France. It really was. It looked. They were subbing off. There was so much space on that right-hand side.
What I'd look for from Scotland here, you know, we're approaching that quarter of the game mark. They've got to make France pay. QB. Oh. They're working their way through those progressions on the sweepers now, Scotland, and they need to find one of those progressions that works. Nice, that's awesome. That is such patient touch. If you want to look at a team that works through a progression of a move, watch Scotland Women's Open on a sweeper. They've worked their way through about 4 progressions. The last one, it's a pick up short side, right foot. Now I've got a 4-on-3, first hole's open, boom, down, game on.
Leah Glading brings the scores level.
That's awesome.
There's nothing in this game at all.
And I wouldn't be surprised if that's come from the coach. And we had Eddie on yesterday, the Women's Open head coach, experienced player. I would not be surprised if that's something they've looked at last night, knowing that they're going to have France today, and France are looking to reply. 32 short. That's good D from Scotland, I think. No, the touch wasn't made.
Oh, France is straight back in front.
Oh, they're going to be. Eddie's not going to be happy with that. They've been way too loose, middle there, I think. So that 32 short, they're going to come back to, it's actually middle link hole. They've come under, they've tucked under a little bit too tight, and she skipped to the next hole.
And Mathilde Henry, who
England,
is
England on the other field, by the way, 4-0 up. They are running riot.
So England in a very comfortable position on the other field. We will keep you in touch with that score while this game is going on.
Is that lost control?
It is.
That's tough. That's a tough couple of minutes for Scotland. Conceding that score again, and then giving up on line attack, and it's a bit of a nothing error as well.
France come to halfway then. Scotland D quite high up, and that is final touch.
Cecile Mass will pick up. Good D from Scotland again. We talked about it yesterday on those midfield scoops on 5th. You know, it's going to be quick players that are going to pick up normally. What Scotland have done really well there is they've forced Cecile Mass to step off her right foot and come back to the middle, and her only option then is 4v3, which is fine on line attack for a ball player, but they're still 30 metres out from the line. They haven't got much of an option. If Scotland keep their midfield D up, they're going to stay in this game for much longer and give themselves a chance. 33 counties, pick up, come back through the middle, wings open, got to be a score. Down! Woo, what a game.
What a game we've got. Kirsty Venter. She was just stood there for ages. I thought, pass it.
I know. But you don't want to screw it up. Watch her come through here. It's another little variation. So counties, pick up, right foot. Now I've got a 4-on-3. My first hole's open, so I'm going to go through. I'm still half. Got to look for that option. Skirt the in goal. Find your winger.
Great patience by Leah Glading
really
as well,
patience.
because she wanted to make sure that, like you say, it wasn't a longer pass. She wanted as short a pass as possible. She had time to do it.
Yeah, she's got the time. Pill from Marie Henry.
They've come straight back in front.
Wow. This is such a good exhibition of women's open touch. Oh, just awesome. Marie Henry, she collected 32 long. She gets to the outside of her opposing middle, and she's got a choice to make. She makes the right one and executes it well. Scotland have got to reply. This is such a good game.
Huguet with the latest score.
We're going to work our way down to the 7.
Yes, they go down now.
Would have been a loss of control, but Hannah Crisp wants it back. She wants to be the live player, and she is on that counties again. Skip to the outside.
not quite there, but Scotland are making the chances just as France are, and we saw them come back before. We know they can come back again, and it's a really good game. This just 1 point in
nice
it.
and high scoring as well on the other field. I think Wales might have just scored, so that would make it 5-2. Yeah, 5-2. So we're a quarter of the way through both semi-finals now, and we've got two contrasting games really. England look like they're running riot on field 2. This is a good back and forth battle. That's going to be great midfield D from Scotland again. That's the thing that's keeping them in this game. I'm not saying France are looking like they're running away with it at all, but France at the minute, obviously, one score up. The reason France aren't able to get to their good transition, which is what they've been good for, is because of Scotland's work in midfield, and they'll be disappointed with that. That's a big error.
Yeah, it is, and France have the ball back again. But the thing is, these two teams have played each other twice in the round robin section, both one-try games either way. So they know each other. They know it's going to be close. They know they've got to be at their very, very best to get into that final.
Yeah.
And we said at the start it's going to be very difficult to call, and you still can't call this.
They're off short side. They've got space. That's such good D from Scotland. Great composure. France did well to create something and come back on fifth for that short side play, and Scotland have done well. They've got to work their way off the field now. I've said it a couple of times, but you've done one job. Your next job is to get off.
So Scotland make the changes.
A little bit too slow there from Scotland, and that's 4. They've got to get some big momentum here on fifth for that middle scoop, which is what I think they want. Yep, they're just playing around with those two middles, and France have done really well there. Scotland a little bit of a Hail Mary play from halfway, and they might get a little bit from it. And they'll turn it over on this side. Good D from France, so they've replied with some good D of their own, and it's a little bit of a midfield battle at the minute. We've not seen a score for a few minutes.
And Hannah Spear was screaming for the ball back there.
Yeah, on the other field, Wales pulling it back a little bit, 6-3 now.
So back and forth on field 2. England maintaining that 3-point advantage though. Much closer here. Just one try in it, but it's France who have possession.
Good ball.
They're looking to go to the left-hand side, work it there now.
They've got a few players, France, that just see space really well and are happy to move away from structure and move the ball into that space. And they've got it here. Is that down?
Not celebrating, which
suggests
Grace
Burton's
that's
claimed
going
the touch.
back.
Yeah.
So we're into the 15th minute of this game. It's France lead 4-3. They are on the attack
shot.
now. Final touch.
Get off your line.
On the line, and the touch was made.
Okay, well done. Scotland have done a little bit better that time, so obviously we keep talking about it, but you've got to learn from your mistakes quickly in touch and learn what the other team's habits are and how they run those plays, what plays they're running, and how to fix it quickly. Scotland have done well there. They conceded a 32 shot earlier in the game. They've just run out. They've got to stop these errors though. They've got to give Hannah Crisp a better platform on fifth. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit too far away from the line for me. They've got to up the intensity on touches 2, 3, 4. They'll get the rewards from it like they are on midfield D. They've got to do it on the other side of the ball as well.
They certainly have. Down it goes. Halfway, France looking to stretch this lead a bit further. This is a good drive. Out into the wing. Oh, back inside! Now, was the touch made?
Did Green make it? I think she's cleared the touch. Yeah, she has. What a touch, Lucy Green.
That. You know, in the context of this game and how close it is, and I know we're only in the first half, that could be a game-saving touch.
Yeah. Oh, is that back to 1? Oh, that's a killer. Scotland have done really well to deal them out, and now they've got to face 6 touches of Cecile Mass. Watch this touch from Lucy Green. She's out the play, and to chase it down and make that's awesome.
Right on the back of the calf.
So yeah, Scotland are going to deal with 6 touches of mass now, and this could be tough. This is a big set.
7-3 England on field 2.
Tell you what the good players do. Hannah Crisp is not only the general in with the ball, also without big talk, but and they've survived it.
Yeah, indeed.
The talk coming
Marie
from Crisp in the
Nuri
middle.
getting space again on the right hand side, but the pass just not on point there.
Yeah.
And Scotland have the ball again.
Oh, good touch. That's great.
And we seem to be targeting Hannah Crisp because they know that when her body's on, she's driving everything.
Yeah, she is. I think she, like we said it the other day, I think she's happy to shoulder that responsibility, but this yards now is much better, and Gladden's going to pick up. Is that 5th? The ref's not put the hand up. I think they had another to play with. The ref lost the missed it. She was half, but that's a shame that, because Scotland had another touch. It would have been nice to see. Maybe they did lose the count. Oh, and France again. They've lost the ball.
They've done this a couple of times now, and in positions where you don't want to be doing that. Scotland with a fresh set of 6. They're probably 25 metres from the line or so. Advancing forward now.
England going 8-3 up on field 2. Scotland here looking for those sweep plays again, and they'll use the sweep this time.
Just had to check back inside as the option to the wing wasn't available.
And have a look now on Scotland's progressions on these sweepers. Gladden's going to sweep again. They might pick up. They don't. It's a QB.
Final
Left-hand
touch.
pill. Great ball over the top. Oh, that's great defence from France again. I think that they've run that play a couple of times now, that sweeper QB, and it doesn't seem to be getting them much joy. The play that's looking good for them is when Scotland pick up against the grain, whether they go short side or come back. And again, France have made an error with Scotland's midfield D pressure.
Yeah, but it was great pressure from the D. They was up to 3 touches before they'd even hit the 10-metre line.
Yeah.
And they've been doing that consistently well every time that France have been starting from deep.
Yeah, but what we need now is Scotland to convert. We need to see them get a score here. This is a massive, massive set. 2 errors in a row. Scotland's second set of line attack, and yeah, we need to see something here, especially with 1 minute left.
Still
Grace Burton
moving
on the
at
ball.
walking pace at the minute. Now they put it down. Just looking for the.
And that's 5th.
That's 5th. So
it'll be hard to get something from this. A bit of a dead play. Probably a short side scoop. Nope. I think she's lost the count. Oh wow! Oh wow!
Now there's space opened up on the right hand side. If they use it, can it be down? What a play!
What just happened?
What a play! It was just put out the back.
I thought they'd lost the count. Oh, if we can see that a couple of seconds earlier, you'll see some amazing sleight of hand play. Maybe we can watch that again at half time. We've got 15 seconds, but Scotland have just done so well there to get anything from 5th touch. Oh,
what a half.
Wow.
And
wow.
that is going to give Scotland some great confidence and momentum.
Their
Right at the end of
you can already see it. Their box is high-fiving, sorry. They're happy. They're coming on the field. France is a little bit relaxed, a little bit more subdued.
A bit shoulders down, isn't it? But
I just want to see that last score again.
Oh, it was incredible. And it was made from... Well, these are the highlights of...
Big pill. Cecile Mass has been so good for France. We talked about it before. She's the strike player for them, and she can throw it off left and right. So 4-on-3 here. Wings open. I'm going to go over the top, dot it down.
Great take as well. Marie Nuri.
Scotland with those variations on the sweepers. So picking up against the grain. And beautiful dive. They've run through those sweeper progressions so well. They're just starting with the sweep play, then they're going to work their way through. And this lovely one, just picking up, hitting that link straight away off the deck.
Great dive away, because
Marielle
Marielle Theophane was really close to her.
And we come back with Cecile Marks, quickie, off a left foot, step back through the middle, and that's just Scotland being overly tight. If they can fix this up, their midfield D is causing so many problems for France. That's a massive part of the game for Scotland at the minute. But here's that sweeper variation we're talking about again. This time we're going to pick up and go short side. I'll come back off my right foot, 4-on-3, first hole's open. Great option, great read, good execution. Watch it here again. Sweeper's coming round, 16 pulls corner. We're going to pick up against the grain. France are expecting it. Come back to the sweeper. 4-on-3. It's a little bit of a sharky play sometimes that teams call it that, and it's so nice. So
it was
well
just
run.
that quick pass that opened up the hole, wasn't it? But here, that was all about Mathieu Domry, who just goes through.
Sorry, this was the one where Scotland are a little bit overly tight. You see the short come in here. She actually goes through the next hole, which is the middle link hole, and it's just because Scotland middles were just overly tight. But Scotland doing really well to pull this back level.
This was to make it 3-3.
Yeah.
This is the one where it was great play actually by Leah Glading. She waited, knew she had time to make sure she got the ball to Kirsty Venter, who put it down.
Picks up from half, goes short side, similar to that Sharky play before, come back to the middle. This time she goes straight through, but she's half. She's got to skirt the in goal, and she's done the right thing there. You said it before. She's just patient touch.
So this is the ball, and that was an easy put down. And then this is the last try, so you want to watch this.
So this is fifth touch. There's nothing on. Watch this. What? I have never seen that before. But then to get a 4-on-3, get a 3-on-2, 2-on-1. That's just good execution, good skills. But that little sleight of hand play. One, I've never seen it, and two, I didn't think it was going to work.
We'll see it from behind here.
This is like some American football type move.
And it really seemed to confuse the French defence, because they're like, what's happening?
Yeah, like I said, they slowed down that much. It looked like they were going to run a quickie, and I thought, it's fifth touch, like you've lost the count, you're going to turn the ball over, but they made me look stupid there. Wow, that was an awesome way to end the half.
It certainly was, and we are still no closer to seeing who will be in the final. Over on field 2 at half-time, it is England 8, Wales 3, and you would fancy England to see that one out and make the final later on today.
I think
but
you
cannot call this one.
Not at all. No, not at all. I think if you're watching field 2 now, switch on over, watch this one.
So, 4-4. Scotland with the tap off. They've not led at all in this game. Now they have the tap off, fresh set of 6 from halfway. If they can get the ball down here, then it's how France respond, because they've not been behind in the game at all. And if they can come straight back, all well and good. If that then provides probably another psychological blow to them, because you saw the body language when they came off at half time after conceding that 4th try. There's so many things that could happen here.
I'm going to call it, John. It's going to go to drop off this. That's what we want, that, don't we?
We do. That would be a fantastic spectacle. We'll explain the drop off as the half goes on, and as see how likely it is.
Into their tap-off movement, so ending that sweeper. Pick up from Burton, short side, wingers free, couldn't get it over. Good D from France. They're doing really well defending that pick up against the ground. Really well. But Scotland's sweeper's just dangerous. Oh, what feet! Oh.
Good touch. And it's good defence, and France have seen it out, and they have the ball back.
I'm loving this.
It's a great game.
I'm loving this. So France turning it up and subbing a little bit, but that's that hard Scotland midfield D again. They work so hard for each other. They shut down. That's good from France. That's what you want to see. But from a Scotland point of view, force them into that. Force them to break away from their structure. Make them scoot from halfway. This is fine. That's great from Scotland. Nah, that's not back to one. That's ball down and a turnover. Whew. Getting nervous already.
Yeah, it really is an incredible game, this one.
So good, and it's just such a good exhibition of touch, of women's touch. And Hannah Crisp, give her a little bit of room, she'll take it. Good tip on, take those yards, don't burn it.
Oh, she's angry with herself.
Yeah, I would be. I think Hannah will know there that either we should probably take the touch on the wing, or she'll be like, I should have just took that. She'll take that. We've got good yards. Take the touch. Then they can play on the opposition 7 rather than forcing those passes in field. We're not at that stage of the game yet, I don't think. But Scotland winning the midfield battle early on, and that's a huge part of the game. We keep talking about it. That's got to be a loss of control. Play the touch. France, I think I heard 5th coming then. Yeah, that's your 5th touch. They're going to look short side, come back. Well done, Scotland again. Yeah, they're doing so well at that, really well. So all they're doing now, they're forcing Scotland to come back into middle off the scoop, and all that gives France then is a 4-on-3 option. They've got a couple of players that can throw 4-on-3 over the top, but I keep saying it, if you're able to force your opposition into doing that 20-25 metres out from your own line, it's a bit of a nothing play, and Scotland are applying well. The tails are up here. Gladden, good feet through the middle.
Right,
wing is free. Got to find someone. Down.
Scotland in the lead, and look at the celebrations. Look what that means to them.
Oh,
a great play.
What a score. What a score. You win the midfield and you're gonna go a long way to winning this game. And Leah Gladden's just off her left.
Leah Glading again.
The middle, just ball in 2 hands, always able to throw. And she's just roaming the back of the in goal. That's such patient scooping, patient touch play. That's what you want from your strike players. Dragging yourself into the lead.
Stefan Tulloch puts
France
the ball
looking
down,
to reply, Till over the top. Good D from Scotland.
Not quite made it to Marion Nuri.
So France scored off that exact same play. They will get a fresh set of 6, but it's good to see that Scotland have looked at that play from the first half and talked about how to defend it here. France are down players in attack, so if I'm Scotland, go rush that. There's nothing on. Go rush it, go make the touch, waste the touch for France. France have got to get players on so they can run their line attack now, and they will do. There's still a couple of players down.
3 touches.
Giving the ball up. That's huge. Oh, that's huge.
Big defence by Scotland, and it's forced the error, and Scotland have it back again. They lead for the first time in this game, 5-4. We've got 15 minutes left for a place in the final. And the Chris pod is now on.
They're just a little bit too far out. France are trying to reply with a bit of midfield D. Scotland have got to go from their own half. And even Hannah Crisp can't make anything from it. Scotland calling back to 1, but France will get a set of 6 and they'll go into their transition pretty high up the field here. So that's 2 and then they're in the Scotland half. 3, now 4 and 5. Here's where we strike. Marie-Henri will want to get herself to half, and she will do on 5th.
And the France coming through now, and the
time.
space has opened up.
What a touch from
Hannah
Hannah Crisp!
Hannah Crisp makes yards and gets the touch in and stops France from coming back level in this game. Fantastic D, we'll see it here.
Marie-Henri's done well to skip outside. She's made that 3-on-2 that she wanted, and Crisp has just turned, sprinted. That is just attitude, determination.
You could see from that replay though, Hannah Crisp was off screen.
She was nowhere. She was on the other middle. Like, she'd been beaten by the scoop earlier in the set. Like, she's having such a good game. Straight through.
Oh,
no
again.
touch called. Oh, that's good D from France. So we keep talking about learning from what you're conceding, learning from your mistakes. France have conceded a couple of plays where Scotland are scooping through the middle of them. This time they learn and they've mirrored and shut it down.
That was Leah Glading again, the third time she's managed to get through into the scoring zone. That time France managing to shut it down.
Glading's so quick. She's playing very similar to how Hannah Crisp is playing in the other pod, and she's going to race across.
Not completed it again. Marine Nuri, she's in so much space on this left hand side at times.
She was then, yeah, she was. That's good D from Scotland, really. The leaving that short side wing open a little bit, but they're still forcing the France. Oh, that's a big turnover.
Huge turnover now. France with a great opportunity to get back on level terms, but they're making the change again.
Go make that touch. The down players, they've not got many options on of France, and Cecile Mass is going to try and create something from nothing, but they've already used up one touch. Quickie play from Mass. Good D from Scotland, so now we're halfway through the set.
3 touches so far, they're still on the 7 metre.
I'm getting so giddy here. This is well good. 32 short from Mass, long left hand pill.
Oh, they've not completed it.
And that's ball down, but they've conceded a penalty. I think it's offside.
So another set of 6 for France, and there's a bit more buoyancy, and there's sub box in front of us.
Yeah,
a lot of clapping.
Nice and noisy over here. There's a lot of French supporters as well.
Another good touch. Back to the 7 they go. This is great defence by Scotland, to be fair.
This is a huge set because we're going to be halfway through the second half after this set. We're either going to be level off. Oh, what a ball. Go to the corner. Good D from Scotland again.
Good covering by Emma Robson because she had a lot of ground to make up. Comes back into the centre. Cecile Mass.
She'll look.
Hands it off.
Play.
She's going to get it back. Diving through, touches claimed, but it's ball down.
So they've changed up the line attack a little bit now. They've gone into those punish plays, and that seemed to work well for them. I'd love to see that again. I thought Scotland defended that really well, but we're halfway through the second half now, and we're back level. Punish play. Yeah, I think the Scotland link was about 3 or 4 inches offside. Literally one step and she would have been on, and I think she could have afforded to as well, but that's well read from France. I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to that.
So France back on level terms, 5-5.
Sweeper from Scotland coming, Burton pick up.
Space. Great
what
switch.
A play! Oh, this is a dream.
It looked, in all intents and purposes, it was going out left.
So
there was so much space, and it was just a great, quick pass back inside and down.
It's a pre-planned move. It's another progression on the sweeper. It's what's called a swinger play. It's a sweeper / ninja. Sweep together. Sweeper comes round. The middle channel is open. Burton tips inside. Nice low dive. That's why that middle channel's so wide, because the touching player is thinking, I've got to go wide because my sweeper's coming. Once Burton picks up, tip back in. Beautiful. If you want to watch how to run all these sweepers, watch the Scotland Women's Open. France are going to reply. It's forward. Indeed. It's forward. The sideline ref's giving it.
So Scotland stay ahead 6-5. You do not want to take your eyes off this for a second. Let's watch this again. And
so
she's behind
pick
7
up against the grain.
there. Yeah, that's
forward,
definitely forward. And Scotland breathe a sigh of relief. Into the final 10 minutes. Scotland lead by 1. This is still anybody's game.
Great yards. Scotland have got to keep this intensity up. We're going to come to 5th touch. Great yards again. Give a good platform to Gladys. She's that's good. Oh, she's off. Play on. Down.
Oh, and it's Leah Glading again. 4 times she's gone through, well. 3 times she's been successful. What a game she's had. Scotland now lead by 2.
This is so good. This is so good. Scotland to push themselves 2 scores ahead. That's massive. And Referee calls play through, she's offside, and she's offside because of the speed at which Scotland are rucking. That set then was Hannah Smith and Leigh Gladin just orchestrating momentum and generating momentum, and you're building momentum touch after touch, and once you get to fifth, that's when you can explode, and that was just great touch. Oh, Scotland a little bit too tight there, but they've defended it well. It's still fifth, turnover. Scotland's defence is standing firm.
Yeah, there's Scotland start again.
Punch through the middle, then they're going to work the way to the box. Good hands, Burton, get it down.
Oh, it's an handling error. France.
That's big.
They need to play with a bit of urgency now.
Yeah.
8 minutes to go.
Yeah, so what we want to start seeing now from both teams, like you said, urgency from France. You're 2 down. I want to see composure from Scotland. And when you're coming off the field, you've got your next job. Scotland's current job at the minute, D this set out. They're going to go to link sweepers. Good feet
Back
from
into
Henri,
the centre.
so that she can dish it back in and we can play again. Counties from France, and they've awarded them. They've got themselves a penalty. Sorry.
She's driving through, but I
don't
think that's going to be given.
Big
That's
set.
going to come back.
So Scotland are going to deal with Marie Henri for 6 touches. We're going to go quickies to begin with.
Just stepping back, Scotland
Nothing
defence
on.
holding firm.
Yep, Hannah Crisp getting up nice and high. They're going to go 32 long. It's a little bit of a short / long, but Scotland look like they dealt with it. Great touch. We're halfway through.
They seem to really have focused on Marie Henri, the Scots, don't
Yeah,
they?
yeah.
They've not given them.
That's what the good teams do. They do that homework, and she comes on a sweeper now. Oh, is that good defence? No touch from Missy Green, and we were talking about Marie Henri, doing your homework on it. You can only do so much on those types of players. She comes round on a sweeper, she's great speed, she creates that 3-on-2, and she's just able to dish off at the right time. That link hole was just open, and she's dragged France right back in this game.
Yeah, Marielle Théophane
Watch her come
pops
round
it
here,
down.
yeah. So she's created a little bit of a 3-on-2. Green's got a little bit of a decision to make. I thought she'd made an awesome touch, but great day. Scotland will pick up on the sweep again.
Alicia Green, actually, you just saw her on the replay there as she was running around, she piled her hands up.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I didn't
Good
touch.
honesty, good honesty.
So, 7-6.
4 touch, I think.
As
Hannah Smith. We're going to go fire up, Gladin. Right foot step. Great D from Scotland. It's interesting. Sorry, from France. It's interesting that is the first time that Scotland have ran that fire up play. Interesting to go into your playbook a little bit more. I'd like them to stick with those sweeper progressions that are working so well for them. But France look like they've got the tails up a little bit here. We've got a really good back and forth going, and that's got to be touch pass. I think the referee's got it. Yeah. Scotland getting the ball back, and another good thing for them as well. It's slowed down a little bit there. This is eating up time at the minute.
5 minutes to go.
Oh, what a game!
One try, and quickly over on the other field. It's 13-4 England lead. England are going to go into the final.
Yeah, they can afford. Oh, that's a huge error. We talked about composure from Scotland before, and that's not it.
So England await one of these teams.
I'm living every moment here, Jono. I feel like I'm in midfield D.
I think you've moved us more. I think you moved about 2K while you've been here.
So what you want from Scotland here is to not let France near the 7, give them one shot, but France have done well here. Get to the 7 as quickly as possible. Then you can run your plays. Scotland not letting them near the line. They've got to run that punish play from quite far out, and they did well to let the middle make it. We're approaching halfway through the set now. Oh, Scotland are in all sorts of bother. They've got to deal with the right-hand peel. Good
great
step.
dodge.
Good feet, good dish off. Mega defence from Scotland.
Really
Great
great recovery because
I think that's 5th. I'm sure I saw the ref put his hand up then. Oh!
And France just can't quite make it happen, but great D from Scotland. 3.5 minutes to go. Scotland still lead by 1, 7-6.
We need composure here now. We need composure from Scotland. Scotland have got to work their way to the box. It's got to be good intensity, but it's got to be good completion, and it's got to be efficient. They're not making really good yards here at the minute. They've got to generate something from this, and Hannah's going to have to scoot from halfway. Back to the middle. 4 on 3. Back to the middle for Chris.
She's got
the legs. Wide.
Oh, I think the touch was made. Touch was made.
I think that would have been amazing, but
Marielle Thifain just getting across in time and making the touch.
Do you know what they've done well? Even though they've not scored, Scotland have killed the ball right over in that corner. And with 3 minutes left in a semi-final on day 5, that's not where you want to be subbing from if I'm France, especially with how good Scotland's midfield D is. I think that's 4th touch. I think this might be 5th coming. It is 5th coming. I heard it from the coach in the box. France have got to scoot from nowhere. That's your turnover. No.
Oh, and France have been given a lifeline. I thought they did that well.
I think he's called Hannah Crisp offside. Katie Salmon did that really well. So
2 minutes away. If France can get it down and make it 7-7, then the drop-off becomes very much a possibility.
We're in planet drop-off then, Jono.
Yeah, drop-off, of course.
Oh, it's a big turnover. It's a huge turnover. I don't think she stepped over the ball.
So Scotland have it, and we're in the final 2 minutes. Can Scotland manage the game out from here?
They've got to look after the ball now. Don't worry about how many yards you make. Brilliant. That's 3rd touch. Well done, Scotland, to get those extra yards. Oh, that's forward. That's forward.
Not given to France.
Oh, the sideline ref's got it. I don't think she was half as well, and I think you just got to accept that touch. And France now have a tap-off, pretty much. A tap-off move to take this to drop off. Even if they score, I think Scotland might have 30 seconds or so, but this is the biggest set of the game, biggest set of the week.
As they go down 7 metres, Scotland defence holding
firm. Comes
French
up from the sideline. Cecile Nash, she's through, score!
She's down. It is 7-7.
She is loving that.
We're a minute away from drop off. Unless Scotland can do something from the tap-off that they've got. Let's watch the replay.
Cecile Mass is prime time. She is box office. 33 counties. I think Scotland might have thought she was half then. I think they got mixed up a little bit, but I said they had 30 seconds. They've actually got 45. Scotland will run their tap-off move now. They're going to work their way down to the 7. And here we go. Here we go. To take Scotland...
So it's either Scotland going through or we're going to drop off.
Burton.
Touch made.
Oh, that's 5th. That's 5th.
We've seen them. We've seen them score off final touches
we have.
before.
And they're going to run that little play that they
did
before. Cut, maybe? No. To the sideline. Good D from France. And I think...
That's it. We're going to go to drop off, aren't we?
We are.
So... Extra time, 2 minutes, 4 on 4.
Woo!
So, if you're unaware of the drop off, 2 minutes, 4 on 4.
And that was a bit of a heavy touch there. I think we've still got about 10 seconds here. I'm just looking at the clock for the England-Wales game. If that one's correct, then we've still got a couple of seconds for France to play. Last play of the game. Yeah.
There is a touch.
Here we go.
We are going to drop off.
So
4 on 4.
What you need now from both teams is to get off as quickly as possible. You've got a couple of minutes. They'll have a plan in place. They'll have a plan in place. They'll know who they want to go on. I can't think who's got the tap off here. This is going to be so good, Jono.
Scotland had the tap off for the second half, so I think it's France's tap off. So now, to explain the drop off for you, because there was so much happening, we couldn't explain it. 7-all, all square. It's obviously a semi final, so for a place in the final, there needs to be overtime.
So Scotland have got the tap off, and They've got the 2 players. Sorry, they've got the 4 players on. If I was going to pick 4 players to put on, it's these 4: Hannah Smith, Grace Burton, Leah Glading, and Hannah Smith, Grace Burton, Leah Glading, Hannah Crisp. These are the 4 I'd have on, and just speed, just speed. This is what you want.
So here we go, 2 minutes, 4-on-4 running clock. If it's still level after 2 minutes, we go to sudden death, and it will only be 3-on-3.
I want.
So here's the excitement.
Here. Burton will kick to the outside. So that's 4th touch. I would look at Glading coming on a sweeper here. Then you can have Chris picking up from half. They're not going to do it. She's going to go quickies. Smith, Crisp. Is that a touch?
No, it's down.
Hannah Crisp.
Hannah Crisp. That's a captain's performance for you. She gives Scotland first blood in the drop-off.
How good? How good's touch, Jono?
Wow.
Oh, is that? Right.
So Hannah Crisp going over there.
We've lost the clock a little bit.
I think we've had about...
We're going to have to rely on our senses, Jono.
We've had about 45 seconds, I think.
And France have got their 2 players who had one on.
Oh,
Marie Henry, the touch was... They're going to play the touch, so they've got Cecile Mass and Marie Henry on. These are the 2 players who I'd have on. They're going to get Mass into a live situation. Watch Marie to pick up. Maybe pulling out the touch. They're going to go quickies with Mass. Is that down? It's down!
It is down, the nod. Cecile Mass. Oh, what Hannah Crisp can do at one end,
going on?
Cecile Mass does at the other. 8-8.
What a game.
We've had probably 1:20.
You know what's awesome? The 4 Scotland players that started are just staying on, and the 4 French players, I'm pretty sure, are staying on as well. They brought Mass off, but Hannah Crisp is just going to dig in with Leigh Glading. She might pick up. They're going to go quickie, step back.
She's there again!
Score!
Hannah Crisp gets a second try of the drop-off.
We can't
and
be far
Scotland
from the
go
end.
9-8 ahead.
The end.
I estimate it to be about...
There it is! Scotland got to the final! What a game!
And look at the joy from the Scottish bench. They're jumping, they're hugging. The French are devastated, as is understandable. What an incredible game that was. Scotland take it in the drop-off, 9-8. And that was all about Hannah Crisp.
Yeah, Hannah Crisp, Leigh Glading, 2 unbelievable performances over the past 5 days. To turn it on in that game, in a drop-off, Cecile Mass did everything with Marie Henry to keep France in that game and to win it. But wow,
so
that's how you run a quickie and drop-off.
This is the try that won it.
Right foot step, there's your space between the middle and the link. It's just so good execution, composure. Watch this. This is how you run a quickie step back. Split to the outside hard, big right foot, pick the right option. Wow, what a game. What a game.
What an incredible game. It will be England against Scotland in the final later on. 5 o'clock.
Awesome.
Jordan, I'm going to have to let you go because Ian's beckoning from the studio. He wants to get.
Because my blood pressure's gone too high. Yeah, give me a break.
So as you head over to the studio, we say many congratulations to Scotland. They will be facing England in the Women's Open final at 5 o'clock. A stunning game of touch rugby we've just witnessed. And we're probably going to get another one coming up. The Men's Open semi-final is next. France taking on Ireland. Let's head over to the studio, head over to Ian. He's with Jordan. They'll look back on this game and preview the Men's Open semi-final. Over to you, Ian.
Well, welcome back to the studio, everybody. I've just literally had to pick Jordan off the floor because that was absolutely insane. It's the first drop-off we've seen here on field 1. But it's tears of jubilation for Scotland. It's tears of despair for France. But what on earth did you make of that? How can you unravel that?
I don't know what I just watched. That was one of the best games of touch I've ever seen. If you get that chance to watch that and break that down again, I'll talk about Scotland a little bit. Their line attack, they nearly ran sweepers for the whole game, but they ran about 6 or 7 variations on the same move. to near perfection, and it's just it's patient touch, it's experienced touch. And it's just so smart. Like they were like thinking, right, we'll run that variation. That's not worked yet. Maybe this next one will work. That's not worked yet. Let's try the next one. That works. Let's run that on the next play. And it was like 40 minutes of just Scotland working their way through it. I said it might go to drop off. I'm so glad it did. That was just awesome. And then on the French side of the ball, Cécile Massa and Marie Henry did everything they could to pull Scotland to keep France in that game. And such a shame for them that they couldn't do it, but amazing from Scotland. Congrats to them. Looking back on it, they deserved it. I think a lot, along with their line attack, the thing that won that game for them was their midfield D. If you can go back and watch, especially in the first half, the aggression that they put and the energy that they put into touches 1, 2 and 3, France couldn't breathe and they just had to scoot from their own line. And oh, what a game! What a game!
This is
how
why
good touch.
You should get involved with touch. It is absolutely insane. We must say as well, England did make it through to the final as well. We're going to have a guest coming in very shortly, but it looks like England are probably going to be favourites for the final. However, Scotland are a big threat, aren't they?
Yeah, like if they can play like that, I wouldn't be surprised with the coaching that they've got in the box that they've got a few tricks up their sleeve, and maybe they'll run a few extra plays and a few extra progressions. They might, I think definitely England favourites. We've got a very experienced England player here right now. With unfortunately, you're not playing this week. It's a joy to be here. Isn't it? It is a joy to watch, isn't it? Yeah. Talk us through a little bit. Obviously, we didn't get much. I didn't get to see the England game too much.
Yeah.
How did the girls go?
Really, really well. It was just what we needed. A couple of tough games yesterday. Everyone else has really raised their game, and it's the best performance we put out against Wales. So really, really good.
Is it fair to say England are going to head into the final as favourites, and does that add a bit of extra pressure then?
I think there's always a bit of pressure when you've not lost a game before, but we've dealt with it in the past. We'll deal with it today, and off the back of that, as I say, I think we Scotland. We're going against Scotland. Yeah. So it's going to be a real tough game, but I mean, I'm confident, but then I'd have to play. So
You've played Scotland twice already, 10-3 and 10-1.
Yeah.
So there's no danger of complacency, though, is there, when it comes to
Oh no, finals footy is finals footy. Like, you never know what's going to happen. People come out.
Finals footy,
no. People come out and they throw everything they've got. So yeah.
Just to touch on this yourself to just before we go back.
Yeah.
How's your injury going? Obviously, I know you've had a few issues with it. When are you looking to be back?
I'm aiming for next Euros. Is the plan. I've had one surgery, maybe one more to go. But this is my first week walking, and I think I'm doing really well.
I can't believe they made you come up the stairs. That's what I can't believe.
The stairs are my rehab. I haven't been doing anything else. That's my rehab for the week, is stairs. Yeah.
You can abseil down here. Who's
holding the rope?
Ian's been doing it all week. He's been jumping off. It's like pre-match entertainment.
In fairness, I've not been up here. It's a nice view.
It is. Stay up here.
Yeah.
We need a paddling ball down there, don't we?
We do.
Thanks so much. Best of luck for the final. Congratulations to everybody. We have another guest lined up as well. Do you want me to take that from you? You brought the lineup. A very special guest as well. We've got Lauren Thorley coming in as well. Now, Lauren, you started your career in touch, and we must say congratulations. Just finished up at the Commonwealth Games in the Sevens. How was it?
Yeah, brilliant. It was unreal. To play in front of a home crowd like that, I think, was just incredible. Like having everyone on your side, because usually whenever England goes anywhere, we get booed. So it was just incredible to actually have everybody like really rooting for you. And when you had the ball, you like lit up with the crowd because you had their energy.
Why is there always a target on the
I don't know. I know, we're in Canada, and literally as soon as we had the ball, it was like dead silence. We're like,
I'll take it as a compliment.
Nice, thanks, yeah.
What an experience that was, though, playing in those stadiums in front of those crowds. Let's come back to touch, though. It's where you started, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I started playing touch 4 years ago now. Played down at Thames Valley in Reading, and that's basically where I fell in love with the game. So I fell in love with like the speed and also the technicality of the game, and then from there I just sort of worked my way through, played 15s, and then I got into the sevens this year. Yeah.
Superb, Jordan.
It'd be great if you could talk us through. Obviously, I come from a rugby league background. I was still a touch player as well. But if you could talk us through sort of those sort of skills that you can move across both sports, that'd be great.
Yeah, so for me, I think with touch you have to manipulate the defenders loads, and that's really what I learned, was even in a much bigger picture in sevens, and it's a big open pitch, but actually you still have to manipulate your single defender, because it's that 7-on-7, you can't hide on the pitch, and that's exactly the same as touch. Like, you have to really work the space to be able to exploit it. So I think that's basically what I learned the most, is how to manipulate defenders, but also keeping the ball in a small space, keeping the ball alive, and good handling skills, which I don't think you get necessarily when you're on 15s, because you could just carry hard. You don't always have to move the ball around.
Great answer. That's such a good answer.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk? Because
Have you been here all day?
Yeah, I've been here all day.
How are you finding the atmosphere?
Loving it. Like I'm so happy how many people there are, and also because the sun's out, so I feel like it's very really good vibes here. Yeah, loving it.
Lauren, thanks so much for popping up. We really do appreciate it. Best of luck with your career as well. We will be watching closely. I'm delighted to say that from you. We've got another guest as well. Here she is. It's Hannah Chris. Delighted. Hannah Chris, look at this.
You are so good.
Oh,
you
no.
are awesome.
Hannah, let me give you that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Of course, you joined us in the commentary box yesterday.
Yeah.
You've been super busy, but congratulations.
Thank you very
much. That went right down to the wire.
I mean, we didn't make it easy for
Talk us through
ourselves, right?
Oh, my word,
That's why you win the toss at the beginning these days, isn't it? So you get 2 taps at drop off. My goodness. I don't even know. I don't even know what day it is. I mean, what a game! Like, France really stuck it to us. Every game that we've met them in this tournament has been like one score in it, end to end. It's been brilliant. Like, they've really gone for it. So
tell us the pressure in that drop off, though. I mean, it was insane. Jordan was jumping up and down.
I felt like I played. I honestly feel like I played.
I imagine you're probably not sweating more than me, though. It's very
I'm not far off.
It must be so, because you know you can't make mistakes, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is you cannot make errors in this, but it's credit to Eddie. It's one of those things you train. You do a couple of sessions out before the tournament. You say, right, if we get to a drop off, what do we do? That is what we do, and we did it twice. So
we're going to let you enjoy the moment for a little bit longer, but of course England in the final.
Yeah.
They are going to be favourites, but you can make that work to your advantage, right?
Yeah, I think so. We've you play a tactical tournament. You know you're going to meet some teams 3 times. You show certain things, you don't show others. So
hear that? A few aces on the screen.
I dropped that.
Just while you're talking about so obviously tactics for the next game. Talk us through, because I talked it to death.
Right.
Your progressions on sweepers, because
Yes.
it was as if you were just thinking, let's do line attack, but we can only run sweepers and progressions off it. You did it. So your execution on it and your selection of it was near perfect.
Yeah.
Is that on field? Is that Eddie? Is it a combination?
It's a combination. So we've trained really hard this year at being able to recognise what the defence are doing. So a sweeper is almost like, right, okay, we're going to force you all to make a decision. And off the back of that, if you do this, then we'll do that. If you do that, we'll do something else. So you have a playbook of options off the back of it, and it really is just about having one person on the field who picks what that next one is. I see you cornering, I'm going to do this. I see you shutting, I'm going to do that.
Are you going to go to the very last page of the playbook for England?
We're digging 6 foot deep.
Beautiful. That's what I want to hear.
Coffins out.
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah, who knows? God, it's going to be,
Knowing Eddie, I reckon the playbook is what? 200,000 words? 200,000 word count?
And the rest 300,000 pages.
Maybe the same size as The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, the Bible.
You said a Hobbit.
We've got the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the Testament that's not been written yet. So,
Hannah, thanks so much for coming up. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You've got to go get yourselves prepared.
I need to eat some food.
And eat, yes. So as you can see, we have the next game ready to go. It is another corker. They're coming thick and fast. That was the men's open semi-final between France and Ireland. Let's hand over to Jono and Ben.
Many thanks, Ian. And so we're seconds away from the start of this men's open semi-final. Ireland, who we've already seen today on pitch 1, a very narrow defeat to England in the opening game of the day, which gave them this semi-final berth against the French. The French, starting on the tap-off, led the round-robin table all the way up until today. England just taking that top spot. They're on the other pitch with the semi-final against Scotland. And on this pitch, It's France against Ireland, and Ben, this should be a cracker.
I'm so excited for this. This afternoon is just building and building. We've had 2 incredible semi-finals on pitch 1. We're going to get a 3rd, and then we're going into finals. How exciting is this? It has been so good. This is going to be a great setup as Ireland get a penalty for a hard touch.
Yeah, so Ireland, France with a error in their tap-off set, which has given Ireland the ball. Because these two teams did face each other in the round robins.
Yeah, they did. So it was one win each actually in the round robin. So again, this is the 3rd to play for. You know, winner takes all. Really does take all in this one, and Ireland just get a bit confused in what they're doing. They try to run a 32 short. He's going to try and run another 32. 32 punish play. Is he in?
Touch claimed, but I think that is ball down. Indeed it is. Ireland first blood in this semi-final.
Yeah, and this is just a little punish play. Mark Phelan just gets the ball down. Instead of stepping in, he steps out. He takes on the link, and he gets in between the link and middle to score for Ireland to go. As you see, he just splits out. He goes on the outside. He steps back, dives through, and that is 1-0 Ireland.
France coming straight back though. It's a long pass out to the wing that isn't completed, and Ireland will have the ball back. We'll just quickly look at those results again from the round robin. The first game that these two teams played, a very, very narrow victory for France, 7-6. But then yesterday, to complete the round robin for France, Ireland with an 11-4 win.
Yeah, so a big statement from Ireland yesterday. France had a tough day yesterday. They played England and Ireland and lost both, unfortunately. So they had a rest this morning. So they've not actually won for 2 days. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Pass doesn't find its mark. And it'll be French ballers more and more people surround pitch 1. We've had fantastic atmosphere around here all day today. And it's only going to build as more games finish, more players become available, more people as well.
Yeah,
spectators
absolutely.
coming around the pitch, and you know, they're bringing their own seats, and it's great to see so many people and hear them shouting away for their teams. Really does add to the whole event.
32 counties play here. They've got an overlap 4 and 3. Why is he scooped it? Oh, he didn't need to step back. The whole one was on. Unfortunately, they picked the wrong option. Number 2, Jean-Francois Baird, just got on the outside, but they split. They came back inside instead of staying into hole 1. And we have actually looking at England versus Scotland on pitch 2 here. If you're looking at the quad box, it's actually 1-0 England. So we're going to keep you up to date on that one if you want the score on, if you're watching field 1 as well.
That will give you an idea of who will be in the final to conclude this tournament. That kicks off at 6 o'clock this evening.
Mark Phelan again, he's going to try and construct something. John Ennis they're going to run a sweep play. Ball down, I would say. No, he's giving the penalty. The referee has. We're not as close as the referee.
So a fresh set of 6 for Ireland from the 7 metre. A great opportunity for them to go 2 ahead here. Very, very early in this game. Not played 4 minutes. Yeah, we're just coming over to 4 minutes now. Touch is made.
Just a 32 short on the first, with the first hole runner getting the ball back. I think now they're going to run a sweep play. Mark Phelan on the outside. He steps back, he goes between the 2 middles. Referee says touch is made.
Definite touch there. Ireland still have the ball though. They've got 2 touches to play with here.
What they're going to run? They needed to try and play something there.
Oh, and it's just out of the grasp of Ben O'Connell. France have the ball.
Just like the men's 50s, there's a lot of deliberation going on between the Ireland and the French and the referees. Ireland are saying that there was a touch by the French winger. French winger said he didn't mean to touch it. Referees agreed with Ireland, and it is a new set of 6 for Ireland.
Indeed it is.
I don't like that by John Ennis. I think they should look to try and score on first touch, but they take a settle play. Second coming, early release. Ball's over the top.
Oh, and it's down again, and the massed Irish supporters down below are up on their feet cheering.
That is 2-0 Ireland, so we're just we'll just break this one down for you at home. So they did take that set of play, didn't like it, but that's fine. They've now got it. They do a 32 short early release, and they go long from the captain there, Ryan, who gets that long ball away.
Keegan Mullen putting the ball down. So Ireland 2-0 ahead. France has work to do.
32 long here. So it's interesting. France have had some really good, successful days in this tournament. Obviously, they've struggled in the last couple of days, and in the last couple of sets, they've just looked a little bit, I wouldn't say clueless, but they've not had the fluency that they would have liked. As Ireland pick up short side, they step back long and go hold one, and that is 6th touch. It was a bit of a hard touch there, but
obviously we're seeing an increase in the intensity from this morning, from the England-Ireland clash, where both wanted to win that game, but I think they were both holding something in reserve. Now we're seeing the full strength of this Ireland squad.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to open their playbook, otherwise they won't be able to get through this game. I think Ireland have started really well. France haven't started the greatest. I think they'll be looking to try and get on the scoreboard as quick as possible. Only 4 players on for the moment. Mark Feeder's going to go on the outside.
Don't think he's down. I think the touch was made. He's going to go back.
Mark Feeder loves to chat to the referee. He genuinely is always chatting to the referee, trying to get in the ear of them. What's he going to do with the ball? He's going to spread it now. And that's an ordinary drop ball from Ben O'Connell there, isn't it?
It is indeed, and France have the opportunity to drive forward. They're at halfway already.
5th coming. Oh, that was 4th. Now 5th coming. The setups go short side, go long side, hole, links on, it's a tap ball and it's a score!
Oh, that is superb punch.
Why did he do it? He didn't need to do it. If he'd have caught the ball, he'd have gone in and scored himself, but he's looking fancy for the TV if we see this one back.
Yeah, he didn't need to do it. He did do it, and he got away with it.
Oh, wow. This is like a goalkeeper when he's made a easy save, making it look hard. It's a great tap on. You know, if he'd have caught and gone straight through the hole, he would have scored, but he's made it look even better by tapping it on.
Thibaut Charrier with the punch across. We've seen many of them.
It was a good finish though, and that's what the French needed. They needed to get on this scoreboard. So we've now got a game. So it's now.
Oh, great pass, and once again it's out there to Kean Mullen, and he puts the ball down, and the French supporters find their voices again. They really enjoyed that one, and just like that, Ireland are back 2 ahead, 3-1.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this one. I believe it was an open side, a quickie, regular quickie into a short run, step back, 4-on-3, long ball, and he's in. And as we look at that score, we've seen England go 2 up against Scotland if you're watching on either pitch 2 or the quad box.
Yeah, so England 2-0 ahead against Scotland, Ireland 3-1 ahead against France. As France go through again, I think the touch was made before the ball went down.
Yeah, nice open side quickie there, so he split away from his defender. He got on the outside, good 2-on-1. As Yannick picks up, link holds on, he's not picked it out.
Interception.
That's 7 touches. Here's touch 1, 2.
Ireland take the opportunity to bring fresh legs on. Only 3 touches for now to halfway. His final touch now. He's got it away. Oh, nice flick out of the back there, but France do make the touch and they do get the ball back. But again, a good high defence by Ireland. Now France get the chance to run down the wing as they go to their own sub box and make changes.
Yeah, good touch by both teams there.
Oh, that nearly didn't come off.
Down, 32 scope, he goes into goal. Hole one's on, he puts the ball down. Oh!
It went down very, very quickly, but there was a big collision. Oh.
That wasn't nice. and that's sometimes what happens when you're putting your body on the line. You're unfortunately getting in the way of certain things, and yeah, it wasn't great to see. Hope Ryan's okay. He's integral part to that Ireland team.
Yeah, it was completely accidental. There was, and you can see their number. And Remy Merlot, he's devastated as he comes off. He knows it was a complete accident. And he's still being tended to, and you see some of the crowd amassed by the side of the pitch, and he's up. It looks like it is Ireland's ball. It's going off the back. He's up and walking, which is really.
He's actually on the pitch here, Jono. He's just the one that subbed off number 7. He wasn't the replacement there. He was number 7. He went to the sideline, so it looks like he's okay.
Oh, that's good.
I actually thought it was a score. The referees have given a different outcome there, so they've the Irish. I mean, he's put his body on the line.
Oh, good touch.
Ryan's put his body on the line. It was a great touch, and I think he's actually made the touch with his head. So fair play to him. We hope he's well.
Yeah, it did go down really, really hard. As France come again. As France start again. Down it goes. They're going to come into the middle. There's space opening up on the left-hand side, but they've decided to come back to the right. Still in the middle now. Down it goes again. Step back to the 7. Good defence by Ireland so far. Still 3-1 that the Irish lead in the 13th minute of this first half. It's 3-1 England over on pitch 2. Into passing, but the Irish defence holds firm, but it looks like it's a fresh set of 6 for the French.
The French kept trying to get into the 7, and then the Irish defence have got open side quickly. Yannick's into hole 1. Good touch. Yeah, the French got the penalty because Ireland weren't walking forward. We've got another injury delay from the Irish. He's holding his elbow, or his elbow by the looks of it. He made a strong touch, and sometimes you can put your body in the wrong place.
He's okay. He's carrying on.
Good. We've got a few troopers.
Troy. I mean, there's going to be some sort of bodies out there anyway, isn't there, at this stage in a tournament?
Absolutely. You're in finals now, so you're going to try and troop through if you can.
I'll get the adrenaline pumping.
3-2 now, England versus Scotland, if anyone's watching that one or wants an update.
Yeah, so
tight game. It was always going to be.
2 tight games. As Ireland come racing through. Good quick passing, but the touch is made. And France have the ball back. A really good effort from Ireland on 5th touch there.
France would love it to be 3-2.
He certainly would. Comes back into the centre. Down it goes. Now at the 7 metre. Final touch. Oh, this room opened up. I think it's down. It is down. France have pulled it back to within 1.
I said on that drive they'd love to make it 3-2. They have done, and this is just a simple 33 scoop. He goes short side, he steps back, hole 1's there, and Ireland's number 10, Caldwell, could not make it across in time to shut that hole down.
It does. Nice little inside pass that goes to Remy Merlot, and he puts the ball down.
There's Ryan, who had that head clash. He's organising things.
Touch made.
Ryan and Mark played a lot together over the last couple of years. they come together, they go for a 23 punish on short side, and they'll look to do something again together here. So Mark's going to go short side on the punish play. He's going to score. No.
I think they're indicating touch the referee. Yeah. Ireland still have the ball though.
Yeah, first touch. I like that on first touch. I like them to try and give a scoring option. So this is this is third touch now. You're going to do the same again.
Down goes, but again the touch is made.
Just watch this sequencing from Ireland. So they're tucking the French defence under. I don't know what that was for, but next time they come on, they're tucking the French defence to one side. I'd fully expect them to be going back open side as French now get over halfway.
They do indeed. And it's a good drive by the French here. Switch back, coming down the centre. The whistle has gone. And here's Irish ball. I think, no, French ball.
Yeah, so the referee just indicated he didn't play any advantage because the advantage had gone. That it was a hard touch from the Irish. There's another penalty just in the ruck. So there's two. If it is a third penalty,
Ireland have to go down
to 5 players just for that set.
Ireland have to be careful in defence not to give away a penalty.
So
they
just
won't want to go down to 5.
Just a settle play. Now Yannick will try to set it up the open side quick. He's got on the outside. The follow play is on. And that is your third.
Yeah.
Okay, so the referee's indicated that the hard touch wasn't at the try line. So this is now a second penalty. It's 3 on the score line. So if France get another penalty, they'll be down to 5. We all heard the referee say that.
Another touch made. So France trying to break down this Irish defence. It's held together very well so far in this set. Was quickly down and a bit too quick, and the chance is over for France.
Yeah, a bit too casual in that last set, I think.
2.5 minutes remaining in this first half. It's been a really intense first half of action. 1 score in it. Ireland lead 3-2. Driving forward very quickly. They're going to bring it to the left, but there is an infringement and France will have the ball here.
The Ireland love a good complaint when they've got something against them. So it looks like France have got, and there's a penalty.
It's going to be a penalty against
Ireland. I mean he's playing touch, not football. And this is the first time I've actually seen Yannick, the French captain. He's now running off towards you, as you can see. He's getting a bit frustrated. You know, everything's not gone his way so far, and you know the first 2 or 3 days did. He's now getting a little bit frustrated. I commented on how calm he is. He just needs to come to the sub box, take a breather, and try and get back into that mode that he has from day 2 and 3.
The penalty against Ireland, I think, or is it final touch? No,
No,
it's final touch. Back inside. Oh, this space opened up on the left-hand side if they use it. Now, there was a touch made in time. No, it wasn't, and France have brought it level.
And the referee's turned his palm to the air and blown his whistle. That is a score out of nothing. It is literally 5th touch play. They go inside. It's not a traditional switch. It's a check back inside. There's an overlap. There's a 3-on-2, a 2-on-1, and France get the ball down. We've got a score draw at half-time, it looks like.
Unless Ireland can make something happen from this drive.
I won't put it past them.
No, they've done it before from the tap-off. I'm sure they can do it again. As they look to pop it down now. There's space in the middle, but I think the touch was made. Yes, it was, and
so John Hez is not giving the ball back early enough there, and I think it's just might be a penalty. The set-up play that Ireland are doing, it's looking very, I would say, clunky watching it. They can't get their half to get to the ruck earlier, so that the short runner can't get to the ball, and that looks forward to me. Referee's not pulling it back, and that's half-time. I would like Ireland to change up their driving, their 5th touch short, because they're half not getting there quick enough.
So we are completely level after 20 minutes. France 3, Ireland 3. Ireland 3-1 ahead for a good portion of that first half. France bringing it back. Here are the replays of the tries. Saying Ireland taking the lead. It was Mark Phelan who went over. And then they went 2-0 ahead. The pass out to that left-hand side, and Keir Mullen popped the ball down. France coming back into it. They made it 2-1. Okay, it was the punch to the left-hand side from Thibaut Charrier. It was unusual, but it was effective. That was 2-1. This gave Ireland a 2-point lead again, and once again it was the long pass out to Keir Mullen who put the ball down. This was France making it 3-2. Great quick passing, and Remy Merloz popped it down, and this is what made it 3-3. Another pass out to the wing. Looked like the touch had been made, but the ball had gone down. So it is 3-3 at the end of the first half. Over on field 2, it is England 5, Scotland 3. So a bit of a scoring explosion in that one since we last gave an update.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think both teams will be pretty happy with that result. And over on field 2, Scotland won't be worried. It's only 2 scores. England will look to try and go ahead, but I think Scotland will stay in the running in that game. And this one's just as tight as ever.
Certainly is. Very, very tight game. And 20 minutes to go for a place in the final, and it's very similar to the France-Scotland game in the Women's Open that we've just seen. You know, very, very close at half-time. Shall we mention those two words, the drop-off?
The drop-off, I called it. It's going to happen in the mixed final. This definitely could go to drop-off. I think this is a massive 20 minutes for both teams. They've both not been in a final for a long time in the Men's Open. They've both got a huge opportunity. France have come on this week and showed us that they've been doing a lot of practice. Ireland have been working well in the last 2 years, 3 years, and they both want this spot to give whoever wins the other semi-final a real shot in that final. So this is huge.
Let's go back to 2018, and it was England-Wales in the final. Wales haven't made the semi-finals this time, but France played Ireland in the bronze medal playoff in the last European Championships, and they won 12-7 in that bronze medal game. So
a lot's happened
since then, and one of these teams now will progress to the final. And in 4 years, they whichever team does progress, they're going to take that improvement, aren't they?
I would say whatever happens in this game, both teams are going to take the improvement. They're technically, skillfully, mentally, the knowledge of the game, their fitness has increased by so much since 2018. Both teams are going to take so much out from this tournament. They're going to build again. They're going to come again in the next European Championships next year, and then look to build for 2024 World Cup, wherever that might be. They will be very proud of what they've achieved so far. Obviously, they want more, and that's their winning mentality.
Well, both teams ready in the centre for the start of this second half. And more and more people seem to have joined the crowds that are forming around field 1 here. They've obviously heard what a close game this is, and there's quite a few come over during the half-time interval. That's only going to add to the atmosphere. And of course, as more and more games finish over on the other fields and more competitions finish and more players are going to come over, we could have quite a throng here for the finals a little later on.
It's going to be very good. There's 950 players here. Even if they bring one spectator, that's nearly 2,000 players here, 2,000 people here, and it should make for a very good final series.
It certainly should. Well, there goes the hooter. We are underway in the second half of the Men's Open semi-finals. A reminder, 5-3 England lead on field 2, 3-3 here on field 1. All to play for, as Ireland from the tap-off looked to go over it. I think the touch was made. Indeed it was.
Yeah, again, they're running the same tap-off play where they look to run the short. It just feels a bit too tight. There's not enough space. They're going to run it again here. That's a better short line. They run the early release. The ball's on long. Has the referee called it forward? Yes, Bruce Lockie has called this one forward. So that was a better short. I would like them to see the short ran a little bit wider and a little bit more archy, and then you can step back short side if you need.
It was almost a hat-trick for Cian Mullen there. They worked that one very successfully, Ireland. Oh, that was a heavy touch. Nothing called.
I think John Ennis will be fine there. I think he was trying to milk the penalty.
France still have it, and they come bursting through, but the touch was made, and they'll have to give the ball back to Ireland. This seems to be as if they both started this second half. There's a little bit more aggression out there. I mean, there's obviously so much at stake.
They want to
here.
play in that final, don't they? The referee's about to ping something up here. Not sure why he's given Ireland a penalty, and it was not sure what it was for.
From halfway on, have a fresh set of 6.
We'll see what they can do here. I think the midfield battle is going to be the biggest one here. Both have got very good midfield attacks. If their defences can stop each other's attacks, it'll be whoever defends out best. And they look to run a sweeper here now. Ireland's number 14 gets on the outside. He goes short side. Does he make the line? He does. The referee says he is onside. That was Ireland's number 14, Sean Balance, just getting on the outside but being caught by the right middle bar of France.
So they start again from the 7 metre. He goes through it again, Sean Balance, but the touch is made once again, and France have the ball back. No further scoring in the second half so far. We've only had 2 minutes, but you can feel a tension out there now. You know, there's so much at stake with a place in the final. And both these teams know that they're going to have to be at their best to beat the other one. Do not rule out the drop-off. We've already seen it once today. And that's a really good defensive set by Ireland.
Yeah, not the greatest fifth touch. Oh, we've got 5-all on field 2. 2 big scores by Scotland. I told you they wouldn't worry about that. Here it's 5-all. It'll be interesting to see how that finishes up. Yeah, that fifth touch from France wasn't very good, and Yannick couldn't picked up into man-on situation and couldn't get through. As Ireland looked to pick up, the man's fallen over. Yannick's chasing inside. They've got an overlap, but the ball goes back inside. Is the referee gonna? No, it's not. Oh.
Yes, he is Irish ball.
Yeah, he's decided that the French did get into the ruck. So Ireland have a set of 6 here. I wonder what they'll look to run. It's England 6-5 if you're watching that. If you're not watching that, so we're keeping up with the score here.
So 2 very, very close games as Ireland look to try and get back into the lead. But
so Ireland are playing in pods here. They just ran a traditional quickie with a short line in between the 2. Are they going to run the same again? No, they're going to run a 32 counters. Links on. Is he in the hole? He is.
He is indeed. Palm down, palm up, and point. Ireland go 4-3 ahead.
And this was just Irish's number 9, Sam Bewley. He goes 23 counters. He steps inwards. Nice flat pass. And Ireland link over on the far side goes between the middle link hole, and they go 1 ahead.
So 7 metres out.
Run out of space there, France, haven't they?
Yeah, they have indeed. They went to the right hand side. They come back left now. Good defence by Ireland again.
And the Irish, sorry, Jono, the Irish have just been caught not walking forward.
So a set of 6 for France. Chance for them to get back on level terms.
Ireland have just changed up their defence here, so France are trying to go on the middle player on that far side, the link, sorry, but the middle's not allowing them to, so I think Ireland, as French, have got to start running longs off this now. If they don't, it's just an open side quickie, steps back, that's a score!
It is a score, and France number 9, Hugo Berrier, has put France back on level terms. 4-all.
They're chasing every score, but they're always getting back. Steps back, and the middle, unfortunately, of Ireland couldn't tuck under enough to make that middle touch. And here's John Ennis with the ball. He gives it to Mark Feeney. He's going to run that punish play.
And it's to Wheeler. It's down.
Mark does very well to get behind the touching player. He then steps back, which probably allows the middle to make the touch. If he'd have kept on going on the outside, I reckon he would have had him. So, sweeper play, Mark's on the outside.
Well, the touch was made, number 7 for France, Alexandre Hubert. Now France have the ball back. They're going to build down the left-hand side. Comes back inside now, another good touch.
I think we're going to start seeing some penalties given, because there's a lot of hard touches coming in now.
There certainly is so much at stake here.
Good final touch there by Ryan, Ireland's captain. Great red touch there by Ryan.
So this latest French drive comes to an end, and Ireland have the ball back. They're starting very deep though. They're going to go to their sub box and get some changes. New players on. That's making
hit that link hole again. Can they get over? Good defence from the French there. Sam Bewley picking up short side. He's stepping back. He's ripping link hole every time. And
looks like it's an Irish ball. Got players coming on from their sub box.
Drop ball there from France, so unfortunate mistake. Ireland are trying to put players on, and actually they've wasted 2 or 3 touches here. It would have been nice for them to try and actually have a go at the scoreline.
Down it goes. They may get the opportunity now, but once again the drive just stutters a little bit.
Open side quickie.
There it is. Was a touch made. There's a big cheer. Indeed it is. Down. Ireland take the lead once again.
So just look at this one. As the open side quickie comes, the middle couldn't get on the outside, and the ball just went between the Lincoln wing hole for another score for Ireland.
There it is. It's top down. And then straight over. Really, really good try for Ireland.
Still 6-5 to England if you're interested.
It couldn't be closer on either field at the moment. France looking to go through. That was
France will start to go open side here. They're making the Irish defence tuck so far under. That's a French mover, 21 short. They've got a wrap. Oh, the ball is down. What has happened? That's a 21 short. How have they scored off that?
And Ireland complaining. They think they made the touch there, but nothing doing. The try has been given.
This is the most French scores of all French scores. They run a 21 short. They run a 21 short switch, and number 12 just steps back.
It's Bastien Cogbarrow who puts the ball
gets down well. Oh, great hands. We've got to score straight back here.
And Ireland gets straight back ahead from the tap off. Unbelievable. And it's that man, Cian Mullen again. He's got his hat trick.
So Ireland have run this where the quickie goes out, the runner comes short. They actually haven't passed the ball yet, short side, and they are still going short side, but it goes through 3 sets of hands, and the winger just scores and dots it down. I think they'll start stepping back off that one now. Yannick on the quickie, steps back, link hole. Oh, nearly caught by Ireland's number 14, Dara Foster.
Incredible stuff. He dived forward. It'd been interesting to see if he'd have caught that, if he could have kept his feet to run the length of the pitch. He was at full length. As it is, France still have the ball. Back inside again, another touch made. And Sean Balance.
If France run this again, they're going to hit link hole. But they can't get the setup they want. So it's an open side quickie. I told you the link hole was on, but Darrell Forster does a great job of channeling. That is great defence.
Superb defence by the Irish, and they're off again. Seem to have their tails up just a little bit now. 10 minutes to go.
This is a big set for France. Sam Bewley picks up short side. He's gone short side this time. He steps back. Link hole's on. No, good
defence. They've run out of touches, and France start again.
I'd like to see Sam Bewley just pick up, take 2 steps and step back and rip. He took a few too many there.
3 touches for France to halfway. There's 4th.
They need to set this one up. They're going to go 32. They get it on the link, so 32 scoop. He's going to step back. Link hole's on.
Oh, it's
Bastion couldn't get through this time.
Tell you what, there was a risk of the interception there as well. A couple of times that's happened. It's the same score on both fields. Ireland leads 6-5 here on field 1. England leads 6-5 on field 2 against Scotland. Still no closer to knowing who will be taking part in the men's open final at 6 o'clock this evening. Any one of 4 Stillers.
Ryan is through. He's through. Can he find someone? Oh, he's dropped it. He's dropped it.
Oh, great.
That was to go 2 up.
Oh, that was such a shame. Did so well, made so much space. See it here.
Oh, Ryan's done so well to get through after that big head knock earlier, and he was free. John was free. He won't be. He'll be ruining that one when he goes to sub off later.
John Ennis, full length, but just couldn't gather the ball in to pop it down. It's all level on the other field. 6-6 England, Scotland.
Oh, there is some nerves around these 2 pitches.
There certainly is.
I'm glad I'm not playing. Oh, Ryan's put a big touch on there. Is the referee going to call it? No. 32 platform. Going to go short side.
Space on the
left-hand
side. He's missed the interception. Cian Mullen, who has a hat-trick himself, he realised he'd made the wrong decision there, and it had left. It left Jerome Mazur's wide open.
This is what finals footy does to you. Ireland have dropped the ball in the French's goal and the French's try zone. France have driven down, got a penalty, and the winger, number 16 of Ireland, has just misread that ball, and it's gone over his head. He's 6'5", but he's let that ball go over his head. I think France have got in the ascendancy here.
There's 7 minutes to go. It's 6-6 on both fields. If you ever wanted any indication that all 4 of these teams want to make the final,
short side, links on. Oh, the switch is on. They've got a toss score.
France take the lead for the first time in the game.
This
Remy
is
Merlos.
Amazing. France have just done it twice, back to back, full 70-metre scores. They've picked up, they've gone short side, he's step into the 2 middles, there's a switch back, and the score is down.
Ireland with work to do. The first time they found themselves behind in this game. Oh, there's space. There was space on the left-hand side.
Just a short run from Ireland then. I'd like them to start using the ball now when they run this short, as they're going to do here. Hole 1. Oh, what a little pass by Mark Phelan here. He fakes long. He pops it into hole 1. Oh, that is brilliant.
Ryan Rutner-Singh pops the ball down, and it's all square again.
So I said I wanted them to move the ball. 32 done. Ryan to Mark this time. Mark fakes long. Pops up. Hole 1. 7-all.
England have gone ahead on field 2, 7-6.
This is so good.
Still no closer to knowing
Open
who's
side quickie, that's got to be a 4-pass referee. No.
France still with the ball. They go back to 7. Incredible stuff here. What a game. What a game.
Yannick's going for a 32 dump.
touch made, I think, yeah.
Unconventional, should we say. 7-0, 7-6.
Arno Carey was not happy with his mid there. He was gesticulating towards him as they ran back. Need to keep it together. Not long left, 5 minutes. All square, 7-7.
Zambioli picking up, going low. I told you 2 steps and throw. Just couldn't find that wing, it was a bit flat. So, I haven't seen Ireland run what we know as a fly in the touch community. When they come out of their sub box, they've got an over. Oh, France have made an error here. They're all shouting at each other. Yannick's going to come off because he's a bit tired. Players are moving. They've got to get back on quickly.
Ireland doing the same though, so France get away with it as both teams make changes.
It's hot stuff. England have gone 2 up, 8-6. 4.5 minutes to go as we're looking at it.
So it's all to play for still.
France are winning that midfield battle. Sweeper on the short side, it's the doggies. Can this? Oh, it's good.
Kian Mullen going down, but the touch was made beautifully by Jerome Mezars. So,
what a
big
ball!
long play. Has he got it? He has.
So the referee's decided.
Yeah, it started from behind. He was over the line when he took the ball.
France
is a forward pass.
Given a penalty away for not walking forward, though.
Down it goes, but
we're going to get a second drop off in 2 games here, Jono.
You wouldn't bet against it. There's still 3 minutes left.
I need some more sugar. They're going to run this. Forward pass off the ruck. I could hear the referee. I think it's good he's saying forward off the ruck, so they've got a penalty. And they're going to go. I think if France can do what, that's a hard touch there. The referees are allowing it. Fair play.
Yeah, it's down the left-hand side. France make the changes as they come at speed. Again, some really hard touches being made. France still have it.
Cut on him
for space. Oh, has he made it? No, the touch was made.
Ryan is putting his body on the line for this game, isn't he? He is head, shoulders, knees and toes touching here.
Certainly is.
Oh, good defence from France. Ireland need to get some go forward momentum. Oh, that's what we wanted from Ireland's number 12, Matt Kennison. Last touch.
Really good
Kennison
drive.
Picking up.
Oh, he's through. No, the touch was made.
Touch. Oh, brilliant defence. Great attack as well from Ireland.
Jean-Francois Briet, he made the touch there. Really important one. It's still 7-7. 2 minutes left to play.
Still 8-6 on field 2 if you're interested.
So 7-all. France with the drive.
Last
Final
touch. Yannick's going to pick up. Can he do anything? No, because everyone's in front of him.
Ireland gets it back. We have 1 minute and 45 left. In fact, there's an infringement.
Throwing the ball away.
France. Another 10 metres. You don't want to be doing that at this stage of the game.
No, I don't like the call personally. The ball was just put on the ground near the Irish defenders. You can pick it up, but
handling error. Chance for France now. They're getting desperate. They want to take this game.
Last golden goal, I'm saying. Golden goal. Whoever scores is going to win. Good touch there.
Comes back into the middle. Good defence by Ireland as they're defending high and they're going to get the ball back. The French coach doesn't like it. He is not happy on the bench in front of us.
So that was a 7-on call. France had 7 players on the pitch. That means there's a penalty from halfway for Ireland. We have got 50 seconds. And if Ireland score, they win. If they draw, we've got drop off. Or could it be an intercept from Ireland, from France?
We shall see.
We've got Ian from the studio biting his fingernails to the right of me. I've never seen a guy get so into it in a week. That's brilliant. Mark Phelan on the outside. Oh, past the ball, he would have scored.
Comes back. It's Mark Phelan.
Oh.
He has the ball back again now.
What are they going to set up?
15 seconds remaining.
Right, Ireland have got a penalty.
They've got 10 seconds. They're going to have to be quick.
One touch. No.
There is the hooter.
What can they do? Ball to
No.
ground. We've got to drop off, Jono.
We've got to drop off 7-7. A second drop off in consecutive games.
And England are going to win it 8-6. So they have worked really hard against the Scottish. And they're in the final again. Scotland will be gutted, but they have come a long way in this tournament. I expect them to be challenging this time next year.
So England are in the final. We still don't know who they're facing yet. France 7, Ireland 7. We've got 2 minutes of drop off to come.
Pick it, Jono. What are you going to say?
I'm going France.
Oh, I'll go Ireland then. Oh, here we go.
So we have 2 minutes, 4 on 4. Loads of space out there. Ireland will have the tap off. The balcony is packed.
I hope they've practiced this. John Ennis goes up. They're going to run the short. I reckon they're going to early release. No, he goes short side.
Oh,
ball
he's
down.
dropped it.
I tell you, they need to release that ball as soon as early release was on.
Now
France is going to go forwards. Can they get on the out?
Patient build up. They've had 2 touches already. 3. They're not halfway. They bring new
Penalty
players
to
on.
France.
But it's a penalty to France
And
against
Captain
Ireland.
Yannick comes on. Is he going to be a game winner? He has been so many times.
30 seconds we've had of the drop-off period.
I reckon one score wins this, you know.
I think you're probably right. Touch made. France just looking.
Here we go, Yannick, what have you got for us? That's got to be a not walking up penalty. The referee's allowing them. He's going to go open side. Is he stepping? QB! Oh, what did it? Ryan's done so well, but they've got a new set. We've got a minute left to go.
Oh no, he's giving it to Ireland.
The referee has pinged them for a chatting penalty. Well, I thought he was pointing to his mouth. Mel Day, our resident referee, has said it was a forward pass. And that's a dummy half court. Oh no!
And France
Everyone's
have it
losing
again.
their mind here.
France have it again. We've got
35
seconds. We could be going to 3 on 3 and sudden death.
It feels like suddenly 8 people don't know how to play touch. So Yannick goes to the 7-yard touch, 7-metre line. I'm calling it yards, not meters now either.
Oh, there's space out. Oh, what a touch. What a diving
Play
touch.
some touch. We've got 10 seconds left.
France still with the ball. Can they make something happen? There's space over on the right-hand side. It's the last play. Oh, it's
We're
touch.
going down
We
to
are
3.
going to 3 on 3. We'll start again from the same position, and it's Ireland's ball.
I don't know if the French coach knows what 3 on 3 is. He's flapping, he's pointing, everyone's pointing, one in the air, one finger in the air. What is happening?
France have only got
2
2
people on. What is happening here? Why is this happening?
Ireland sprint. Oh, what a diving touch! That's incredible.
Ireland have got to score from this now.
Comes back into the
Mark
centre.
Phelan to Ryan. Ryan gets the ball back. He's got a 2-on-1 on the outside.
There it is. Ireland are going through to the final. Sebastian Cornwell puts it down. Devastation for France. Joy for Ireland. And Ireland have made it to the final where they'll play England. France are out after being top of the round robin for so long. They're not happy with the officials.
The French are going crazy. The coach is having a go at the referee. The referee swings his arm in the air. I don't know what he's moaning at. It was a 3-on-2. I don't know what happened there. Ireland got on the outside.
You've got to say that's the fault of the French coach, because he only sent 2 players.
I don't know. I would have to break it down at some point. But that was mental.
Here we see. So this is the breakaway that started it. James O'Donnell sprinting down the left-hand side.
I'd love to know what the French are complaining at. They only had 2 players on the pitch.
Now
We all know drop-off is 3.
This is the winner. And the space opened up there for Sebastian Caldwell.
Oh,
He's
what a
the
moment.
hero.
Sebastian Caldwell.
But great play by Mark Phelan. Coming back inside, he took it there. And then down it went. And Ireland get through to the final. They will play England at 6 p.m. What a game. What 2 games we've had. Absolutely sensational. And it's only going to continue. We've got 4 finals coming up now. But that was absolutely sensational game. 7-7 at full time. 4-on-4 couldn't separate them. And then it went to sudden death. We need to take a breath here. The women's 27s final is next. That's Scotland against England. We do know all of our finals now as well. The mixed open final, Wales against England. The women's open final, Scotland against England. And the men's open final will be Ireland against England. We have 4 great finals in store for you. They are coming up very, very soon. Ben is back.
I got too excited. I've gone to pick up my daughter. I'm shaking with excitement. It was so good.
It was an incredible game, wasn't it? And the fact that it had to go down to 3-on-3 to separate them.
I mean, do you mean 3-on-2?
Well, 3-on-2.
I can't believe what happened with the. I'm going to go and chat to some of them in a bit. I need to obviously figure that out. I'll obviously give them a bit of time, but they seem to for 3 minutes. It feels like Ireland and France forgot how to play touch. They were just running around a bit headless and a bit clueless, but that's what finals do to you. They were so good in that second half, and then for some reason the hooter went. Ireland had 3 on, France had 2. There's only one winner when that happens.
There is indeed. It's you can see that there's some of the French players are still down there, and you can see they are absolutely devastated. They really are.
Yeah, they are, and they're going to be, but they've got to pick themselves up because they're going to try and win that bronze medal.
Yeah, there's Tia's on the bench in front of us, and well, let's take a breath. And let's head over to studio. Ben has walked over. Ian is there. Ian and Ben try and break that one down for us. And let's have a look ahead to the women's 27s as well. Ian, over to you.
Yeah, welcome to the studio. Thank you, John. I don't know if we can break that down, can we? That is an incredible game. Second drop-off we've seen here on Field 1 today, and that was even more mesmerising, Ben.
First off, I've never seen you bite your nails at a touch rugby match, so I'm proud that we've made you do that.
Do you know, I wasn't even sure who I supported. I'm an Englishman, so Ireland, France, you know, but I was just exhilarated by the atmosphere, the tension. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. This is my first ever touch event, and I've got to say, oh my word, this won't be my last. I can tell you that.
Good.
This is some of the most look.
Yeah, the goosebumps
you won't be able to see
are
the camera. That is goosebumps, and that's not from the weather. It is literally that exciting. Why do more people not play touch?
Oh, absolutely. We need to spread the word, and hopefully this footage, that game and the game before, the women's open and the mixed open, will prove that, and hopefully we can get that word out there.
Well, I'd love to spend more time, unfortunately, because we've got to. Well, not unfortunately, it's fortunate as well. It's the women's 27.
27 final. Scotland and England coming up now. Now, what we're actually going to do during this as well, the players are going to be announced out. They're coming out now. We're going to have the national anthem. So let's hand back to your commentary team as soon as they're ready for the women's 27 final. Scotland taking on England here in Nottingham. This is going to be an absolute thriller. Over to the comms.
Oh, wow.
Welcome back to the commentary box. Here we're getting ready for the women's 27s final. The first gold medal match on field 1 today. Obviously there are gold medal matches happening across the boat. Jono is having a personal care moment, so you're with me, Mel Day, as we see the Scotland women's 27s running out onto the field and lining up with the referees for this gold medal match. And this is going to be an exciting game. We saw the women's 27s for Scotland on field 1 earlier today, where they had, in the end, a convincing win in their semi-final. They were pushed the whole way by Switzerland, but they'll be happy with that win. And here they are lining up against the women's 27s, undefeated this tournament, and I think favourites all through.
Mel, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Coming through loud and clear.
I was just giving Jono a quick rest. I'm not going to stick around. I'm going to head off. Just like, what a game we've just seen. Jono's just eating. It's like well-deserved breaks for the man. It's an absolute thriller, isn't it? Scotland, England, women's 27. Oh my word, I have goosebumps from today. This is the most excitement I've had in a long time. This is incredible. Touch rugby, very, very best.
And these girls have a lot to live up to with that last game. That was an absolute cracker for the ages.
Oh, quick. I needed a quick break after that one. And now we have to get into this women's 27s final. Scotland taking on England. Scotland, as you see both teams lining up, the Piper is out there as well.
And we have the Scottish anthem now being played by Eddie Sanjuan.
Fantastic, thank you very, very much. Mitch, over to you for the English national anthem, please.
Anthem's over. game will get underway very shortly. We'll quickly look at the semi-finals, how the two teams got here. Scotland, we saw earlier, with a 5-2 victory over Switzerland. And then England with a 16-2 victory over Spain. England against Scotland in the round robin. England won 9 and drew 1. Scotland won 7, lost 1, drew 2. Who to go? So the game is actually underway, but neither of the teams are ready at the moment.
Might come into play when there's 20 seconds on the clock with a score desperately needed, but the teams adjusting their tap-off setup. Emotional watching those anthems. The Flower of Scotland being played on the bagpipes. I'm not Scottish, but yeah, it always gives me goosebumps. And Jerusalem for the England team as Scotland tap off.
So Scotland driving through. Of course, that one draw of England was against Scotland, 6-all. So Scotland will know that they can hold England. They just have to go that little bit extra if they want to take this. It should be a close final. Who can bet against another drop-off?
I think everyone would love another drop-off. You can just see the crowd streaming over to Field 1 for this gold medal match. The crowd's here already in the middle of the day, absolutely packed around all the fields, but especially here on Field 1 for this gold medal match for the women's 27s.
So, England starting again, over halfway. Comes to the left-hand side.
Now this is fifth coming, so they're going to have to set up a strike dump just over there halfway. Great drive by Lucy Snape. And a loss of control there, so Scotland with ideal field position. Now, the thing that Scotland need to do to win this game is really hold the ball for their set of 6 and really drive down and get that 7 into play. And that's what they did in that last Switzerland game. I thought their error rate was so low. It was really exceptional. They've got some players who are resting on that last game. Pamela Gillespie wasn't in that team, so they've got fresh players on there as she scoops through.
Oh,
no touch. Oh, ball down. Oh.
Yep. Scotland take the lead in this one. What a start for them. That is what they would have wanted.
Fabulous start, and you can tell by the player celebrations how much this first score means. We've got a scoop by Jennifer Wright. She's been on fire. Such incredible pace. And then we see the forward just get free from her player, and first score goes to Gemma Campbell from Scotland.
You saw the England defender just when she missed the touch, just devastated that she'd not made the touch. This is England coming straight back though. There's space on this left-hand side. It's found, but oh, that's great covering defence by Scotland.
What a right to left on Anna Wilson in the red hat. She's been outstanding for this team in her ball-playing skills, her dives. Oh,
I think she's down. Yes, she is. England strike back straight away.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happened here, whether the touch was made and whether she was offside or whether she just unfortunately missed that player. I think they were calling her offside, unfortunately, and they've called play on.
So, touch made but offside, therefore England can carry on.
Oh, just incredible driving here by Scotland. Oh, the dive is in.
It's another score, I think, is it? No, she's taking it back to the 7 metre. There's going to be a consultation with the officials.
That's 2-2 Oscar Dunran, the 13, going for the dive there. And it looks like just a touch.
So it stays 1-1. There's now a bit of space opening up here on the left-hand side, and Scotland retake the lead. Loads of space over there for Hannah Marshall.
What amazing play. During the break in play, I had a chat to Marie-Claire Maxwell, the number 11, and I told her how amazing her setup play has been. And she was the one that took that strike dump, created that momentum, and I told her, you haven't been scoring a lot yourself, but you've been setting them up like gold for your teammates, and she's just done it again, and they're in a gold medal final to put them ahead.
So Scotland scoring, England equalising, Scotland going back ahead again. It's a good start to this game by the Scots. We're into the 5th minute. Loads of time to go. But it'll be interesting to see if Scotland can pull further away here. They have the ball again, they're at halfway. Driving through, it's good yards from Scotland here.
Pamela Gillespie, she's got fresh legs and she's showing them with those exceptional drives down this wing. She's been great so far.
Now he's going to turn the ball back over to England.
Yeah, I think they might just have miscounted that touch count there, Scotland. I think they were expecting another touch there, and they've given England a lot of space down the field. This is third touch for England. Bit of a dicey pass there, but referees haven't spotted that. Oh, they have.
So
all credit to Team Ref. Sorry to have underestimated you, guys, but yeah.
Oh, ye of little faith. It's Scotland who have the ball again, and towards our way, it's essentially a tap-off play here. Again, Scotland have got good yards on the drive. It just holds up now as they look to get fresh legs on.
Yep, Layla Hassan, the number 7. Maxwell going to half. Just going to feed it back in and get a nice dump here. Feeding it to Oscar Dunran, but just not happening for them on that play. It's going to be interesting to see whether they run the same plays as they did in that Switzerland game as well. Those screen plays were very good for them in that last game.
They had problems at time working out the Swiss defence. They did it eventually, scoring the 5, but I think the story of that game was the fact that Switzerland perhaps just weren't strong enough in attack throughout the game, which gave Scotland the win. Here, Scotland have been very good on the attack early on. They've been really driving good yards, and they've put England on the back foot somewhat.
Yeah, I think they have. They just look the more composed team in his first passage of play. You can see both teams kind of running these decoy runners through on their drives to try and unsettle the defence, trying to cut off the subs, but very good defence there. Excellent work by Sally-Ann Buttsworth, the number 13 for England. Oh, skipping from half.
Good ball out, has to come back inside, and it's good passing by Scotland. The touch is made, England have the ball back.
Yeah, trying to kill it over on this side of the field, giving England a lot of work to do to try and move at the full width of the field, but England look to be going direct here. You can see this 3-man drive, just the same group of 3 players targeting these offside mids. They've made a lot of room, they've fed the rapper there. Now going back into the middle, very good yards made by England on this subbing play.
Oh, that's a good. Oh, it nearly came off. Really did nearly come off. Sally-Ann Buttsworth just trying to get it to the left-hand side to Katie Fielding. We'll see it here on the replay. This just didn't quite come off. Scotland have it again, over halfway. They've made some changes. Final touch. It's good driving night. And a good touch in the end.
Carolyn Bryce, number 3. I don't remember her much in the Switzerland game. She might have rested that game as well.
Yes, I wonder if she... yeah, I think you're right. I don't recall too much from Carolyn Bryce in Switzerland. Probably rested. They do have a full set of 16, Scotland. Only 14 allowed on the match day squad. And that's the difference in a 5-day tournament like this. If you have 16 players, having those extra 2 to bring into rest players, it can be invaluable.
Yeah, these teams will be constantly rotating their players, constantly rotating their strike players, against games of, you know, different opposition where they have different expectations, how that opposition is going to play. During their semis, I would have expected them to play their full-strength squad as...
England just seems to be struggling to work out the Scottish defence at the minute. They've got that one score, but they've not really got that close since.
No. Their driving has been very good and full of confidence, but yeah, when they're making it down to those strike plays, they're just not quite executing them in the way that they would like at the moment. I think this will be fifth touch coming up for Scotland here, just over the halfway line. You can hear the referee calling one of the players short. Unfortunately, that's fifth touch. You can see the frustration of the Scottish player there, and I do feel that frustration. She wanted a strike dump. She's targeting that offside player, and you're kind of waiting for that offside player to get out of your way, but then she was called on. You don't get a good strike dump. It just interrupts that whole attack, but no penalty forthcoming.
Handling error by England, and that's going to give Scotland a fresh set of 6 in the England half. Comes back into the centre, and now here they go. Good driving through. Good defence though at the same time. 3 touches for Scotland to play with here.
Yeah, Tutu Osfordunran, the number 13. Difficult name to pronounce, but we've had a lot of practice because she's been everywhere on the field as she gets it from a sweeper play, running around the back of that ruck.
Touch the game.
Now they'll still have a fifth touch here as they drive the ball forward. It's a pick up to the short side, and they've pulled the penalty here.
So Scotland have a fresh set of 6 on the 7 metre. They made some changes in their sub box. There's a couple more attacking players on. Suzanne Brownie coming on. We've seen her put the ball down a few times across this week.
Great subbing by these ladies. They are sprinting off the field, and when you've just defended 6 touches, you've just driven the ball all the way up the field, to sub like that is incredible, and it's that kind of intensity that you create in subbing that translates into your attack and everything else. And they've just got a second penalty on the line, Scotland, so England have to be careful here that they don't get a player excluded.
There's was space open on the right hand side, but England have covered it well.
Now you could see there the Scotland player had gone through. The referee was calling for an offside play through, wanted that ball down, and the Scotland player has just hesitated. But what we've got now is an England player excluded for 3 penalties on the line.
Not gone through. So another 5 touches for Scotland to play with. And England down to 5, so great opportunity for Scotland to stretch the lead further. Good defence so far by England. They're really defending this well, and they're under a great deal of pressure as well.
And they've got another penalty here, so they've got another fresh set of 6. By targeting this side of the field, you can look at that open side over on the left, and there is so much space out on the left. Referee just double checking that the Scotland player is okay.
Jennifer Wrighty went down. She's fine now.
And we've got a 4 sub, so now there are 4 players on the England team. Scotland need to take advantage of this. There's another England player coming over in defence now. They're targeting this
hole open.
Oh!
Great touch. Great touch.
So frustrating. Scotland just needed to take a quick tap and take advantage of those 4 players on the field. They're still only up against 5. Here they go to that open side. Ball back in.
Suzanne Brownie, but I think the touch was made. England really holding out here. And England have survived. They're back to 6, and Scotland might be ruining that opportunity to stretch the lead further.
It's so hard when you've got those multiple sets on the line. you get down to 5 players at 1.4 players. Ding out a set like that, normally you think the momentum will be with Scotland, but by not scoring, it's almost demoralising. And for the England team, when those 5 girls ran off the field, they would have got the biggest cheer. So they can kind of act in a different way, but Scotland will be structuring a tap-off move here. They've got a penalty on the halfway line.
They're towards the sub-box as they bring fresh legs on. England again, they're defending quite high this time. And Scotland just seem to, after being so free-flowing early, there just seems to be a little bit of hesitancy crept into their attacking play.
As she goes long.
Oh, interception! Now she got the legs!
Oh, what a touch. Pamela Gillespie. Body on the line.
Is she okay? No, she's hurt.
She's definitely put her body on the line. She's walking off. We hope she's okay because she's been outstanding for this Scotland team.
I just wonder if she's probably a little bit winded. If she hit the floor there. The ground is very hard on that pitch now.
It is.
Oh, handling mistake. Jamie Cone, and Scotland have the ball back.
Scotland need to stay composed here. Drive that ball up. They're going to have one of their strike pods go on now. There's going to be 5th touch coming now. Feeding into the middle here. We've got a sweeper coming around the back of that ruck.
Oh, it's opened up. Tutu Osler-Duran has found the hole. She fooled the defence. The hole opened up in front of her and she had the easiest job to run in and put the ball down. Scotland do lead 3-1 now.
And you know what? The subtleties in attack to manipulate the defence to do this is just incredible. A little cheeky around the ruck and you can just see her throw that tiny little dummy and that hole has opened up incredibly well. Scotland 3-1 up. I don't think anyone would have guessed this coming into this gold medal game.
You certainly wouldn't, and Scotland played excellently. They just seemed to be getting a bit frustrated and hesitant by the way that the England were defending, but a little bit of magic there by Tutu Osler-Duran, and they are 3-1 ahead. Last touch here for England, and the touch is made, and we've not really seen enough of England in attack, and I think that's the difference between the two teams.
We haven't. Unfortunate there. Anna Wilson decided to run that ball. She's got such a strong right to left. I thought that long ball was on. But it's interesting having commentated Scotland earlier. Switzerland couldn't get over them because of these problems in their driving, these errors, early errors in the touch count, and that's exactly what England are doing, and Scotland are punishing them exactly how they punish Switzerland, which is with tries on the board. Unfortunately just going down there, but they've definitely got all the running, Scotland, with 2.5 minutes left in this half.
2.5 minutes until half time. See if there's any addition to the scoreline. England will certainly be wanting to at least get one back, but if Scotland get another, they're really going to be in a good position at half time. But here it is for England, and they do bring one back.
Oh, I think the touch was in. I think there was a touch on the scooper here.
I'll say it's not given. Let's watch.
Isabel Thomas, she's got such incredible speed. You can see her taking up off from half here. Isabel Thomas picking up from half, looking to go straight through, but
yes, the touch was made. Great touch there by Jessica Antis.
As we see Scotland once again put it down early in their touch count. We've just seen England there striking when they get close to the Scotland line, and Scotland just can't afford these errors. 1.5 minutes on the clock. England choosing to sub. They went direct on that set, so those players are going to be tired, so they're switching players now. As we have another turnover, another error in the middle of the field. Both teams are going to talk about this at half time. For a gold medal match, they're going to be incredibly disappointed about, putting these balls down in the middle of the field. Oh, what driving.
Great driving by Scotland as they bring fresh players on. We're into the final minute of this first half.
Great to see Pamela Gillespie back on the field as well, the number 6. She was obviously just a bit winded before as Scotland scoop and play on. Ball was down, surely.
Suzanne Brownie. 4-1 Scotland lead. And it's no more than they deserve. They've been dominant in this first half.
Oh, it's going to be interesting to look where this ball was put down, and she's gone in for the scoop. There was a touch here, but the referee's called play on, and I think the 5 did make that touch, but it looked like she touched her before she was in possession of the ball. I think that was a really, really good call by the referee. Agreed with it completely from where we're seeing it from the commentary box.
And 10 seconds remaining in the half. Scotland are going to be the happier. Can England make something happen with its left play? I think they will, you know. Oh, and England needed that. Katie Fielding putting the ball down, a great pass, and it is a superb end to the half for England, but an end that they certainly needed, because they needed that score. Watch it here.
Courtesy of Anna Wilson. I keep on talking about that right to left, and she has just absolutely sent a pill to the wing, in Jordan Melling's words, and they really needed that going into half-time.
But advantage Scotland, they lead 4-2. And we're going to head to the studio as Ian is with Kylie Hutchison of the England Women's 35s.
Yeah, thank you, Jono. Welcome to the studio, and I am delighted. In fact, a little bit honoured because I'm joined by a European champion, Kylie Hutchinson, Women's 35, England. How does that sound, Kylie?
Sounds pretty good, yeah. I was really going to swear there. Very good, yeah.
We were just chatting off air a little bit and kind of mentioned, glad it's all over now, though, because it's a lot of games, isn't it? But what a ride it's been. Tell us about your week.
Yeah, it's been a long week, five odd days, 11 games. Yeah, we've obviously been trying to build and get better each game, and we've been able to do that and finish really strongly with a good final. So, yeah,
how proud are you of your team?
Cannot put into words how proud. It's the great bunch of women. We've just had a brilliant week, and yeah, absolutely proud as punch.
What does it mean for the category, the women's 35, then, to become European champions?
Yeah, it's really important, I think, because 35s category was the first time it was run 2 years ago. Well, the last Euros were a few years back, and there was only 2 teams then. There's now 4 teams, and so it's just getting bigger and getting stronger, and it's just really good to see, and it's great to be part of that.
So it's growing and growing and growing, and that's what we want. That's kind of the point. It's great to have it here in England. Of course, you play in London, don't you? And there is a Super League down there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, so we're pretty lucky in London. We get some good competition on a weekly basis. There's 4 really strong teams, so we're much luckier than probably some of the European countries where we get to play on a regular basis at really good standing competition.
Now, Kylie, I know for a fact you don't want to stand here talking to me. You want to go and celebrate, then you want to get in with your team.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much.
No problem,
Kylie
thank you.
Hutchinson, European champion. How good does that sound? I'm going to hand back to your commentary team for the second half.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian and Kylie. And Mel, still here. Here's the highlights of this first half. A good first half for Scotland, and they took the lead early on.
just some pearls in here.
Racing in. Jennifer Wright there. Opening space was Gemma Campbell, who put the ball down. England coming back. Got the equaliser.
Yep, Jamie Cone straight through the number 1. Previous Women's Open player.
There was a touch made, but she was offside, so it was allowed to play on. Then Scotland really started to take a hold on the game. That was a great pass out to Hannah Marshall, who put the ball down, and then this was a bit of magic.
It really was. Oh, see that just little slick dummy on the left. It just creates so much space.
You see it better from behind here. Just watch this. Just there, it's so subtle, but it created such a big gap to run into. It got even better for Scotland as they went 4-1 ahead. Bursting through was Jennifer Wright, who gets it back to Suzanne Brownie, who put the ball down. But then see the final try as we watch this again from behind. Look at the space that Suzanne Brownlee manages to get. She's being covered, but like you say, the touch was made on it before she received the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really good call by the referees. We see the final try from England at the very end of the half. This is exactly what they needed going into the second half. And Anna Wilson.
Katie Fielding putting it down.
Anna Wilson lining up with the tap-off team with Isabel Thomas, or Izzy Thomas. I played touch with her in London, Izzy Thomas. She's got wheels. She's run around me more times than I can count. But I mean, coming on after that men's open semi-final, when you got these crowds, you want to put on a show, because that was just all class from the men's. And I think the 27s are definitely doing that in spades as England tap off. And I think the key thing for them in this half is just reducing those errors on their drives. They gave away plenty of field possession. As again, we just see, you know, that lack of composure. They just need to be really sympathetic in their passing, hold it for the set of 6, because they've got such speed within their teams, with the likes of Izzy Thomas, that just by holding the ball for a set of 6, they will actually get down to the Scotland try line. Here goes Scotland.
Yeah, so 20 minutes stand between these two teams and the gold medal, and it's advantage Scotland at the moment, and it may be even better for them. Oh, Suzanne Brownlee, she looked like it was a lost cause, but she managed to get to the ball. Unfortunately, couldn't pass it on. Let's watch it again here.
Jennifer Wright, she's just on for the scoop every day of the week, twice on Sundays. She's just got such speed on her and such vision. You can just see her running those right lines, almost happening for them, but England driving very intensely.
They're at halfway.
I feel like I could commentate this game just through ahs and
But that was like Ben and myself in the last game.
Good to know I'm not the only one moaning on the mic.
I do believe he was filming part of it at the end of that game.
We were all lined up in the commentary box, and yeah, good call by the referee, just calling the touch. You could just see an England player with contact on that ball. It's actually nice just to get that kind of small stoppage in play there from Scotland. It just brings a little bit of composure as they drive into the England line. They've still got another touch up their sleeves, which they're using. They're recentering that ball, setting up that strike dump. There they go, 5th touch.
It's a touch made. They ran out of goal. Have they? No, the penalty's been called, and Scotland will have a fresh set of 6 on the 7-metre line. Really good opportunity for them to stretch the lead back out to 3 once again.
Yeah, England have to be very disciplined here with their defence. They've, at the other end of the field, I think they've got about 7 penalties in a row on their line, and they're not going to want to give away any more here. But really good so far. They're really tight in their mids. Look how close those mids are covering each other.
Diving through, but I think the touch was made. They go back to the 7-metre.
Yep, Jamie Coe's defence has been good. You can see her pulling in her link, making sure they're really tight, and Scotland just putting the ball down here.
It's back to England. 17 minutes left in the game. No further scoring in this second half as the wind starts to pick up again here in Nottingham. Not really felt much of a breeze here today.
No, I think this has been the most, the best day of weather for the touch since we've been here, which is great given it's finals day.
Yes, it was incredibly hot and humid that first day as England go through again. Oh, bursting through there, Joe Devine, and she puts the ball down, and they're within 1, and just like that, England are coming right back into this game.
Oh. We've seen her in a lot of her pool games, especially on the outside fields, and she has got legs on her, just so much pace. She's been fairly quiet in this game so far, so it's great to see her come onto the field, make a huge impact, and that's going to give her a lot of confidence.
It is indeed.
Oh,
It's
great
good
setup.
shot.
Oh, I think she's down there. Oh,
She's going
referees
back.
are going to have a little bit of a chat.
I think she thinks she's down. They're just down a high five. Let's see what we're given. Yes, it is.
Yep. We've got it on replay. Oh, great score. I think Sadie Musson is claiming the touch there, but I think she was offside when she made that touch. I think that's an excellent call by the referees, and Scotland back to that 2-try differential.
So 5-3, Scotland lead after England have bought it within one. Scotland stretching it back out again. Still plenty of this game left. 15 minutes to go.
I mean, it feels like we've got 2 minutes to go. There's been so much quality touch played in this game. As Anna Wilson gets on the outside of hurling, she's going for the line.
And she's going to get the line. Great speed by Anna Wilson. Runs right across and then darts in. Or is it? No, I don't think it's been given.
Touch being claimed. Oh, this is going to look great on a replay. Yeah, it looks like there was just a touch made in there. Possibly she was running laterally across. She's being nipped by her defender. But gosh, they've got the better of this game, don't they? Oh!
No, forward pass. So Scotland have the ball again.
I've got to say, England.
We will take another look at that chance in the next break in play.
And
Here it is now.
So here she goes around.
Here she goes, she walks.
Oh, great touch. She called it straight away, but England's back on the attack. I tell you what, the first part of this half, England look like they are the more dangerous team.
There's obviously been a few words at half-time, hasn't there? And
I think definitely from their coach.
Because they were very much second best in the first half. I don't think anyone would argue against that, as Anna Wilson goes diving through.
Great defence by Suzanne Brownie there. You can just see her, getting up off her line. She was 2 steps off her line when she made that touch, and it just makes it so easy for the referees to call it.
And it's broken down, and Scotland have the ball again, and they get going very, very quickly. Getting towards the sub-box, they'll bring another pod on.
4 touches. This is going to be their strike touch now on the 5th. Picking up from half. There was an offside defender.
Oh, there was space on the right-hand side there. Unfortunately, just not seen in time. 13 minutes to go. Scotland lead 5-3 in this women's 27s final.
The key thing there, Scotland held it for their set of 6, and they went forward on every single drive, and they set up an attacking opportunity. That's what they need to be doing every single possession that they have.
England coming again. She's away. Great touch. Oh, that's brilliant defence by Alexandra Watson. Katie Fielding looked like she was away. It's still alive for England. Final touch, space over on the left-hand side. Can they use it? Can they get it down? It's another brilliant defensive play by Scotland. Unbelievable, both sides of the pitch.
Look at this, one side of the field to the other side of the field. The cover defence by these 2 Scottish wingers to cover those 2 outside plays. Just incredible, incredible stuff.
Fabulous stuff by Scotland. They are not going to let this league go without a fight.
A little skip from half. This is the last play. Oh, they got it out to their wing. They can recycle it back inside.
They've kept it alive. I think the touch was made there.
I think there may be a little forward pass in here. The girls are continuing to play back in the background. Who needs a ref anyway, ladies?
But it's so loud down there. They're probably having difficulty hearing the referee's instructions and the whistle. There's so many people surrounding this pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably estimate it. Probably in the region of about 500 people around here.
Yeah, and then some. But England still look like the more dangerous team. They
do look desperate for the line, and desperate in a really, really composed way. Like, they're setting up their attacks, they've got their speedsters on. And here we go, Sadie Musson, great ball player, passing out, no space on this side. Sadie Musson spreading it back. The cover D is going to have to happen.
There. I think this is going to be a score. Indeed it is. Rose Willoughby goes over. England have it within one once again. And this time they finally get it down before the touch comes in.
Great last pass there from England, and I think the credit for that score has got to go to Sadie Musson. Her little jinx and her ball play when she does have that ball, it's really subtle, but it almost creates these overlaps, and you can just see her change that direction of play with those jinx. And although it went through a couple of set of hands after her, I think she created that opportunity. So great work by Sadie.
It was indeed. But Scotland, from the tap off, they're at the 7 metre. A bit of space opened up on the right hand side. They've chosen not to go that way, and it is last touch. So difficult to get any momentum going, but you never know. We've seen it before, but unfortunately that is not completed, and England will have the ball again into the final 10 minutes. Dare we mention those two dreaded words again? We've seen the last two games go to the drop-off. Could this one head the same way? We'll find out in about 9.5 minutes' time.
I think we can confidently say that outside of these two sub-boxes, everyone here is heading for a drop-off. Jo Devine scooping through. She's got support on the inside.
Oh, was that completed?
Yes.
I think it was. The ball was very low to the ground, and I think that's what the Scottish team are complaining about. We'll see it again on the replay, I think, but England have brought this level. What a performance by them in this second half.
I mean, from the naked eye, I thought it was a good plant at the ball. Here we go, pass out. Ooh. Very hard to tell from the replay.
Referees are closer than us. We will give them the benefit of the doubt. They know they do know what's going on. So, all square. And England with the momentum, but Scotland coming right back. Oh, and they've been forced into mistakes now.
Yeah, they are. Forward pass. They're on the last pass. I mean, from the second half, England have just looked like the more dangerous team in terms of their attack, and they're starting to bring out those incredible attacking weapons as we see Izzy Thomas showing that pace on this close side of the field.
England driving again. They're going to go infield to the centre now.
Yep,
they start driving up down. Final touch. But they've used them all up, and Scotland have the ball again.
I think that was on. If she just passed out to Izzy Thomas there. Izzy Thomas has such speed. It looked like she was in quite a large hole there. And good call by the referee. Some of these touches are just getting a little bit too physical. And sometimes a penalty like that can just calm things down again, so people are a bit more mindful of their touches.
Yeah. Into the centre it comes.
And 2-2. Oscar Dunran, she's on the field. She's been fairly quiet this half, but she's got the ball now.
Stepping back, I think they've got at least another 2 touches here.
We can see the coach just telling them to push it right, hopefully to create space.
Final touch.
She's through. Is she through?
Yes, she's through. Oh, she's produced a bit of magic again, and Scotland retake the lead. Watch this again.
How has she gotten through this space?
She checked back and went left. Amazing stuff.
That step back, I mean, to step around the defender like that, inches in it, she's put them back in front.
Especially when you're going that speed as well. It's incredible dexterity to manage that.
Absolutely, and England have just got a not square turnover. So Scotland, exciting game. We've got 6 minutes left on the clock.
Well, we set this up for Super Saturday. You cannot have been disappointed if you've been watching all day. We've had 2 drop-offs, and now we're in our first final. There's 1 score in it with 6 minutes to go. This has been of the highest quality, and there's still 3 more finals to come after this one.
Absolutely. And Scotland, with a penalty, they've got 3 or 4 more touches up their sleeve as we see a little run from half, but they're being patient here.
They are indeed.
They'd love to get 2 up. You know, this performance by the Scottish team. Oh, is it, we get a little sweeper out the back, going to that line, but
Defence closed down well there.
yeah, great defence by England. England would have been coming into this game red hot favourites. They've just been smoking the competition. So for Scotland to perform like this in the gold medal match, it speaks to what teams can do once they're competing for these medals.
But we saw in the round robin that England, the 10 games, won 9, drew 1. That 1 draw was against Scotland, and that will have given Scotland the confidence that they know that they can hold this team.
Yeah, absolutely. As England, again, there's going to be a turnover here for an over the mark. This is where these penalties really do impact your team. You're giving away field position, and you're giving away a shot at the line. And unfortunately, these are the controllables that the girls need to take control of. The over the marks, the hips not square. They need to really focus on this in this last 5 minutes, because it could come down to these turnovers in the middle of the field.
Certainly could, as Scotland go to the right hand side, but no, it's giving it back to England. But time is getting precious. 4 minutes to go. Can England get back on level terms? Can Scotland stretch the lead further? We will find out in the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, probably like 4 or so possessions for each team for the rest of this game, so they really do need to make them count. As Jo Devine passes it out wide, they bring it back into the middle of the field. She's got such speed, the 14, Jo Devine, and she's had a great second half. She's created a lot of this momentum for the England team, but without it, they would have still been 2 or 3 down.
So goes.
And an offside penalty there. England, 6 touches. They're within 20 metres of the Scotland line.
Have to try and make this count, because then if they can draw level with 3 minutes to go, then it's well, who do you pick?
Yeah.
I pick the drop.
That penalty unfortunately was always coming, so they've got a penalty on the line for dropping early. You could just see that touch wasn't imminent. All the girls were trying to get back, and they're going to have to try and do this out. They're doing it really well at the moment. You can see they're all kind of squeezed almost into that half of the field where the England ball is at the moment.
And it's into the middle now, a bit of space opening up, the hole is there, it's down. 6-all.
This is so unlucky. This is just an unlucky touch. We can see Tutu Osvaldunjarin, she just loses her feet. She's down on the ground and they exploit that hole. It's unlucky, she's appealing for that, but unfortunately if you do just overbalance and you fall down, it will be play on. I'm not sure.
Yes, it seems it wasn't given.
I'm not sure whether they reversed that score based on her falling over.
So England still with the chance.
Oh, good touch. Excellent defence here by Scotland. They need to stay tight here.
Down it goes. Back into the middle. Oh, there's screams coming.
Izzy Thomas with a strike dump. Lucy Snate feeding that rapper. They're going
Space
wide.
out. They've got it. I think they've got it. Or was the touch made? No, they have got it. The referee is going to point down. It is 6-all now. What a try!
Yeah, I thought that last pass might have been line ball, but the referees are bang in line with it. We can just see Anna Wilson throwing it over the top, and ball was definitely down before that touch.
Desperate dive from Claire Hill across. And I think she thought she made it. To be honest, with the naked eye, I thought she made it as well. But the ball had gone down. We are at 6-all. We are in the final minute, and you know what that means. Unless Scotland can get the ball down here, can they be heroes? It's final touch.
A penalty would... Oh! And that last pass just going forwards. We can see the referees now. 20 seconds on the clock.
They're going to have to drive up very, very quickly. But I think we are going to have our third drop-off in 3 games.
Unless they make a break in open play, in a situation like this, and catch an offside defender. Last play of the game. They're trying to create some space on the left. Scottish defenders there all
he's
day.
Still alive.
Cover defence is streaming across. Jo Devine, she's got the ball, she's got the speed, and she's through!
Oh, it's incredible! What a way to end it! Jo Devine puts it down, and England have taken it at the very last. Unbelievable stuff here. Jo Devine wins it for England at the death. Mal, what do you say about that?
Oh, what can you say about that? It's
wow.
All credit to the England girls. They knew the time. They knew they had to create something in open play. Jo Devine, she's been fast and fierce in this second half, and she has just found the gap. I mean, I think incredibly tough for the Scotland girls. I think that game deserved to go to drop off. It's going to be so tough to come second on a play like that, but we can see them gathered at the moment. It's going to be tough, but I hope they watch this game back and hope they can see the contribution, the attack, how much they brought it to this, and I think that was about being unlucky.
It was incredibly unlucky, but you have to give a massive amount of credit to England. 40 down at half time, and Scotland were by far the better team when it came in that first half. But that try that they scored in the final seconds of the first half, that seemed to give them the momentum to come back into it in the second half.
I think so. It's a heartbreaker when those scores happen, and I think we said it when that score happened. It's scores like that that can be the difference, and it was the difference. So unlucky for Scotland, but kudos to England. They were facing a lot of errors in that first half. They were down, but they never considered themselves out. They came out in their second half and just attacked with quality all over the field.
Well, Mel, I need to release you to make the massive journey to the studio, and I know you need a few minutes to get there. So.
No worries at all.
So thanks. I will see you a little later. What a game! What a set of games we have had here. Just unbelievable. It's incredible what we are seeing here, and a great game. England winning 7-6. Jo Devine with that last second try from the last play of the game as England kept it alive. Incredible stuff. We've got 3 finals still to come. The mixed open final is next, Wales against England. Then we have the women's open final, which is Scotland against England. Then we have the men's open final, which will be Ireland against England. Just incredible touch rugby still to come. We've seen so much today. Don't go away. There is so much still to come now, as the women's 27 final. The players just taking their handshakes there. England with their last gasp victory, but you have to feel for the Scottish. They were in the lead for most of that game and then just lose it at the last gasp. An incredible final from both sides. But anyway, time for me to shut up, and I'll hand back over to Ian at the studio, and he's with Mel. They're going to go through that game. Over to you guys. I don't know how you're going to do it.
I am utterly speechless. I mean, the last 3 games, oh my word, this is just insane. We were nailed on for a drop off there, weren't we? The break, and it just erupted here, Mel. Talk us through that.
I mean, 20 seconds on the clock, you've got a turnover, you've got tired legs, do you sub? They didn't have time and they just had to make that break in open play, and that's exactly what they did. Jo Devine, a fairly quiet first half, but this second half she turned it on. She created a lot of scores in that second half.
It was a divine performance there, wasn't it? And of course they came back and did it. Oh, thank you.
You've been spending too much time with us, I think.
Yeah, I need to go on holiday. Look, I mean, we talk about Scotland got their noses in front though, just weren't able to do it. What changed for England to get themselves, first of all, back into the game, and then go and win it right at the end?
I think it was their attack. I think in the first half they just didn't seem, they've got so many fast players like Jo Devine, like Izzy Thomas, and in the first half they just felt like they were being really tempered by this incredible Scotland team. They also reduced their errors in the midfield, so you could just see them attacking very strongly up the field, and I think it was that reduction of errors and just bringing out those strike weapons.
Now, I've been asked by Chris Simon to ask your thoughts for your player of the match. Who are you going for and why?
I think there are so many options. I think, you know, in the second half, Jo Devine was, as you say, just perfection. I thought Jamie Cone had an incredible game and, you know, made those differences. I thought Sadie Musson in attack, those little subtle plays created a lot of opportunities, but I'm going to be controversial and say that my player of the match is from Scotland, and I thought there were a couple of options, but Tutu Osifo-Dunran, I thought she was just exceptional. I think without her on the field, it would have been a 5 or 6 touchdown difference. Thought Pamela Gillespie also was exceptional in that final. Same with Marie-Claire Maxwell. But I think Tutu she created things. She made stuff happen, and she didn't get her head down against a team that have gone through undefeated.
You can't, can you? And they stayed up, and I saw at the end, I mean, it must be devastating for Scotland, but they came together as a team, and they are in one unit, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are, and you know, they've had a loss to England this campaign. England have put a lot of other teams to the torch. They would have come into this team full of confidence. So for Scotland to dominate in that first half, they've got so much to take away out of it. But they lost to an absolutely incredible team in England. This 27s team, it's one of the best that England have produced, I think, over the years.
Well, it certainly is. Well, women's 27, it is England who are European champions. Mel, I'm going to let you go. I wonder if you might be able to see if Jordan's happy to come over for a second.
I will.
I'm going to talk him through that. I know he's been out on the field watching others. Coming up next, of course, in 10 minutes or so, we do have 20 minutes or so. I should be, it's 4 o'clock starts. The mixed open final here. Jordan's going to pop down shortly. Oh no, the guys are going to go straight on comms, so I'm going to hand over because we are going to have the national anthems coming out soon. The mixed open men's final, it is going to be an absolute cracker. It's Wales and England. Let's hand over to your commentary team very shortly, and they'll take you through the national anthem, the squads and the game. Are we going to have a drop off? Is it going to go down right to the wire? It probably will. Do not go anywhere. There is nowhere else you need to be this afternoon than watching this. Take it away, boys.
What is going on today?
I don't know. I really don't know. I've looked after my voice so much. I've been screaming down the microphone. We've seen some incredible games. What happened there at the end of that game was just... I just can't explain it. It was like the last play. Yeah. It was at halfway.
So I was out watching the mixed 30s, and the England mixed 30s won, by the way, on a personal note. Ryan Meemcheck came back from that full knee reconstruction about 11 months ago, and he's just scored in the final, and they've won. I'm out there giving him a hug, getting a little bit too emotional, and then somebody runs across to me and goes, "Watch the end of this, watch the end of this," and But I can't. How good is touch? Like, this is just amazing. Every game is just delivering. This is just awesome.
I mean, we've had 2 go to drop off. That was going to be our 3rd game straight. That was going to a drop off. But fair play. Joe Devine picks the ball up and just absolutely sprints across the pitch, beats everyone, just finds a gap that wasn't there. There was nothing happening. It was just going across the centre line. They was looking for that gap, looking for that perfect play, and they found it. And England didn't lead that game.
No.
Until they're like, here it is again. Watch it again.
Like, just pure speed, ball in 2 hands, create the space and bang. You know what I love here? Look at the crowd. When she comes down, look at the crowd there. That is just awesome. And we'll get a better shot of it here. Ball in 2 hands, create your space. Look at the people behind the in goal. It's just class. So good. It's class. And we have to compose ourselves for the mixed open now. This is just getting better and better. Jono, we've got 3 Opens finals now, and I'm absolutely shattered already.
Yeah, how are we going to keep? How are we going to keep going? And it looks like we are going to throw back over to the studio. Ian and Mel are there, and it is Joe Devine, the winning try scorer, who is there for an interview. Let's get back over to Ian.
Well, what a treat this is. We are joined by Joe Devine, who just put in that divine performance there. I mean, it had to be said, didn't it? They're shaking their heads in the back, but it had to be done. Joe, that was insane. When you were sprinting down there, was there anything in your head, or was it there's the line, just go, go, go?
It was just get to the line. I didn't even know what the score was at that point, but I'm pretty sure I knew that we needed it, so I was just thinking get to the line, get the ball down.
That pressure, you're obviously aware of what's going on, you can hear the crowd, you've got coaches probably shouting and screaming at you. That play, it was a bit of a risk, but you had to do it. There's no second chances, was there?
No, as soon as the buzzer goes, you've just got to try and keep the ball alive, keep it moving, one end to the other, and just wait for the holes to come and hit it when you've got it.
Well, let's talk about half time, because you went in and you were behind.
Yeah.
What did the coach say at half time to get you girls ready?
Just to keep our calm, trust the process. He said there's nothing that's broken, we are doing the right things, we just need to keep going. We knew we had it in us. Stay composed and
we don't have to stay composed anymore, Mel.
Joe, you've been outstanding this whole tournament. I've seen you in so many games with those twin plats just running down the field. It's quite appropriate that you've scored that winning touchdown. Any other highlight players from your team in that final that you want to shout out?
I think everybody, the absolute grit. When we knew that we were down, we didn't get flustered, we didn't start going at each other. Everybody pulled through, everyone kept their calm, and we just came together as a team. And it's a cliche, but everybody, they're amazing.
Were you expecting Scotland to come out like they did? Because that first half performance from them was just outstanding.
Yeah, so the second time we met them in the pool, we drew to them, and we knew they would really, really want it. So we were expecting them to come hard. But yeah, we just knew that we had to just keep doing what we do.
Joe, fantastic. How does this sound? European champion.
Amazing.
It sounds good, doesn't
Yeah.
it? I'll tell you what, Mel, I don't think she wants to stand here talking to us, does she? I think she wants to get down to her teammates.
Start singing Sweet Caroline.
I think you might have a frothy with your name on it.
Joe, thanks so much for coming up. Go on, go celebrate. Have a wonderful time. Joe Devine, European champion. That sounds pretty cool. Let's hand back to your commentary team for the mixed open final.
Should we join her teammates Jo as she leaves the studio? But I think that will probably be at the beer tent.
Correct. Yeah, don't blame her.
And who can blame her after 5 days winning the gold medal with a last second try? I don't think she'll have to buy a drink tonight.
You'd hope not. No, you'd hope not. I'm near speechless. I mean, I think when we start getting into the preview for this game, I'll be able to muster some words together. But at the minute, I'm always gobsmacked by how this sport delivers, and at the minute, I'm trying to compose myself. We've got 3 Opens finals to play, and it's I feel like the finals have been done already. It's just amazing. And as we kind of look ahead a little bit to the mixed open final, England-Wales doesn't get much bigger than this. Like the game they played the other day, one score in it, and it was just prime time, absolute prime time viewing. And if we get anything near that, we're in for an amazing afternoon.
We are indeed. We've still got 3 finals.
I know. I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's always great looking at the fixture list on day 5 or the final day, and just seeing semi-final, final, playoff, things like that, rather than the round robin games. Because, like you said, they mean more. It's the reason why we're here. It's the reason you put all that effort in, all that training. And I'm gonna pop over to the studio for this one.
Okay. Yes, we've got more and more people coming in. I think it'll be like this all afternoon as various guests. I think we'll be back and forth between the commentary box and the studio, and they just get ready. So just to remind you, the mixed open final is coming up. That is tap off in 10 minutes time. Wales against England, and just got another guest at the studio. So we are going to head over to the studio. We've got Jordan, Ben, and a special guest. Over to you guys.
Cheers, Jono. Ian's left me and Ben in charge. I'm not sure how this is going to go. But yeah, welcome back to the studio. We've got European
That's how you
champion.
should start.
Thank you. I'm doing well so far. Don't stop me.
Now.
Yes. Welcome back. We've got Ryan Niemczak, European champion, mixed 30s. Ryan, we watched that game, but talk us through it, thoughts, feelings as you've just come off the field.
Thank you for having me, firstly. Good to be here.
Finally, we've got you up.
Yeah.
Did you use the disabled lift?
I didn't use the disabled lift. No, I kind of got dragged up by a few people. So it's just been applying more codeine and more tape pretty much the entire tournament. So I've got quite a lot of people to thank for that, which I'll probably take a quick chance to. Jen, rest of the boys, everybody else who's pitched in, everybody else behind the scenes, yourselves. So quick thank you on that point. But yeah, team-wise, wow. The culture in our team's fantastic.
Yeah. It is very fun.
Brilliant. When you've got such massive personalities, it's difficult not to believe you're going to do something. Sean Mack, who I'm sure now is an internet sensation, was at it at 7 a.m. this morning with various renditions of Grease medleys and whatnot. So yeah, it's pretty easy to get up for games when you've got somebody in a squad like that. So yeah.
So you played France 3 times this tournament. Drew 2, was it?
No. Drew the first one. Won the second one. And we played them again. So we've played them this morning. Oh God, I don't know.
We played them more times than there's been days in this tournament.
Pretty much.
Talk to me about what they've been, how they've been pushing in this tournament.
They've been good. They've got. It's the French. They do something different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some beautiful touch from them. They always ask a different question, and it's lovely to play. And actually, at this grade, people have been playing against each other for years, so there's some nice relationships and some good sportsmanship and gamesmanship going on as well.
Before we head back for the mixed open game, obviously we've kind of talked people through what you've been through for the past year, and I know it's a lot. And if you want to touch on it a little bit, just kind of what you've had to do to get to here now.
I think it's, to be honest, the team has kind of brought me through everything, and I've done a quick thank you. When you tell a coach that you're going to turn up in 10.5 months after a total knee reconstruction, they believe you. That's pretty impressive to put that amount of trust in people. So just being surrounded by good people has been phenomenal. And there's dark days and all that sort of stuff, but you both know that if you just keep going after something hard, you'll eventually get there. Does anybody who's just walking from the camera do they want? I feel I might have been timed out.
Yeah,
I feel like
he doesn't believe that we're actually doing this. He's done it again. Before we actually head back for this game, we're live on the stream. I want to publicly say, from all your mates, all your friends, all your family,
Absolutely.
I want to say how proud we are of you. Unbelievable effort. I'm on the verge of crying, so we're going to go to the next open. Jono, we're going to head over to you, mate.
Cheers.
Welcome back to the commentary box as the teams and officials are entering pitch 1 for this mixed open final, so we're going to concentrate on this one now. Jordan's back in the commentary box as Wales come on, and this should be a cracker. We saw an incredible game against these two sides, England and Wales, in the round robin section that finished 12-11 to England.
Here we go. This is going to be good. Led out by Josh Ingram. Experienced player. He's played in World Cups. He's played in Mixed Open World Cups. He's played for the Men's Open. He's been to New South Wales State Cups. He leads the team out now, and here come the England Mixed Open.
Yeah, they are coming back onto the pitch. The England Mixed Open team will quickly run through the teams before the anthems if we can. Wales, number 1, Emilio Gattarola. 2, Anna Melmoth. 3, Caitlin Allen. 4, Seren Carson. 5, Michael Roberts. 6, Kieran Evans. 7, James Enyon. 8, Owen Carroll. 9, William Smith. 10, Daniel Roberts. 11, Callum Richards. 12, Stefan Prudhock. 13, Reece Lynch. 14, Rachel Thomas-Evans. 15, Emily Rook. And 16, Amy Reese. It is the Welsh national anthem. So with the anthems over, let's continue going through the teams. So the England team will line up. Number 1, Isabel Hobson. 2, Josh Ingram. 3, Edward Brooks. 4, Danielle Evans. 5, Harry Goldman. 6, Anna Crossley. 7, Toby Phillips. 8, Bradley Murphy. 9, James Plimsoll. 10, Daniel Mayle. 11 Matthew Maynard, 12 Kendall Fry, 13 Ella Loveridge, 14 Megan Pemberton, 15 Tom Lawton Davis, and 16 Jamie Ironside. There's a rave going on directly to my right. There's Mel and Jordan just jumping around.
Oh, we're pumped. We're pumped. Jordan and I have been standing out there in the line with mixed open in years past. We've got a couple of silver medals to show for it.
I have a shoebox full of silver medals from playing for mixed open because for a good 10 years we couldn't beat Scotland in a mixed open final. It has been a long time since England mixed open won a gold at Euros. Oh, let's hope they scratch that itch today. Come on.
Well, this is going to be a difficult game. We saw that 12-11 game earlier in the week, which was nothing short of incredible, and you cannot call this one as England and Wales both take to the field. Just a quick reminder that in 2018 it was Scotland who took the title. They beat Wales in a 12-11 final.
That was a cracker as well. I think that went to drop off.
And Scotland have won the last 4 as well.
Yeah,
so
Scotland were the holders of this one, and they have been for a long time. But the pod that Wales have got on now, we can't stop talking about him, Dan Roberts. But Owen Carroll is going to use him on that punish play. He's going to pick up and follow. He's got Reece Lynch on his inside. He's got Emily Rook on the left link. Threats all over the shot for Wales. Passive out the back.
Oh, this space, and it's Wales who are going to open the scoring.
What a good indication of how this game's going to go. Wales did not run that 3 days ago. They've just pulled that out of the bag. This could be a completely different game.
Rachel Thomas-Evans with loads of space on the right-hand side puts the ball down.
And what a pass. No Sydney Harbour bridges happening there. Just flat and fast.
Flat pill to open up the Opens final. That's what we like. Yeah, if you watch the score here, so step back off the quickie. Dan Roberts is in that passive line, and it's hard for the wingers to get pressure on there. But England go back to their strike weapons. Ironside skipping to the outside. That's a touch.
Is made.
Good
in the
save.
corner.
Great save in that corner. Interesting that they didn't use Toby on that sweep to begin with. They've gone with Jamie Ironside, and Josh Ingram will look to dictate play. They go back to Toby. Toby on the 33 counties. He gets it. Wing was free, but that's great defence from Wales. They'll be happy with that start.
So Wales start from deep, but with a chance, with a good drive, they could stretch the lead further. They use their sub-box. The ball.
Look at the crowd, Mel.
It's a
How good
huge
is this?
crowd. Well,
we're on the first Opens finals as well. There's like 3 or 4 games still going on. This is only going to get bigger.
Now, we were saying how big the crowd was at the women's 27 final round here. We reckon about 500 people. It's grown more.
Oh, it's just gotten bigger. And you know what? This game's going to be a cracker. And one thing in mixed touch we keep on talking about is the strength of these female links. Amberly Ruck, you've got on Wales. And across the England, he's through. He's through.
Wings free on the far. He's not seen her. Pass forward. Mega defence from England. Great scramble.
Yeah, it's.
Emilio Gradarola is a Galaxy player. He is class.
So quick at a half. He's a real feature in that pod of 3 boys that have came on there.
I think if he'd have turned round, he would have seen someone free behind him.
Yeah. There was a few options quite early on, and he was looking to get to the back of the in goal. He just couldn't get there. Really good scramble from England. Custard Pod's back on. Goldman, pill over the top! Oh, he's given forward. Sideline rescuing that forward, you think, Mel?
Oh, I thought that was unlucky. I thought that looked flat out of the hands, and I thought he was quite close to his try line.
I thought we'd seen our first pill of the Opens finals. What a shame.
Well, it almost was 1-1. It's still 1-0 to Wales.
Good start. Really good start.
Starting again, they were at halfway.
Carroll, a little swipe on Dan Mayo. 2 similar built players, tall, rangy, athletic. And here comes Roberts. Right foot step. There's your 4-on-3, but good defence. Good defence from England.
England really seem to be targeting Dan Roberts. They know what a danger he possesses, and they closed him down really, really well there.
Yeah. Really good D from England. They'll have done the homework. Justin Conway, Gabe Pennington. Gabe Pennington will have done every single person's homework.
Justin Conway's been playing touch since the 60s, so He's been about, he knows all the tricks of the trade.
Yeah, he was about 80 when I played with him on my debut. What he is now. England have got to make something from nothing.
Oh,
Brooks, ball
nice
in two
little
hands. There's some
dummy here.
space in the middle. Is that back to one? It is.
Yes, he pulled it straight away, didn't he?
Oof. So
Tom Lawton
England
Davis.
full set of 6, and what England have done here, they've got Daniel Evans. They're going to move it out to left link here. So now they've got Boyvie go on the right, but Evans dangerous on this punish play. Wales done the homework. They're going to shut it down and let the middle make it.
John, they've been running lots of quickie plays, England, using that female link.
Yeah, it's such a feature and it's so dangerous because it gives you so many options. They might rip back to the middle here.
there
No,
they
they
go.
give it QB, space in the middle, link
Oh,
pill.
he's not taking it.
I think they got a penalty. Here we go again. But that's a really nice little variation. Like Mel was saying, they'd like to get Evans and Crossley opposite the boy, and then they can run those punish plays, those quickie plays on the link. But this time they've QB'd back inside. She's given it straight back to her half. England can then use it. Good D from Wales. They're really disrupting that punish. So what they're doing to disrupt it is getting Dan Roberts the middle to make the touch. But they make space again. Space back in the middle. There's the rip. Brooks outside. Pill over the top.
Oh, good covering defence.
That is great defence, but a penalty again. Is that 3 in a row, Mel?
No, I think that's just the 2 so
two?
far.
We saw that so many times in the 27's final, Mel, where there was great covering defence over at the wings, where it, all intents and purposes looked like it was going to be a try, but then somehow someone would come across and make the defensive play.
Yeah, and you know what? Not just the wing. Sometimes the wingers all come and there'll be a step back. You need those links to bust it over there as well. As England go for the outside game, but through the middle, I think he's...
Good D again.
Oh, great.
Tell you what, Wales have done the homework here. They really have. It'll be interesting to see how far England get into their playbook here.
It's interesting as they get to the 7-metre line. Wales really defending this well, and they've been under a great deal of pressure over the last couple of minutes.
England just highlighting to the referees where they can see these players not moving forward,
wow.
but great defence by Anna Melmet.
Such good defence.
She is such a great link for Wales.
Teddy Brooks is trying to make something with his speed and holding the ball in 2 hands, and he's just not able to get anything.
Oh, interception! Has he got the speed?
I don't think he does.
They're sprinting back.
Oh!
Matthew,
He's still got.
Oh, he's dropped it!
He's dropped it!
Oh, I was just
Callum
about to
Richards.
say. I was just about to say, this is awesome that he doesn't have support players, so they're not throwing those impossible passes and dropping the ball, but he doesn't need a support player to drop the ball, unfortunately.
What is going on today?
Just panicking. So unlucky after such a great
the maddest
drive.
day of touch ever. We've got 3 games left.
I think he was watching, he was looking to his right hand side. I think he was looking to go for the corner. He had the ball in one hand, and I think he just knocked it with his own body out of his hand.
Ingram and Phillips back on. Phillips dangerous, right foot. Good D from Wales again. I think that's ball to ground. He's played it quite early there. Oh, what is happening?
Oh, he's half. He's half.
No, right, we need to see that again because he steps over it. Then number 12 steps over it as well. Watch. He's already stepped over it. We need to see it a little bit earlier if we can. But that's a huge
a double play the ball.
From Wales. I don't know. Yeah, it was essentially a double play the ball. So I don't know what's happened there. That was mad.
I mean, I suppose until the half picks up.
So he's his own half. He's played the ball to himself.
England have the ball on the 7
Take your time, composure, Mel. Come on.
Composure.
Rip back in field, surely. Ingrid,
through
the middle.
through.
He needs
There's
someone
those big
free.
strides.
He needs someone free.
There you
go. England equalise.
Such good patience. We saw that on I think it was field 2 a couple of days ago. He gets to the in goal and just skirts the back of the line, looking for his options. Really patient. Good work.
And Jamie Ironside it was who put the ball down, but running through here.
Look at those big gallops straight through the big horse. Dots it down.
He's a big bloke. He needs a big hole to go through, doesn't he? And he just found one.
Josh Ingram.
He's a
great
big
play.
horse-sized hole.
So England back on level terms, and they've had a great deal of pressure, probably since the 2-minute mark.
Yeah,
Lots of penalties on
really
that line.
surprised that England have taken 8 minutes to score, to be honest. They've got so many attacking weapons, and we talked about it before. If Wales up their line defence, they're gonna cause some damage because both teams can score. Roberts will go to half. Hammer.
Oh, this
FML.
right wing is open.
Oh! Dan Mayo has been done by a huge dummy. I think it was Reece Lynch. So they look for an ML, but they fake it. They don't give it, and they feed the splitter. It's essentially a 33 counties. Huge dummy back in. Oh, it was man on. It was man on.
You know what? We saw a very similar play in the 27s game where it's just that little jink out and it's got a little dummy and through.
Oh, what? Toby Phillips, you little demon.
England fire straight back and get it back on level terms once again from the tap off.
Sometimes you just need those players, don't you? You need players that can score from nothing, and look at this. This is nothing.
Oh, how did she miss that touch? Toby Phillips.
Because of his yellow boots.
She was at full stretch there.
Oh, incredible effort. Just such an incredible effort that I'm surprised that she didn't make contact. But Toby Phillips, his feet are in a state. He can barely walk, the bloke, but geez,
you're
can
right.
run.
Yeah. I saw his feet the other day. They were like mummified. Just strapped to the nines.
I think there's going to be a lot of strapping day 5 of a tournament here.
I tell you what, Carroll has got such a good dive. Especially with his right hand. I think he's called them off. Oh no, he's played the touch. All good. We're good. We're back to play. Quarter way through this, 2-all.
Back to the 7, and it's as close as we expected.
I love that. Roberts calling plays behind the ball. Counties. Step back. So light on his feet. I think Wing might have been the play then, and could go back to this. It might be a little variation on the counties. So they go counties again.
And they've got space out left.
Pill! Oh! Link hole was wide open. It was the right option.
It was Amberley Rook.
Just wasn't able to chop the hole hard enough.
Yeah, Amberley Rook completely clear. If she'd have caught the ball, that would have been an easy put down. As it is, England have survived, and they have the ball again.
Getting a little bit snippy over there, Matt Maynard. I think it was Amberley Rook who claimed the touch on him while he's driving off.
Yeah, he's just lacking a little bit of composure.
Yeah.
Things were very tense in their semi-final.
Is this Nottingham Heat's getting to people?
Nottingham Heat sounds like an oxymoron most days of the week.
I think that's a nightclub that Clark Hobson goes to.
It's actually the name of the basketball team. But
is it really?
No, it's not.
Oh, nice little step back from Mayo there.
I would have bought that all day.
Wales have the ball again. They look to drive towards their sub-box. They'll bring some fresh legs on.
Yeah, so in the game we saw the other day, England looked really strong when they up the ante a little bit in midfield, and Wales look really strong when they're able to counter it, and they have done at the minute. Good feet out of half, through to the in goal, ball down. Wales lead.
Yep, they do indeed, and Wales take the lead once again. It's a really good play.
Just giving the outside a little bit too much. James Enyon, look, kick. There he goes. He's on the outside of Dan Mayo, and then that's just man on. You've got to find your mirror and stick to them there. And just the link's just biting a little bit too hard on that play. Good option though. Toby Phillips will come on a sweeper, surely. He wants it. Wings free.
Oh, he's in.
Outstanding D. Great D from Wales again.
Yeah, he goes back to
got a penalty though. Full set of 6. I think it'll be really interesting to see what kind of variations they run on that sweeper with Toby and Josh. Knowing Gabe Pennington and Justin Conway, there's going to be some variations. We saw it with Scotland Women's Opens before. Sweeper was a good go-to play for them, but they had loads and loads of progressions off it. Rip back in field. No. Crossley looking for that little gap. Just not been able to. Wales are looking really good at that.
They'll maybe look to go right hand side, come back inside on the left.
Crossley has it again. Back inside. Josh Ingram.
Oh, that was ripped a little bit too hard.
Wales are really shutting down that play for England, and it'll be again. And we've got to see a progression on that play. They've got to dig into the playbook. I think earlier they can't leave it. They can't leave it till the second half. I think England there might have been looking for a little pick up in field, maybe a bit of movement off Toby off the ball, and yeah.
We're back again.
Wales looking so strong on line D, so strong. They've done their homework here.
And they're pressing again. I think that's the last touch.
Oh,
nice option.
Back in
comes
field.
back in. It's still
We're
alive.
We're still on. Cut.
Great pass
Roberts.
inside.
2-1 here.
This is
Oh,
amazing. It was final touch, and they managed to work something by keeping the ball alive, and Wales go 4-2 ahead. Incredible stuff.
You know, there was nothing doing there, and
Heads up,
I was
buddy.
just waiting for the touch to be made, but they're recycling the ball. Great switch in here, keeps that ball alive. They create this overlap on the outside and ball down.
Awesome. That was heads up, last touch footy. And a middle cut is just so dangerous, and teams only seem to use it like on the last touch, and it's just such a dangerous play.
Good hands.
England looking to reply. Maynard's free, wings free, links free, everyone's free.
England back within one, and they needed that. They really did.
Yeah. Good reply, really good response, and it's a play that's getting a little bit too much success from the Wales point of view. That middle channel is way too loose when England pick up here. Watch this space. They come for the doggies play. They're going to pick up and move infield, and the space comes there straight through. It opens right up.
Danielle Evans.
That middle channel's way too loose for Wales at the minute.
Those female links, Danielle Evans, just no one on us. Space for days.
Yeah.
Great hands as well, because there would have been a bit of juice on that pass.
Yeah. Carol.
Oh, I think that was a little bit forward.
Too much juice. The juice on that pass had gone off, I think.
Jono doesn't need his level 3 ref badge to see that one was marginally.
Yeah,
just his contact.
I'm back to level 2 now. There we go. England driving again. They bring fresh legs on from the sub box, bring it into the centre, but the whistle has gone.
In this type of game, that midfield, that's such a massive penalty. England have essentially got a tap off here, and with Toby on the field, this is going to be tasty.
Into the final 5 minutes of the half.
Jamie Ironside has been so good in this game so far.
Really
I think
dangerous.
his go forward has been fantastic.
Really dangerous on the sweep.
There he goes again, diving through. The touch was made, I think.
They've closed that gap quite well, and we keep talking about it, but you've got to learn from mistakes and touch, and Wales have shored up that middle channel on this play. Counties from Toby, short side wing.
Oh,
wow, what a dive!
I think he's down. Yes, is she?
I think they've gone into touch, yeah. Whoa. Wow.
We'll see this one again.
It's a nice play. It's a really nice play from Toby. It's a 33 counties. He steps infield, he gets it back, he just gets on the outside of his middle.
Let's watch this again.
I think Anna Crossley might have been the play there, but
Amy Reese, though, what a touch.
We talked about it this morning, John. Touch is about creating overlaps and then making the correct decision in a split second. And at that speed, you've been playing for 5 days. That's a tough one, and Toby will look back on that. But we've got to learn. We learn and we move. 3 and a bit minutes left of the first half. Wales. Good value for their 1-score lead, I reckon.
Yeah,
they are indeed, and they are driving towards the England line once again.
Emilio going to roll out. He's been through before.
So that's interesting from Wales. So they've had joy off that play, coming short side. Not once have they cut from link, and for me, if I'm Wales there, keep working to the corner. Like Adam Reid and Noel Ford would shoot you for cutting from link, wouldn't they? Don't cut from link. Lose your mirror. That's a tough one on Wales there.
2.5 minutes remaining in this first half. It's Wales with the slender lead, but England driving well here. This space
so
on the
much
left-hand
space
side.
on the left. They just couldn't get to it. They couldn't execute.
Yeah, over the mark there. I thought that was a bit dicey, that last roll ball. But they were going at such speed, it's so hard to make sure you initiate that touch and just get that ball straight down when you are going fast. And if you are just half a step over, it looks very, very dicey when you're going at speed.
Here come Wales once again.
Wales' transitions was really good. They're getting really a lot of success off it. They're so quick out of half. There's your 5th touch. They come short side, open side, short side again, and that's ball to ground. England defending that much better.
2 minutes to go in the first half. It's 4-3.
What a game, Jono.
Well, they're just coming thick and fast, aren't they? The quality
that
we've had this afternoon has been nothing short of sensational. We built it up as Super Saturday.
We did.
I think we'll have to rename it Super Duper Saturday.
Yeah, Super Duper Championship, Super Bowl Saturday. England for the first time on their transition, trying to use that fly play. And all it is a middle coming on with a middle out his back. They're looking to pick on a defensive middle from Wales and then skip to the outside, and it didn't come off there. Dan Roberts on the ball. Carroll. Doggies play.
Oh, there's space.
There's space in the middle there.
Really close.
We just needed those holes to be hit. And that's... Oh, is that back to 1 now?
6 again.
Yeah, the sideline ref's going to come in on that one. I don't think that was back to 1. Yeah, sideline ref's come in and made a really good decision there.
Good call. Sometimes you see these players, you know, they'll be actively trying to make a touch and just not playing at the ball. And good call by the ref.
That must be such a tough one to make. And I think they've got that right there.
It depends, Jordan. When you're a level 4, it gets pretty simple.
England driving into the final minute. They've got about 20 seconds. Can they get on level terms?
These are the 2 you want on.
Into half term?
England making a platform for Phillips.
Oh, great defence. Edward Brooks throwing the backhand out.
Wales box are looking really happy. I think you would say Mel stoked, wouldn't you?
That little backhander coming. Great defence. How is that 20 minutes?
I don't know, it's flew by.
It has flown by, and we are at the end of the first half. Wales leading 4-3. Here are all the
Love
tries.
that play. Love that play. I think Wales have got to go back to that. Look at the space, that step back passive. Wales have just looked so sharp in that play, but this is what's giving England joy. They're going down the links, whether it's a sweeper or a punish. The half will pick up and come in field, and Wales's middle is just part. It's giving England scoopers just acres of room to get through, but look at that. Beauty.
Just that defence getting wrong-footed, having to just change completely in the opposite direction.
Having a lot of success with this as well, Wales. Picking up from half, kicking to the short side. Not able to get to the in goal on that one, but it's a good 3-on-2 decision. And England have missed out on a couple of those. But here we go again. We're going to pick up from half, rip to the long, over the top. I think that was some mega defence from Wales. So here we go. They're going to go on that link sweeper, pick up in field, show the ball, go straight through that middle channel. Then it's look for your free mirror. Daniel Evans free on that one to dot it down. But Wales, for me, slightly stronger team in that first 20. Good value for a 1-score.
I'd say towards the end of that half, I think England were really bringing it out. Wales started with fireworks, and England have definitely pulled them back.
Yeah. I keep saying it, but I think England have got to dig into their playbook now. There's a tendency to not reveal everything straight away. You've got to put all your cards on the table now and run those moves that you've been saving for this game. Run those plays that you... I know full well that they'll have done the homework on Wales. They'll know what they're susceptible to, and England have got to come out now, all guns blazing, put the cards on the table, but Wales are going to do the exact same thing. It's just about countering, and you got 20 minutes back and forth, learning from your mistake, countering it, running it again, going through those progressions of your moves that are working, and this is going to be awesome. Cannot wait.
So another 20 minutes to come. Can we mention the 2 magic words at this stage?
Always.
Yeah, we called it before with the women's semis. Why not? Let's go for a drop off.
Can you see? Yeah, can you see?
I can see it. Of course you can. You can see it with every final, I reckon. And at the minute, why not? Yeah. I'd love it. I'll be honest. Why not? More touch.
And how is this the second last game of the day?
Third last.
There's still 2 more to come.
Still 2 more.
Oh, there's 2 more. Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's mad.
What is happening?
My mind is melting.
With that 99p.
Yeah.
Which public service announcement,
costs
99p's do not cost 99p.
Can you believe that? 99p's don't. Mel thought she'd bought shares in Flake before.
That's all right. Police at this tournament donated 48 quid of my hard-earned money to the ice cream truck.
And they thank you for it.
I know. There's some unbelievable timelines going about. Just outrageous. Touch hands.
It's very, very sad.
He's getting pointed out by everybody. Oh, amazing.
So, second half, 1 minute away from the start of the second half. Guys, how do you see this one going now? Wales had that slender 1 point lead.
I can't call it. I'm not calling this. I mean, I think England done the right thing putting this pod of players on. I think this is the pod that you're probably more likely to get a score off, even though there are other pods that I'd say are just as strong. But I think just Phillips just gives them a little bit of an edge. I just want to see him run a different progression on what they've been running. Maybe use Phillips as a little bit of a foil. Like he's shouldering a lot of the sweep plays at the minute. Maybe it'd be nice to just see a little bit of a progression, a little bit of a change up on those plays.
How important is this tap off for England now?
I think this is going to set the tone for the rest of the half. I think, you know what, you need a positive attack. Obviously scoring is their number one aim, but if they have a really positive attack and challenge that Wales line, that's going to put them in the mindset that if they don't score now, they'll score on the
even
next
if they
set.
get a repeat set. Like, I mean, this is huge. This is absolutely massive. And we've still got 20 minutes left. Oh, link sweeper, I think, for Phillips. Not been able to get on the link.
Trying to go to space on the right hand side. Did she get it down in time?
Wow! What a finish!
What a start!
What a finish! What I thought Wales had done really well here is get the middle to make the touch on the when they're sweeping round. So Phillips is sweeping into a man-on situation. How have they made room there? That's unbelievable.
I mean, it was a man-on situation, and I thought her winger was right in front of her, but she was chasing quite hard.
No room to play with at all.
Ella Loveridge makes it
She has
4-4.
done so well there, Ella. That's awesome.
So Wales.
Oh, and they've turned the ball over. Like, what a first opening minute for England that is. Score if you tap off, and then D Wales out.
Yeah, basically got a second tap off straight off the
Yeah,
mark.
exactly. Yeah, this could be a bit of a two-way swing here, and England look like they have the tails up a little bit. Still 4-all. Unbelievable game.
Do indeed.
Oh,
and there's the handling error, and that gives it back to Wales.
Lawton Davies coming on that 33 counties, that bad play that Phillips had a little bit of success with in the first half, and England look like they're turning it up a little bit in midfield. You see one or two of them flying up, and then you've got the next one. Maynard's the next one to put pressure on. Wales struggling to breathe here at the minute.
4 touches, they're not over their halfway line. They'll have to do a strike dump from just over their halfway.
Wow.
Here they come now.
Back, right
Through
to
the
left,
centre.
4 on 3. Oh, is that back to 1 now?
I thought he went to the passing channel there. I think that's quite tough, actually.
I think that is tough.
Oh, that's
Wow.
unlucky. I thought, you know, the pass was on. The England player prevented that pass from happening. I would give that 6 again.
Wow, that could have gone either way. And Wales did really well to create anything from that, and to get a 4 on 3 from the middle dump from the middle of the field. You can't count them out. Just even though you have put pressure on them, touches 1, 2, and 3, they'll still generate something from 4 and 5.
We've got the hot custard pod on at the moment. Oh, trying
What
to
a
burrow
dive.
through.
Diving through, but I think the touch was made.
Yeah.
It was indeed.
Mel, can you translate? Penalty? Offside?
Obviously an offside player, but an onside player has made the touch. Harry Goldman, he's got a cracking dive on him.
Cracking face on him as well.
Oh,
Harry
true,
Goldman.
sorry.
What a takeover on the left-hand side.
What just happened?
Megan Pemberton. She took that out of nowhere and puts it down an England lead.
Harry Goldman. Unreal. Good looking Goldman, good looking Pill. Watch this.
Let's watch this
Quickie.
again.
outside his middle, right to left, but watch the take, watch the put down. That is out of this world. That's box office.
And you know what? I'm not going to give a lot of credit to that pass because it was over her head.
No,
but that winger pulling it down from there.
That's not a good pass, is it? Terrible, Harry.
That was all about
what
the
a take
from
what a
Megan
put down.
Oh. Bit of a dodgy pill.
A dodgy pill, yeah.
Surf, but Megan swallowed it up and great put down.
Pass him out the back again. That's the play that Wales scored off in the first half, and England have learnt from that mistake. Cut.
Oh, great day.
Maybe should have given it.
And England have really been in the ascendancy in this second half. 2 scores to go in the lead.
So, with England starting so strongly, Wales just have to remain composed here, because they will get a good chunk of the game where it'll swing in their favour, but they can't let this game get away from them now, because Phillips.
Ooh. Yes, Amberley Ruck.
That's good. Amberley Ruck's done well there, really well.
Great touch.
The link hole was free though. The link hole was free. Toby might want to go back to that. He's now got a full set of 6 as well.
The Wales defence has been exceptional. Now, I think what the referee has called there is that she has made the touch, but she called it early. And they've just got to make sure that players only call the touch when they're making contact with the player. But Rucko, over on that far link, she is an exceptional link player. Here she comes. Oh, bossing it in deep. Bossing it.
Yeah. I think Link might just have it. The only thing I'd look for there from Toby when he comes on that sweep again is that Ruck is trying to snipe that sweep, and she is quite far in. She's going to play about with the links a little bit. Ingram down on the quickie. Ingram flick pass, and that's third touch. England halfway through this attacking set.
It's been great D by Wales so far. Very, very strong.
Phillips on that sweeper again. Will they change it up? Ingram pick up. They look for that little B play. It's a nice little pump outside, and they've just not been able to. I don't think Ingram picked up too much to the short side on that one to make that effective. Wales survived that set.
Yeah, Anna Crossley hitting some good holes as well. She looked very open there.
Oh, what a game now.
Oh, great game. This Wales line D.
Yeah.
Oh, just so good at the moment.
Great pressure from England, but he's been picked off. England are all over the place here. Wales have got to exploit it.
Spacing.
Oh, the space was on the left-hand side.
James
but they've got a fresh set of 6. James Enyon there, he picks up, he goes short side, he goes open side, he goes short side. Make your decision. Come off your right. You've got a 4-on-3 when you come off your right there. He'll want to have that one back, but he kind of has. He's got a fresh set of 6. There's some good players on for Wales here. Kieran Evans in the middle.
Yeah.
James Enyon on the ball again. Carroll, unbelievable dive off the sweep. He comes off his right foot. He's looking for a gap. Wow. I thought he got under them.
Brooks has done well by England. As they're keeping Wales out, but this is great pressure from the Welsh. Just one behind.
That's a wasted touch for me. You cannot waste touches at this level. And another. That's 2 dead touches for Wales. Use every set. Use every play. Sorry.
Space on the left.
Carroll. Pill over the top. Ball down.
They're going to call it.
Sydney Harbour Bridge. Pill over the top. Level.
Rachel Thomas Evans. Hands. Safe hands. Rachel Thomas Evans.
We'll see it here from behind. It was just an incredible pass.
It turns out he wasn't wasting touches. He was actually being incredibly patient. He's made me look stupid.
Rachel Thomas Evans, though, in acres.
Is that a loss at the rook? Yeah, it is. Wow. This is so back and forth, and we talked about a section of the game where Wales will get it back. They'll get in that ascendancy again. They just had to bide the time a little bit. I would say that Wales have got the tails up just a little bit more now. Both boxes are so noisy. Loving this.
We've still got 13 minutes left. We're all square at 5.
Oh, that's great D from Dale, but he's been picked off again. That's the second time. Wales looking to make them pay. Roberts, short side. Oh, I thought that was back to 1. That's great D from England.
Oh, fantastic defence, but they are carving through England in the midfield.
What England are trying to do, they're sending up one middle to shut down the transition, and it's not worked twice. It'll be interesting to see if England carry on with that. But the thing is, Wales haven't made them pay for it. and they'll find that really disappointing. Middle scoop from Lawton Davis, short side, he kicks and goes. Emily Rook shuts it down. I don't think she needed to do that. I think Roberts had that locked up.
I think so.
England will look to exploit that.
Yeah, it was last touch, so they've been given that fresh set of 6, which will put Wales under pressure. They're going to come down the centre. Now he's diving through.
Oh, great.
Ball down, score! Lawton Davis.
Tom Lawton Davis gets England back in the lead.
Reece Lynch. Oh no, from the commentary box, it looks like he made the touch here, but we've got the benefit of the replay.
Quickie outside, comes off his right foot, finds that space in between the middles.
I think he just made it, you know.
Oh, unlucky there. That's where you just need to take that extra big step off your line, just to really convince the referees that.
Pre and post touch, we talked about it yesterday. Get to your line quick, get off your line quick. Sweeper from Carroll. Looks to dish off that right hand again. He was thinking about it. He had those eyes to the wing then. I would not be surprised if we go counties and bomb long. Counties, there it is. Bomb long. Back to 1.
And Rachel Thomas-Evans is on his close side wing, and she is on her own out there. No one would think hooey.
10 minutes. Well, just over 10 minutes.
Someone would stretch across just a little bit, because you know what a threat she is. She's already scored. It's going the other way though.
So Anion counties now. Left foot, right foot. Just looking for that little space in between. There's nothing there. England are really tight, especially at Midland Link. It seems to me that the space is over the top. If Wales can exploit it. Here's Anion on the short. Pill.
Ball.
That's such good defence. Outstanding.
Really was. A lot of ground to make up to make the touch. But did it? It's still there for Wales, though. It comes
Link hole.
Oh, no, that's not quite complete.
I don't think
England have the ball back.
It's back to 1. I don't think it was either knocked in flight. Well, it was knocked in flight, but it looked to me that the link hole was probably open. The wing was open as well, and maybe you're just thinking, I'm in between. I'm in two minds here, and I don't know which one to hit. England have got to go get that. They've got to waste that touch. They've not. Carroll, quickie, good day from Josh Ingram, flying up.
We're into the final 10 minutes of this second half. Just one score in England leading 6-5. The drop-off still a massive possibility.
QB Pill! What a ball! Dan Roberts, prime time.
Rachel Thomas-Evans in acres of space once again. The ball comes back over.
Mick's called it. We've got Tony Romo in the box up here. He knows what's coming. He knows when it's coming. But Dan Roberts, even though you know it's coming, he's box office, and he did it last time. He's got 10 minutes left, and he's gone up another level. Harry Goldman, space in the middle, link hole! It was the middle channel opened up again, in between both middles. When England pick up off a doggies, off that link sweep, the middle channel just opens wide. Harry could go through there for me. He's looking. He looked to feed off early. He could have gone through again. That's so troubling for Wales, but England could get some joy off that.
Wales driving again. They're over halfway.
Rachel Thomas-Evans just guiding this drive. She's been
Fly
spectacular today.
Don't need to use it. 33 pickup. Roberts. And that's great, dude. Well done, Dan Mail.
I can't stand still. This is insane.
I feel like I'm playing. England work their way to the box now. They've done one job. Next job is to get off the field. Kevin Fry does well. Really well.
Great drive by England. They've got some momentum going into this touch. Passing it in.
32. Lawton Davis kicks to his outside. Cut back in. That's touch pass. Great back and forth we've got going on here at the minute.
Dan Roberts
is so good to watch.
He's exceptional in his attack, but geez, his D has been great today.
Yeah, really good. Really strong. He's just leading. That's what he's doing at the minute. Wales will just be thinking, both teams are just thinking, just win. Doesn't matter how you do it. Doesn't matter if you're sticking to your structures or your framework. Just win.
Well, we saw these two teams duke out a 12-11 victory for England earlier in the week.
Good speed from half.
Following the same
they've got a repeat set.
You are so right. They
Was
just
that
need to
offside?
commit to a change of direction
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
It just
so
seemed like if he come left... it
Wales
just-
look really dangerous when they pick up at a half. They make a decision on short side or open side and just kick into it.
Yeah.
Back yourself and... Oh, Brooks has lent in hard there. I don't know. The referee... Mel, talk us through that.
Without disagreeing with the referee's decision...
You disagree with the referee's decision?
I can't say anything.
Teddy Brooks has just tackled somebody.
I think you've got to get that out of this game really quick. I think it hasn't been overly
Carroll,
physical.
what a dive!
he's
What a
through!
dive! Make some pay!
Oh, and look at the celebrations in the box in front of us. Wales have taken the lead.
That'll be sweet. That'll be so sweet for Wales to not have a penalty for that touch, and then Carroll works your way down to the 7, left foot down. What a dive he's got!
The best kind of revenge.
Snake in the grass.
England
Nice, Jamie Ironside, great strike down. Bang on the 7. Toby Phillips.
Wales
those outsides.
are doing so well. Even though England scored on that play before and Wales defended it the same way, Wales are shutting down that link sweeper by getting the middle to be really aggressive. England have to exploit that. Sweeper from Phillips.
Oh, is it down? No, I think the touch
Great
came
D
in.
from Wales again. Is that another penalty? England slow to get up. I think he took a little knock. He's just having a feel of his eye. Hopefully he's all right.
They've got to be careful now. 2 penalties on the line. 1 more and they'll have a player down.
Good D from the Wales mids, but Phillips has got a little bit of room. Back to 1.
Yeah, Anna Melmoth, I think she almost had to do that then. She's been great at
She's
length.
done that a few times where she's come in and shut plays down, but England are struggling to exploit it. Counties from Phillips. Steps back off his right.
Oh,
Oh, has he got that?
I thought he'd done it again. That was such good defence. This is madness. I thought he'd done it again.
We've got a replay. Toby, quickie, step back, tries to go over the top, but touch in. Anna Melmoth. She's got a bandaged hand. She's got a hematoma on it the size of a small dog. The fact that she's still out there is just incredible.
Counties again. Relay. No.
It's
Kill
come
off
out.
That's what we wanted to see.
Superb take by
And a little
Ellen
bit of
Lovelace.
chat between Phillips and one of the Welsh players. This is kicking off now. Let's go.
Oh, he's harbour bridged it here.
What a...
Toby Phillips gets it back. Wishka.
I'll tell you what, up until 2 years ago, Toby couldn't pass. And he's just thrown a 20-metre ball, left to right, Sydney Harbour Bridge, 7-all. Let's go to drop-off, come on.
Ella Loveridge with
Tony
the
Romo's
touchdown.
called drop-off.
7-7, 4 minutes to go.
Yeah.
It's another close
Roberts.
one.
Early release.
Oh!
He's forward. He's given forward. He's given forward. That is a play that Wales have got to go back to. So much space on the 32 short early release. They've got the 3-on-2.
Let's look at this.
England way too compact
Watch his
here.
hands. Ping.
What do you reckon? Forward?
Marginal. I think it was a bit forward, actually.
Good yards from Evans.
He was just inside the line when he threw it, and she took it just shy of the try line.
Huge turnover. Wales have essentially got a tap off now. It'll be interesting to see now if this pod for Wales try to get off. I would just stay on. You've got 4 minutes left of your tournament.
Yeah, this
stay
is where
on,
you gotta suck
get
it
up to the 7, suck it up.
Wales
And they
coming
are
again
good.
now.
Oh, Rachel Thomas-Evans. She's used the grippy stick this morning, hasn't she?
Roberts. Doggies play. Sweeper on the link.
Space on the left-hand side
Big
again.
space. Is
I
that
think that's down. That's
It is down.
Oh,
That
Rachel
play
Thomas-Evans. She's getting thrown pills. She's getting thrown juicy shots from close up, and she is converting every single one.
Rachel Thomas-Evans on the left-hand side.
How
How many times have we seen it?
How have they found room there? It's man on. It's man on, and what a dive! What a finish! Wales by 1, 3 minutes to go.
Even when she got thrown out, I was thinking no chance of her
Ingram.
scoring this. Oh, long ball out. Oh,
Touch is made.
The
great tip.
middle channel when England pick up off that is wide open. They've got to go back to that.
Down he goes.
Count
Through the
33
centre, there's
counties.
space out on the
Great.
right-hand side, but the pass is forward. Ella Loveridge couldn't get onto that.
It was the right option. What a play. What a play. 33 counties, steps in field, gets outside the saving middle. Well,
this whole Wales sub box is just composure. They're trying to
really
calm
is,
everyone
yeah,
down.
they're up by 2 minutes to play. There's controlled energy at the minute, and it's just they're ice cold right now.
Just leave Dan Roberts on the field.
Kick to the outside, Onion.
Cut on.
Ball to ground. The cut from Link again on that short side scoop, and they've left the door open for England. They've left the door slightly ajar for a very good England team. And
90 seconds remaining
This
now.
is your ball game. Is that a penalty? It is. England have got 6 touches from halfway to send this game to drop off, and there's 5 players on until Wales can get somebody on, which they just about do. Hot custard pods on now. Here we go.
So back into the centre.
Here's your ball
7
game.
metres away. Down it goes again. It could come out to the right hand side. Oh, he slipped over.
Oh, there's a lot of space short side. If they can run one of those plays again, there's a lot of space on this right hand side. Goldman. There's the space. Ball down!
Oh,
minute to go on the level.
Big cheers around on the balcony, around the field. England have brought it level in the final minute.
This is
Can
the best
any of these
ever.
teams take this game? It's happening again. We're 8-8 with 40
Best day
seconds
ever.
to play.
Best day ever. Let's
They've
go
got
to drop
time.
off.
They've got time. They've got more than
Wales
30
have got a lot of
seconds.
time,
They're
yeah.
going to have a full set of 6 here. They've got Dan Roberts on the field. They've got Rachel Thomas Evans out here on the wing, waiting for those pills. What is going to happen?
Here we go. Roberts, pick up, wings open, big pill. Great D from England.
Oh, I don't think she made
what
it.
A touch.
Touch was in.
Oh, she did make it.
What a touch. What a touch. Here we go. Final strike of the day for me. Of the game, sorry. It's the counties. Roberts. Ball. Rock.
Good touch.
We're going to
We
drop
are
off.
going to drop
Let's
off.
go.
8-8 it finishes as the hooter goes.
It's a drop off.
We've
got
got
a drop off.
another drop off. It's our 3rd drop off in 4 games. And let's face it, the last game almost went to a drop off because there was a try in the last second that won the game for England. We're going to go 4-on-4 for 2 minutes. If it's still level after that, we will go to 3-on-3 sudden death.
Can't handle any of this.
Big question, Jordan. You're the England coach. Who are you sending in? 4 players.
Phillips is definitely one. Lawton Davis has looked sharp. He's looked quick. I think my other guy would be Harry Goldman. Out you girls. I think any of them. They've all been awesome. If I was going to pick one off the top of my head, I'd go Daniel Evans. On the Wales side of the ball, I'd go Ruck. I'd go Roberts. I'd probably go Carroll, I think, as well.
Thomas Evans, you've got to throw in.
You know, they've got a plethora of players they could put on as well. This is so good. For me, I'm being biased. This is the pinnacle of sport right now. Touch drop off, day 5, sun's out. Let's go. So England have gone with. Sorry, it's 2 girls, 2 boys. Sorry, I'm going with the old school rules. It's Crossley and Evans, Goldman and Lawton Davis.
So England start with the tap off. Important to get that tap off.
So I think Wales are going to look to either Dean out or if they do score, then Roberts.
Space out on the left hand side. They use it. Oh, she's not taking it.
They went for a 32 short early release. It's a really good play call. It's just execution. For right now, these are the days that all those training sessions you've put in, every long weekend away, those long gym sessions, those early morning runs, this is what it comes down to. Composure, fitness, execution.
We see Dan Roberts running onto the field.
Lynch is on as well. These two are so dangerous together.
5th
Roberts,
touch.
Kick to the outside, inside. Rook
There's
over
the space.
top.
Wales are
she's
going to
in.
score. No, the touch is claimed.
She's caught the touch, but it's been given. What a dive
Ball
from
down
Emily Rook.
first.
What a ball from Dan Roberts. Look at him walking off as if nothing has just happened.
Here
Wow.
we've got a replay.
Go for
Great
the corner.
take over their head. Oh, it's line ball, instantaneous. Just
Phillips,
class touch from both of them.
Phillips is on now.
Here
we
come
go.
England again,
He's
though.
going to go into a quickie. Space in the middle. Ball down!
He's down. Toby Phillips brings it back. We're 9-all.
This is unbelievable.
Are we going to sudden death here?
And this is where the tap-off means so much. There's 30 seconds on the
30
clock.
seconds left.
Wales are going to get
Wales
a full
are
set of
happy to
6. They've got the chance to score and not give England a response. Here
Dan
they
Roberts
go.
is ice cold here. He is ice cold. And there we go. There we go. They might have a little play with it. Roberts through.
Oh, he's through. No, he got the touch. Touch on the car.
Wow.
An important touch. We are going to sudden death.
This
3
is
on
it
3.
now. This is it. 3-on-3 drop off.
And the advantage comes in here. I think they've had 2 or 3 touches. It's going to go 3-on-3 and first to score.
Here we go. Here we go. They're going to go with
Outsides,
the quickest play to begin with. Outside Lynch. Space in the middle. He's down. Wales have won it.
Wales have won. The celebrations start. It was an incredible final.
And what a man to score it, Dan Roberts. He's been absolutely everywhere. The number 1 player on this Wales side in this final, created most of their scores, and for him to score it, that's exactly what he needs.
MVP. I'm speechless. Absolutely speechless. What a game. Just that big time players turn up in big games, and Dan Roberts, he did it 3 days ago, and he's just done it in the biggest of spots. Wow.
As you say, ice cool. He heard that siren, everyone heard that siren, but he just stayed composed, looked for the line and just got over it. Absolutely heartbreaking for England.
Yeah.
They've been in this situation on so many times before, and they played superbly well during this game. You can't take anything away from them.
I'm just gobsmacked. I'm speechless. I mean, that was amazing game. It had everything. It had everything, and what a great advertisement for mixed touch as well. Obviously, we know it's a USP for our sport, the fact that you have 3 guys and 3 girls on, and they just went toe to toe for 40 plus minutes. Like, how can you not love this? This is just amazing.
Well, it's just another chapter in this incredible afternoon we're having here in Nottingham. Just sensational game after sensational game. And as the celebrations continue on the pitch, we are going to hand over to the studio. Ian and Ben are waiting. Let's go over right now. Over to you guys.
Trying to take a breather after that. I mean, I don't know about you, man. Poor old Jordan. He's got a pretty red face, doesn't he? I love touch. I mean, that is just insane, isn't it? Oh my word. Oh my. I mean, look at this.
If anyone can see this is what touch is about.
I don't know if you can stay with us, but maybe the camera's locked off. But this is insane. The respect shown between the 2 teams as well. But this is why we love sport, isn't it?
Absolutely. We played 4 games. We've had 3 drop-offs. We've had a score after the hooter. How do you get any better than that? 2 more games.
Congratulations, Wales, we must say. They have played their part in an absolute thriller. Commiserations to England. But what does this mean for Wales, Ben?
For them, I've never seen them win a mixed gold medal. They've had a couple of stalwarts that have left them this year. One's actually converted to England. And what they have done is incredible. They've had a rebuild. They've come together and they have probably played the best attacking touch of the tournament in that final.
And that was such an entertaining game. What an advert for the sport we're seeing, aren't we, over the last few games and the entire week, really.
Absolutely. But that game, it's mixed, men's and women's. It's rugby. He gets scores. It's gone down to the wire. It's gone to overtime. It's gone to extra overtime. It's been absolutely brilliant.
I'll tell you something, Ben. I've covered a lot of sports in my time. This is my first touch Euros. And I am mightily impressed. The scenes I am seeing right now, it has erupted here. I can tell you, there is a Welsh dragon breathing fire here in Nottingham today. Now, that's not it though. We are not
done yet. Oh boy, I don't know if I can handle any more of this, to be honest. My heart can take it. We've got 2 more to go. The Women's Open final coming up next. Scotland, England. As we know, England are favourites, but we've just seen maybe a minor upset there. What do you think? Can Scotland get it done?
Scotland can, and I think today has definitely shown that anything is possible in these final 2 finals.
Absolutely right. They're going to get underway in 10 minutes or so. So I'm going to hand over to your commentary team because we're going to have the national anthems of players coming out soon. Big thank you to Jono as well. What a job that man is doing over there on lead commentator. Big thank you to Mel and Jordan for that one as well. Somebody needs to have a rest, surely. Let's get into it.
Can we just hold on?
Hold on. Don't go.
Dan Roberts, men's mixed open gold medalist. How does that feel? Yes.
No words, to be honest. Just like considering such a new team.
Yeah.
Also, like the 2018s when obviously the same thing happened and we lost.
Yeah.
But I wasn't playing in those obviously. But no, I just like coming to it. You can tell we're all crying down there. First, I think ever gold in the Open.
Talk us through the drop off.
Panic.
Panic.
Sure. As soon as I went after 3, I forgot the rules. I was like, I thought I got touched. I thought it was a turnover. So we went after 3. I was like, oh, we got more touches.
Yeah.
Dan, it didn't look like you were panicking. No, you must have been the coolest man. Jordan was calling it. He's just strolling off as if it doesn't matter. Jordan, come in a sec, because I know you probably want to have a word with him. Take my mic.
Mate, like Ben was saying, just talking like you just looked like the calmest person. Like in Nottingham just then.
Yeah.
Talk us through. I know that there's a couple of players that you maybe didn't hold back for the final, but what did you see in England that you thought you could exploit today?
I think it's just lucky for us because we know them so well from playing in the NTSs. We kind of saw, obviously we have our coach Martin Seymour and does all the analysis, and it's always down to him and myself. Just it's not players, more just like we know they like to go tight off the first few because they know we go tight first then long, so we went long earlier, which I thought worked. I can't remember a single score we got. I can't remember how
You'll watch it back later. Watch it back later.
Unbelievable.
Thank you guys.
Just looked ice cold in that drop off. You were sublime.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We'll have to get back to the women's open final now, so appreciate that. And back to Jono.
Oh, boy.
Thanks very much, guys. Welcome back to pitch 1 as Scotland enter the fray. And now here come the England team. The Women's Open final is about to take place. Scotland against England. Scotland we saw earlier getting to the final. England beat Spain to get here. And we're going to have the national anthems of both teams very, very shortly. Ben and Mel will be on commentary for this one with me.
Yeah, along with Ben Macon, as we listen to the player of Scotland.
So anthem's over. And both teams will now get ready for the game. We'll quickly run through both teams. Scotland, number 1, Grace Burton. 2, Hannah Crisp. 3, Stephanie Tullock. 4, Lucy Witherspoon. 5, Hannah Smith. 6, Carmen Cree. 7, Leah Gladding. 8, Pearl Kelly. 9, Fiona Craig. 10, Emma Robson. 11, Christina Tullock. 12, Amy Martin. 13, Kirsty Bettner. 14, Katie San Juan. 15, Alicia Green. 16, Hannah Spear. And 17, Anna Halliday. For England, they line up number 1, Amelia Payton. 2, Bronte Sykes. 3, Emily Rona Roper. 4, Laura Cochran. 5, Emily Simon. 6, Carly Wynn. 7, Emily Irons. 8, Lydia Ticehurst. 9, Julia Unsworth. 10, Nicola Wise. 11, Naomi Furnick. 12, Emily Bayliss. 13, Kenzie McNaught. 14, Danny Gregory. 15, Georgina McCamner. And 16, Emma Oliver. They are the 2 teams who are taking part this afternoon in this Women's Open game. There is the hooter. We are officially underway, and it's Scotland who have the tap off.
Yeah, this is going to be a great game. Scotland are going to be on a massive high, winning their semi-final against France in a drop-off, so they're going to be coming into this game very positive, and they start off in that way. They'll pick up from half, being it back. They've got another strike dump in here. And getting the penalty. And I was just saying during the anthems, I was getting really emotional. You could just see the women's 27s lined up in front of the Opens girls singing the anthem with them. Like, after a really, really hard, tough loss, they're out there supporting, you know, their country women. It was really, really incredible to see.
Scotland still have the ball. It's a very, very good start from them so far. Just trying to break this England defence down, who's been very good all tournament.
Pearl Kelly, great dive through, but touch in.
Yeah, everything's come from right to left so far, so it'll be interesting to see when they start to move the ball.
Oh,
he's
ball down, but it's a great ball.
It's England who have the chance for the first drive of this game. Down it goes.
Kenzie McNaught driving the ball up. She's been one of the players of the tournament. Kenzie McNaught, she's just in everything. Great attacking player.
Ball down there.
Yeah, I think it did roll, didn't it? So Scotland will have a set of 6 from 10 metres or so inside the England half.
And Ben, England have got to be favourites here. Unbeaten, just an exceptional team.
Yeah, absolutely. They're from 1 to 14 and 1 to 16 even. They are class all over the field. They've beaten the Scottish 2 or 3 times already this week. But as we watched in that women's 27s game, we thought England were going to run away with that one. They didn't, and only managed. Hannah Crisp gets the ball. He's got the hands away.
Oh, he was so close.
And I think if Scotland are going to do anything today, it's going to come through Scotland's captain, number 2, Hannah Crisp. She's quick, she's got a great pass, and she's got a great dive. So it's got to go through her to start with.
Well, it was Hannah Crisp who won the semi-final, really, in that drop-off.
Absolutely.
Oh, insane. She also owns about 64 pairs of Nike trainers.
Don't we all?
Emily Irons driving up the field, passing to Lauren Cochran, hot custard player. Great drive through the middle of the field.
This is good. They're coming through now. Oh, now they've had some space.
Go G, find someone!
Oh, is there support? No!
Oh, they're just going to have a consultation.
I think it's a score. I think it's gone backwards off a Scotland player. I don't think it was deliberately passed into her to create that deflection. Oh,
it's a score, ref!
So
let's have a look.
We can see Emily Irons passing the ball. It's just deflected off a Scotland player, and they've scored. I can't really think about maybe whether that was deliberate or maybe whether the England player stepped into half. Yeah.
Georgina McCavanagh, NQ Rebels player, played with her this season. She is incredibly quick, got on the outside, and I want to say the referee has started not as well as the England and Scottish players with a mistake, but England takes it back. Another NQ player, Carly Wayne on the far left wing to go down. England are 1-0 up. They won't mind about that mistake from the referee.
They won't now. Let's watch it from behind here.
Lauren Cochrane, the number 4 hot custard player from London, her first time representing England, and she's started this gold medal match off with, as Jordan would say, prescribing an absolute pill over to the wing. Great finish.
It was a great finish. Carly went. But is Scotland coming right back? They go over to the left-hand side. It's a good touch. Still there for Scotland, though. They work it back into the centre. Down again, coming over to the right-hand side. Look, will maybe switch. No, stays on the right. England have the ball.
Now they've got, so that's the intercept.
Oh, wind starts to pick up once again.
Oh, lovely go forward.
Yeah, a few mistakes to start with on that drive, but England have now got to halfway. I think 5th is coming, or maybe even 4th. We'll have to see what the referee signal is.
It is England drive.
Emily Baylor strike down. Emily Clue, she's been on fire with this speed. Long
great pass.
Oh, here we go!
Nicola Wise.
What a great pass it was to Nicola Wise to put the ball down.
I apologise.
Incredible stuff.
I apologise to Clue. She got married and has got a new surname, so apologies.
We know her as Cluesy, but Emily Rona-Roper, her speed, the way she's utilised her speed this tournament has just been phenomenal. And if there's one thing she does better than running, it's passing. That was an absolute bullet from her out to the wing. Fabulous job. England starting off with
fire.
On fire.
2-0 ahead early on. Work for Scotland to do, but we saw how they played against France. And that could that have an effect? Because England had a much easier semi-final against Spain. Scotland and France was a real ding-dong battle, and they would have expended a lot of energy in that one.
I mean, it would have been hard emotionally, I think, for Scotland. Like, they would have expended so much emotion during that semi-final, and the massive high that they would have got off it. But I'm sure between games, they've calmed down, they've had a chat as a playing group, and they do look quite composed. It's just been a couple of cracking scores where England, you know, have converted their attacking opportunities. I don't think Scotland have really done anything wrong. It's just the firepower that England have. But Scotland ideally need to keep them away from their 7 metres and keep them down this end of the field. And that definitely helps. Unfortunately, a ball just going awry, and Scotland with an opportunity 10 metres over their halfway line.
So Scotland start again.
And a cheeky little penalty for delaying play by throwing the ball away.
The one that hit the ground. So Scotland will look to hit back here. They're going to bring on Hannah Crish. We say that everything's going to come through her, so she's going to look to come on. I think they've already killed 1 touch. This might be second. That's 2 touches killed. I'd like them to see just a few more attacking opportunities, especially when they've got a new set of 6. They're going to run a nice shot here. Hannah's going to get the ball. No, they're going to kill that one as well. So what are we now? And Hannah's got no half. So England don't need to be that deep, but England need to get out and push all the defence back.
Down it
There's
goes.
a little short runner feeding the Arapa.
It's just not quite coming off. You can see what they're trying to do, but it's just not quite coming off as yet.
I mean, if they're going to burn a few touches like that, I'd rather see them pull the defence way out and then move into that England line with momentum, like with a couple of drives or something like that.
England do much better this drive. They're getting to halfway with ease this time, and the substitutes are coming on. They take on the short, the near side middle.
Down it goes again as England look to work it. Maybe they're looking at the left-hand wing. No, they're going through the middle, but the touch is made, and Scotland will have the ball back. We've played 8 minutes. England lead 2-0. Still plenty of time left in this Women's Open final. Scotland bring some fresh legs on as they work towards the centre line. Good high defence by England again.
Good attacking from Scotland though. They've got on the middle that they wanted to do. Number 7 from Scotland. Layla Gladding gets on the outside. Number 5 from Scotland, Hannah Smith. We watched her play a couple of days ago. She runs a lot of with a lot of speed and intensity. She actually just splits the wrong way, unfortunately, which doesn't allow the offside player to be there to be punished.
Scotland are now sending 2 defenders up when England are subbing this ball. England have really punished them with the check-offs as they're subbing, so Scotland are having to send 2 players up. It's going to be a bit more tiring for them, but they need to do
again.
that.
See ya! Oh, well done.
Touch is made.
Good speed by both attacker and defender there.
As Scotland have the ball back, they're very deep in their own half. They need a good drive here. They need a good press at the England line. It's again
a few questionable passes by Scotland, but they're getting away with it, which they'll be very happy with. But this is going to be 4th touch, and they're not over their halfway line. They are just getting pressured by this England defence.
They're being made to force the pass, and obviously if you force it too many times, you're going to get a mistake.
It certainly are, as England bring fresh legs on.
And fresh legs in the form of Emily Irons, Bronte Sykes, Lauren Cochrane,
and Georgina McCormack. And the sweeper at MI, and she dives in! The Iron Hammer!
It's 3-0 England lead, 10 minutes gone. And this is starting to look ominous already for Scotland.
Look at that little pod just waddle on and waddle off after that score. So what they do here, MI just goes round on the sweep. Georgina McCormack goes to half, gives it to M Irons. She snaps back between the 2 middles. She's diving for the score.
It's all very, very calm in that England sub box, as you can see from the pictures there. And Scotland have work to do. We saw them come back against France. Oh, but there's a...
Yeah,
not really sure what happened there.
Accidental handout. I think she had a handout and just made contact with the Scotland player's face.
Let's have a look at the replay here. On your left-hand side, Hannah's got the ball now.
And Naomi Fern at the 11 will go up. She's got her hands out, not really looking, unfortunately. And
yeah, it was a
flick to the eye, was it?
Yeah, it looks like it.
I mean, it was completely accidental. Yeah. There was nothing in that at all. This is going to stay on.
Tough cookie, Hannah Crisp.
Yeah, it takes a lot more than that to keep Hannah from the field, and she's recovered. Playing with Katie St. Juan, they make a good attacking connection. This is going to be 5th coming. I think Hannah's going to run a short line here. Oh.
Yeah, so Hannah's just ran a 33 short. We spoke about what numbers of which yesterday, and she's run a short line. She stepped back into a 4-on-3. Unfortunately, whoever dumped the ball didn't actually run into the correct hole, so that wasn't an option. She did look up. She probably gave a stare, and that person will never do that ever again.
The great thing about touch is normally a look is all you need. Run a roper.
Oh, this is a great run.
Nikki White.
Oh.
And down it goes. It's 4-0 England.
Nicola Wise, she's got a couple on the board now.
Nikki Wise. NQ Rebels. Up the Rebels.
And Emily Rona-Roper, Galaxy player, setting all that up.
We're not fighting on the gantry, I promise.
No, fantastic work here from the girls. And the pace of Nikki Wise.
She was coasting. I think she was just staring at the defender saying, "You're going to come and get me?" And then she went, "Nah, I'm going to put some afterburners on."
It's Katie St. Juan. She just looked as if she was going to go for the touch, and then she just really turned the speed on Nicola Wise.
Yeah, Nicola Wise had a metre or two on her by that time. Oh, good pass out.
Just doesn't find its mark, and it is.
Yeah, that was a 32 long, and Hannah Smith steps back again. Unfortunately, and England, a Scottish girl, just didn't hit the correct hole. And I think if they look to hit, if they get the right read and hit the correct hole, they will score. Like, they're creating opportunities. It's those next little nuances that they need to finesse here.
England coming again.
Touch coming.
Just through the centre, down it goes. Oh, this space. Was the touch made in time? Yes.
Yes, it was. Sorry, no score.
Great defensive effort. They are just rolling back in their defence. You can see when England start to get some momentum, Scotland don't have a set defence, so they do end up rolling and giving a lot of metres away to the England team, where you can see England, they're setting the defence and they're pistoning and shooting up on this Scotland line, and unfortunately, as Ben said, they're pressuring a lot of passes and a lot of speculator passes that just aren't quite coming off at the moment.
You see the athlete Em Irons running off there, so much power she's running off, and that's what the Scottish are seeing when they're scooping through. Same with Hannah Crisp, when they're all being run at each other. The speed of those two players is incredible.
These ladies can walk a 5k faster than I can run it. They're just incredible.
Absolutely same. 23
Space
points
on the
Mimi
left.
Payton. She down. Referee points it to the grass.
It's 5-0, and England are taking control of this Women's Open final. 15 minutes gone. They have 5 scores already.
I would like to say Mimi Payton has been training with NQ Rebels and played women's for them this year as well, but also PFT. So we'll give them a shout out, another Manchester team. Great 23 punish. She gets the ball, she goes on the outside, and Link can't defend the corner, and Mimi dives in.
Scotland have to tighten up their attack. They need to keep the ball for a set of 6. That's where you build confidence and where you gain metres. And unfortunately, they're just letting a few loose passes, you know, give England just such dominant field position. And England, you just can't give it to them. Here we go, sweeper play. Emily Bayliss getting fed by Rona Roper, who passes out to the right, but great defence there. Great defence by the number 10, Emma Robson of Scotland.
Another touch as well, another good defensive play, and Scotland have the ball back. And 5-0 down, 4 minutes to go in this first half. Mel, what do they need to do? What do they need to change?
They need to control their passes. It's very hard when you are 5-0 down and you just don't feel like you are getting up there. But they just need to absorb, you know, these and hold it for the full set of 6. They also need runners. At the moment, you can't see any support runners coming in from depth and getting onto that ball at pace. So when you are quite flat-footed, you're not going to make any yards, especially with this defence. And those little passes, they're trying to create opportunities, but unfortunately, England are just there and forcing errors.
And they've just got the intercept there, so 7 touches they'll have. As they have this latest drive at the line. We've got 3 minutes to go until half time. England very much on top.
Bronte's on the back, and she's on the step back. She's got ball down as well. Is she okay? She is. Oh.
Yes, it is. It's another try.
Knowing the try was given is just given a spring and a step back to make it to the sub box.
Yeah, Bronte with the strapping on, like every final she's played in with England. She's gone on the outside, big right foot plonk into the ground, step back and a dive. Her mum would have been cheering on that one.
So Bronte Sykes puts the ball down. England 6-0 ahead, and they've very much taken control of this game. And
this is what they need. Go forward.
Yeah.
Excellent drive. They just need to do that a couple of times and really make some metres. Get their 7 metres into contention, girls.
It's hard. It's hard. England's defence is so much better than their attack. Even, you know, they're putting so much pressure on that Scottish attack that they can't get down the field. And then they're using their next biggest asset, driving, and that's what they're doing. They're pushing the Scottish backwards, and the Scottish are allowing them to roll backwards as well. They're being allowed to be rolled backwards, so that's causing issues as well. So currently, Mimi Payton on the outside has got an overlap 4-on-2.
Superb take and down. It's 7 for England.
Referees are just going to deliberate whether it's a forward pass or not. I think it was a forward pass because the referee is not going to take a step back. She's taking a step sideways, she's put her hand up, and it's.
I think she may have been playing advantage there for an offside, so she's let them throw that ball to see if they were going to score. But yeah, because of the infringement, they're going to come back to the initial one, which was an offside. And England, little short runner going through here.
Good set-up play. I reckon they'll do something very similar, but do just a little bit different off the next catch.
I mean, another patient build-up, England. There is space over on this left-hand side. Looking to cover the wing now. Now it's come back to the right. There's a good touch.
So first time England went for a 32 short side. This time they went for a 32 short early release. They're going to run a 32 short. Step back short side. Hands. Good defence by Scotland there. Really, really good defence. England showed them one move, but with 3 differences, and they defended each one. That's a really good set of defence.
Now this is where you're tired, you just want to get up the other side of the field, take 4 steps backwards and run onto this ball at pace. You can still see they're just a little bit flat when they are getting that ball and having to hesitate and just stutter when they get that ball back. But this will be 4th touch. And siren goes.
And the siren goes to signal half-time. It was a dominant half by England. They lead by 6 tries to 0, and they look very happy as they meet on the pitch. Lots of high fives, lots of celebratory slaps. Same over in the Scotland box as well, but Scotland have a lot of work to do if they're going to get back into this game.
Yeah, they will, and they've had a hard tournament, and like all teams, they've built really, really well to get into this final. The game that against who was it? Who did they have in the semi-final?
France.
They had France in the semi-final. Apologies. That drop-off, it does take a lot out of you, and the way they celebrated that, sometimes you think, was that their gold medal? We'll find out in this next 20 minutes, won't we? Whether, are they Bush because they've done so much work in that last game. It's not for a want of winning. They want it as much as anyone else. It's just whether their bodies can give them that extra little push in the second half.
Indeed it does. Both teams in the huddle now, and
I mean, what's going on here, Jono?
Oh, we saw this the other day. The Belgian crew just rolling forward and using temping. It's we're going to see it again.
You can't see this at home, but this is one of the best things. And now they're doing some curling. I've never seen a curl or what is a curl? But it's lovely. It is so good. And this is what the greatest thing about touch. We've probably got 500, 600, 700 people more here, and now the Belgians are
rowing.
Are they rowing? Is that rowing?
Oh no, it's the
oops upside your head. Oh no.
Oh no, it's a roller coaster. I don't know what it is. This is the quickest the Belgians have moved.
I don't know about you, but I'm loving the pink tutu.
Yeah, I know, with nothing underneath it.
The crowd have definitely appreciated the spontaneous halftime entertainment.
Absolutely. And that's the great thing about touch. Fortunately, for us at home, everyone at this European Championships have scored because we've not seen any nudity. And that's what normally happens, Jono. Yes.
That's the only reason I come here.
A lot of the time, if you've not scored all tournament, you're on a nudie run. But we've not seen any. Everyone scored some way or another.
Maybe they're waiting for the men's open.
Maybe they are.
Final.
Maybe they are.
And speaking of, I haven't seen you go over for any tries, Ben. So
I've been scoring left, right, and centre. I've played better in the commentary box than I have any other tournament.
So have I. And I've commentated badly. So that tells you about my playing ability.
You've been on the field more than I have. You've been reffing.
Yes, you have. How was that? Because you 3 games you've reffed.
Three in the end. But yeah, got a men's quarter-final yesterday on field 1, which was a cracking game, and the mixed open this morning. England and France, which had Christophe from France having a buttock raise, which necessitated him pulling his shorts up.
High.
Very high. I'm sure I missed a few incorrect roll balls in that game, but as 1 minute until tap off.
Jono, how have you found this week? We've not interviewed you yet. How have you found this week?
I've really enjoyed
compared
it.
to an NTS?
It's been fantastic. I can't remember who asked me that earlier in the week and they were saying how does it compare, and I really enjoyed the NTS, and it was, you see a difference in the intensity in that, because you obviously have the round robin games in the morning and then you have the knockout stages in the afternoon. So in the afternoon you see that sort of ramp up in intensity as you get towards the finals. And you've found this, I mean, it's a different level again because obviously it's international.
Of course.
But as the week's gone on and the games have got more important, and especially, I mean, today has been nothing short of phenomenal. It's been incredible. The standard has been like nothing else. And when you see things like that women's 27 final, where someone races through on the hooter to score the winning try to win a European Championship.
Joe Define that played NQ Rebels this year. Yeah.
It does. but
getting all the shout outs.
But that's the sort of thing that, as a commentator who does various different sports, that's the sort of thing that will live with me for a very, very long time.
Oh!
As England go through and get a 7th from the tap off, it's a really dominant performance from them now.
Yeah, so this was the England tap off, and we'll just see the replay here. I think England run a short, and they run a screen. Oh no! Ugh. I mean, no one really knows what that was. It was a short with someone running in front and someone running behind. It wasn't a traditional screen or a block play, but a hole opened up and Naomi went through that.
So, I think it's fair to say that England are going to win this game.
Hannah Smith just running around, sweeper play around the back of the rack, passes off.
They got it down.
This defence, it's just so strong. And you know what? I think the key with this defence, they've got so much pace, so they can stay so tight to each other and just shift around with the ball. There are just no gaps out there for Scotland to exploit.
No, none at all. As good as England have been in attack, they've been exceptional in defence as well. They've not really given Scotland anything like grade A scoring chances.
No, absolutely not. You know, you watch the girls watch the women, take a step off the line, and they actually put both hands up and they make themselves as big as possible, and that is really dominating when you're looking up and you're seeing hands, feet, face everywhere in front of you.
Yeah.
Don't take it away from Scotland here. They are playing well and they are getting up the field and they are creating opportunities. The English are just a little bit more, probably a couple of years more experience probably in the defensive side.
And unfortunately over the mark there.
Is this going to be one of those situations where you look at the Scotland team probably at the next European Championships and see how they've improved?
I hope so. I really do. If you look at how Scotland and Ireland in the men's open division have now started to develop through, I hope that the Scottish do this, and same with the Irish and every other, and Welsh as well.
Oh, long ball out to the wing. Oh, what a ball, and what a put down by Nicola Wise. Again, that's a hat trick.
So 8-0 England lead. That's an incredible scoreline with just 23 minutes gone. And it is Nicola Wise who puts the ball down. Let's watch the replay here.
Oh, Naomi Furnett, she gets the ball here, steps off the right, passes out, just a bullet.
Just look how she arcs her run and creates that overlap. If she arcs, she then causes defenders to come towards her. Hannah Chris with the pass, and then she's got a penalty. She just creates defenders to come towards her and allows that overlap, and then she's got that pass. Great finish as well.
Okay, well, we are going to take a short break from commentary here. We're going to head over to the studio with Ian. He's got David Williamson from the England men's 45s with him. Over to you, Ian.
Yeah, welcome to the studio. Thanks, Johnny. Thanks, Mel. Thanks, Ben. Here we are with David Williamson, a very happy man indeed. England 45. They are the European champions, and I've got the MVP from the game. But it was tight, wasn't it? It went to a drop-off. My word, talk us through that.
Well, it was a final you couldn't script. We were 2 down, then went 2 up, and then they pulled back to draw the game. We had to go to drop-off. Then we went down to 3. You couldn't script a closer game, and emotions up and down.
I can see that. I can see what it means.
I'm still buzzing.
You said to me off air, actually, a few tired bodies out there. It's been a tough week, but a great one, isn't it?
It's been brilliant. I mean, we've played 12 games. We're carrying a couple of injuries. We're men's 45. We're no spring chickens. But
I'd just say you could probably outrun a lot of us up here, I reckon.
Well, right now I'm buzzing. I probably could play another game right now.
Oh, the adrenaline's pumping up here.
I hope that's not recorded.
David, look, a huge congratulations. That's the look at that player of the final. Look at that player of the final, men's 45. David, that's going to take pride of place on the mantelpiece at home, isn't it? Right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
and this. There you go.
Some proper jewellery. I'm super happy and privileged to play with the team I do. We've trained hard, we've played hard, and it's a team award. And I'm thankful to be nominated MVP for this. What an honour.
David Williamson, congratulations, European champion. That sounds good, doesn't it?
Amazing. I'll do it again.
Do it again. Right, let's get back to the second half of England-Scotland. Over to John Oakmel and Ben.
Thanks very much, Ian. Many congratulations, David. And no further additions to the scoreline here on pitch 1. Still England with an 8-0 lead, and I think it's fair to say, Mel, England are going to take the European title here.
Yeah, still 15 minutes on the clock, but it just doesn't feel like, as the ball just goes down, that Scotland is building the momentum. It does look like they are a little bit tired in defence. They're not sending up those shooters and having those the next line of defence come back. So they're kind of all rolling as a group, which is just giving England yards. And they're setting up these attacking opportunities like they are now, with Emily Irons on the outside, going down for the dive, but very, very good defence.
Touched by Hannah Smith there. Irons stepping back, Hannah Smith having to dive. Really good try-saving touch.
Oh, a nice positive touch there by Leah Glading.
Oh, space out on the left-hand side, and down it goes.
And that was going to be forward though.
It is.
So Bronte Sykes gets the ball on a 32 long. So if you saw in the first half, England were running a lot of shorts and going short to the ruck. This time the ball goes long because the defenders have all tucked under. Bronte just gets that ball away, and the referee on the sideline has called it forward. But they have changed their game plan already, so we'll see if that works, or is better or worse in the first half.
And you can just see this England D. The next line is ready to go as soon as that touch is made, and that's how they're really nullifying the driving of Scotland. But we've got takeoff from half, passing out to the wing.
Oh,
that's
they're
number 10.
They're down. Or are they?
What's happened? Referee, what's happened?
Where ball down.
Try given.
This is the first time they've moved the ball at the right time. They actually pick up on a 4-on-3 scoop. They go short side, step back through every single set of hands, and the winger on the far side just couldn't make that touch, and Scotland have got one back.
Yeah, Emma Robson, how she got out of that touch, and that just looked like sheer footwork to.
And now England go over the mark
touch
as well. I mean, I've seen comebacks before. Can it happen?
I mean, they've got plenty of time for it to happen with 12 minutes left on the clock. And here they are just running from a little bit more depth now. Little pass out, extra metres, here they go, over the halfway line. It's just given them so much more energy.
So I've just seen Ben Powell, the England Women's Open head coach. You know, England have just conceded and now Spurs go forward. Hands again. Oh, Carly catches that. So he's just turned round. England have given a score away. They've gone over the mark on their second touch. He's turned round. He's pulled all of the women in, and he has gave them a good talking to. And sometimes that's, you know, you've played well in that first half, but you're not going to win it from here. So you need to carry on doing what you're doing, and hopefully that talk works. But that was a good setup play by Scotland again.
Yeah, they've certainly taken a confidence boost from that try. It's England with the ball at the moment.
Little jinking, attempted wraparound play, but ball down. This is good for Scotland. They're only 15 metres shy of the halfway line. You know what, ladies? 12 minutes to go, gold medal match. I'm sure they've got another level they can go to here. Yeah, lovely go forward. This England defence is just incredible. But here we go. Outside the wing. This is how that score from last time developed. Really strong momentum. Lovely dump.
32, no for a 33 platform, 33 scope. They go open side, they go back short side.
They got the overlap. Here she goes.
And
No, she lost control, but I think the touch was given beforehand.
What
Let's
a
have a look
touch.
at the replay.
Emily Bayliss,
Replay from
try-saving
behind.
touch here.
And it was just there, I think. But this is much, much better from Scotland.
Got away with one there, didn't they?
I think they did.
Oh, and England going through again, and the good touch coming in, and that gives Scotland the ball back. We've got 10 minutes left in this final. It's a commanding England lead, 8-1. It looks like they are heading to be European champions once again. They've won it every time since 2010.
Yeah,
And
they are
they're
just
continuing their dominance.
They're getting hammered on this subbing play by the England defence. Oh, Hannah Crisp taking off from half. Oh, look at her go. Oh, she's incredible.
She is so quick. She's got this pass as well, but Nikki Wise is going to get there.
What a defensive play. A great play by Hannah Crisp, and she calls all the players back.
We said some of these English women have got speed. Hannah Crisp has got speed to burn, and she showed it there. She's got the pass, and England dropped the ball. Scotland, I don't know what they've had at half-time. Iron Brew maybe, and they are flying out the traps of the second half.
They are indeed. They've really come back into it. England with a very, very big lead, but Scotland really making a game of it in this second half. They're not going away quietly at all.
They've got to get some go forward here. They're burning a couple of touches and they're still 20 metres out. It's just the execution of those passes, the pressure that's been put on their passes means that they're just trying things just that one pass too many.
It's just slowed down a second as England start off again. Just going down the centre. It's a good drive, 3 touches to here. And England really have just got to manage the game out here.
They're just stuttering around the 7-metre line. They're not really talking to each other. You can see them all looking at each other.
No, and that's fifth touch. It's a very hesitant attack, which is quite unusual from England. This is last touch.
It is.
England need to go back to doing what they were doing in the first half, defending tight, going forward and making sure that they're putting Scottish on their heels, and they've not done that.
Ooh, big collision. And,
so
that drew a big ooh from the crowd.
Now I think this penalty might be going the other way potentially. A little shake of their hands.
Well, at least it's nothing else that they've been doing, hey?
And I think they're just going to play the touch. I think both players went in there quite hard, so...
I think there was no hands in that roll ball at all.
I don't think so. I think there was shoulder first.
A shoulder from everybody in that touch. You know, do they play sevens against each other? Potentially.
Hannah Smith is a sevens player, isn't she? Yeah, and a classy one at that.
Yeah.
Comes out to the left-hand side, but not quite taken. And it is England who have the ball back with 6.5 minutes to play. And England are going to retain their European Championship here.
Oh, lovely ball out. I've got to ask, Ben, is this the best England Women's Open team for a while?
2012 was a very, very good one, and they're now playing, a lot of them are playing in the women's 35s, so you can see how the sport is allowing you to continue on playing. 2018, I would say it's better than them. I actually made a bold call as Scotland get a 4 substitute for a hard touch here, and she just has to run off and another player will come on. I think if this England team could get down under to an Australia tournament and finesse a few things, that they could win a medal at a World Cup. That is what my prediction was a couple of days ago, but that is clause and asterisks and any others in the work that they've got to go to Australia. They've got to go and do what the Belgians do here and try and get as much learning as possible from the best in the world. Now, I'm not sure it's feasible, but I think they've got to.
Because they did go to State Cup for the last World Cup, but looking at their players, I think there's only maybe 5 or 6 players from that State Cup trip, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. And for anyone out there that wants to get better than this level, the next level is at World Cups, and going to Australia and trying to beat New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, Australia, Fiji, Tonga. And you know, the only way you do that, and as Scotland come over the mark here, so England will have another attack, the only way you do that is by going out to Australia and playing the best in the world. They are so far and more advanced because they've got more players playing, so going over there and playing is definitely what they need to do to get to that next level. And if they do that, I genuinely believe that they could win a bronze medal, but they've got to do that first, and it's difficult. Cost has gone up, time's gone up. It's a lot harder for it to do than it was a couple of years ago. As England run along, they've got
no, offside player. It's play on.
Sideline referees are just going to have a quick chin wag. The ball.
And the penalty given. And Jono, in terms of us taking our commentary to the next level, where do you think we need to go and commentate just to take the step
to the bin?
Try some ice hockey.
Oh, front.
To be honest, as an ice hockey commentator myself, I sort of see a lot of similarities between touch and ice hockey because of the change of how quick it is and how quick the passing is. It's obviously a team sport as well. Objective different. You've got to score in a goal, whereas here you've got the whole try line. But that's really the only main difference. From a sport point of view, there is a lot of comparisons you can make between the two.
Right.
So yes, I would say try some ice hockey.
Done.
Good sport to watch as well.
Yeah, I'll watch the Mighty Ducks again. Oh, great energy and pace.
Coach Boucher.
Awesome drive by Leah Glading. Oh.
So Ben, sorry, Matt.
No,
But
good.
Ben, just going back to what you said about this team being better than 2018. 2018 final, England played Wales and won 3-2. So it was a much closer game as Scotland.
Hannah Chris is through.
Oh!
It's a score! Look at that from Hannah Chris. And she
Hannah Chris loved that, didn't she?
Ecstatic.
8-2 it is. And this has been a much better second half from Scotland.
Absolutely. The footwork from Hannah Chris. We told you everything would go through her, and everything has. You know, she just hops, skips and jumps her way around. I think it's Bronte Sykes. And then this pass is not even on, and she picks it. She's like Tom Brady there. She picks it out of nowhere. She's going to end up there. I'm going to throw it into that space. Ball down.
I didn't think that ball was inflated to its optimal levels.
Deflate gate.
What a way. I mean, it's going to be a tough defeat for the Scotland women's to take, but to finish off on plays like that as England targeting that link hole, but just not quite coming off. But what a way to finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're in the final 2 minutes now, and England are going to take this game quite comfortably. But a great second half performance by Scotland.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to look back on it and know where they could have improved in these drives and just in those passes, those sympathetic passes, holding it for the serve six, because they have got the firepower. They just need the confidence to get up the field. Oh, Hannah. Oh,
they're driving through again.
Here we
what
go.
A score! Oh my gosh, Hannah Smith.
And Scotland.
Why didn't they start the game like this?
Oh, the crowd erupts everywhere. What a score. Just absolutely burning down the centre of the field.
Scotland will be ruining their start. They have played so well this second half. Imagine if they'd have started like they've finished. They would have been in with a shout. And that semi-final clearly had us toll on that first half. And
well, if you look at it, Scotland are winning the second half 3-2 here.
I think that says it all, how much they have just taken that step up in the second half.
Make that 3-3.
And is that the hooter? It's about to go, isn't it?
England 9-3 ahead.
But to draw this second half, they've just taken that step up. These attackers, Hannah Crisp and Hannah Smith.
As the final hooter goes and the referee said ball down, which is an absolutely awful call, Mel, could you please tell us who the player of the match is for that game? I'm going to let you pick it.
I'm going to tell you my candidates and then I'll give you the final pick.
Okay,
How does that work?
fine.
I think that works. Firstly, it's got to come from the England team, but you know what? I'm going to take the chance to shout out a couple of really key England players. Hannah Crisp, class. We all know Hannah.
Incredible.
She's just an
So
incredible
good.
player and
On
led
and
from
off
the
the
front.
pitch as well.
Just energy, leadership, confidence. She was there. Hannah Smith as well. I thought she was incredible. And finally, Emma Robson. And from England, I just thought across the field, the problem with trying to pick a player of the match from England is that they have a team that contributes so equally towards their wins. I think it's got to be between. I think Bronte Sykes has got to be in the conversation.
Okay.
I think she threw a couple of really decent balls, threw in some very strong dives. There's so many. Naomi Furnett, I thought she was very good. Some very good passes. Laura Cochrane, I thought some great drives. Emily Irons is just.
You can't give me 16 people to pick for, so is it those four?
And Nicola Wise.
And Nicola Wise, okay.
Great finishing by Nicola Wise.
Again,
Kenzie McNaught. I'm going to throw Kenzie McNaught into the conversation as well.
I am going to say congratulations to Scotland. They've played incredible. The women that you've just shouted at are incredible. The player of this match is going to be Kenzie. I think she has great footwork. Her defensive work was incredible. When she's calm, she's just so calm on the line attack. I would say the player of the match is Kenzie McNaught, and her number there is, I'm just trying to find it on
number
her
13
is number 13, so congratulations Kenzie.
And actually I'm stoked
with you at some point.
I'm stoked that you chose her because I think she's the player of the tournament. Every single pool game I've seen of her, she has been exceptional. Attack, defence, attitude, everything. I am stoked. Good choice, Ben.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate your company on that Women's Open Final. One more game to go. The Men's Open Final. It's going to be between England and Ireland. But for now, we are going to head back over to the studio. Ian, it's over to you.
Thank you, Jono. Great job there. Huge congratulations to England. They are the Women's Open 2022 European champions. And Mel, you were just commentating on that game, and
nothing's ever comfortable, is it? But England are in control from the start, weren't they?
Yeah, they were in control from the start. Blindingly good.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my word.
No, in control from the start. But as we mentioned on the commentary, Scotland, it was a draw in that second half. That second half, they really turned it on. Hannah Crisp scooping through, Hannah Smith. That run from hers and that score. I know it's hard to take a loss, but when you got a memory like that, I just think it makes it so much better.
I was chatting to Jordan actually, and he said Scotland, it's the best result they've had. Just to get to the final is almost a win in its own right. Is that fair to say?
I think so. We saw their semi-final win against France, and that was a crackerjack game. And it would have taken a bit out of them. The emotions of winning that, the energy that it took to win that, you know, coming off that game, it would have been really hard to then build up for this one. But you know what, the second half I think they'll be really pleased with to finish the tournament with. But this England team, aren't they just class all over the field?
They've had it their own way this week, haven't they, from the start, really. Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Kenzie McNaught, she's our player of the final, indeed our player of the tournament. She was outstanding in every single game she played, everywhere. And in defence, she's running up, she's making those touches, she's stopping the attack from, you know, getting roll on. And in attack, she's just so good. Her dumps are just perfection.
So what's the difference then? Why are England, and I'm not being biased here, I am English, but they made it to the mixed double final. They didn't win that, of course, but they won the women's 27, as we see. They won the men's 45. They've just won the women's open. Okay, we don't know what it's going to be like in the men's. Obviously, a very tight game against Ireland, but it's clearly going the right way in England, isn't it? And in some other nations, there's a bit of catch-up to do. Is that right?
I think so. England, we had a full season this year and a bit last year of our National Touch Series, 3 men's and women's tournaments, 3 mixed tournaments, and that club level touch has just built up the competition, and you'll see a lot of pods where we've got club mates playing together. So I think the NTS really benefited the England players, and unfortunately the Scottish Touch Series, to use an example, didn't happen this year because of COVID, and I think that might have actually impacted the Scottish team.
Now, as you can see, we've got a very important guest here. Congratulations, European champion. How does that sound?
Thank you.
Jump around.
I know. Not really well. I don't think I'm still processing, I think, but super happy with our performance.
Mel's just been paying a lot of credits to yourself and the rest of your team as well. You did look in control from the start. Yes. I mean, you were obviously confident going into the game. You were favourites going into the game, but you kept your head and just stuck to a game plan. Is that right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, we had our processes, and our hashtag for this week has been trust the process. We know it works.
I'm sure I've heard you say that quite.
Yeah. It's been on our team boards. We've had, as I said, really strong kind of game plan and process we stuck to, very much based on our kind of midfield D and trying to squeeze teams out. And I think we showed that there today. I think we just starved Scotland the line. They got some fantastic scoop throughs from quite far away from the box, but once we shut that down, you know, we kind of stopped their chances a bit.
So you're in control at half time. What's the coach saying to you? Just that's it. Trust the process. Stick in it. You're there.
Absolutely. You know, it's still knockout touch. It's still a final. Let's keep our standards high. Play the game the best that we can. Which, you know, I feel we did. 12 games in, a bit in the legs, but I'm really happy with the girls' their performance.
Emily, we've nominated Kenzie McNaught as player of the final, player of the tournament. What's she been like as a teammate, and what's she like to play with?
Kenzie is fantastic. She's a fantastic all-round individual teammate player. She's very athletic, lightning fast, very steppy, just really hard to defend. But I think what I like about Kenzie the most is her personality in the changing room, her sense of humour. She is just great. She is just a top girl. So very young player also. She's got so many years ahead of her, and it's just fantastic to have her in the team, and many other youngsters that are coming through as well.
And my co-commentator Ben Meakin, he thinks this England women's team has a chance for a medal at a World Cup. He thinks you need to go out to Australia. You've got that much potential. Do you think you can take this group to a World Cup and win a medal?
Totally. I'm totally confident in this group. I think it's, as I said to the girls before finals, I think it's the strongest bunch of girls that we have had for a while. Even just over the last 5 days, we've seen people improve so much. What can we do in the next 2 years, you know? we played the State Cup a few years ago, as you know. Any opportunity to go out there, play some different touch, play the best in the world, yeah, we would relish that, and I would be totally confident the girls, yeah.
Superb stuff. Thanks so much for coming. Go celebrate.
Thank
go
you.
have a
Thank
good
you all.
time.
Thanks,
I'll tell you something, it is absolutely rocking up here. Before we hand over, Mel, should we have a little dance? Oh yeah, it's absolutely pumping here at Nottingham University. We are having a great time. One more game to go on the field one, and it is a corker. We don't know who's going to do it. Here comes Jordan as well. Jordan, there's your mic. Oh, don't go anywhere. Come back. I'm going to give you that. Now, we've seen tight games between England and Ireland, haven't we? It's just too good. The music's too good. I know. It's too good. The sun's too good.
The vibes.
But I'm going to ask you to call this, Jordan. England, Ireland, what's it going to be? They played earlier this morning. It feels like an eternity ago now.
Yeah, I mean, my head says England, my heart says England. I've got to go with my boys on it. I think they've just come since that loss against France. They've just sharpened the tools a little bit throughout the last 4 or 5 days, and I still think Ireland have got a few things in the bag. Obviously, they've played each other twice. I don't think, even that first game, I don't think they both laid the cards out on the table. Yeah. I think both teams holding things back. I've seen a few things from Ireland and England over the past few days that indicates that they're going to run a few different things here and there, a few variations, a few moves that we didn't see on, I think it was day 3 that we first saw them. So definitely this morning, if you did watch that game, that's no indication of how this game is going to go.
Well, England came from behind, didn't they, to sneak it later on?
They both came off, and spoke to a couple of the England lads, and they were like, gear two, and I think it'll be the same for Ireland. That's not England holding things back. Both teams didn't really need to play that game. I think it was quite a chilled morning game. Yeah, it was fast. Yeah, the execution skill was high, but that was just because they're good players. You're going to see that game times 2,000 right now. It's going to be absolutely boiling out there. I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, guess what? We don't really have to wait either. The players are about to come out. We're going to have the national anthems as well. I think Mel, Jordan, and myself, we're going to go hit the dance floor for this one. Let's hand over to your commentators. It is England versus Ireland, the men's Open final, the final game of the 2022 European Championship from Nottingham. Enjoy.
Let's get ready to rumble. Many thanks, Ian, Mel, Jordan. Well, here we are after 5 days of competition, 58 games, the 58th about to take place. It's the men's Open final. Ireland taking on England. We saw them earlier today in the round robin. I think we'll see a little more intensity than what we saw this morning.
Yeah, just touched on it then with Ian. And yeah, it's going to be that game this morning times a couple of thousand. It's going to go 100 degrees out there, and it's going to be 100 miles an hour. You're going to see that type of game we saw this morning, closest to the game that they played on Wednesday. It's going to be quick. It's going to be so quick out there, and I think definitely this morning. But I still think they both held things back from on Wednesday. There's going to be things that I've seen things throughout the week that indicates that Ireland are going to run a couple of different things. But at the same time, I reckon England could be prepared for it. On the other side of the coin, I think England have got stuff in the bag as well, and Ireland could be really prepared for this as well. This is so fascinating, this game. I just can't wait.
Okay. Well, before the teams come out and the national anthems take place, we'll run through the two teams, starting with Ireland. Number 1, Mark Phelan. 3, Oliver De Silva. 4, Ben O'Connell. 5, Stephen Troy. 6, James O'Donnell. Number 7, Ryan Rupner-Singh. 8, John Ennis. 9, Sam Bewley. 10, Sebastian Caldwell. 11, Kyle Kritzinger. 12, Matt Kennison. 14, Sean Balance. 15, Dara Foster. 16, Cian Mullen. 18, Luke Dorenzi. 26, Conor Murphy. That is your Irish team. For England, they line up as follows. Number 1, Vaughan Meredith. 2, William Serracold. 3, Adam Brownlow. 4, Horatio Price. 5, Dominic Tripp. 6, Louis Treyes. 7, Charlie Thompson. 8, Johannes Roseau. 9, Camille Shabadine. 10 John Weston Stanley, 11 Max Howard, 12 Josh Anderson, 13 Matt Sandland, 14 Will Lupton, 15 Sam Jones, and number 16 is Ben Grinter. So the Irish team taking to the field right now. It was a great semi-final that they had against France. Won on a sudden death drop-off. And here come England. There's a huge crowd right around the field now. As England take to the pitch.
Let's go, Jono.
And Jordan, you can feel the atmosphere building around for this one. There's a huge crowd around the pitch for this.
Great crowd on. Atmosphere is awesome. I'm just so excited for this. This is going to be great.
We're going to take a pause now as we await the national anthems. So formalities over, and we await the final game of the day, the final game of the tournament. Just two 20-minute halves and the possibility of a drop-off. We'll see if Ireland or England come away from this as the Men's Open European champions. Huge game. Guys, I'm going to ask you, who do you think is going to take this?
I'm going with my heart here. You know, I'm not even going head because it's the head is so all over the place. Heart is with England. These are my favourite team. the team I've always played for. I want them to win here.
Jordan?
Yeah, I think head and heart for me. I said it in the preview. My heart says England, but my head does as well. I think they've just got that extra edge that's going to carry them over. I still think this is going to be an unbelievable game. I think they've both been holding things back, and they've been holding things back for this. For Ireland, I said it on Wednesday that was their biggest game in about 4 or 5 years. This is it now. This is what most of that team has been training for a long time. Lots of hours in the gym, lots of hours running, loads of hours, weekends away, spent away from your friends, spent away from your family. This is what it comes down to now, and I just can't wait. Just sit back
I'm
and
so
enjoy it.
excited.
England in the huddle. Ireland in the huddle. The teams are going to get on the field now. The opening pods of this game. England, of course, in the white and red strip. They look as if they will be playing from right to left in this first half. Ireland will be in the all green as usual. They will be playing from left to right. A huge game awaits. And what a way, guys, to end 5 days of incredible action.
Dead right. I think this is just perfect, isn't it? I think this is the only game going on right now, and everyone's here. We've had great finals all day. There's been some amazing games, not just on field one, but this is it now.
The feeling the players have got right now, they've got to ride that emotion to really get and through this 40-minute games. There's nothing to do with tiredness in this game. Emotion gets you through this, and whoever can control that emotion will come out on top.
Well, there goes the opening hoot. The game is underway, and it's England who have the tap up, and they will have the first strike, but they've lost the ball.
Do you know what's interesting? Before tap off, England had all their stuff set up on that far box, and they had to swap over and move everything straight over. I don't know, it was just a strange little start to the game.
1-0 Ireland, don't you say?
Yeah, but it's interesting that Ireland have picked the box next to all their crowd, because that's just going to rile them up, and it's going to be hard to ride that. Emotion.
Ireland here want that ride. They want to be as hard as possible.
Here they come, big long.
Back inside. Wow, what a start! What a start!
Cian Mullen, he scored a hat-trick in the semi-final earlier.
So this is really interesting. England had the ball that started. They've turned it over first touch. Ireland have gone 35-40 metres. They normally, when they run that setup, they normally run a short side, and they go short side straight away. This time, number 7, the Irish captain Ryan, he gets to half, he arcs round, and then he throws that pill. So it's a different setup to what they've been doing for the rest of the tournament. So there's going to be some changes here as England go short side. Louis
Trey, as he needs someone open.
Pull down, it's 1-0.
Let's go.
Oh, what a way to respond. England equalise straight away. We've only had 1 minute and 20 seconds.
It's really good setup. Josh Henderson's so dangerous on those punish plays. He's been running them up for the past 5 days. Louis looks to run a variation off it back in field, but he goes back to him, comes off his left foot, short side, gets through to the in goal, and Josh is there. It's a really well worked.
Here's that replay. Louis goes short side, snap, back short side, straight through. Josh then pushes his way through. He gets the ball down. Good refereeing call. Run sweeper play. Ryan on the sweeper for number 7.
Oh, I think good D from Ben Grinter. Yeah, it is.
Great touch by Ben Grinter, NQ Rebels player.
Such a good defender. It's his first Euros, and
shouting out Jeff Bimpson. He didn't want him in the middle a year ago, but look at him now.
No, they're going to throw to that link hole.
Interception. 0 touch.
So we actually call that channel in there, Jono. Will got up in the channel. Ryan couldn't throw over him and threw the ball straight to him. So it's good defensive practice there from Will Serracold.
Great take from Sam Jones, who thought he broke his hand this morning. Unbelievable. That's the stuff the players are going through to be in this game.
Horatio Price is going to go short side.
So dangerous.
Space over.
England have got to be in.
I think the touch is made.
The ball is down.
Oh, it's down. We need to see the replay. We need to see the replay of this one.
Mel Day, he's gone smacked.
I was really surprised that was given.
Let's see. Oh no, I think it was down from that behind.
The shadow's really difficult in there, so benefit of the doubt is 2-1. What a great start.
And to be fair to the official, he was right on top of it.
Better view than we've got.
So England 2-1, what a fast start to this final. 3 minutes gone. England lead 2-1, but Ireland are coming right back. That was a touch.
It's a play they had success with this morning, Ireland. They scored off it against England on Wednesday. They ran it again this morning. It's causing them a little bit of problem in that middle channel. Well dealt with. They run it again. Lick hole.
Big fast pass, but it missed everybody, and England have the ball back.
So it's really interesting. I watched Ireland this morning, obviously commentated on the game. Everything they did to start with went short side. Now everything they're doing this side is going open side. So clearly there's been a few tweaks in the Irish analysis. I think that Ben Grinton's on the outside. He's got 32 screws for Dom. Dom's going to go
through. Is that a touch? He's been going
What a play! England 3-1 ahead. We've not even had 4 minutes yet.
So just watch Ben Grinton here, how he shows that dummy. And Ben Grinton, number 15, NQ'd Rebel player, he gets on the outside, he shows that dummy, he gets 2 players in, the middle and link, and then Dom just does what he does best. He goes through the middle, and Ben gets the ball down.
They've called Matt Kennison offside there. That's why the touch was made on Dom as he scooped through, but a judge should have been offside by the referee, and that's England playing at top level speed. That's what they're good at, and Ireland will try and reply with their tap-off move. It's a sweep, pick up against the grain, come back to the 4-on-3. Nice little sharky play. I think that's ball down. England survive.
Mark Phelan was complaining there. I don't know what he's complaining about.
It's England
I think they were looking for back to 1 on that play, but it looked like it just hit one of the England players, and this England transition's really kicking into next year now. That's 4. Ireland are at 6 and 7 here. John Wilson-Stanley gets both middles up. Price kicks to the outside, into the in goal, looking for one of his teammates. That's great D from Ireland. Really good D.
Really was, but the speed shown to get into the end zone really quickly. Unfortunately, just couldn't find an open man, but that was so nearly 5-1. Look at the speed here.
Pocket Demon, probably the player of the tournament for me currently for England Men's Open. He gets through, and this time Ireland actually stay on their man in goal. So that's what they allowed. They should be doing. And Ryan, Ireland's captain, just runs him down.
Tell you what, Horatio.
This is 5th, so not even past halfway.
Great midfield D from England. Little cut. They've had to conjure up something from nothing there, because England's midfield D from touches 2 to 4 were that good. Ireland had to create momentum from nothing. England are winning the midfield battle here.
We're 6 minutes in. I bet you everyone is blowing right now. This pace is so frantic.
And it's very warm out there. I mean, you can see the pitch is bathed in sunshine, but it's hot. That sun is hot.
Lupton on the hands. He'll come back for a counters. I think that is 4th. It's 5th now. Lupton, pill over the top. Taken back to
16, Ireland 16, Kean Mullen. He's read it, but he's got to take that. Either he's got to get the ball, or he's got to make sure the touch is made on the defender, on the attacker. Will Lupton's they're going to send the sweeper. Will's going to get the ball back.
No, he doesn't take the long pass, he goes himself, but I think the touch was made. It's going to go back to 7.
Sam Bewley, great read, and it's a nice little variation from England. They're looking to try and get Will to run those counties, doggies plays where he's stepping back in field. He does it again, the same play.
And that's a new set of 6 there.
England getting a lot of joy with
Ireland number 10, Sebastian Colwell, just shuts that down. Maybe he should step up and then go out, because he should trust Sam that it's going to get there.
Do you know what's great for England? Will is able to have a rest, even though that play was such a threat for 3 plays in a row. They can just put Dom Tripp on and run the same play.
Sure. Ben Grin's going to go short side. He gets pummeled to the ground, let's say.
Ireland soaking up a huge amount of pressure here. England with their 3rd set of 6 on the line.
This defence from Ireland's good here. They're covering all the small gaps. Sam Jones from short side.
Good again. This is really good from Ireland.
Yeah.
They're doing really well to read these plays. And it'd be interesting to see what England break into.
I think it's last coming, so they've got it.
Early
Short,
maybe?
No, long.
Dom Tripp, bombs long, pill over the
Given! It is given! fabulous score. What a pass, though, along the line.
So we saw the same score from Ireland in the first minute. Ireland's captain Ryan goes short side, he steps back, we'll watch this, and he throws that pill long. Dam does the same thing, everyone thinks he's going to go early release, no, he goes long, and Caldwell couldn't get that touch. Maybe he just needs to stop looking at the ball and go for the defender there, and sweeper for Ireland.
Oh, Ireland going through. Oh, nice pass inside.
Again, Ireland reply.
Oh, the drive. They have replied.
Outstanding.
I thought the touch had been made there, but it was a great pass inside, really quick hands, and Ireland get the ball down. They're back within 2, and they really needed that.
They did. We'll just break this one down quickly. So it's just a sweeper play, and the sweeper steps back, goes into hole 1, and unfortunately Thompson couldn't get to that hole 1, so he'll be very frustrated with himself here.
So England start again with the tap off. They've got 6 touches from halfway. Starting down the left-hand side now. Coming back into the centre, they might look to work it right. They don't do, they come back in, it's quick feet. Oh, the touch is made. Brilliant defence there. John Ennis getting the touch in, but it was incredibly quick feet from Horatio Price.
His feet are that fast when he broke through that. You can just see a lot of dust kick up on the 7. It's just so good to see, and they're going to break into that punish play. Long back in the middle, Horatio's not down again. Ireland are sniping these plays well, but the dam's going to break sooner rather than later, because they can't just keep sniping these plays from Link, and England will move to their next progression.
And so England,
they bring on Louis Treyers as well. They've got Will Lupton one side, Louis Treyers on the other.
Louis Treyers moves to Link. He's going to get it now. He has to move back as he's touched.
2 experienced players in the middle for England, and just guiding 2 fast young players into the right positions. And that's
so Horatio Price was toying with the defence. He then comes on and you bring Louis Treyers on, who's doing the same thing, and he's just moving from side to side, trying to get a penalty out of them. And what he does that really well, just moving into the touch, then backs out, and then that gets a moving out and not walking forward penalty.
Oh, Louis Treyers dives through.
It's such a good touch by Ryan there. How good was that diving touch? Louis Treyers is probably one of the best at getting that slide dive in Europe, and Ryan gets his own dive in. So
Pompton Will Lupton slams it down.
So the sequencing here. So we've watched England now. They've gone short side. They've now gone long side off this 23 punish. So John Weston Stanley, not known for this, he pumps the long. Watch this pump. He pumps it. He's got no ACL, but bam, short side, and Will Lupton dots that ball down.
So 5-2 England lead. It's a great start for them in the final, but Ireland coming right back into the centre.
That is great D from Ben Grinter. England's line were bent all out of shape. Ben Grinter, outstanding, really good. Gets in the passing channel, forces a touch, and then Ireland panic and cough the ball up.
We've had 11 minutes. It's gone so quickly. The pace is relentless in this game. Can they keep it up for the full 40? Running on adrenaline. The last game on the 5th day. Incredible from both these teams.
Max Harrod's so good at that.
Oh, he's so good looking as well, isn't he?
He is very good looking. He just bounces around in the middle until somebody commits, and then he can just pick you off.
Best touch.
Here come England again. Speeding into the end zone. You need
goal.
someone open. How did he find it? How did he find the space? England 6-2 ahead. They're taking control of this men's open final. Incredible stuff. 12 minutes gone.
Nottingham Vaughan has absolutely got a scorcher here. He gets through. I reckon he gets a little push away from his winger, and that ball drops into his hands.
Oh, incredible stuff.
We're seeing some great touch here. So good. And Ireland they're easily in this game still. They can score from anywhere. Early release, pill over the top.
Matt Sandler, great touch!
Forward anyway,
straight through the crowd as well.
Bye, Matt. See you later. No, that's a great. It's a forward pass, but he didn't know that. He's turned, he's gone on the outside, and he's chased that down. Currently, England are winning this in their midfield. Look where they're There's forward pass. I've jinxed it, haven't I, both of you? I've just jinxed it. England have been the better in the midfield currently. They're, especially when they get over halfway, what they're doing on 4th and 5th touch is really impressive. I would like to see Ireland improve on their 4th and 5th touch off the drive, Jordan.
I agree, yeah. This is a huge set for them. They've essentially got nearly a full set of 6. I'd like to see a strike off this play early on in the count.
Yeah.
They've not used it, so that's 2 touches down already. You've got to use everything you've got. They go into that sweeper. Oh!
Just not quite taken.
He's forced the pass as well. And
yeah.
You've got the whole set of 6. You've got to use them. You've got to work through your sequencing. And
they have the opportunity, though. I mean, it's not great defence from the far England link, whoever that was. He actually shuts in. Yeah. Josh Henderson. Maybe he should just take a step up and step out. But England have now just dropped the ball again.
So Ireland with a fresh set of 6. They desperately need to come back here. 4 down.
We've not seen that from England yet, where they're making errors coming out of their own half, and that's 2 in a row. Ireland have got to make them pay for it, and they'll get a fresh set of 6 now.
They do make a change at the sub box. 2 off, 2 on.
What would you like Ireland to be running here, Meeks?
Punish on the first one. Have a go at the line. They're not doing that. So now that's great. They're using all their touches now. There's 6 touches. If you use 1, 3 and 5, you get 3 attempts at the line here. So that absolutely kills me. Unfortunately for Ireland's number 5, Stephen Troy just drops that ball. And this is the England do the same thing. So
Ireland have to make them pay here. I know it's early in the game, but this is one of the biggest sets of the game now. England have made 3 errors coming out of their own half, uncharacteristic. Ireland have to make them pay for it.
It was interesting. Josh Henderson came off onto the sub box there, and he was visibly going, "Come on, let's calm it down." Ireland go through, but I think the touch was made.
You've got to remember this England side. There's a lot of new faces, and both these teams, a lot in England, but most of the Ireland team, there's a lot of new faces, and a lot of them won't have played in a game of this magnitude before.
Oh, it's short side. You should be doing that on the second. But it's where we are in the game. Ireland are trying to push it. England have got a 4-score lead. They're trying to push it. But something that we don't see from England Men's Open very often, Tim Osborne, their head coach, has just pulled all of them together in the box, and he has just been laying down the law. And you do not see that very often. We've played for Men's Open for a fair few years, and it only happens once or twice a tournament. So you can see that he's visibly stressed, and he's visibly wanting them to make sure that they go 70 metres every single time, Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, it's unacceptable, really, having those 3 errors at your own half, 3 in a row. It's not something that Tim will accept, and England looking a little bit better on this set. We've not seen them work their way down to Ireland 7 for a long while, but every time they have, they look so dangerous. And here they go again. Louis
Trey.
Pill over the top.
Score!
Late Pill. Love to see it.
Louis Treyas to Charlie Thompson. Ball down.
Chill.
Forward pass. But the sequencing from England here is great.
Really nice.
So how many times have they thrown long? Every single time so far. Number 16, Kian Mullen, stayed out this time, and the link hole was free. So the analysis that's coming from the sideline now means that they are sequencing very well. Sam Bewley goes through short side, they got a 3-on-2. That ball looks to be out of the field.
Again, to be fair, I mean, even though England are sometimes struggling to get out their own half, their line D has just been awesome. Yeah, Ireland have been forced into some risky stuff and things that they've not been used to running this tournament, but wow, England's line D, Jeff Bimson and Clark.
There's another one. That's 4 in this half.
Coming out their own half. There's a little bit of a motion box. We've got to calm it down. We've got to slow it down a little bit. But the thing is that they are leaving the door open a little bit for Ireland. But Ireland they're just not making them pay at the minute.
They've got to get a big size 10 in there, haven't they?
They do, and here he comes.
Space out on the right-hand side.
That was perfect timing.
Looking for Kian Mullen again, but just not strong enough to find him. England get away with it yet again, so the 4 errors still not been punished. And England have the ball. very, very deep in their own half, but we know they have the speed to get up the pitch very, very quickly.
Yeah, but that's if they keep hold of the ball. So England just changing up their transition a little bit here.
Fifth touch coming.
To that little fly. Here's Horatio Price, 2-on-1.
There's a 2-on-1 here, and that
in the corner.
is beautifully
Put
done.
your glasses down.
That
What's
is
this
incredible.
Again?
So slick.
Like straight from the training ground, subbing into your 4 and 5 transition. What's this fly play on fifth? Meeks, talk us through
how this happens is because every single time so far, England have gone straight down the middle. So John West is going, I'm going down the middle, I'm going down the middle. And then I think it was Horatio Price just says, give me the ball. He pops on the outside, 3-on-2, 2-on-1, score for England.
It's like...
and
it's like he's coming out of his shadow. He's kind of following him, and then last second, just as the Ireland player's sucking in to make that touch, he pops out his right-hand side, and in a split second, Ireland think, oh my God, I've got to deal with a 3-on-2, and the ball player is Horatio Price. It's so hard to deal with, and England have executed that to near perfection.
Well, we're into the final minute of this half. It's gone so quickly, but the pace has been relentless from both sides. Ireland, they're going to get back at half time. How are we 7-2 down here?
Good touch there by Charlie Thompson.
They've just not been clinical on line attack. That's what it's come down to. They've had enough chances. You can think of 4 off the top of your head, because England have made 4 errors coming out your own half, and those are the ones that we can only think of right now. And they've just not been clinical. England, when they've got down to Ireland's line, have been ruthless.
Back in the middle. Touch is made. Back they come.
What England might look at now is that link channel, and
Ireland
might look at that link channel. They do look for it. Finishes out the corner. Billy Lupton.
He plays in Nottingham.
Hometown boy.
And he takes the interception, runs the length of the pitch and puts the ball down. 8-2 England lead, and that is half time.
Wow.
What a way to end that 20 minutes.
Yeah, you know what? England might not be overjoyed with that half, but because of those 4 errors coming out of their own on the subbing. But to be 8-2 up and have coughed the ball up 4 times, they have been clinical, ruthless when they've had the ball. If they tighten up those few errors, this could be tough for Ireland. Ireland have just had to be a bit more clinical coming out. When they're on line attack.
Well, we'll be back in the commentary box in a second. For now, we're going to hand over to the studio. To you, Ian.
Yeah, thank you, John. As you can see, we're joined by a very special guest, and Mel's eyes have absolutely lit up here. It's Jerome, men's 40. You are European champion. How does that sound, Jerome?
That sounds good. Very good. Very
you
good.
just said to me you weren't too confident, but you nailed it in the final.
Yeah, but we were not confident at all because we lose on Tuesday against England, and so it's been a long time we haven't lost. Sorry, so we're like asking questions, and we're a bit old. I mean, we're almost all 45, 46 years old, so we are not confident at all for the final.
Was it a tight game in the final?
That again?
Was it a tight game in the final?
Yeah, it was very tough, but luckily we started the game very well. We are very applicated in defense. We did well, and England was maybe a little bit less good than Tuesday, and it was harder on second half because it's always tough in England against France, and they made it very hard in second half.
Mel, over to you. Hi, Mel.
I can't ask a question without asking about the Silver Fox. What was he like during the gold medal match?
So maybe they had a plan because they hit him 1 or twice, so his nose is broken. But it was very good.
Yeah. And there's been a lot of chat that this team of yours has been together for a long time now. What does it mean to get the gold medal at this Euros, and are you going to continue beyond this Euros as a playing group?
Yeah, it's true. We played, most of us, we played together for like 10 years. The first time we beat England, it was 10 years ago in Treviso. We were champion as well. So we keep playing together. Some players just stopped, some new players came, but we are lots of players who are playing together. And this one it was tough because it's 3 years. The last 3 years we haven't done anything because of COVID, like everyone, but it was tough. And we decided to play in over 40, but we got almost all over 45, so it was a challenge for us.
Yeah.
We decided this challenge, but during the week it was very tough. So it's an important win for us, and we plan to, if we see very far, we want to play the World Cup in over 45. It's why we played in Europe in over 40. It's a plan next year.
And if Mark is the Silver Fox, what do you want to be known as? What's your nickname?
I don't have nicknames. You can find me one if you want.
The Silver Stallion?
The what?
The Silver Stallion?
The Silver Stallion, man, I like that. Jerome, thanks so much. Congratulations again, and to all of your teammates as well. Men's 40 champion here, Jerome, for France. Oh, look, Mel gets a little kiss. It's almost time now for the second half. It's the men's open final. England in control against Ireland. Can they take it home? Let's hand over to Jono, Ben, and Jordan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. We're back on pitch one, ready for the tap-off for this second half. Ireland with the tap-off. And this is a hugely important tap-off for the Irish.
Yeah, we've said it throughout the tournament. These tap-offs second half can be a bit of a two-way swing. And if Ireland score, get a bit of a roll on, get that momentum, 20 minutes is a long time of touch. If they don't score, England burst into that hard, fast transition again, and they get a score on the back of it. This could be over very quickly. A lot of this hangs on the tap-off for Ireland.
We saw in the Women's Open final with England well ahead as it came to half-time, 6-1 ahead at half-time, but Scotland really came back in that game and made a real game of it in the second half. Can you see something similar happening here with Ireland?
Probably more in this game than we could have in the last one. Ireland have got the capability of scoring 2, 3, 4 on the back. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. But then, as I say, that they're a bit all stutter all over the place. It's a bit of lack of cohesion at the moment.
Pick up short side against the grain. It's a lovely ball, but that's great defence from Hanro.
Yeah.
He's read that pick-up so well. It's a play that a lot of teams have had success with over the week, and all it is a sweeper coming round. The half's going to pick up and scoop against the grain, against those tight defenders, and yeah, England have read that really well, so they can break into their transition now. And the way they've been driving, it's just so quick.
I don't know if anyone's actually been watching how much of the Men's Open they've actually watched this game. This tournament. England have changed their subbing pattern for this. Racy, great touch by number 7 Ryan, great touch. England have actually changed their subbing pattern, so they're sending their near side link off. As soon as it's a turnover, they get that link off. They then send the link on, and he goes for the third touch, and that is causing Ireland a world of hurt. So it'll be interesting to see how they combat that. Again, we're seeing Charlie go off and Will straight back on. They're doing it every single time. They're even letting Matt Sanderland on the near side wing allow a drive if he needs to. So they are working really hard and doing something they've not done all tournament to get on top. Racy on the open side, Quickie, can he get in?
No, he can't. There's a touch by Ireland on the line. England keep the ball.
England have so much talent on the attack right now. Will Lupton one side, Horatio Price in the middle, JWS, Dom Tripp on the right. You can just run what you want. He's going to run a counties, right hand, link pill.
Yeah, good pass, Dom.
You can't pass Dom, can you? But he gets a repeat set.
It does indeed. England with a fresh set of 6 on the 7 metre. They're threatening again early in this second half. Not satisfied with the lead they've got. They want to make sure of this.
Punish on the left. Louis will pick up, and then Will Lupton, snake in the grass.
7'2", he gets down well, doesn't he?
Unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. And they can just swap Horatio Price for Louis Treyers. Dom Tripp. Louis will pick up, skip to the side, the ref goes down.
I believe we've got a new referee. I think the on-field referee. So Kevin Hobbs, our sideline referee, has been interchanged at half-time. So it's not just the referee, the players that are interchanging at half-time. It is the referees.
I believe he's got a calf injury.
And Dom goes in with the front flip.
Oh,
he is going to try and TRY this one.
You beauty. Great link hole. Well executed.
Unbelievable stuff. Watch this as we see it from a great angle here. Down it goes. Comes back in. He didn't really need to somersault there.
No, he doesn't. No, it's just a big show off. He's Dom.
Nice bit of showboating by Dom Trick. But it's 9-2 England. Ireland coming back. Are they down? No, they're not.
For Ireland. Ireland
So
sideline
Ireland have it
just trying
again.
to raise that noise a little bit.
There's a huge amount of noise. There's a massive crowd around this field.
Great
It's
crowd.
huge.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, so good. This is what you want from the last game of the day, last game of the week. It's nice and rowdy as well. What you want to see.
Big log.
Big pillow on the top. That's such good defence.
He doesn't look at the ball, does he, Matt? Ball, as soon as that ball is released, he turns and goes. He knows it's a wing, it's going to the wing. He just turns and goes. It's because he's done so much work.
It's another interception.
Go on, Willie!
Big slice
Will
from
Lupton.
Will.
He's got the pass away.
Up.
It's still
Back
there
to
for
the corner.
England.
Great touch.
He has
touch. Great touch.
All the way from one end to the other. But the ball doesn't go down. It was a great touch in the corner.
And to say Ben's not played a few games because he's got a tear in his hamstring, that is
unbelievable.
Pretty damn good.
Dom Trick,
and Dom on the outside.
On the outside.
Oh,
Step and go. Got the touch.
Mark Phelan with the touch on the ankle.
Will Sericold and Ben Gridson just having a little handshake after that.
And a breather.
Gives him a seat. Dom Trick, right hand, pops it over. That could have been dangerous.
So again, it's really, really good. We've seen some really good sequences. Everything has been going across the chest of Ireland. Now Ryan gets up and he channels, and Dom just puts it. Oh, as we see this intercept again on the replay. Apologies, Ben didn't get there.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, we know that. Ben won't want to see it again. Dom Trick looking dangerous on this right hand link, but he'll tip it into Louis Treyas.
Treyas has it again.
33 count his feet.
Forward
I
pass.
think he's forward off the ruck. Louis, I think he's taking a little knock. He's just in the in goal. He's taking a little knock. He's just holding his face. I think on that last play, just took a little knock to the face. But I'll tell you what, that was a lovely play. Great feet. Galaxy teammates and. England box is still so noisy. They want to put this game on ice now.
So I watched the first game against France, and the box was dead. Sampioli goes short side. Has he got the link? He's got the knock on. They did that in the first game, did it in the semi-final? Was it there? No, it was the French that did that in the semi-final. Fortunately, that one went forward.
They're looking to use Cian Mullen quite a lot. He scored a hat-trick in the semi-final. He's had a lot of space out on this left wing. He's a very tall guy as well, can pick the ball out of the air, but they're just not finding him with the quality of passes just yet.
No. They did in the first half, but England have changed their defence again. So it's a game of chess, like we've said. England will do something, and Ireland have got to react to it, and vice versa. Ireland came out so hard.
Quincy's done well there to generate something from it, but hips aren't square.
Your hips need to be facing the try line that you're going to score, and he wasn't there.
Ireland will work their way to the box now. England's midfield has just been relentless all game. Look at that. Forced a turnover. Sam Jones clapping himself. High-fiving. Clapping with a broken hand, and you can't beat that, can you? That midfield D is just relentless. It's ruthless. It's not letting Ireland breathe.
You said it was going to be a very, very different game to this morning. We said that. You said it was going to be a very different game to the one that we saw earlier in the week. England have just absolutely brought their A game here.
100%. Passive.
Josh has got him on the outside. I think he stepped back here if he's got in.
Good touch.
Yeah, great touch by the Irish far link there. He read that passive well. He's chased Josh down.
They ran that play so well yesterday. Sorry, I think it was this morning against Scotland. They ran that passive play off a step back really well, and Ireland have defended that, done the homework there.
Ireland looking to start again. They're starting very deep, and they just can't work out this England defence, and they force the error again.
Like a fan then, sorry. That's forward. Ireland coughed the ball up. England will be happy.
There's still 12 minutes to go, and I think England will be looking to just try and see this game out. They want more scores because they don't want to rest on their laurels here.
Passing out the back, what a pass. The same play again, and Ireland are reading that really well, but the lead option might be.
But they got a 3-on-2 here.
Got space, good heads up footy. Will Lupton
can go full field, but can't complete a 2-on-1.
To be fair, he was chased down very, very quickly.
He was.
Jono's got his back.
Us Nottingham boys stick together.
Counties from Will Lupton. Right hand pill, maybe, no? I think that is 5th touch anyway, so Louis will try and conjure something up now. Car park, put that ball in the car park, and we'll kill a few minutes.
But that's where you want to finish up the ball. If you're not going to score, you're going to finish it in the Ireland end, and they've got to go 70 metres, and currently Ireland are struggling to do that. They're really struggling with their subbing play. As I've just said, they're really, really struggling with that back tip on the far links, running out and trying to tip forward back into where he's just got the ball from. When he's running away from that play, it's a very tough pass, and I think maybe they just need to go back to a traditional subbing play.
Yeah, it's just the intensity England are playing at as well. It's what's forcing those. It's unforced errors from Ireland really, and a lot of it is just down to how intense England are playing. John Weston Stanley delivers the pass.
What a pass!
Trick, dots it down.
And we saw all the experience of John Weston Stanley there. He looked like he was going to go long, but just played a short pass inside. Yeah. The hole was there, and England have double figures.
Well, you just watch this. The Ireland link at the moment, he was across his 2 middles. So as he makes that touch, that ball back inside to John Weston Stanley, and that hole was always going to be on because he committed himself too much.
That's
as
such
Ireland
a good
hit
ball.
Back,
that is such a good ball.
Mark Phelan. So that's it's
the link. I think it was Josh Henderson. He came up quite high in the passing channel.
Yeah.
He touched upon it earlier in the game. They run a 32 short. I think it was a 32 short anyway.
Yeah, here you go.
Phelan, comes in 32 short. He pumps. He gets Josh up high, and then he can thread that pass straight through. Lovely little dart, lovely little laser pass straight through that channel.
Josh wasn't in the passing channel, he actually shot
past it.
Yeah, so he should, if he just stayed up, he'd have caught the ball, but he shot. So, I can see him having a word to Jeff Bimpson, the England defensive coach, and I'm sure the assistant to the assistant to the assistant, Clark Hobson, Dr. Clark Hobson, will be telling Jeff what he needs to do there.
Ratio of feet. Don't watch the cut, but they've coughed it up again, and Ireland will work their way over. Ireland survived that set.
Ireland start again. They work over towards their sub box. They're going to make some changes, but they've used 3 touches already, and they're not halfway. 4. That's 4.
How good's the intensity from the England box? The 7 scores open. The manager, Scotty, team manager, just awesome intensity, awesome noise. That's what's generating this drive when they come on the field now. And watch how they fly off the field, and watch how they fly onto it for transition. Ireland are trying to combat it with some midfield D, and a little swipe to the side from Lupton.
Louis Trey's back on again.
Come in for that 33 pickup. He goes short side, he comes open side.
Oh, brilliant!
What a ball! Put your glasses down again. Keep them down. Just watch this.
Louis Trey has only had one intention. As soon as he came on from the sub box, it was to go towards the middle.
We keep talking about how touch moves create 4-on-3 options. Your ball player has to pick the right 4-on-3 option. Louis has to pick that out of about 5 options in a split second when he comes off his right foot. He could go through, he could hit hole 1, 2 or 3 to bomb to the wing. He pumps to throw long, and then just drops it in that first hole. It's beautiful, beautiful.
And England have the ball again. They're going to go through the centre. 11-3 England lead in
Dominant.
this final.
Dominant.
There's 7 minutes left.
Fly play ratio just makes some yards, and England are up to the 7 now.
And who would have thought this as well? After losing the opening game against France, and I think we've said it, they've just worked and peaked at exactly the right time.
Yeah, I think Sam Jones mentioned it, Will Serracold mentioned it. That's given. Wow.
Well,
I thought
even Horatio Price is standing there going, you shouldn't have given that one. The referee on the sideline where the ball was going to has put his arm across his chest for a forward pass.
Yeah.
Gareth Hines has said no, the ball has gone back out of his hands. There's a big gust of wind, it's gone a bit forward, but he's allowed it. It's another score for England. Should be 12-3 now.
Wow.
So here we go. So Gareth Hines thinks that the ball's gone backwards out of Dom Tripp's hands, and that's why he's allowed it. We're not on the pitch, we've only got the camera angles that maybe not be suited to this, so...
Oh, that's good, D.
Yeah, good turn by Josh
Henderson's done
Henderson.
really well to come round and shut that play down.
And it's last.
It just helps his middle out when the sweeps come round. Trey's just locks that play up.
So 12-3 England lead.
Yards from England again, and they're sticking it on the jumper now, working their way over to the box. I know skips inside, just trying to make a little bit of room, but it slows things down, and England they're on 5th now. Louis will step off his left again, cut.
Oh! Ball to ground, ball to ground.
We're going to see that try again. So in a second, here we go. So this is...
So Dom picks up out of half, he takes off right, and the referee says that that ball has gone backwards. You know, the ball can move forward as long as it goes backwards out of the hand, and Gareth Hines, who was the on-field referee, overruled the sideline referee and said, no, pass went backwards in my eyes. Sam Bewley here is going to look to pass.
Interception, mate.
England have just been so clinical.
They have been incredible in
and it's a lot of it's come from the midfield, like on both sides of the ball. They've been great at forcing Ireland into Hail Mary plays from their own half and halfway, but the way they've transitioned on and off the field, passive at the back.
Oh, big interception.
We've got big interception.
Ireland might pull one back here. England chasing it down.
Sebastian
Caldwell
Caldwell
trying to chase it back with Vaughan Meredith.
Sebastian Caldwell runs the length of the pitch. He brings it back to 12-4.
Yeah, and we've actually spoke about the channeling from England, and Sebastian Caldwell does exactly the same thing. Horatio Price, he goes short side, he steps back, he looks at link hole, and you can see that Caldwell actually is in that passing channel, so the ball goes straight to him. So, now England, what are they going to do next time?
Tell you what, how good has it seen Dom Tripp and Vaughan Meredith 12-4 up, 12-3 up at the time, chasing down a length of the field interception.
Both teams haven't stopped. They've been so relentless. Both teams, and
I mean, this is a credit to both teams to play at this pace. The 5th day of a competition where they played 11 games previously, all 40 minutes. And then to come out and produce this.
Yeah. I mean,
it's phenomenal stuff.
It's testament to the preparation that they've done on and off the field. It's testament to the way they've looked after themselves throughout the past 5 days, and the physios, the coaches, they've managed themselves, they've managed their game time, and like you said this morning, John, when these two played, you noticed obviously there wasn't a lot of strapping, and normally you do see like quite a bit of strapping day 4 and 5 on players just to kind of get them through games, and they've just prepared themselves so well for this tournament, and they've prepared themselves to peak for Saturday afternoon, and England definitely have.
Yeah. We've spoken to all of the England teams, and this men's open team have said it's all about building. They lost that first game. They were embarrassed by that first game. They didn't want that to happen again. As Ireland go for an early release, And Will Serracold throwing punches like the some of the women's games that we've seen.
Looks like he's okay, but helped up by the England team. Trotting off is James O'Donnell. He seems like he's okay.
2 minutes left now, I think.
Okay, so Jordan, your time. Pick your man of the match.
Oh, you get no. Come on, I thought we were doing this together.
We're doing it together.
We're doing it together.
Okay, okay. We're going to turn mics off. We'll have a bit of deliberation. Jono, you're up and running, mate.
Thank you, mate. So it's England coming over halfway against centre. Good touch, but it comes back again. There's space opening up and the pass doesn't quite complete. So Ireland will have the ball, 6 touches.
We can't make
a decision.
But, tell you what, guys, why don't you sort of narrow it down to 2 or 3?
Should we do a vote with everybody here?
No one's watching us. They're watching this great game.
Forget loads
We're not
of
relevant
paper
anymore.
And we can rip it up into what?
So
1,000 pieces.
the conversation that we've just had, Ireland have been great. They've done everything. They've given it their all to try and get to this point. You know, and they obviously had that drop off in that semi-final, and again maybe about the Scottish maybe getting to here was their gold medal match. So the players that we've just spoke about, you have Horatio Price, you've got Louis Trez, you've got Dom Tripp, you've got Will Lupton, and I think we spoke about one more, did we? No, I think it was those 4 players. You know, for me, it's got to. Are we back up and running? Sorry about that, a few technical glitches for our last game of the day as England go on the outside.
Good
and
goal!
That is...
That's your game! Ball down!
Will Serracold
puts the game on ice.
So Will Serracold makes it 13-4, and there goes the hooter. England are the European champions once again.
Come on, you boys, let's go!
Huge celebrations on the right-hand side.
MVP is Louis Trez of that game.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think for me, as someone who obviously hasn't played, doesn't know anywhere near as much about it as you guys do, but for me, every time Louis Trez comes onto the pitch, he makes something happen.
Tell you what, if you wanna know why England are such a good team, we couldn't decide between about 5 players. Maybe you could give it to 6. That's how good they were. That was just a team performance. It was clinical. It was ruthless. Yes, they made a few errors coming out their own half at the end, that last 10 minutes of the first half. It could have been much harsher on that scoreline. Ireland played their part. They've been wonderful throughout this competition. Considering, you know, the last 4 years, Ireland have just been building to this, and they've just, it's so good to add another level of competition in Europe. And Ireland were great, but England were just a class above.
Indeed, they were. England, European champions, once again. They retain the title that they won in 2018, 2016 and 2014. 4 times European champions now. And Jordan and Ben are going to go over to the studio. So after a phenomenal tournament, 58 games on this pitch, 5 days, it's been an amazing competition, bathed in sunshine here in Nottingham. And for the final time, it's time to hand over to the studio. Ian, Ben, Jordan, over to you guys.
Well, gentlemen, very happy shouts from both of you at the full time there.
Couldn't help it.
I've got to admit, congratulations to England, of course, commiserations to Ireland, but I maybe would have thought it'd been a bit tighter than that, Jordan. England looked in control, didn't they, all throughout?
Just experience. I think it was experience in the end, and they were just ruthless. They were clinical when they got down to the line, and we spoke about them maybe holding a few things back. They held things back on line attack. They held things back in transition. Meeks ran you through their new subbing move, and it just put Ireland under so much pressure on and off the ball in midfield. England were just in control of that middle part of the game, and when they were able to get a good few attacking shots on the Ireland line, it looked like they were going to score every time, and they were just clinical at times. Awesome to see.
Ben, what did you make of England's performance there?
I wouldn't say complete because they made a few mistakes in that first half, but very close to. They're sequencing from their transition, their defence, their transition and their line attack. They went from hole 1 to hole 4 to hole 2 to hole 3. They knew where they manipulated defenders, and it was just beautiful to see at times. The coaching team have got so much. You've got to praise that coaching team so much for what they've just done. It wasn't the players that they had to execute it, but they were going on to that field with a plan every single time. It was really impressive to see, and I am so proud of every single one of them out there. Some of them have been mates for 10, 12 years, and I'm so proud of them.
I can see it at a full time. Jordan, let's just touch on Ireland a little bit as well. They shouldn't be too disheartened, should they? They
Not
put
at
up
all.
a wonderful tournament
Not
this
at
week,
all, not at all. I think I watched them not only against England as well. I watched them against France yesterday, and they just run so hard, and they just couldn't match England in that last game. But they played some amazing touch. Every team has. They played some amazing touch to get here. They played the part in that final. We'll see them again next year.
Ireland, France, Scotland have had to make England think about this game in a different way this week. They have pushed them and pushed them and pushed them, and that semi-final England won against Scotland by 2. That apparently that they pushed them so much. We've got Will Serracole coming in now.
Look at that, look at what it means. Will, congratulations, you're European champion. How does it feel?
You get in there. Get in the middle.
Get in the middle, yeah. How are you feeling after that European champion?
Yeah, pretty shattered to be honest. The Irish boys run so hard, so fast, they're so athletic, and they've brought the game to us 3 times this week. I'm just so chuffed to come out on top. Some of the boys, for us, obviously playing their first big major tournament, and after 3 years without a sort of multi-day, week-long comp, I'm just so pleased for us to get over the line, and so proud of all the boys.
Can I ask a quick question about your coaches, because I've been praising them massively up here since this game started, because you've changed your transition, you've changed your attack, your sequencing was the best I've ever seen it. What have they given you, this, and especially in this game, but this whole tournament as well?
I mean, I've had so much love for the 3 of them, for Martin, for Tim, for Jeff. They've given us all the tools we need and the confidence to go out and use them and apply them in the right situation. And like you alluded to, the tweaks they were making in-game, between games, looking at the opposition were absolutely spot on. And I think for that I've also got to give a massive shout out to Clark Hobson and Mark Aldous, our 2 analysts.
The assistant to the assistant to the assistant.
The assistant to the assistant to the assistant.
Oh, is that it?
They have done so much work for us this week, watching games, looking at clips and informing our sort of strategy. And like I said, I'm so proud of all the boys, the 16 here, the 20 or 30 that we've had in the training squad this year. All the coaches, all the support staff have just been world class.
Well, you've come into this, I've got to ask a question, because England were favourites coming in, so it means you've got a target on your back throughout, so every single game you're expected to win. How do you deal with that pressure?
Got big shoulders.
It's an interesting one, I think. Can you ask the question again?
You don't care now, you won.
I think ultimately we know we've put in the work, and we're so confident in the game plan that the coaches have instilled in us. We know that we can do all the right things in the right scenarios, and we just have to focus on us and not pay attention to that noise about being favourites, being a target. We're on a journey from here to the next World Cup, and this is a stepping stone, and we've just got to keep improving and getting better.
It's a little bit early to maybe talk about the next World Cup, but let's do it anyway. What's the expectation? Can you go on and lift it?
We want to be in a position in 2024
for to be prepared to win every game of that World Cup and go all the way. And we've got a lot of work to put in to get there, but we're going to put that work in and we'll go after it.
Fantastic. Well, go on, go have a beer, go chill out. Congratulations, you are European champion once again. Good stuff there. Now the ceremony's starting to go on behind. It's absolute scenes here, isn't it, Ben? I mean, you've been involved in such for a long time now, you and Jordan. It must bring almost a tear to your eyes seeing scenes like this.
I've actually shed 2 or 3 tears this week, and now you've probably got me now. Touch is my life, I love this sport. The boys, my whole life is touch, and this community is one of the best things about it. And if I can tell anyone, come down, try it, you'll love it.
Alright, look, Jordan, I think you probably reiterate those words, wouldn't you?
I can't top that. I mean, we're both in the same position. Some of the people here, the mates for life, and wouldn't have met them without touch. We had Ryan up before, and I've known him for 15 years now, and it got emotional. And
he's only 17.
I know, yeah, coming back from a knee reconstruction. When that England, we had a few games today. When me and Jono were just stood there, the sun was out. There's loads of people here. Games were going to drop off at the highest level of skill, and I was just like, how good is this sport? Like, it's just awesome. Look at the people now. Like, that game's just happened. There'll be people from different countries chatting to people who've known each other for 10 years. There'll be people from different countries now chatting that I've just met today. They'll be swapping shirts.
I've just seen a pair of shorts being swapped, so
the shirts being swapped, the swaps being
We've had a chap walk on in a wedding dress in this trophy.
Exactly.
We've seen the Belgians doing bowling in the middle of the pitch. It's been a real party.
You know, you're gonna start seeing fancy dress now, and that's one of the best things about this sport. It's a social sport. It still is, and it always will be. But you've also got such high level competition and skill, and it's just the amount of hours that people pour into this. How can you not love it? It's just great. It's so good.
Yeah, how can you not love it? That is a very good question. If you are watching this and you don't play touch,
judge yourself if you don't love it. Have a look at yourself. Have a look in the mirror if you don't love that.
Be ashamed of yourself, quite frankly. Ben, let's come to you. I'm going to ask you a question outside of the obvious. Let's take England out of the equation. In fact, let's take Ireland out of the equation. Is there a particular nation across all categories that have really sort of almost inspired you? Who's really surprised you?
We all started somewhere, and for me, it's Bulgaria. They only registered with FIT a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
They had players of all different ages in the mixed division. It's what the sport's about. It's about trying to develop a country, and that's why they're here. They've got not many players. They want to develop their country. They're here, they're learning, and that for me is where this sport is going, and they epitomise that.
Jordan, let's have a look at the week in general. What's been a highlight for you that isn't obviously the final? Something that's happened out there that's a little bit left wing, you haven't quite known about. That's been a bit of a highlight for you.
Oh, that's really thrown me off. I was thinking of stuff up here in the studio, so I was going to go with Sean McDonald from the England Senior Mixed, singing, I think it was Backstreet Boys for 2 minutes longer than he should have. That would be mine.
I have nightmares about that song. Still do. Ben, let's ask you highlight of the week for you then.
The highlight of the week is, and I'm going to say, as my daughter walks into the studio, it's the family sport.
Yeah. Just there, it's behind the camera,
It's the family, it's the community, it's about the whole event. The whole event is incredible. I can't pick out a single event. It's about a big community, and I absolutely love it.
Jordan, same question. What's been your highlight of the week?
I'm going with Sean again. My highlight. No, I think on a personal note, I can't stop talking about it. Seeing Ryan back out there and not only doing that, able to win a gold medal. There's been so many. I think I'll sit down later and just think, how good was that?
We're so lucky to be able to do this all week.
Yeah.
You know, get to meet you.
You've been my highlight. John has been my highlight.
Give over.
So no, thank you for the opportunity.
You're my highlight, John.
Really enjoyed it. Are we watching the closing ceremony?
Well, the ceremony's going to go on in the background. We're going to stay in the studio for a bit. There's a few people
I'm going to just nip over and say bye to my daughter. I'll be back.
Please do. Yeah,
I'll take it. I'll take
that, Jordan. I wonder if we could get Jono over here and Mel. Mel, could you come over as well? Let's get your commentary team over here. Here they are, Jono and Mel, the whole crew together. Jono, what's been your highlight of the week?
Oh, it's got to be that women's 27 final and the ending of it. Absolutely unbelievable. Who to win? Drove through. What a way to win a European Championship with the very last play of the game.
How does your voice cope, Jono? Because you've done about 50,000 games this week.
Lots of liquids. Lots of rest when I get home. I've got a 7-year-old daughter and I've not told her off all week, which I think is a record.
He's been telling me off.
But yeah, it's been tough at times. There's been some mornings where I woke up with a very croaky voice, but once you have a couple of cups of coffee, you're back into it and you're away and you just don't think about it anymore.
The week gets quicker and quicker, doesn't it? Mel, what's come to you? What's been your highlight of the week other than chatting to Jerome there from the French national team?
I'm going to say the game I did with Jordan after the watershed was fantastic. But I think it's this, I've got to say the women's 27s who lost in that heartbreaking defeat, standing there singing the national anthem with their Opens teams. I had tears for that. I just thought that's what touch is all about. Playing hard, getting some great wins, taking some hard losses, but always being there for your teammates and supporting each other. It was incredibly special.
I've got to say my highlight has been at working with all of you guys. It definitely is. Now I must say as well, we don't often do this, but there's a team of people behind the scenes who don't get enough credit. We've got Jack, we've got Tom, we've got Dan, we've got Alan, we've got Mitch, we've got Chris, we've got Dan. I think I've said everybody. There's 2 Dans.
Solly.
I've said everybody, Jack. I haven't missed anybody. They are your behind-the-scenes production team. They don't get enough credit. They've spent all week up gantries filming the games so you can watch them all. So I think we give a round of applause to the behind-the-scenes production team. Thank you so much, guys. It really is appreciated. I know it's been a long, tough week, but it really does mean a lot. So we've got the scenes going on behind us. Thank you, Ben. Jono, thank you. Mel, thank you. Jordan, thank you. It has been a real treat. I started the week a little bit green to touch, but I'm going to end it as a bit of a pro, I think, and a huge fan as well. If you're not involved in touch, you've got to get yourself involved. I've only got one thing left to say. I love touch! We're going to leave you with these scenes, guys. Thank you for the week. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Cheers.
Our bronze medalist to Team France, open. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to France. Well done, Team France. Now for them here, watching that looks open final, what a fantastic game of touch. Superb game, and a really good example of why we all love this sport. But our silver medalist now only beaten in a drop-off. Silver medalist goes to England. Celebrating all the players. They've done a fantastic job. I don't know if you've listened to them on YouTube. You're more entertained listening to them. There's a screen away commentating on everything that's been going. They've done a fantastic job from John The Silver Fox. The shout out to the Silver Fox. The Silver Fox. Make some noise for the Silver Fox. Raise the supporters, England. Kirsty, get him sorted, bars open. Yeah, good job, Chris. Right, as I mentioned, what a fantastic game now, Mixed Open. But our Mixed Open winners, phenomenal performance, all of you, goes to Team Wales! I'm keeping this man back here because our player of the final from Wales had a phenomenal game. Please shake hands for Dan Roberts. Whilst Wales party at the Women's Open, I've got our two referees open first. So if I can give it team ref, Nicholas Cooper, Cathy van der Eyes, behind the Meze, please, team ref from the Women's Open, well done you three. Congratulations Wales. Tremendous game here, Women's Open, really showed how the quality of touch is, dare I say, compared to other players of football. Handling was fantastic all the way through, and our bronze witness is Team France. France. Thank you much. Wishing first hands and back both over there. Our silver medalist, Team Scotland. And please, when we get to from Scotland at the end here, please give Eddie a big, big cheer for all that backpiping. phenomenal for our Washington days. Goes to Rooms Open Team England. And the final for the Women's Open of the Team Leaders, Kenzie North.
How many has it touched for what in the past few days? How many pints? Not enough.
From England. Next up, the last one, this is the Men's Open final. I'm going to bring our referees up first, please. I'm going to try and bring forward them up. I'm going to bring Renat as well. Gareth Hines, Kevin Hobbs, Brad Goody and Renat. It's a properly come, guys. Some might say now just being greedy with two medals there. Around 4 to England, gold medals. Just waiting on England photos, press and referees. Yeah, thanks Rich. Right, getting up our bronze medal winners in the Men's Open goes to Team France. Finally for France. We'll bring on now some great games to finish second. Our silver medals for Team Ireland. prize of the men's open goes to Team England. Yet again, we've kept it at the back of the play, but our player of the final for the men's open go through the Zulkays. We've got the overall trophies coming over to you all together, so keep going with us. We're going to get a couple of photos, and then right at the end we're going to get you all together in if we can do one big photo to show how amazing the sport of touch is. Chris, whereabouts are you doing a big photo? Probably just here, right in the middle of the pitch rock, we're doing a big, huge, massive photo. That sounds like a plan to me. You have more facing my way so I can take a picture. I'll try. Right, we're just getting the overall trophies then. And we've got 3 trophies here. We've got the seniors and masters. We've got the opens and we've got the overrunners. And as they've gone to the same country, we're going to do them all together. I'm going to invite 2 people up to collect these. I hope they're still here. But our overall European champions winners at Seniors Masters Division, Opens Division and at the Royal, Team England. Ben Powell, Sammy Phillips, any come to get those. Well, give Sammy a round of applause. Don't tell my boxers, but these two put in a lot more between them touch than the other, except for Sammy, who actually works for us now. Summers coming by Ben Powell. Give him both a round of applause, ladies and gents. Alright boys, we'll do that in a minute, boys. It's not a miracle work of Chris. So I put down, we each trying to get everybody down there in front of these flags. Kirsty's looking at where you are, take a big photo, and we get as many people in this shot as we can. So, touch players, this is an announcement for touch players. Get yourselves in front of the 4 flags in the middle of the pitch. Touch players, touch volunteers, yes Joe, event staff. Jumping the gun, I know. Event staff.